Chapter 1. 3 or 4 times a day. Are you trying to kill me? In early June, the weather was oppressively hot and humid, with a fine drizzle falling outside the window. Buzz, buzz, buzz. Su-Jin scratched his belly and turned over on the cool mat, listening to the three-dimensional surround sound in his ears. Half dreaming and half awake, Su-Jin furrowed his brow. With a sudden smack, Su-Jin slapped himself awake from his slumber. Dazed, he sat up in bed, gazing at the mosquitoes buzzing around his face, their annoying drone accompanied by a sharp pain on his cheek. In an instant, he became fully alert. Who am I? Where am I? What in the world is this place? In the cramped space, the mingled odors of mildew and instant noodles clouded his head, leaving him feeling dizzy. Su-Jin instinctively covered his nose, his brow knitted in confusion. How could this tiny room be so filthy? He stood up, glanced at the gaming pod carelessly piled in the corner, and rubbed his bleary eyes. Yawning, he approached a disheveled sink, preparing to freshen up and tidy this dirty, cramped abode. Looking into the mirror, he saw a scruffy, sullen young man, a face with a hint of handsomeness, the kind that grew more appealing the longer one looked. Su-Jin turned on the faucet, splashing cool water on his face to sharpen his awareness. Staring blankly at his reflection, he suddenly realized something. Though this person appeared to be him, he felt as if he was not, for he was never so disheveled and hopeless. Su-Jin clutched his head, pondering deeply. Who exactly am I? After much contemplation, he found that besides his own name, he held no memories of anything at all. Gazing at the gloomy young man in the mirror, a sense of frustration welled up within him. This youth seemed familiar, yet he could not possibly be himself. Moreover, this person had hands and feet like him, and was rather handsome. How had he found himself in such a predicament? Surely, he could have become a gigolo instead. With such looks, finding a wealthy woman to spare him 2 decades of hard work should be no problem. Just as Su-Jin was sinking into despair, a flood of chaotic thoughts surged into his mind. This person shares my name, Su-Jin? Could he be an alternate version of me from a parallel universe? What a disgrace to the Su family. He committed suicide, and I just happened to cross over into his life, taking over his identity and memories otherwise. How could I find myself so familiar? At that moment, a series of rapid knocks echoed at the door, sounding urgent, as if someone were demanding payment. Su-Jin stretched his stiff arms and legs, then walked over to open the door to his rented room. Standing outside was an attractive middle-aged woman, her demeanor radiating fury as she entered. Su-Jin, when do you plan to pay this month's rent? 3 days. I'll give you 3 more days. If you still can't come up with it, you'd better get lost. The woman scrutinized Su-Jin from head to toe, a glint of lasciviousness flashing in her gaze. You look like you're struggling to make ends meet. How about this? If you come and keep me company 3 or 4 times a day, I'll waive your rent. Su-Jin stared at the voluptuous, graceful figure of the woman, swallowing hard, feeling a wave of dizziness wash over him. No, sister, though you take good care of yourself, you're nearly old enough to be my mother. 3 or 4 times a day. Are you trying to drain me dry? It seems being a gigolo isn't as easy as it looks. Apologies, dear former occupant of this body. I take back my previous thoughts. Regaining his composure, Su-Jin replied calmly, I will find a way to pay the rent. Hey, what's this? Are you a broke loser who dares to look down on me? Let me tell you, it's a blessing that I even have my eye on you. 3 days. I'll only give you 3 days. If you can't pay the rent by then, they'll kick you out of this room. The landlady cursed as she left, spitting some of her words right into Su-Jin's face. Though she was still charming and graceful, he truly could not handle her demands of 3 or 4 times a day. Watching the departing woman, Su-Jin closed the door and washed his face again. Glancing around the disheveled rental, though his stomach rumbled with hunger, the sight of scattered takeout containers and empty bottles, along with the odors wafting through the air, instantly killed his appetite. With a mild case of obsessive cleanliness, Su-Jin decided to tidy up the filthy abode. Soon, all the garbage was cleared away, and looking at the now organized room, he felt his mood lighten considerably as he wiped the sweat from his forehead. However, his expression soon soured. He quickly sniffed his sleeve, frowning. This body was on the verge of smelling foul, bordering on a state of decay. A shower and some clean clothes were an urgent necessity. For a moment, Su Jin was torn between feeling sympathy for the landlady or for the original owner of this body. Seriously, sister, can't you be a bit more selective? You must be truly desperate. Glancing at his phone, he saw only 650 yuan left in his WeChat account. With the rent set at 1,200 yuan and only 3 days left, how was he to scrape together the remaining 600 yuan? Just then, another knock echoed at the door. This boat's original owner had no social life, so Su Jin assumed it was the landlady returning to pester him again. He sluggishly approached the door and opened it. A vibrant figure stood before him, a girl clad in a white t-shirt, jeans, and canvas shoes, with a ponytail that bounced energetically. "Brother Su Jin, I came to see you." The girl greeted him with a bright smile. She stood about 1.75 meters tall, with fair, delicate skin and exquisite features. Her almond-shaped eyes sparkled with life, her petite nose complemented by a rosy cherry mouth, white teeth gleaming. Su Jin nodded. This was Lin Xie, the landlady's daughter. The little girl always sweetly called him Brother Su Jin, charming and cute like the girl next door. Noticing the tidied rental, a flicker of surprise crossed Lin Xie's eyes. "Brother Su Jin, you actually cleaned the room." Su Jin, with a deadpan expression, nodded slightly. "Brother Su Jin, you're running out of time to pay next month's rent, right? Here, this is 400 yuan. I'm not sure if it's enough for your rent, but it's all I have. Just don't tell my mom about this." Seeing the affectionate manner in which the girl treated him, even Su Jin, typically dense, understood that Lin Xie liked him as a person. He couldn't help but feel a bit awkward. The preferences of this mother and daughter duo were surprisingly aligned. They both seemed to favor the original occupant of this body. What could they possibly want from him? His disheveled appearance? This body was merely somewhat handsome. How could such a scruffy state attract their admiration? Sometimes, Su Jin truly felt that the two of them ought to get their eyes checked together. Though he held a certain pride, facing the burdens of life, he had no choice but to bow his head and silently accept the 400 yuan, feigning indifference as he said, "I will pay you back in the future." "Brother Su Jin, we're practically family. This money is just my pocket money. You can take it without worry." At the girl's words, Su Jin felt a wave of embarrassment wash over him. This scene felt so familiar. He recalled that Lin Xie had lent him money dozens of times before, at least 20,000 yuan altogether, each time with a haughty declaration that she would pay him back. Well then, turns out the original owner of this body had become a kept man, or perhaps he was just standing around while others took advantage of him. Come on, man, are you really this pathetic? Do your family members know? Chapter 2. S-Class Talent. Zombie clone Lin Xie engaged in light conversation with Su Jinhang for a while, until she appeared hesitant to speak further. "Brother Su Jinhang, you mustn't continue to wallow in despair. One cannot remain enveloped in shadows indefinitely." Upon hearing this, Su Jinhang momentarily paused, recalling that the original owner of this body had taken their own life due to an overwhelming blow. Yet, what exactly had he endured? He nodded slightly and dismissed Lin Xie with a few casual remarks. Su Jinhang began to reflect on the information regarding the original owner, only to realize that he was aware solely of the suicide. While other details eluded his memory that moment, Su Jinhang simply wished to tidy himself up and seek a modest job to sustain himself. With this thought in mind, he cast another glance at the gaming pod piled in the corner. Pondering its existence, that he was taken aback by the technological advancements of this world, where high-tech holographic gaming pods had been developed. The most astonishing part was that even individuals like the original owner, who were destitute, possessed such cutting-edge technology. This implied that gaming pods were widely accessible. Su Jinhang shook his head. It was merely a gaming pod, not worth overthinking. Resolving this, he dressed, visited his mentor Tony for a refreshing haircut, and subsequently enjoyed a bath at the communal bathhouse. Afterward, he washed his clothes at a laundromat and savored a delightful meal at a small restaurant. Walking down the street, the satisfaction from his full stomach brought him a sense of comfort. However, he reminded himself that now was not the time for ease. He should first secure a proper job. Arriving at the job market, he was met with a throng of people, perusing the rows of job postings from gaming companies. To his surprise, only 2/3 of the companies appeared legitimate. Was the economic landscape of this world truly so distorted? Glancing at the salary offers from reputable companies, he noted a starting wage of 2,000 and a ceiling of 3,000. With a maximum of 5,000 post-confirmation that in stark contrast, gaming companies offered starting salaries of 5,000, peaking at 10,000, with the possibility of exceeding 20,000 upon confirmation. Su Jinheng was momentarily taken aback. Could it be that the gaming industry was genuinely this lucrative? Observing the recruitment notices for players from gaming companies, he recalled the gaming pod in his rented room that a flood of chaotic memories surged through his mind. The Master God game. In this world, the concept of universal gaming was not mere rhetoric. Every adult was compelled to enter the Master God space and become a player. Players had to choose one of several perilous apocalyptic games to participate in, and they were mandated to remain in the game for at least 30 days each year. Furthermore, upon entering the game, each player would automatically awaken a talent. He wondered what level of gaming talent the original owner possessed. Given the thriving nature of these gaming companies and their eager recruitment of players with enticing offers, Su Jinheng pondered whether resources from the apocalyptic games could be reflected in the real world by the Master God. Otherwise, how could these companies flourish so robustly? If it were indeed possible to transfer resources from the game to reality, that would be noticing several payment reminders pop up on his phone. Su Jinheng began to suspect that the original owner might not have perished from poverty. Perhaps transporting resources from the game world was not as straightforward as it seemed. It made sense. In an apocalyptic game, simplicity was unlikely. Nevertheless, Su Jinheng resolved to return to his rented room and load the game in the gaming pod. Upon returning, he entered the gaming pod that a mystical voice resonated. Welcome to the Master God space. Entering apocalypse. Zombie apocalypse. Ding. Anomaly detected in soul data. New player detected joining the game. Had the Master God recognized that he was not the original player? Su Jinheng was taken aback. Could it be that his soul transmigration had been detected? Conflict detected within the soul. Current player deemed a newcomer. Player information resetting. All skills you possessed have been forgotten. All Master God points and survival points have been cleared. Inventory is empty. Level initialization. Number of rebirths reset. Current rebirth count. 3. Had all the information related to the original body been completely reset? Su Jinheng was not overly distressed, as he had always relished the process. After all, inheriting a max-level account would soon lose its appeal. Starting from scratch, every incremental improvement would bring joy. He felt no regret for what he had lost, as it had never belonged to him in the first place. Reset complete. New player detected joining the Master God game. New players can acquire a talent skill. The current player possesses one talent skill. Please make a choice. Redraw a completely new talent skill. Players may have two initial talent skills simultaneously. Upgrade the player's current talent skill. Su Jinheng stroked his chin, contemplating the two options presented on the game interface. Musing, I wonder what the original player's talent skill was. Just then, the skill window popped up before him. Talent skill. Zombie clone. Talent rank. S-class. Talent description. The player can permanently summon one zombie clone. The zombie clone possesses 40% of the host's total attributes and 1,000% of the host's health. The clone gradually recovers health when out of combat and can be resurrected 30 hours after death. Su Jinheng gazed at the S-class talent skill and fell into deep contemplation. Wait, this is rather disappointing. Why would someone with an S-class talent resort to suicide and languish in a dim, shabby rented room? He believed that with the original owner's S-class talent, numerous gaming companies would be vying for him. This individual had truly squandered a good hand. This skill appeared to have broad applicability, proving to be a very practical S-class talent. Su Jinheng contemplated his typically poor luck. If he randomly drew a talent, he might end up with something subpar. It would be wiser to upgrade the S-class skill. Almost in an instant, he made his decision and clicked to upgrade the skill without hesitation. Player chose to upgrade talent. Acquired SSS class skill. Zombie proliferation clone. Original talent skill level reset. Talent description. You can now summon and control multiple zombie clones. Each zombie clone retains 50% of the host's total attributes and 400 health points. Zombie clones can share all skills of the host and gain experience and proficiency from shared skills. As your character level increases, you can additionally summon zombie clones equal to your current character level. At level 1, you can summon and control one zombie clone. At level 2, you can summon and control 3 zombie clones. At level 3, you can summon and control a total of 6 zombie clones. A zombie can be resurrected after 1 day. Chapter 3. Choosing the type of apocalypse, Su Jinhang regarded his upgraded talent, stroking his chin as he murmured to himself, "Not bad. This is a remarkable talent." Reset complete. Please select the initial game world. Please select one of the following initial easy difficulty game worlds. 1. Zombie Apocalypse 2. Beast Apocalypse 3. Insectoid Apocalypse 4. Wasteland Apocalypse. The apocalyptic backgrounds presented in this selection made Su Jin furrow his brow in contemplation. When players initially enter the main Gods game, they can choose the backdrop for their target game. The zombie apocalypse corresponds to a world overrun by zombies, where all governmental institutions have collapsed, leaving only a handful of survivors struggling to evade zombie attacks while scavenging for resources to survive. The beast apocalypse features animals that have mutated for unknown reasons and now prey on humans. This world is relatively safer, as various governments have established fortified war bastions to fend off the waves of beasts. As long as players can locate these fortresses, their safety is significantly assured. The insectoid apocalypse, however, depicts a world invaded by swarms of insects, devouring resources and assaulting humanity. This is widely regarded as the most challenging initial world to survive in, as the insects have ravaged food supplies and contaminated water sources, leading to parasitic infestations from drinking untreated water. In this world, resources are scarce, and many people harbor an intense fear of insect-like arthropods, making survival exceedingly daunting. Without any extraordinary abilities related to food or water resources, players would soon face starvation or dehydration. Eugene lacks such abilities, so he decisively marked this option with a large cross in his mind, excluding it from consideration. The Wasteland Apocalypse is set in a world ravaged by nuclear war, where a thick shroud of clouds obscures sunlight, ushering in an interminable nuclear winter, with global temperatures plummeting and thick clouds preventing photosynthesis. Oceans and rivers begin to freeze, leading to a catastrophic collapse of the ecological system and mass extinction of flora and fauna. The vast majority of the population perished, and all nations fell into a state of paralysis, plunging the world into darkness and chaos. Survivors who were not directly affected by explosions were nonetheless impacted by pervasive nuclear radiation. In this desolate environment, countless mutated monsters emerged due to radiation, attacking any survivors they could see. Players entering this world must immediately seek warmth to avoid freezing to death in the nuclear winter, making it another world with a high survival difficulty. After careful consideration, Su Jin ultimately decided to enter the zombie apocalypse, as his innate skills aligned well with it. Among the various initial apocalyptic worlds, the zombie apocalypse was relatively easier to survive in. After repeatedly weighing his options, Su Jin selected the zombie apocalypse. Notice, the player is entering the zombie apocalypse. Before entering the game, you may choose to proceed directly or select gender and customize appearance. Gender and appearance customization, Su Jin pondered, instinctively checking the female option. After all, as a vigorous young man, he usually played female characters in games. He wasn't one to be bored enough to stare at a male character's backside. Oh, it seems there is an option to adjust height as well. Su Jin thought, deciding to select the shortest option, as a lower height would mean a smaller profile, making it easier to evade lethal attacks. This is why so many players in CF prefer female characters. Consequently, he set his height to the minimum of 1.4 meters. He chose white hair and red eyes, trusting in the wisdom of his ancestors. Recalling that you married a woman with white hair and red eyes after taming the waters. Then, Su Jin embarked on an exceedingly lengthy face customization process, spending a full 5 hours in the main god space until he was finally satisfied with the result. This main god space was indeed remarkable, capable of crafting such an adorable little Loli. Gazing at the character panel displaying the red-eyed Loli with her sharp little fangs, Su Jin couldn't help but exclaim, "If only I could have a daughter as cute as this." Looking at the character creation button, Su Jin hesitated that, in a zombie apocalypse, what could provide more security than a brawny figure brandishing a Gatling gun? After a moment of reflection, he ultimately chose not to create the red-eyed Loli character, but opted regrettably. Locating the position of shelter proves to be exceedingly challenging, particularly when it comes to the official shelters established by the Huaxia Federation. These shelters are few and far between, while the game world is vast and expansive. Further complicated by the existence of 4 gaming zones: north, south, east, and west. Upon entering the game, civilian players randomly materialize in various locations across this world, making it arduous to find the official shelters constructed by the Huaxia Federation government in a timely manner. Typically, players seek refuge in shelters established by gaming companies or guilds. However, such sanctuary is not without cost. Gaming guilds and companies are not charitable organizations. Upon exiting the game, players must remit a fee to the company or guild behind the shelter as a form of protection payment. This implies that as long as one has the financial means, one can significantly enhance their survival odds in this apocalyptic game constructed by the main deity. Unfortunately, Su Jin currently finds himself in considerable debt, compounded by the incessant reminders of overdue payments on his phone, as well as the money he owes to Lindsay. A rough estimate places his debts at around 200,000 soft sister coins. Nevertheless, some shelters offer tasks for gathering resources, and Su Jin attempts to exchange collected materials for a few days' worth of lodging. The number of players in this zombie apocalypse is substantial. Within a short span of time, Su Jin observes 5 or 6 burly men clad in colorful shorts sprint past him. This scene prompts Su Jin to stifle a laugh, as it appears that everyone's perception of the zombie apocalypse is unexpectedly unanimous. All characters are towering figures with well-defined muscles. Subsequently, Su Jin retrieves a portable survival radio from his backpack to prevent the communication interface from being inundated with messages. Players are only permitted to send one survival message every 30 minutes. This message can be received within a radius of 100 kilometers around the player, and simultaneously, Su Jin is able to receive survival messages within a 100-mile radius. Many shelters send out information every half hour to attract players who are unable to locate a refuge. Once Su Jin activates the radio, a torrent of messages begins to flood the screen. Game over, I'm doomed. It's District 13. This is a new zone. Damn it. Why am I so unlucky? Is there anyone looking to team up? My talent is S-level Pinotto. Does anyone know how to utilize this talent? What the hell? Why did I spawn in a new zone as soon as I logged in? Is there a safe shelter? The price is negotiable. What the hell? Why has District 13 suddenly opened? I wasn't prepared for this. Talk about bad luck. I need bread. My hunger meter is about to drop to 0. I can't hold on much longer. I have nails to trade. Looking for teammates, we are a group of 7, planning to establish a shelter within 7 days. Coordinates, 20,963-72724. Only accepting players with B-level talents or higher. Interested parties, hurry up. No freeloaders allowed. District 13, a newly launched server? Su Jin pauses momentarily, as related information floods his mind. The primary deities game, set at the beginner apocalypse difficulty, typically features multiple mirrored apocalyptic scenarios existing simultaneously, akin to different servers within the game. The main deity rarely initiates a new server. Generally, this occurs only when the old server reaches full capacity or when over 50% of its players are deemed to be engaging in negative gameplay, or following the conclusion of a particular server or its stagnation in progress. Upon the opening of a new server, a significant number of players identified as engaging in negative gameplay are forcibly removed. Their account data reset, and they must begin anew on the new server. At the outset of a new apocalypse, players face a high degree of survival difficulty, as everything must be started from scratch. The mortality rate of players during the initial phase of a server launch is the highest. Even players with the status of prisoners within the game cannot guarantee their safety during the early stages of the apocalypse. Moreover, dying 4 times in the game results in total annihilation, with both the physical body and soul ceasing to exist in reality. That a new zone presents a daunting survival challenge, yet it equally brims with opportunities for fortune. Su Jin clenches his fists in excitement, realizing that his fortune is a blend of both good and bad. In the former apocalypse, resources had long been monopolized by major gaming companies, guilds, and governments of various federations. However, in this new apocalypse, everything is set to begin anew. With a swift motion, Su Jin activates his talent, causing the earth before him to surge. Suddenly, a pale, delicate hand emerges from the soil as a dirt-covered little zombie struggles to pull itself from the ground. Exuding a faint odor of decay, Observing that slender, pallid hand, an ominous premonition arises within Su-jin. This cannot be right. Where's my robust zombie doppelganger? Why does this hand appear so frail and weak? As he watches the white-haired figure attempt to emerge from the earth, struggling in vain, Su-jin finds himself at a loss for words. It appears that this zombie doppelganger is rather lacking in strength. Pondering this, Su-jin steps forward, extends his sturdy arm, and yanks the pale hand free from the soil. Upon witnessing the full form of his zombie doppelganger, Su-jin's heart sinks completely. Indeed, it is a zombie little girl. As Su-jin inspects the staggering little zombie, he notes that her attire consists of tattered clothing, her face adorably appealing. White hair and red eyes, her physique is emaciated. With a thoughtful gaze, Su-jin scrutinizes this zombie little girl. Feeling an uncanny resemblance to the daughter he had shaped within the main deity's space, albeit now transformed into a zombie. Gazing at the little zombie, Su-jin lapses into silence. What he desired was a formidable zombie brute, one capable of absorbing bullets and shielding him from harm. This frail little figure standing before him could hardly deflect a bullet. Su-jin finds himself bemused, unable to fathom how this renowned main deity game could malfunction. Casting a glance at a nearby tree, an idea strikes him that if one wishes to amass wealth, one must first harvest resources in a zombie apocalypse. One must at least forge weapons for self-defense. Thus, Su-jin picks up a sharp stone and strikes it against the tree. The little zombie girl mimics his actions, picking up a sharp stone of her own to follow suit. Both Su-jin and his zombie companions' heads display a green progress bar simultaneously. Once the progress bar is filled, a notification appears in the game log. Congratulations, player has obtained Scattered Small Twigs 3, Gathering Experience 45, Stamina Consumption 3 points. Your zombie doppelganger has obtained Scattered Small Twigs 2. Gathering Experience 25. Chapter 5. Leveling up begins. Su-jin observes the game log with a discerning eye and suddenly realizes a peculiar detail. His zombie little girl doppelganger seems to gather twigs without expending stamina. Your zombie doppelganger has obtained Dropped Firewood 1. Gathering Experience 50. As Su-jin surveyed her surroundings and was surprised to discover hemp nearby. She crouched down to gather the hemp in a post-apocalyptic environment. Materials such as hemp, small stones, firewood, straw, and hay are essential for crafting basic survival tools. After collecting the hemp, Su-jin fashioned it into rope and commanded her zombie Loli doppelganger to create wooden sticks. She then instructed the doppelganger to forge a wooden spear. This spear was essentially a sharp stone bound to a wooden stick with a hemp rope. This crafting resulted in Su-jin earning 505 points of crafting experience. Holding the wooden spear in her palm, its equipment attributes immediately appeared before her. Wooden spear quality. Poor damage. 1020 description. A shoddy, hastily made spear that can be wielded effectively with just 2 points of strength. Capable of inflicting minimal damage to zombies. Upon observing the spear's damage and her own substantial health of 60 points, Su-jin fell into a contemplative silence. You might find it hard to believe, but this inferior spear could easily dispatch her with just 5 or 6 thrusts. After crafting 2 such spears, Su-jin instructed her little turnip-head doppelganger to lead the way with the spear. After wandering for approximately 10 minutes, she spotted a solitary zombie standing beneath a crooked tree. Furrowing her brow, Su-jin crouched in the bushes, exposing her rear while secretly observing the surroundings. Upon confirming that there was only one zombie in the vicinity, she sighed in relief. During the early days of the zombie apocalypse, wandering zombies posed the greatest threat. Upon slaying a zombie, there was a small chance of it dropping various items. One such item, known as the Evolution Crystal Core, was of utmost importance in the game of the main god. Players could elevate their experience points and levels by defeating monsters or other players. The Evolution Crystal Core significantly boosts a player's experience points. Generally, in the early stages of the game, the priority should be to gather sufficient resources to survive, rather than wasting time on killing zombies, which would be an exceedingly foolish and irrational endeavor. The drop rate for zombies is low, and the items that drop are often just what one needs at the beginning in the heat of battle. Should one be infected, it would spell certain doom. Such behavior is neither rational nor worth pursuing. However, Su-jin was not an ordinary player. She intended to follow a monster farming route. Once she reached level 2, she could summon 2 additional zombie doppelgangers, greatly enhancing her overall strength and efficiency in collecting resources. After all, more zombies meant greater power. The more doppelgangers she summoned, the higher her efficiency would be. Glancing at her skill panel, Su-Jin noted the section for basic crafting materials, which included various fundamental survival tools such as stone axes, makeshift beds, torches, and campfires. However, there were no combat skills to be found. She cast a sidelong glance at her little turnip head, who was also crouching in the bushes with her rear exposed, mirroring Su-Jin's stance. The doppelganger looked back at her with an intelligent gaze. Rising from the bushes, Su-Jin dusted off her flower-patterned shorts. After all, this was her only piece of starting equipment, and it deserved proper care. Without hesitation, she seized the doppelganger by the back of her collar and tossed her forward. The lowly zombie doppelganger, spear in hand, tilted her head slightly, as if puzzled, which made Su-Jin feel a twinge of impatience. In her moment of urgency, Su-Jin suddenly found her perspective shifting, now viewing the world through the eyes of the little turnip head, and she realized that she could control the doppelganger's movements. This unexpected ability from her SSS-level zombie replication talent was truly fascinating. Thus, Su-Jin guided the little turnip head to wobbly approach the zombie. Raising the spear, thud, your zombie doppelganger delivered a fatal blow to the zombie, resulting in a critical hit, slightly reducing the zombie's movement speed. Ugh! The zombie shrieked in a chilling wail and lunged towards Su-Jin with its legs flailing. You were the one who got poked. Why are you coming for me? Su-Jin quickly retracted her consciousness, cursing as she dodged the zombie's attack, thrusting her spear forward and driving it deep into the zombie's eye socket. Thud! The wooden spear's tip penetrated the zombie's skull with a sound that made one wince. The glint of determination flickered in Su-Jin's eyes as she viciously twisted the spear within the zombie's eye socket before pulling it out. Su-Jin had expected that striking the zombie's head would incapacitate it swiftly, but to her astonishment, the zombie remained vigorous, lunging at her once more without any sign of collapse, furrowing her brow. Su-Jin noted that the sensation of her spear penetrating felt akin to stabbing in a rotten wood. Was the zombie's brain solid? Not daring to underestimate the situation, Su-Jin's doppelganger, having witnessed her example, also learned to attack with the wooden spear. However, for some reason, the doppelganger persistently aimed for the zombie's groin, which made Su-Jin feel a chill in her own nether regions. Regardless, she and her doppelganger circled the zombie, seeking opportunities to stab it intermittently. Despite the zombie's clumsy, awkward gait, a careless scratch could lead to a viral infection. In the early game, being infected by zombie virus meant an early demise. There would be no hope of recovery. Together, Su-Jin and the zombie lowly doppelganger thrust their wooden spears into the zombie's body over 20 times before it finally collapsed. Howling in defeat. Notification. You have slain a zombie, earning 2 survival points and 1 experience point. Current experience, 1100. Su-Jin glanced at the experience bar, feeling an urge to curse. If no evolution crystal core dropped, did that mean she would have to kill 100 zombies to reach level 2? Survival points served as currency in the zombie apocalypse, allowing players to purchase items from merchants or trade with one another. Not receiving an evolution crystal core did not deter Su-Jin. She was well aware of her consistently poor luck. Observing her stamina bar, which had diminished by a third, she noted the bad news. Her stamina was quite low. The good news was that it recovered rapidly, nearly filling up within seconds. With her zombie lowly doppelganger, it took her 2.5 minutes to slay that single zombie, without considering the possibility of an evolution crystal fragment dropping. She estimated she would need at least 250 minutes to reach level 2, which translated to just over 4 hours before being able to summon 2 additional doppelgangers. The time was still early for her to reach level 2, likely around 2 in the afternoon. The drop rate for evolution crystal fragments was approximately 10, but considering her dismal luck, the actual probability was likely around 1 to 5. This meant she would need to defeat at least 50 to 60 zombies to level up. Time was on her side. That Su-Jin crafted a few more wooden spears as backups. Soon after, she encountered 2 solitary zombies in the forest. Checking her attributes panel, she felt confident about facing both zombies at once. Su-Jin promptly commanded the little turnip head to raise her spear and charge at the 2 staggering zombies. Delivering a fatal blow, the two zombies, suddenly pained, shrieked and lunged towards Su-Jin. Chapter 6. Loot Time. Su-Jin watched as the two zombies, legs flailing and awkwardly advancing, charged towards her. She was slightly taken aback. Was she standing 80 meters away? What kind of zombies were capable of such a vast detection range? Surely, they weren't cheating. Although their approach seemed slow, it was deceptively quick. The zombie Loli doppelganger followed closely behind, wobbling with her wooden spear, and repeatedly poked the zombies in their rear ends, each thrust resulting in critical damage and causing the zombies to stiffen momentarily. Before the two zombies could cover half the distance, they were taken down by the Loli doppelganger. Seeing the little turnip head approaching her unsteadily, Su-Jin nodded in approval. Perhaps her doppelganger's small stature was an advantage, allowing her to strike vital areas with each blow. Just then, the game log updated. The doppelganger has slain two zombies, earning 4 survival points, 1 evolution crystal fragment, and 2 experience points. Su-Jin froze for a moment. This couldn't be right. She had only killed 3 zombies. How could she have obtained an evolution crystal fragment? Was it possible that she had some hidden favor in the underworld? Su-Jin felt as if she were in a dream as she held the shattered pieces of the evolution crystal core in her hands. Observing them intently, the thumb-sized fragments of crystal emanated a soft blue glow. Item: Evolution Crystal Core Fragment. Description: a special crystal fragment that contains a wondrous power capable of significantly enhancing a player's experience points. Effective only for players below level 5. Gazing at the gently glowing evolution crystal core fragment, Su-Jin couldn't help but ponder in the early days of the game, when the server had just launched. Such an evolution crystal core fragment could fetch a price of 10,000 soft sister coins in the real world. Using the evolution crystal core fragment to increase experience points would not only elevate the player's level, but also comprehensively enhance their character attributes, greatly improving their chances of survival in a zombie apocalypse. Put it simply, that 10,000 soft sister coins were akin to a price for life. Viewed from another perspective, this price was not exorbitant. Suddenly, with a forceful grip, Su-Jin crushed the fragment. The pale blue mist was absorbed into her palm. You have absorbed the evolution crystal core fragment, gaining 10 experience points. Su-Jin's expression faltered as she stared at the increment in her experience bar. Feeling somewhat disheartened, this is what they call a significant increase in experience. A mere 10 points? At this rate, it would take 10 evolution crystal core fragments to level up to 2. Considering this, the price of 100,000 coins for a life seems rather reasonable. Looking at the small segment of her experience bar, Su-Jin prepared to continue hunting monsters alongside her zombie Loli avatar. For some reason, the 2 or 3 players she had seen passing by when she first entered the game had completely vanished. Just then, a prompt echoed in the game log. You have entered a lightly infected zone. Currently, player level is low, and the danger level here is high. It is advised that players leave the lightly polluted area immediately. Su-Jin examined the updated game log and peered deeper into the infected zone, where she indeed discovered clusters of zombies congregating in the depths. The sheer number was somewhat unnerving. This delighted Su-Jin immensely. In her eyes, these zombies represented experience points and survival resources. She immediately shouted with glee, "Xiao Bai! Charge in and poke them where it hurts." The zombie Loli avatar, seeing so many of her zombie kin, let out a joyful screech and raised her spear, wobbling towards the horde of zombies. During the monster hunting spree, Su-Jin discovered a bug. Her zombie Loli avatar was not targeted by these zombies, as they perceived her as one of their own. Moreover, the zombies' aggro range was limited to 100 meters. This meant that as long as she maintained a distance of 100 meters from Xiao Bai, the zombies would remain oblivious to her presence while Xiao Bai dispatched them, after hunting down a dozen or so zombies. Su-Jin's skills in hunting zombies improved tremendously. She found that striking certain parts of a zombie's body had an exceedingly high chance of inflicting critical damage. Confident in her current agility, Su-Jin believed she could easily face 3 or 4 zombies alone and was certain she could eliminate them all within 4 minutes. Su-Jin instructed Xiao Bai to lure a batch of zombies over. Working in tandem, they managed to level up to 2 in just 1 hour, of course, having collected 3 evolution crystal core fragments in the process. Su-Jin stroked her chin, savoring the outcome. Now this is the kind of probability I like. Su-Jin accessed her character panel. Player, Su-Jin level, 2 health points, 120120 stamina points, 103120 mental points, 120120 energy points, 104120 strength, 4 agility, 10 constitution, 4 will, 4 perception, 10 insight, 10 as she gazed at her attribute panel. A slight frown crossed Su-Jin's face. Wasn't her attribute distribution a bit skewed? She felt her strength had increased slightly, and her body felt lighter. She sensed that now, with a wooden spear in hand. She could pierce a zombie with just 10 thrusts, whereas previously, it took 15 to her efficiency in hunting had significantly improved. With a snap of her fingers, 2 pale, slender hands emerged from the earth below. As expected, her 2 zombie Loli avatars struggled to pull themselves out. Su-Jin had to bend down and extract the 2 newly emerged little turnips, observing the 3 little turnips wobbling in front of her. Su-Jin felt a twinge of disappointment. She had hoped to summon a more robust zombie avatar this time, but instead, she got more little turnips. Never mind. Monster hunting took precedence. She divided a wooden spear between the 2 little turnips and, with a commanding voice, directed the trio to waddle towards the horde of zombies in the lightly polluted area. Meanwhile, Su-Jin herself drifted through the lightly polluted zone like a specter, luring the monsters. Before long, a large throng of angry, screeching zombies, waddling with their legs crossed, appeared. With their crimson eyes fixed on Su-Jin, they sought to tear her to shreds, but their sluggish movements only allowed them to pursue her at a leisurely pace. In no time, Su-Jin utilized her extraordinary agility to gather all the zombies into a single mass, creating a dark, ominous wave resembling a tide of corpses from a distance. Su-Jin commanded the 3 little turnips, armed with wooden spears, to charge fiercely into the fray. Meanwhile, she circled around the zombies, occasionally delivering blows to the horde. Thanks to her heightened agility, even when merely walking without expending stamina, these waddling zombies could not keep up with her. She could even recover her stamina and energy while walking. In fact, her current walking speed was equivalent to that of a player with only 5 agility points running. Chapter 7. Battle, Exhilarating. As Su-Jin continued to lead the zombies in circles, she relentlessly harvested their lives. Watching the game log refresh repeatedly, Su-Jin felt an urge to shout, "Battle, exhilarating." If players clad in flamboyant shorts and running around naked saw Su-Jin single-handedly battling the horde, they would undoubtedly be left dumbfounded. After 3 hours of diligent hunting, Su-Jin's experience bar for leveling up finally filled. With the last zombie falling, her experience points surged from 299 to 300. Congratulations, player has leveled up to 3.8s, the first player in this world to reach level 3. You have earned the purple title, Wasteland Pioneer, and received a C-grade skill book. A flash of white light appeared in Su-Jin's hands, revealing a green skill book, Skill in Hunting Undead. Upon learning the skill book, your damage to undead creatures increases by 11. This skill book has a total of 20 levels, and with each level gained, the player's damage to undead creatures increases by 1. Su-Jin gazed at the skill book in her hands, somewhat astonished that, is she really the first in the entire server? Just then, another prompt echoed in the game log. Congratulations, player has acquired the purple title, Wasteland Pioneer. This title increases player movement speed by 10 and grants an additional 5 damage to zombies. Description: this title is exceedingly rare, only obtainable by completing special events or tasks and being the first to reach a certain milestone. Note: you may choose not to equip the title, but its effects will still apply. Congratulations, player. As the first in this world to obtain a title, you have received the Wasteland Pioneer title, and it has been detected that you already possess the Wasteland Pioneer title. The title fusion upgrading system has been automatically activated. The purple Wasteland Pioneer title is automatically undergoing fusion and upgrading. Congratulations, player. You now possess the 2-star Wasteland Pioneer title, granting you 20 movement speed and a 10 damage bonus against zombies. As the first player in this world to reach level 3, a global announcement will be made. You may choose to hide the global announcement. The first player in this world to acquire a title, a global notification will be issued. You may choose to hide the global notification. Staring at the series of game logs, Su-Jin felt somewhat dazed. Wait, Is it really such a big deal to level up to 3? She understood the principle of the taller the tree, the more the wind, and instinctively clicked to hide it. Just then, the game log updated again. Congratulations, player is the first to hide the global notification. You have received the Wasteland Pioneer title. The Wasteland Pioneer title is automatically fusing and upgrading. Congratulations, player. You now possess the 3-star Wasteland Pioneer title, which grants you 30 movement speed and a 15 damage bonus against zombies. Eugene glanced at the game log that popped up again, feeling somewhat bewildered. Seriously? Are you trying to pull a fast one on me? Luckily, the fusion title doesn't trigger the Wasteland Pioneer title. Otherwise, this could go on indefinitely. Eugene looked at the skill book in her hands. Damage bonus against undead creatures? I wonder if that includes zombies? Just as this thought crossed her mind, the log refreshed automatically. Players may spend 10 survival points to consult the main deity. Su-Jin stroked her chin. 10 points wasn't too steep. She immediately chose to consult. Shortly after, the game log displayed 2 brief words, included. Su-Jin gazed at the green skill book in his hand, and memories flooded his mind. Such a skill book could fetch a price of at least 1 million soft sister coins in the open market. And this particular book boasted extensive versatility. It could very well prove useful even in the higher echelons of the apocalyptic realm. Therefore, its value would only appreciate, starting at a minimum of 3 million before Su-Jin laid 2 paths. One was to utilize the skill book to more efficiently hunt zombies, while the other was to sell it, thereby securing a life of luxury. After some contemplation, Su-Jin ultimately resolved to employ the skill book, for it represented his foundation for survival in this apocalyptic game. The deeper the foundation, the greater the likelihood of survival. Money could be earned again, but a life lost was irrevocable. With this thought in mind, Su-Jin lifted the green skill book and tapped it against his forehead, instantly acquiring the techniques for hunting undead creatures, which poured into his consciousness like a torrent. His game log refreshed once more. Congratulations! As the first player in this world to use a skill book, you have earned the title of Wasteland Pioneer. Detection confirms the player possesses the title, Wasteland Pioneer. Automatic fusion initiated. Congratulations! You have now attained the 4-star title of Wasteland Pioneer. Players with this title receive a 40 increase in movement speed and a 20 increase in damage dealt to zombies. Congratulations! As the first player in this world to use a skill book, a global announcement will be made. Players may choose to hide this announcement. Seriously? Again, Su-Jin hurriedly concealed the global announcement, nearly allowing it to broadcast. Wiping the sweat from his brow, he accessed his attribute panel for a brief glance. Player, Su-Jin level, 3 health, 180 stamina, 180 mental, 180 energy, 180 strength, 5 agility, 12 constitution, 5 willpower, 5 perception, 12 insight, 12 upon reaching a perception level of 12. Su-Jin felt every rustle and breeze within a 12-meter radius. As soon as a zombie appeared within that distance, he would immediately sense it and react. It could be said that in this lightly contaminated zone, no zombie could inflict harm upon him. His agility of 12 significantly enhanced his attack speed, enabling him to strike 2.4 times per second. Su-Jin's movement speed also surged, bolstered by the 4-star Wasteland Pioneer title. Walking felt like gliding with the wind, and running became extraordinary, even creating afterimages. Su-Jin felt confident he could outrun Bolt himself. After mastering the techniques of hunting the undead, Su-Jin's damage against zombies increased by a staggering 31. He now felt capable of dispatching a small zombie with just 5 or 6 strikes. As he pondered this, he glanced at the experience bar, nearly blacking out upon seeing the daunting figure of 1,000 experience points required for the next level. What the hell? Is this how much experience I need to level up? This is outright robbery. Chapter 8. The mutated monkey, Su-Jin, snapped his fingers and summoned 3 lowly zombie avatars. Pulling the 3 little radish heads from the ground one by one, he was now terrifyingly powerful. In total, he commanded 6 zombie-like lowly avatars, although these zombie lowly avatars stumbled comically as they walked. Their speed was anything but slow, inheriting his movement speed and title bonuses. Checking the time, Su-Jin noted that his hunger level had dwindled to 30 points. If he continued hunting, He risked losing health due to insufficient hunger levels. After a moment of thought, he set up a campfire to rest, sending the 6 zombie avatars to hunt zombies. Due to their limited intelligence compared to Su-Jin, they could not gather enemies effectively and could only follow simple commands. With attributes only half of his own, their combined hunting efficiency was roughly equal to his. Sitting by the campfire reduced hunger and thirst consumption rates while accelerating recovery of energy and stamina. Su-Jin retrieved a bag of bread and several bottles of clean mineral water, which he had obtained after defeating over 300 zombies. He then skewered a few pieces of bread with a twig and placed them over the fire to roast. After sipping half a bottle of mineral water, Su-Jin noticed his thirst level had dropped to 0, that he could hardly believe it. Such a hulking character of his could be satisfied with just half a bottle. He had expected to need at least 2 bottles. Before long, the bread was perfectly roasted, and as he beheld the 2 golden slices, the aroma of malt filled his nostrils. Stirring his appetite, he devoured the bread in mere moments. Relishing the sweet, fluffy texture, he had never tasted such delightful bread in his life. Even in his past existence, he had not experienced anything so exquisite. After a lifetime of consuming takeout, Su-Jin finally understood the true sweetness of bread untainted by technology. Indeed, the food from this game world was simply delectable. As he picked up the twig to roast another couple of slices, he was astonished to discover his hunger level was already full. Is my hulking character truly this underwhelming? Just 2 slices, and I'm full. That's a bit pathetic, isn't it? Su-Jin glanced at the bag, realizing there were still 8 slices remaining, enough for 4 more meals. Suddenly, a thought struck him. He recalled that he had obtained a recipe while slaying zombies. Su-Jin pulled out the recipe. Techniques for roasting bread. Using this cooking skill to roast bread will not only increase the original hunger satisfaction, but will also add 11 points to hunger satisfaction. Baking proficiency has a total of 20 levels, with each level increasing hunger satisfaction by 1 point. Staring at the recipe, Su-Jin exclaimed in surprise, "Goodness, if I max out this cooking skill, wouldn't I be able to eat until I'm stuffed with just 1 slice of roasted bread?" This recipe could fetch hundreds of thousands in the outside world. Not as valuable as a skill book, but it was certainly a potent tool for survival. Without hesitation, Su-Jin pressed the recipe against his forehead. Decisively learning it, the game log updated once more. Congratulations! As the first player in this world to learn a recipe, you have acquired the title of Wasteland Pioneer. Detection confirms the player already possesses the title. Automatic fusion initiated, granting you the 5-star title of Wasteland Pioneer. Players with this title gain a 50 increase in movement speed and a 25 increase in damage dealt to zombies. That Su-Jin was momentarily stunned. Hastily concealing the global announcement, without a second thought, that weren't titles like Wasteland Pioneer supposed to be exceedingly rare and difficult to obtain. How had he managed to acquire 5 such titles in just half a day? He looked at the 7 Azure Evolution crystal shards in his hand, which would only provide him with 70 experience points. Merely a drop in the bucket compared to the daunting 1,000 he needed. Perhaps it was better to sell them. After all, they could fetch 70,000 coins, enough to alleviate his immediate financial woes. With these thoughts, Su-Jin posted a message on the survival radio, selling 7 evolution crystal shards. Only accepting real currency transactions, serious inquiries only. He glanced at the messages from other players on the survival radio. God of the mainframe, I curse your name. How am I being penalized for intentional defeat? I just logged in and the new server is already here. I barely leveled up to 10 after working my fingers to the bone. Today, I logged in and the world collapsed. Level reset. Skills wiped. I never intentionally lost. Who could compete with a horde of lickspittles? Watching the players vent their frustrations on the survival radio, Su-Jin couldn't help but chuckle and shake his head before closing the radio. Noting that his status bar had fully recovered, he extinguished the campfire and resolved to continue hunting zombies alongside his avatars, aiming to reach level 4 before sunset. At his current pace, he could kill 1 zombie every second. And his experience bar was nearing 200 points that he figured he needed approximately 800 seconds to level up, factoring in the time to find enemies. With luck, he might reach level 4 in about 2 hours, provided there were enough zombies in this lightly contaminated zone. Time flew, and 2 hours passed swiftly. Su-Jin looked at the experience bar, which still required 50 points to fill, and sighed as he opened the map for a quick glance. Indeed, he was still in a lightly contaminated area, but he could no longer see a single zombie around. As he observed the sun nearing the horizon, he sighed again that it seemed to have to seek shelter for the night. Just then, Su Jin's heightened perception of 12 detected movement in the trees to his side, 10 meters away. Something was preparing to attack him. Reacting instinctively, Su Jin sidestepped, and a mutated green monkey landed where he had just stood, its sharp claws gouging the ground. Failing its attack, the mutated monkey quickly leaped back into the trees, waiting for another opportunity. Witnessing the destructive potential of those claws sent a chill down Su Jin's spine. This was a first-tier mutated monkey, a zombie with specialized agility. After narrowly evading the mutated ape, Su Jin couldn't help but let out a long sigh of relief. Fortunately, his keen perception allowed him to dodge just in time as the creature lunged to attack. Otherwise, he might have lost his first life here. Chapter 9. The Darkness of Fear. The mutated ape, having missed its strike, crouched on the branch, its forest green eyes fixated intensely on Su Jin. Its foul saliva dripped onto the trunk, immediately corroding it and causing wisps of white smoke to rise. The mutated ape made another move, launching another attack at Su Jin. Having anticipated this, Su Jin easily evaded the assault. Seizing the opportunity as the ape landed, he delivered a fierce thrust with his spear. Although the mutated ape was agile, Su Jin's swiftness surpassed its own. Each time the ape attacked, Su Jin effortlessly sidestepped, countering with his spear, despite not being skilled in climbing trees. He realized that the ape's intelligence was rather low. It persistently jumped down to attack him. In just a few exchanges, Su Jin had dispatched the mutated ape. Looking at the lifeless creature, Su Jin felt somewhat unimpressed. That all there is to it. He had expected it to be formidable. Su Jin's game log updated once more. You have slain the mutated ape, earning 50 experience points and 25 survival points. Elevating your current player level to 4 AS. This was the player's first kill of a mutated ape. You have acquired a complete Evolution Crystal 1 and Mutated Ape Claws 2. Congratulations, player, for successfully purifying a lightly contaminated area. Earning rewards: 1 box of canned meat, 1 bag of potatoes, and 3 buckets of 5L clean mineral water. It has been detected that you are the first player in the world to eliminate a lightly contaminated area. Earning the title of Wasteland Pioneer and receiving a B-level skill book. A global announcement will be made, which you may choose to conceal. It has been detected that the player possesses a 5-star Wasteland Pioneer title, which automatically merges into a 6-star Wasteland Pioneer. This title grants a movement speed of 60 and a 30 damage bonus against zombies. Another skill book? Wasn't it said that ordinary players struggle to find even one in a year? How is it that in just one day he has acquired 2? Without hesitation, Su Jin opted to hide the global announcement. Glancing at the over 2,000 survival points, he nodded in satisfaction that it seemed today had yielded quite a decent haul. Su Jin decided to check the survival radio before examining the skill book. Upon opening the survival radio, he found that at least a few hundred people had messaged him. Bro, all you do is brag every day. You say you have 7 evolution crystal fragments, and I could claim I have a complete evolution crystal and an S-grade talent. Can't you just stop lying? Go to hell. Upon reading the message from this player, Su Jin wasted no time in blocking him. He skimmed through a few more private messages, most of which were filled with skepticism. Bro, just turn it off. It's pointless to keep it on. What the heck, bro? Your luck is insane. You didn't just kill a zombie and get a fragment, did you? I'm so envious. Bro, can you spare me a few evolution crystal fragments? I promise to repay you. Looking at this freeloading player, Su Jin decisively blocked him as well. Hello, I am Zhong Hao from the Huaxia federal government. We are interested in purchasing the evolution crystal fragments you possess at 30,000 yuan per fragment. How many do you have? Upon reading this message, Su Jin's spirits lifted. Is this someone from the Huaxia government? He scrolled through more messages and, after comparing offers, found that the Huaxia government's price was indeed the most reasonable. He glanced at his 34 evolution crystal fragments and 1 complete evolution crystal, then replied to the individual, Are you really looking to buy evolution crystal fragments? And you'll buy as many as I have. Moments later, the person replied, Yes, we'll buy as many as you have. After contemplating for a moment, Su Jin messaged back, How do we proceed with the transaction? Tomorrow morning. I see that your survival radio is very close to the location of the Doomsday Merchant. How about we conduct the transaction at the trading market of the Doomsday Merchant? 12546-23451 is the coordinate for the Doomsday Merchant's Teslan camp. S. Eugene noted the coordinates and replied with a simple, "All right." Then he sat beside the campfire to peruse the newly acquired skill book, Unyielding. When a player receives fatal damage, there is a 21 chance to trigger Unyielding, negating the fatal damage and retaining 21 health points. Removing all negative states and entering a berserk state for 21 seconds, during which all attributes are doubled, with infinite stamina and energy, cooldown, 6 hours. A.S. Su Jin examined the skill book with a 21 probability. He felt a chill run down his spine. Whenever it came to matters of chance, his luck was particularly dismal. For him, that 21% chance might as well be less than 10%. Forget it, better than nothing, Su Jin thought as he slapped the skill book against his forehead. Congratulations, player, you have learned Unyielding. You can trigger this skill by receiving fatal damage. This skill book can be upgraded, but experience can only be gained through fatal damage. It has a total of 80 levels, with each level increasing the trigger probability by 1 and the retained health, as well as extending the berserk duration by 1 second. The proficiency level of this skill book is not restricted by the player's level, triggering Unyielding through fatal damage. Is this some kind of joke? Who in their right mind would play around with death? If this skill book reached max level, it would indeed be a godly skill book, at least an S grade, equivalent to gaining a powerful berserk weapon. But who could afford to die that many times to level it up? A player only has 4 lives. Once they're gone, they're truly gone. Level this skill book up to max with a 21 trigger probability. What a ridiculous notion. No wonder this skill book only received a B rating. Su Jin cast a wise glance at the small turnip head surrounding him. After a moment's contemplation, he suddenly slapped his forehead in realization. It seemed that the skills of the turnip heads were shared with him. Of course, his turnip heads could afford to play around without dying. If they were to perish thousands, or even tens of thousands of times, surely they could max out the experience for this skill book. Though it might take a while, leveling it up would certainly be worth it. With this thought in mind, Su Jin turned on the music on the survival radio and began to dance like a zombie king. As the BGM played, for pale hands erupted from the ground around him. Then, predictably, they became stuck in the soil and could not escape. S. Eugene pulled each of the 4 turnip heads out of the ground one by one. Now, with 10 turnip heads at his disposal, Su Jin felt immensely powerful, dramatically proclaiming, "I am at the pinnacle of level 4. Who dares to challenge me? Who can defeat me?" However, just as Su Jin finished his boastful declaration, the game log abruptly turned a ghastly shade of crimson, and a warning echoed in his ears. The night will descend in 10 minutes. Players are urged to seek a safe haven promptly, as the pitch darkness will instill a fearsome dread. Should the sanity value drop below a certain threshold, the player's attributes will decline in tandem with a decrease in sanity. When sanity reaches 0, health will gradually diminish, and upon reaching 0 health, the player will succumb to the darkness of fear. Chapter 10. Goodness. Yuzu Chef. During the night, zombie attributes will be significantly enhanced. Campfires and torches can slow the rate of sanity depletion. There are 9 minutes left until nightfall. Please seek a safe haven quickly. S.U. Jin's once arrogant demeanor instantly froze on his face. After a moment of silence, he silently crafted a torch, finally speaking. "I once thought I was invincible, only to discover there are even greater threats." With that, Su Jin swiftly opened the survival radio, spending 10 survival points to scan for all system shelters within a 10-kilometer radius. As the survival radio conducted its scan, Su Jin observed several green building markers appear on the map. Holding his torch aloft, he sprinted forward at lightning speed, leaving a trail of afterimages in his wake. Large system shelter capacity, 50 people. Already full. Can this damned radar not indicate when a shelter is at full capacity? As he saw the words, "full capacity," appear above the large shelter, Su Jin couldn't help but curse under his breath. He then darted towards the next shelter location indicated on the map. As the sun dipped below the horizon, under the hazy moonlight, a burly man clad in flower-patterned shorts raced along, torch in hand. Full capacity? Full capacity. Is it really full? Su Jin continued to run from one system shelter to another, only to find them all at full capacity. Amidst his frantic sprinting, he heard voices calling out to him. "We cannot find a shelter. Can you take us in? Great deity, please take me with you." Su Jin glanced back and caught sight of a little girl with green hair and a burly man clad in floral shorts, both of whom were seeking his assistance. This fleeting glance felt as if it spanned an eternity. What the heck? A cute girl and a hirsute giant. Have you two been infected? No, great one, just check my status panel. The hirsute giant quickly sent his status bar to Su Jin, while the little girl mimicked him and shared her own. After a cursory glance at the status bars, confirming their normalcy, Su Jin wasted no time. He made a sharp turn, hoisted the hirsute giant onto his left shoulder and the little girl onto his right, and sprinted towards the nearest system's sanctuary, as the green emblem of the sanctuary appeared above. Su Jin couldn't help but exhale in relief. Fortune favored him, as the 18th sanctuary had not yet reached full capacity. His game log promptly updated. You have discovered a makeshift sanctuary. This sanctuary is an initial systems sanctuary, with a maximum capacity of 4 people, currently accommodating 2. Players entering the sanctuary will be immune to zombie attacks. However, if the number of individuals exceeds the maximum capacity, the sanctuary will lose its protective function, plunging the occupants into a state of darkness and fear. In 68 hours, this sanctuary may become a target for zombie attacks. Su Jin disregarded the game log and boldly pushed open the door. Still carrying the 2 within the sanctuary, 2 players seated around a campfire immediately stood up, regarding Su Jin with suspicion. 1. A voluptuous woman with dark skin even brandished a crossbow at Su Jin and the hirsute giant on his shoulder. The reason was simple. The sight of one giant carrying another was rather alarming. Su Jin hastily set down the hirsute giant and the little girl, raising his hands in a gesture of peace, and explained, "Please don't be alarmed. We merely seek a place to rest for the night." "Yes, exactly. No need to be on edge. We just wish to stay for a night." The group examined Su Jin, then looked at the little girl and the hirsute giant, and upon confirming their lack of malice, resumed their seats. Inside the room sat 2 individuals, the hirsute giant in a black short-sleeved shirt and floral shorts, and the vigilant, dark-skinned beauty with the crossbow. Su Jin stole a glance at the little girl, Congyu, and suddenly felt a wave of calm wash over him. According to the law of the hirsute giant, in apocalyptic games, individuals with an appearance akin to a cute anime girl often concealed a hefty otaku weighing over 200 pounds. Conversely, a hirsute giant might well be accompanied by a cute girl, implying that these 2 giants in the sanctuary could very likely be women in real life. Although after that eternal glance, Su Jin had impulsively decided to carry both Congyu and the hirsute giant. He wasn't cold-hearted enough to turn a blind eye when a cute little girl and a hirsute man sought his help. Saving a life is worth more than building a pagoda of 7 levels. Such words are not mere platitudes. It certainly wasn't he, because he wanted to rescue a damsel. As for the dark-skinned beauty wielding the crossbow, her every movement exuded maturity and composure, likely indicative of a middle-aged bachelor in reality. The hirsute giant released a long sigh and spoke. "You all truly gave us a fright. How did you suddenly appear here? Please, come." And Su Jin commanded the zombie avatars, which were trailing 5 to 6 miles behind, to venture out and hunt monsters during the night. He took a seat beside Congyu by the campfire. The little girl, Congyu, smiled sweetly and introduced herself. "By the way, my name is Congyu." Observing Congyu's adorable demeanor, Su Jin felt slightly exasperated. My friend, we already know you're a yuzu chef. No need to reiterate." She was undeniably cute, yet the thought of a hefty otaku possibly lurking beneath Congyu's exterior left Su Jin feeling a tad uneasy. At that moment, the notification sound from their game logs echoed simultaneously, detected that the number of players in this sanctuary exceeds 4. In 10 minutes, the players will plunge into a state of darkness and fear. The dark-skinned beauty scanned the room, revealing a subtly seductive smile, remaining remarkably composed despite the tension. Clad in grass skirts and leaves, the foliage accentuated her curves, making her a striking sight. How intriguing. It seems we have a moral dilemma here. Her audacious attire failed to captivate the attention of the roomful of burly men, and Songyu's gaze was also not directed at the dark-skinned beauty. Thus, Su-jin concluded that the yuzu chef behind Song Yu was likely an anime girl enthusiast. Su-jin cast a sweeping glance around the room, ultimately resting his gaze on the alluring dark-skinned beauty. The reason was simple. She was undeniably attractive, and as a normal man, Su-jin's attention naturally gravitated towards beauty. As Su-jin's gaze lingered on the dark-skinned beauty, the others followed suit, seemingly awaiting her to speak. Time passed slowly. The dark-skinned beauty had merely intended to sound impressive with her earlier remark. But she, too, was uncertain of how to proceed. Despite her inner turmoil, she maintained an outward facade of calm. After a prolonged silence, feeling the pressure of the collective gaze, she finally mustered the courage to propose. What if we each share our abilities? We can assess everyone's importance based on that and then vote on who should step outside. What do you think? Chapter 11. Mengyuan after all. In this new game, every player possessed 4 lives. Should one be expelled and perish, resurrection awaited the following day. Losing a life seemed rather inconsequential as for levels. It was merely the first day of the apocalyptic game. It was unlikely anyone had achieved level 2 yet. The dark-skinned beauty's proposal was quite astute. In this new apocalypse, every player indeed possessed 4 lives. Her words made it seem as though losing 1 life was not a significant concern. However, perishing even once would greatly increase the survival difficulty in the apocalyptic game. After a brief pause, she continued in fluent Mandarin, "I am called Kaiser, hailing from the empire on which the sun never sets. My ability is manufacturing-related, specifically crossbow creation, classified as an A-grade talent." As Kaiser raised her crossbow, it was evident that in the early stages of the game, its lethality was substantial against both players and zombies. If she could continuously produce crossbows to arm a group, they would wield formidable combat power in the initial phases of the game, progressing far more rapidly than ordinary player teams. That Kaiser's talent held immense strategic and survival value. Hence, once she disclosed her ability, there was no way she would be voted out. Following her was the burly man in the black tank top, who glanced at the group and shyly stated, "I am Lu Meng, and my talent is production-related, potato generation. Every hour, I consume 20 points of mental and physical stamina to generate 1 potato. My talent level is B. Lu Meng's ability was beneficial in the early stages of the zombie apocalypse, though it would lose its significance in the mid to late phases. As sanctuaries were established, food production would commence, rendering the scarcity of food a non-issue. Thus, while Lu Meng's talent was invaluable in the early stages of the apocalypse, it became less critical as time went on, which explained his B rating. The group's attention shifted to the hirsute giant, who also felt the weight of their stares. I tend to ramble. He realized he had misspoken, his rugged face blushing a deep crimson. After a moment, he covered his face with his hairy hands and stammered, "No, I am by Ningshui, and my talent is also production-related. I can continuously produce purified water, consuming physical and mental stamina to produce approximately 1 liter of purified water each hour, with a talent level of B. Su-jin couldn't help but facepalm. This scene was somewhat cringeworthy. Listening to the names these 2 giants announced, along with their painfully awkward gestures, it was hard to believe they were not women. Now it was time for Congyu, the adorable girl, to introduce herself. Her name was self-evident, given her role-playing nature. Standing confidently, she cleared her throat and declared, "My talent is transforming into a sword." At this proclamation, the room erupted in astonishment, all eyes turning towards Congyu, seemingly awaiting her next words. With hands on her hips and head held high, she continued nonchalantly, "As for the remaining information, I shall refrain from divulging." Su-jin was left speechless. Could this be the bizarre talent born of an extreme yuzu chef's fervent desire? Truly, otaku culture was terrifyingly peculiar. Su-jin regarded Congyu with a discerning gaze, his not particularly sharp mind suddenly sparking with an idea. "Aha! I have a plan that could restore the Han dynasty to its former glory." Upon hearing these words, everyone could not help but direct their gaze towards Su-jin. Su-jin, calm and composed, articulated each word with clarity. Since Congyu's innate skill is that of a blade, why not transform her directly into a great sword? If Congyu activates her talent, she will become an inanimate object. Thus, the number of players in the sanctuary would meet the requirements, wouldn't it? After listening to Su Jin's reasoning, the others in the room found it quite reasonable. The young blade, Congyu, also felt that Su Jin's argument held merit. Humph. Since you have spoken thus, let us see if I can become a blade. With that, a radiant white light emanated from Congyu, her form gradually dissipating, revealing a magnificent great sword. Gazing upon this familiar blade, Su Jin nearly gasped in astonishment. Hey, I sent this, Congyu Maru. Su Jin lifted Congyu Maru, feeling its considerable weight. He exerted considerable effort to cradle it in his palm, and immediately a panel materialized before him. Congyu Maru, LV. 1. Status. Sealed quality. Legendary damage. 100150. Evil exorcising blade. Doubles damage to undead creatures. Basic strength requirement. 15 proficient use strength requirement. 30 perfect use strength requirement. 45 skill 1. Bloodthirsty blade. The user gains 1 point of maximum health for each enemy unit killed. Stacking infinitely. Note: the slain unit must possess a certain strength. Skill 2. Sealed. Skill 3. Sealed. Skill 4. Sealed. Description: this is a sealed greatsword. Each layer of the seal removed enhances its power. Note: this great sword possesses a soul. Please treat it well. A.S. Su Jin gazed at the extraordinary attributes of the divine sword Congyu. He could not help but exclaim in awe, but soon noticed that a portion of the description was concealed. Nevertheless, he could not suppress his astonishment. This great sword is rather heavy. I can hardly wield it. The basic strength requirement is a staggering 15 points. The others displayed expressions of shock, tinged with a hint of greed. After all, this was a talent that transformed one into a weapon. With each level gained, the weapon's damage would likewise increase. Su Jin merely relayed the usage conditions of Congyu Maru, remaining cautious not to disclose its quality. The individuals within the room regarded the exaggerated strength requirement of 15 points, which was far beyond what an ordinary player could achieve. Even if one were to sculpt a character into a muscular giant, a balanced attribute of 5 in the initial character would only yield a power of 6 after sacrificing a bit of agility. In a zombie apocalypse, leveling up was exceedingly arduous, and the difficulty increased geometrically with each level surpassed. Even the highest level player, Su Jin, at level 4, possessed a mere 7 points of strength, falling short by 8 points to wield Congyu Maru. Unable to meet even half the requirement, everyone shook their heads, dispelling any thoughts of claiming Congyu Maru for themselves. It was crucial to remember that this was a living being. Whether she would consent to become a sword for their use was another matter entirely. Moreover, the daunting strength requirement rendered such aspirations impractical. After Congyu transformed into Congyu Maru, the group noticed that the game log retained its eerily crimson hue, reminiscent of blood at this moment. The sanctuary remained in an overloaded state, with only 3 minutes left before its failure. All eyes instinctively turned towards Su Jin. Chapter 12. A mere life, all gazes converged upon Su Jin, who met their stares with a slight smile, glanced at his own talent, and then spoke. My name is Su Jin. My talent is of little use, merely an S-rank collection type talent. Swift gathering significantly boosts my movement speed and efficiency in resource collection for a brief period. What a headache! I was originally in a government-established sanctuary, only to be abruptly deemed a negative player and transported here. How vexing! This was truly unfortunate. In this new apocalyptic world, it would take the Huaxia Federation months to send people in to establish a sanctuary. The days ahead seemed uncertain for him, as Eugene, exhibiting a sense of familiarity, pulled out a box of canned meat, 3 large barrels of clean mineral water, and a bag of bread, tossing them into the room. Witnessing Su Jin produce such a substantial amount of food on the very first day of the apocalypse left everyone utterly astonished. However, they quickly regained their composure, for it was indeed peculiar that an S-rank collection talent would fail to gather such resources. Typically, in a new apocalyptic game, players within the same sanctuary would form teams to significantly enhance their chances of survival. Naturally, Su Jin, possessing the ability to gather vast quantities of resources, would not be a candidate for collective voting among the others. Even Congyu, transformed back into her youthful blade form, eagerly exclaimed, I am famished. Could you spare me some food? Su Jin nodded and promptly opened the box, handing 3 cans to the young blade. She joyfully accepted the cans and immediately began to consume them. With only 1 minute remaining until the sanctuary's imminent collapse, the dark-skinned lady spoke up. Let us commence the voting now. Everyone hastily scribbled names on slips of paper, revealing 3 votes, all for Tsong Yu.S. Eugene, recognizing the value of each individual's talents, found himself at an impasse, unsure of whom to vote for. To simplify. Su Jin was experiencing decision fatigue. He genuinely did not know whom to choose, resulting in a blank slip of paper. Meanwhile, the hungry young blade was preoccupied with her cans, entirely neglecting to cast a vote. Her desperate demeanor suggested that she had likely not eaten anything since her arrival in the sanctuary. Upon seeing her name on the slips of paper, the young blade's eyes widened in disbelief, her adorable face reflecting utter astonishment. How can it be me? I possess an incredibly powerful talent. The dark-skinned lady, Kate, wiping her hands on her crossbow, responded coolly. While you have transformed into a growth-type weapon, your current talent is of little use to us common players. To be precise, it will remain useless for a protracted period. Each player present understood the importance of their abilities during the early stages of the game. I can craft crossbows, which serve both for defense and hunting zombies. Lu Meng's talent is food production, while Bai Ning Shui's talent is creating clean water in regions where food is severely scarce. Their talents are invaluable in the early game. Su Jin's swift gathering talent allows for the collection of substantial resources in the early stages, enabling us to expedite the expansion of the sanctuary after the protection period ends. Su Jin's ability to amass such a significant amount of food in just 1 day demonstrates the critical importance of his talent to the present group. Su Jin scratched his head. Realizing that food must indeed be scarce in this forest, it dawned on him that the provisions he possessed had come from zombies, and it had taken the defeat of thousands of them to procure these supplies. Listening to Kate's remarks, Lu Meng seemed to share similar thoughts. Thus, she cast her vote for Congyu, reasoning that while excellent equipment was admirable, it was ultimately useless if one could not utilize it. Bai Ning Shui, whom Su Jin had rescued, harbored similar sentiments. Lu Meng's food production talent was incredibly beneficial, while Kate's ability to craft crossbows also provided a means to arm themselves. Their talents were undoubtedly the most valuable to her at this stage. As for Congyu's transformation into a growth-type weapon, it was of no practical use to her. The daunting basic strength requirement of 15 points was beyond the reach of a common player. Furthermore, even if she wished to wield it, there was no guarantee that Congyu would transform into Congyu Maru for her use. The great player had saved her. She could hardly betray that kindness by voting against him. Additionally, based on the muscular giant theory, characters concealed behind cute exteriors were often reclusive individuals. As a female player, Bai Ning Shui naturally held no fondness for such types. In fact, she might even harbor a slight aversion, which led both Bai Ning Shui and Lu Meng to cast their votes for the young blade without hesitation. Kate, after careful consideration, ultimately cast her vote as well. That moment, the young blade stood there, clutching half a can of meat, gazing at the others in the room with a look of helplessness, appearing quite pitiful. Kate, unable to bear it any longer, offered words of comfort. Little sister, we are not deliberately bullying you. It is simply that your current abilities hold no utility for us. There is a principle of precedence in all matters. Moreover, you arrived after the rest of us, which renders your talent less useful in comparison. Hence the votes cast for you. After tonight, you might consider seeking out the Huaxia Federation. I believe your talent will certainly garner their attention, and they will ensure your safety. At this moment, the sanctuary finally faltered. A warning echoed in everyone's ears, emanating from the game's log. The current sanctuary has failed. The pitch-black night instills a sense of dread, as if something horrific lurks in the darkness. All eyes turn towards Yudao, awaiting her departure. Due to the sanctuary's collapse, the light from the campfire was dim. The crowd could not discern the expression on Yudao's face. She silently cradled the can of meat that Su Jin had given her and stepped toward the sanctuary's exit. Su Jin watched this scene with a pang of sympathy. Although he suspected that beneath Yudao's appearance lay a hefty figure, weighing around 200 pounds, he found it impossible to coldly watch a fellow survivor venture into the abyss of death. Rising to his feet, Su Jin grasped Yudao's small hand firmly. It's just a life. I'll take care of it. At that moment, Su Jin's mission log refreshed. Congratulations, player has triggered Assist level hidden special mission, Divine Blade Recognition. Chapter 13, Assist level hidden mission. Yudeo's crimson eyes widened in disbelief. She had never anticipated that this stranger, whom she had only met a mere 10 minutes ago, would not only offer her food, but also be willing to sacrifice his life for her. Just then, Su Jin's game log updated again. Congratulations, player has triggered Assist level hidden mission, Divine Blade Recognition. Mission requirements. Gain the favor of Congyu. Currently, Congyu's favorability is at 60. When it reaches 100, the player will earn Congyu's acknowledgement. Su Jin, momentarily taken aback by the refreshing game log, pondered the implications of the SS level hidden mission, Divine Blade Recognition. This suggested that Congyu was, in fact, an NPC, didn't it? The mission description was straightforward, lacking any mention of rewards, yet the very name hinted that the reward would be the legendary weapon, Congyu 1. Clearly, this SS level hidden mission was one that could not be ignored. Legendary weapons were exceedingly rare across numerous apocalyptic games, with even the Huaxia Federation possessing very few. The value of such an item was at least in the billions. The others in the room were taken aback, eager to persuade Su Jin otherwise, but he had already raised his torch and was heading outside. As the sanctuary reactivated, the game logs of the group returned to their normal hue. However, Su Jin, lingering outside the sanctuary, was bombarded by the ominous crimson warnings in his game log. The pitch-black night instills a sense of dread, as if something horrific lurks in the darkness. Warning: player has entered a state of dark fear. Please seek a safe sanctuary swiftly, or face life-threatening danger. Setting up a pile of firewood outside the sanctuary, Su Jin held up his torch. You have ignited the torch, temporarily slowing the increase of fear. You have kindled a campfire, temporarily slowing the increase of fear. Observing the sanity value displayed above him, an inexplicable sense of dread began to cloud Su Jin's mind, rendering his thoughts increasingly chaotic. He steadied his resolve, striving to remain calm despite his diminishing rationality. Nevertheless, he estimated that his sanity value would decrease by approximately 1 every 2 minutes, prompting him to extinguish the torch. The rate of decline shifted to 1% every minute after removing the torch, and upon extinguishing the campfire, the rate of decline changed to 1 every half minute. With a lingering sanity value of 97, Su Jin reignited both the torch and the campfire, realizing that at a sanity value of 97, his thoughts were already somewhat disordered. If his sanity were to drop to 0, would he not succumb to madness? Pondering deeply, he concluded that both the torch and campfire could indeed delay the decline of his sanity. With 97 points remaining, he deduced that he could endure for another 194 minutes, just over 3 hours. Glancing at the time displayed in the game log, he noted that the interminable night would last a full 10 hours. Thus, surviving through this long night seemed utterly impractical. Just then, an idea sparked in Su Jin's not-so-brilliant mind, and he reignited a torch. However, disappointment washed over him as he discovered the effects of the torch could not be stacked. It seems I cannot exploit a bug, he muttered to himself, disheartened. Suddenly, another idea struck him as Su Jin flung open the sanctuary's door, and the game logs of the others inside instantly turned a blood-red hue, issuing warnings that I have a plan that will allow all 5 of us to survive in this sanctuary, which can only accommodate for 15 days. The dark-skinned dominatrix, Kate, observed the sanity value displayed above her head without a hint of panic. Instead inquiring, "Oh, what is your plan?" Without hesitation, Su Jin replied with a glint of intelligence in his eyes. "Each of us has 4 lives, right? We can each take turns staying outside for 3 days, which will perfectly span 15 days. The others in the room exchanged glances, somewhat speechless at Su Jin's suggestion. Kate's smile stiffened, yet she calmly remarked, "Are you done? You may leave once you finish." Nodding, Su Jin promptly shut the sanctuary door once more. Seated on the steps of the sanctuary, he gazed at the towering moon above, turning his not-so-bright mind to contemplation. Su Jin was not one to sit idly by, though he recognized his lack of intelligence. He was coordinates 542-516-3854. Chapter 14. Brainstorming. The Meeting of the Apes. Wangla, your sanctuary is so far from my location that I cannot possibly make it there. I am in a similar predicament. My sanity has plummeted to 0, my attributes have been halved, and my movement speed is agonizingly slow. I am already losing health, and illusions are dancing before my eyes. I feel as though I am on the brink of madness. Alas, I never imagined I would starve to death in the sanctuary on my very first day. That wasn't it said that the zombie apocalypse difficulty is quite low. Yet here I am, on day 1, and I am about to lose my life. While simultaneously lighting a torch and a bonfire may slow the decline of sanity, mine has already reached 0. Someone, please come and save me. My health is depleting at a rate of 4 points per minute. What should I do? I find it increasingly difficult to maintain rational thought. That I ask their wise soul out there with a suggestion. I am anxiously awaiting help. I have a rather uncertain idea, but I am hesitant to speak up. This method tests human nature. You above, please say something quickly. You're driving me mad. Allow me to organize my thoughts. My sanity has evaporated, and my mind is in disarray, making it difficult to think clearly. Su-jin observed the barrage of messages on the survival radio. Though he did not consider himself particularly clever, he began to reflect calmly, seizing any useful information from the survival broadcasts. Casting a glance at his remaining sanity, which stood at 75, he pondered briefly, albeit with a measure of confusion. Could it be that players of a higher level experience a slower rate of sanity depletion? With 74 of his sanity intact, while others had already reached 0, this implies that a level 1 player experiences a 4-fold increase in the speed of sanity loss, meaning that even after reaching 0, his health would only deplete by 1 point per minute. Thus, he still had at least 6 hours of chaotic time to think, and even if his sanity were to drop to 0, his attributes would merely be halved. With his halved attributes, he still possessed some capacity for self-defense against zombie attacks. The night stretched on for a total of 10 hours. He could endure 6 hours. But where would he find the remaining 3? Su-jin glanced again at the coordinates of the sanctuary, which was a daunting 80 kilometers away. That it was unrealistic to reach it within 6 hours. Who could predict the dangers that might arise along the way, such as encountering mutated zombies? Under the cover of darkness, the attributes of zombies increased significantly, thereby amplifying the risks associated with traversing the perilous distance of 80 kilometers. Moreover, there was no guarantee of the veracity of the information on the survival radio. Who could say whether the individuals within that sanctuary were deceiving desperate players seeking refuge, only to rob them of their food and cast them out? Rough calculations suggested that Su-jin's chances of safely reaching the sanctuary without being expelled were less than 10. This was a game set in a post-apocalyptic world, where sometimes human hearts could be more terrifying than zombies. Although he had gleaned several useful pieces of information, they offered no assistance in enduring the long, solitary night. Young Knife had also opened the survival radio, observing the stream of messages. My health is down to 24 points, and I have 6 minutes left. I am about to die. Woe is me. Someone please come to my aid. I am in the same boat. I am pleading for help. QAQ. A chorus of desperate cries echoed through the survival radio. Young Knife glanced at Su-jin, who was dozing off outside the sanctuary, his head resting against his hand. A flicker of compassion crossed her cherubic face. Rising from beside the bonfire, Young Knife seemed to have made a decision. Striding towards the sanctuary's entrance before pushing the door open and stepping out, Su-jin, who had been teetering on the edge of slumber, suddenly felt a jolt as someone shook him awake. What is happening? As he regained his bearings, he looked around in confusion, only to catch sight of Young Knife. Su-jin Gidge, why not let me take your place outside? Su-jin regarded Young Knife Congyu with a wise gaze. Though his muddled thoughts momentarily slowed, oh no, my head is throbbing. I feel as though my brain might burst. At that moment, Su-jin's not-so-bright mind finally sparked with clarity, and he could not help but laugh heartily, exclaiming, "Is it not said that there is no road so dire that it cannot be traversed? As long as I wish to walk, the path lies beneath my feet." After his moment of exuberance, Su-jin stroked his chin and marveled. What a delightful tempest of thought this has been. He joyfully scooped up Young Knife, planting a kiss on her adorable, rosy cheeks. Wait, what? Young Knife was taken aback by Su-jin's sudden action, only to realize what had just transpired, her cheeks flushing a delightful shade of crimson. Su Jin's game log updated once more. Songyu's affection for you has increased by 5 points, bringing her current affection level to 65. Special hidden task completion. 65. Su Jin concealed his nickname on the survival radio and sent a message. Those who have not found a sanctuary may enter the sanctuary in alternate shifts with those inside. Each person can survive outside for 50 minutes. This means that as long as one person swaps out with another in the sanctuary before their health is depleted, they can enter to recover their health and sanity. When the health of the person outside nears depletion, they can switch again, thus enduring the long 10 hours of night. Anyone who sees this message, please copy and share. Su Jin inputted an extensive voice message in one breath, only to discover that there was no character limit, and the system automatically segmented the text. What a convenient feature. As soon as Su Jin's lengthy message was dispatched, the entire survival radio chat erupted in excitement. Wow, the genius above is incredible. Why didn't I think of such a brilliant strategy? Is this what a gaming master is like? Truly impressive. I'm heading off to negotiate with the nearest sanctuary right now. Wonderful news, everyone. Thanks to the genius, we are saved. The message sent by Su Jin was rapidly copied and flooded the survival radio, although Su Jin's signal range only covered a radius of 100 kilometers. Within a mere minute, his crucial message spread swiftly, soon permeating the entire zombie apocalypse. Players unable to locate a sanctuary began seeking the nearest ones for negotiations, and the majority, having promised a few favors, received assistance from those within the sanctuaries. The inhabitants of the sanctuaries were not entirely heartless. As long as they were capable of aiding other players, most would extend a helping hand to their comrades. Only a handful of players within certain sanctuaries refused to assist those unable to find refuge. Su Jin, observing young Knife, Congyu gazing at him with anticipation, wore a radiant smile reminiscent of JoJo, assuring her, "Fear not, my innate ability is quite exceptional, allowing me to endure longer than others. After 4 hours, you can come and call for me, and we shall switch to tea this moment." Young Knife, Congyu also noticed the flurry of messages on the survival radio. She nodded, choosing to trust the imposing figure before her, clad in floral shorts. Chapter 15. With no women in his heart, he naturally draws his blade. Su Jin cast Young Knife a reassuring smile, urging her to enter quickly. Gazing at the JoJo-faced, floral shorts-clad giant, Young Knife felt an inexplicable sense of security blossom within her. Very well. I shall enter first. I shall return a call for you in 4 hours. Su Jin's game log updated once again. Songyu's affection for you increased by 5 points. Current affection level, 70. SSS level, special hidden task completion, 70, after enduring in the game for so long. Su Jin felt quite fatigued and decided to log off for a brief rest. Who cares about the wilderness? If monsters approach, he would be forcibly logged back in. What was there to fear? Su Jin fashioned a makeshift bed and lay down upon it. You are sleeping on a makeshift bed. Due to the effect of darkness-induced fear, your health cannot be restored. Su Jin's figure promptly vanished from the makeshift bed as he logged off. Upon awakening in the gaming pod, Su Jin found it peculiar that he did not feel excessively hungry, that a faint aroma of milk lingered in the air. He opened the gaming pod, somewhat dazed, and muttered in an odd tone, "Strange, where is this milk scent coming from?" Rising from the pod, he stretched and moved his somewhat stiff shoulders before washing his face at the sink. He glanced at the gloomy youth in the mirror, tidying his somewhat disheveled hair. Having not eaten all day, despite not feeling hungry, Su Jin thought it best to have a bite before sleeping. With that in mind, he opened his phone and ordered his favorite Chinese-style takeout. Checking the time, he noted that it was still early. After half an hour, he finished the takeout and tidied the empty boxes. Setting an alarm, Su Jin soon drifted into a deep slumber. 3 hours passed swiftly. Buzz, 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 clap. Su Jin sat up in bed, his cheeks slightly swollen. Yawning, he felt a surprising absence of fatigue. Glancing at the mosquito alarm clock, he realized it was already deep into the night. Oddly, why did he see double? Upon entering the game pod and reopening his eyes, Su Jin discovered that the young Knife, Congyu, was preparing to poke his bed to wake him. Su Jin unsteadily rose to his feet, supporting his forehead, looking quite distressed. He had not anticipated that the sensation of losing his rationality could be so uncomfortable. Startled by Su Jin's sudden appearance, Congyu exclaimed, Why, you're awake? Su Jin replied nonchalantly, casting a glance at his life points, which were barely below 100, and then hurriedly made his way into the shelter. You have entered the warm and comfortable shelter. The light within dispels your fear of darkness. Your sanity begins to recover. Your life points start to regenerate. Feeling somewhat better, Su Jin sat by the campfire and checked the time on the game log. Addressing Congyu outside, "If you can't hold on, just let me know that I will." Observing the rate at which his sanity and life points were recovering, he toasted a slice of bread over the fire and slid it through the door crack to Congyu. "Thank you," Congyu quietly expressed her gratitude, picking up the toasted bread and taking a bite of the soft, fluffy delicacy, her eyes instantly sparkling with excitement. This is delicious. I've never had such tasty bread before." Congyu's affection for you has greatly increased. Current affection level, 80 points. Progress for SSS level hidden special task, 80 completed. Su Jin did not expect Congyu to be so easily pleased. Merely offering a slice of bread had garnered him such a significant boost in affection. He watched through the door crack as little Congyu finished the toasted bread and then handed her another slice. Her eyes lit up as she eagerly accepted it and began to munch once more. Congyu's affection for you has risen to 85. Progress for SSS level special hidden task, 85 completed. Noticing Congyu's expression of wanting more after finishing the toast, Su Jin refrained from giving her another slice. After all, he knew all too well how filling his bread was 0.2 slices would suffice to satiate her hunger, and he feared that offering her more might overindulge her. As he observed her hopeful gaze, he inexplicably felt a strange sense of paternal affection. He glanced at his life points and sanity, both fully restored. Rising, he opened the door and stepped outside once more. My status is fully recovered. "You can go in." "Huh? So soon?" Congyu exclaimed in astonishment, evidently taken aback by Su Jin's rapid recovery. Though he had spent nearly 5 hours outside, it had only been 10 minutes, and yet his status was completely revitalized. Congyu looked skeptical, suspecting Su Jin was merely boasting. "Why don't you rest a little longer inside? I can hold on for quite a while." Without engaging in further discussion, Su Jin shared his status bar with Congyu as she gazed at it. Her crimson eyes widened in disbelief. "Huh? It really is full. Wait, why is your level LV4? Congyu's face displayed sheer astonishment, her mouth agape in shock. "Shoo." Su Jin grinned mysteriously, signaling her with a finger to his lips. "Don't tell anyone else. All right?" Congyu nodded eagerly, her little head bobbing adorably. "Now you can go in and rest, right?" Upon hearing this, Congyu had no further objections and obediently entered the shelter, exchanging places with Su Jin. You shared a secret with Congyu. Her affection for you has increased. Current affection level, 90. Progress for SSS level special hidden task, 90 completed. Congyu blinked her large crimson eyes at Su Jin and asked, "Hey, you didn't exploit some bug to level up so quickly, did you?" Su Jin pondered for a moment before responding with a smile. "Well, it could be considered a bug." Congyu's eyes widened in surprise as she exclaimed, "This game really is bugs? Can you take me to exploit them too? I can transform into a knife for you to wield." Noticing that Congyu's affection remained at 90, Su Jin realized that the final 10 points might be somewhat elusive. Contemplating, he replied truthfully, This bug involves continuously spawning zombies. Once you spawn enough, your level naturally reaches 4. Congyu rolled her eyes at Su Jin, believing he was trying to deceive her. "If you don't want to say it, just say so. You think you can fool me with such a clumsy lie? Do you take me for a child?" As she spoke, her cheeks puffed up adorably. Su Jin chuckled to himself, feeling exasperated that she didn't believe him. Though her affection level had not decreased, it hadn't increased either. Glancing at the final 90 points above Congyu's head, he felt a sense of awkwardness. It seemed that if he wanted to elevate her affection further, he would need to put in some genuine effort. This little girl, cough cough, should be a legendary weapon, and he was determined to acquire her. Chapter 16, Centuries of Solitude. Su Jin observed the somewhat irked Congyu through the door frame and suggested, "How about I take you to farm zombies after dawn?" Congyu's eyes lit up instantly. "Really?" Su Jin nodded affirmatively. "Of course, it's true." Suddenly, as if struck by a thought, Su Jin pulled out 10 Azure Evolution Crystal Fragment from his pocket, opened the shelter door, and directly placed the fragments into Songyu's hands. Startled by the sudden presentation of so many evolution crystal fragments, Congyu gasped, "So many evolution crystal fragments. Are you really giving them all to me?" Her expression was one of hesitation. Ever since meeting Sujin, he had continuously assisted her. Now, he was bestowing such precious items upon her in abundance, leaving Congyu feeling a sense of indebtedness towards him. Stirring unease within her heart, as Eugene smiled gently, "I still have plenty of these. They were all acquired by exploiting bugs, so feel free to use them." Hearing this, Congyu finally felt a bit more at ease. Albeit still hesitating with the fragments in her delicate hands, as Eugene found her adorable indecisiveness endearing. After a moment, as if resolved, Congyu began to crush the evolution crystal fragments one by one. The 10 fragments raised her level to 2. Congyu's affection for you has greatly increased. Current affection level, 99 points. Progress for SSS level special hidden task, 99 completed. Sujin was momentarily taken aback, staring at the affection bar above Congyu's head, never expecting to be so close to success. Congyu's face displayed a hint of surprise. "Wow, I didn't expect my innate skills to improve as well." With that, Congyu transformed into a great sword, her stats appearing before Sujin. Divine Sword Congyu, LV, 2, status, sealed quality, legendary damage, 150 to 200 basic strength requirement, 15 proficient strength requirement, 30 perfect strength requirement, 45 skill 1, bloodthirsty blade. The user gains 1 point of life limit for each enemy unit killed. Stackable indefinitely. Note: the killed unit must possess a certain strength. Skill 2, sealed, skill 3, sealed, skill 4, sealed. Description: this is a sealed greatsword. Each layer of the seal undone will empower it further. Note: this great sword possesses a soul. Please treat it well. As Eugene was astounded by the attribute changes of the divine sword Congyu, realizing it was indeed a weapon capable of growth. Such a treasure was priceless. Merely leveling up once had increased its damage by 50 points, far superior to his wretched wooden spear. The wooden spear would break after 5 or 6 thrusts, forcing him to remake it, which was quite troublesome. Unlike this great sword, which showed no durability bar, implying it had infinite durability, truly worthy of its legendary status. Soon, a white light enveloped the divine sword Congyu, transforming it back into little Congyu. With a proud stance, she placed her hands on her hips and declared, "Hee, my talent is impressive, isn't it? Incredible, truly remarkable." Sujin exclaimed, thrusting his strong fist through the doorframe, sending wood splinters flying. With his robust arm penetrating the door, he gently stroked Congyu's small head. "What's this? Suddenly petting my head. Is there something you want?" Congyu inquired, her face displaying a hint of confusion. Her cheeks slightly flushed. "Nothing much, just a simple desire to pet your head." As Eugene withdrew her hand, Congyu immediately displayed a somewhat dejected expression. What's wrong? Is there something you need?" No, it's nothing." Sujin replied without much thought. "It's getting late, and I should log off to rest." Congyu, "You don't need to wake me anymore. My status is completely replenished. I could sleep soundly until dawn without any issue." Sujin was genuinely exhausted and lacked the energy to entertain the little girl any longer. Congyu responded faintly, her expression becoming increasingly disheartened as Eugene's figure soon vanished from the makeshift bed. The entire shelter suddenly felt empty and desolate, leaving only the small form of Congyu, who appeared exceedingly lonely. She gazed up at the moon shining through the door's crack, cradling the tin of meat Sujin had given her, and murmured to herself, "O moon, you have been my only companion throughout these countless years in the dilapidated rental apartment." Sujin awoke from the game pod, utterly fatigued. He climbed out of the pod and collapsed onto his bed, slipping into a deep slumber. This uninterrupted sleep lasted from the late hours of the night until 10 in the morning. Only after thoroughly recharging did he slowly awaken. Stretching lazily, still drowsy, he mumbled indistinctly, "Being an unemployed drifter is quite delightful. Sleeping until I wake up naturally." Sunlight streamed on his Sujin, warming him pleasantly. He rose, approached the wash basin to splash some water on his face, and ordered a serving of his favorite National Trend takeout via his phone. After satisfying his hunger, Sujin reclined on a small bed, feeling somewhat languid as he scratched his backside before flipping over. He had the nagging sensation that he had forgotten something of great importance. Grabbing his phone, he glanced at the barrage of payment reminders that appeared, instantly jolting him awake. Right? Wasn't I supposed to have a transaction with representatives from the Huaxia federal government today? A quick look at the time revealed it was already 11 o'clock. He wondered if the representatives from the government were growing impatient. With that thought, Su Jin hurriedly dove back into the game pod and logged on. Suddenly appearing at the shelter's entrance startled Lu Meng and Bai Ningshui, who were preparing to venture out for supplies. The two burly men with JoJo faces looked incredulously at Su Jin, who had materialized from the makeshift bed. You logged off outside the shelter last night? You actually survived the dread of darkness. Su Jin scratched his head, momentarily at a loss for words, and could only forcefully explain, my S-level collecting talent is rather unique. It significantly mitigates the effects of the fear of darkness. Which is why I didn't perish. Bai Ningshui nodded in surprise. Ah, so that is how it is, Master. No wonder your collecting talent is rated S. Its comprehensive assistance is remarkably strong. Chapter 17. Is this what you call an exploration talent? Master, what do you plan to do? Can you take me along as well? Bai Ningshui had already deemed Su Jin a valuable ally. That night, she had stood helplessly on the small path, the moment she saw him sprinting in floral shorts. Brandishing a torch with an exuberantly confident smile that outshone even Bananacoin, she felt an overwhelming philosophical aura that captivated her. With just one glance, Bai Ningshui knew she had encountered the right person. Su Jin was undoubtedly a master player, evident from his unfettered sprint. She was convinced he could help her soar. The image of that night was indelibly etched in Bai Ningshui's mind, even in her dreams. Images of that man's captivating smile haunted her, leaving her restless and sleepless. To accompany such a master, her future life would undoubtedly be extraordinary. As Su Jin observed the burly men with JoJo faces exchanging meaningful glances with him, he felt a sudden urge to cleanse his eyes. Even Lu Meng appeared somewhat interested in him, considering he had braved the dread of darkness outside all night, that a man with such capabilities naturally exuded an irresistible charm to women. Lu Meng then spoke up, if you have any plans, please include me. Having more people around is undoubtedly safer. I could see that moment. A green figure dashed out from the shelter and approached Su Jin. We agreed last night that you would take me to hunt zombies today. You wouldn't dare go back on your word, would you? It was Congyu, who had already formed a party with Su Jin. Lu Meng and Bai Ningshui simultaneously cursed inwardly. Damn otaku. As Su Jin looked at the three of them gathering around him, he forced a smile, his expression slightly stiff, and said, I plan to head to the Doomsday Merchant Teslin for a transaction this morning, and I intend to hunt zombies in the afternoon. Would you like to join? Congyu crossed her arms, appearing skeptical of Su Jin. I want to go with you as well. Who knows if you will keep your word? All right then, let's go together. Bai Ningshui and Lu Meng chimed in. We just produced a batch of potatoes and purified water, and we're thinking of trading for useful supplies. Why not go to the Doomsday Merchant camp together? Su Jin nodded in agreement. Very well. He then opened the game log. Disregarding the numerous notifications about zombie spawns, a glance at his experience bar showed he had accrued 2023 experience points. The efficiency of his zombies had been quite satisfactory, granting him 2,000 experience points overnight. At 8T this rate, he anticipated leveling up to level 5 by tomorrow. Scrolling down the game log, he soon spotted a golden game record. The information you released last night saved countless survivors' lives. You have earned the golden title of Savior. Survivors with this title, along with their affiliated shelters and team members, will enjoy a 3-point increase in all attributes. The announcement of your Savior title will be made globally. However, considering players often hide such announcements, it has been automatically concealed. As Eugene looked at the game log in bemusement, surprised by the intelligence of this overseer, he checked his character panel and noted he still had over 5,000 survival points remaining. The zombie clones he had dispatched overnight had helped him accumulate over 4,000 survival points and yielded more than 100 evolution crystal fragments. Now he possessed a total of 183 evolution crystal fragments in his backpack, along with over 100 food items and a recipe. Eugene couldn't be bothered to examine them, since the representatives from the federal government had stated they would purchase as many evolution crystal fragments as he had. Selling them at the price of 30,000 each would net him an astonishing 5.49 million yuan. He would never have to endure that dilapidated rental apartment again. This was truly wonderful. With that thought, Su Jin opened the survival radio. Zhong had already sent him several messages. Are you there? If so, please reply. I've been waiting at the Doomsday Merchant as trading market for 4 hours. When will you arrive? Su Jin glanced at the time. It was only 11:30, meaning Zhong had been waiting since 8-38. As a civil servant of the Huaxia federal government, Zhong Hao was remarkably dedicated. It seemed the government was keen on securing its dominant position in the 13th district during the zombie apocalypse. They had bulk purchased evolution crystal fragments at prices significantly above market value to enhance the strength of their official combat teams right from the launch of the game. From the perspective of investment returns, the Huaxia federal government was making a commendable business move. Although the return cycle might be lengthy, once they began turning a profit, it could practically be a gold mine. With that in mind, Su Jin quickly replied to Zhong Hao, "Sorry, brother Zhong Hao. I barely made it through the night after struggling to find a shelter and hardly slept at all. I slept until 11 after the dawn broke. And I'm currently on my way to the Doomsday Merchant's camp. I'm still feeling a bit drowsy." Moments later, Zhong Hao promptly responded, "I see. I'm still at the Doomsday Merchant Teslin's camp. You can find me as soon as you arrive." "Understood, brother Zhong Hao." Su Jin put away the radio, marking the location of the Doomsday Merchant Teslin's camp on the map. He then sent a party invitation to Xiao Congyu, by Ning Shui and Lu Meng. As Su Jin gazed at the two burly men and the little girl, he felt as if they were missing someone. By the way, where's the dark-skinned lady? Why isn't she online? Bai Ning Shui chuckled and said, "You're referring to Sister Kate, right? She has things to attend to during the day and can only log on at night. She doesn't intend to stay in the zombie apocalypse for long. She only plans to log in for a month before logging off. Oh, I see. By the way, why have her attribute values automatically increased by 3 points? Oh, esteemed one, do you comprehend the situation at hand?" Bai Ning Shui cast a glance at her character panel, noting an unexpected increment of 3 attribute points. The enhancement was temporary, stemming from Su Jin, and would dissipate once the team status was lifted. Lu Meng, too, regarded Su Jin with a curious gaze as Su Jin's expression faltered momentarily. He had been careless. Unconsciously, he had initiated a team formation with the trio, oblivious to the fact that his golden title, Savior, would confer attribute bonuses to his companions. Su Jin chuckled defensively. This enhancement is provided by my exploratory talent. It appears that the prowess of your exploration talent is indeed formidable," Lu Meng remarked with a hint of envy, her investigative gaze scrutinizing Su Jin, as if sensing he harbored some extraordinary secret. "Of course, my exploration talent is of the S rank." Su Jin responded with a light-hearted tone, eager to make his escape. "I have a crucial transaction with someone at the Doomsday Merchant's camp. Time is of the essence, and my speed is swift. You all can catch up later." "Ha! I shall not intrude on your sentimental exchange any longer. I must take my leave." Chapter 18. The trading market. Just as Su Jin was about to dash away, "Wait, you can't leave. Yao Dao, so you see Su Jin's floral shorts. I must accompany you." Su Jin smiled and replied, "I am quite fast. You won't be able to keep up with me. How can you join me?" Yao Dao Sonya looked up at Su Jin's towering stature of nearly 2 meters and confidently declared, "I can sit upon your shoulders. Fear not. I am quite light." Su Jin found her reasoning sound and effortlessly lifted Yao Dao Sonya, placing her upon his shoulders. Indeed, she felt weightless, akin to a soft cloud, offering no strain upon his shoulders. Given Su Jin's impressive strength attribute of 10 points, as long as Yao Dao Sonya did not transform into a formidable figure herself, he could easily bear her across the world. However, Yao Dao Sonya's favorability rating remained stagnant at 99 points. It seemed that the final increment of favorability would not be easily attained as Su Jin turned to Yao Dao Sonya on his shoulder and instructed, "Hold tightly to my neck. All right." In an instant, Su Jin's form transformed into a fleeting shadow as he raced towards the Doomsday Merchant Teslin's encampment. Lu Meng and Bai Ning Shui exchanged glances, hesitant to speak. They too wished for Su Jin to carry them along. Yet, The thought of a burly man sprinting through the forest with two similarly robust figures upon his shoulders was rather unsettling. They both dismissed the notion reluctantly. Who would have thought that the esteemed one is a lowly enthusiast? That poor otaku is truly fortunate, Lu Ming remarked with some dissatisfaction. By Ningxue's side, she too wished to keep pace with the esteemed one, yet her slow speed rendered her unable to do so, prompting her to lament, "Ah, had I known I would encounter the esteemed one, I would have created a lowly character. Thus I could sit upon his right shoulder." Lu Ming contemplated before speaking up. "Do you think the esteemed one is unaware of the burly man law? Should we inform him that behind Congyu lies a 200-plus pound otaku?" By Ningxue hesitated, responding, "That may not be advisable. Perhaps the esteemed one has a preference for such types. After all, in the Doomsday game, many are drawn to such adorable characters, even knowing that beneath a cute facade might lie a 200-pound otaku. They would pursue without hesitation. However, after a month of gameplay, players are required to revert to their original appearances upon logging in, and that will be the true revelation." By Ningxue trailed off, her expression suggesting some ambiguous anticipation, which Lu Ming noticed. After approximately half an hour of swift running, Su Jin and Yao Dao Congyu arrived at the coordinates of the Doomsday Merchant's encampment, the previously darkened map area illuminated, revealing the designated site. His zombie avatar remained in the wild, harvesting cotton, and did not accompany Su Jie at this stage. Players were generally incapable of defeating his zombie avatar, so Su Jin paid it no mind. Upon cresting a hill, Su Jin halted. There it is, the Doomsday Merchant's camp. In the game of Zombie Apocalypse, players were not the sole survivors. A handful of NPC natives also existed, some of whom resided within the Doomsday Merchant's camp. Players could interact with them, and with a stroke of luck, perhaps recruit a few NPC mercenaries as bodyguards. Moreover, players could accept quests from the Doomsday Merchant, exchange survival points for supplies, and partake in a trading market within the camp for player-to-player transactions. Players could opt to list items for sale, with other players able to purchase them using survival points or real currency. That players' game information was linked to their real bank accounts. Hence, purchasing game items with real money was feasible. However, within the Doomsday Merchant's realm, only survival points could be exchanged for goods. As Su Jin entered the Doomsday Merchant's camp, Yao Dao Congyu exclaimed, "How lively it is here!" Perched on Su Jin's shoulder, her eyes wide with delight. The camp bustled with numerous burly men in floral shorts, creating a vibrant atmosphere. Su Jin, instead of seeking the NPC for trade inside the Doomsday Merchant Teslin's dwelling, followed the map's guidance to the trading market. In this market, listing items for sale incurred transaction fees, which the NPCs would charge accordingly. Naturally, if real currency was involved, the NPCs would convert it into survival points at a set ratio. Within the game, each survival point could be exchanged for 100 soft sister currency. However, the reverse was not possible. This measure prevented players from exploiting real-world cash to deplete the Doomsday Merchant supplies. Players could also trade survival points amongst themselves, but early on, the exchange rate typically hovered around 200, or even higher. Thus, 200 soft sister currency could yield a single survival point in the early game. Survival points were highly coveted, as they could be exchanged for food and water at the Doomsday Merchant, albeit at a steep price in the bustling trading market. Su Jin scanned the area, seeking the figure of Zhong Hao. "Bread! I have bread here. I need 3 bottles of clean mineral water, only accepting exchanges for water. Those in need, come barter with me. Buying food, clean water, and other supplies at high prices, no limits on quantity. Monetary purchases only, selling food and water, only accepting survival points. Buying evolution crystal fragments at high prices. Monetary purchases, serious inquiries only." The cacophony of shouts echoed through the market, all emanating from burly men clad in floral shorts. The sight nearly triggered Su Jin's facial blindness. Just as he prepared to send a message to Zhong Hao via the survival radio, a voice called out to him. "Hey, is that you?" Su Jin turned to find the very same burly man from earlier, who had been advertising for evolution crystal fragments. Su Jin smiled and replied, "Brother Zhong Hao, I sincerely apologize for being late and keeping you waiting." Zhong Hao responded with a hearty grin, seemingly unbothered. "No worries. My task is to continuously acquire evolution crystal fragments here, so waiting is no trouble at all." It's part of my J.O.B.B. By the way, how many evolution crystal fragments did you bring? Chapter 19. Taxation deducted twice? Zhong Hao's gaze was somewhat fervent, his eyes fixed eagerly on Su Jin, for he was acutely aware that after a full day spent in the trading market, he had barely acquired a handful of evolution crystal shards. The allocated purchase quota was far below expectations, and Zhong Hao felt a twinge of anxiety that on the very first day of the apocalypse, most players were preoccupied with gathering survival supplies, leaving few to hunt the zombies. Only when they had amassed sufficient resources would players commence their zombie hunts, and a portion of them, traumatized by the apocalyptic game, were too fearful to embark on such hunts, content merely to linger in the game. Those brave enough to hunt zombies typically operated in teams, with the experience gained being evenly distributed, while the evolution crystal shards dropped were naturally prioritized for the more combat-capable players, thus maximizing the team's overall gains. Consequently, during the early days of the apocalypse, evolution crystal shards were exceedingly rare in circulation. For Zhong Hao, the shards he could procure during this period were indeed limited, as Eugene pulled out 163 evolution crystal shard from his game backpack. Can you purchase these? Zhong Hao's eyes widened in disbelief as he gazed at the figure of 163, rubbing his eyes in astonishment. 163 evolution crystal shards. Realizing he had lost his composure, Zhong Hao quickly regained his demeanor. Of course, I can purchase them. Let us proceed with the transaction. As he spoke, a trading window popped up before Su Jin, and upon seeing the items and the transaction amount, he clicked confirm. In an instant, Su Jin's game log refreshed. Your bank account has received 4,666,000 yuan. You have paid 5 tax to the Doomsday Merchant Teslin as a transaction management fee, and your favorability with the Doomsday Merchant Teslin has significantly increased. Su Jin cast a discerning glance at the game log. Isn't this incorrect? The management fee seems a bit excessive, doesn't it? Noticing the puzzled expression on Su Jin's face, Zhong Hao glanced at the name on the bank card and smiled as he explained. Su Jin, my young brother, due to the nature of real currency transactions, the Huaxia federal government deducts an additional 10 trade income tax. Upon hearing this, Su Jin's expression shifted to one of understanding. Ah, so that's how it is. I see there are 2 deductions. Zhong Hao accepted the evolution crystal shards, his face alight with joy. Not only had he completed the task assigned by his superiors, but he had also exceeded expectations. This achievement would surely reflect favorably in his year-end evaluation, paving the way for his future promotions. The thought of a bright political future made Zhong Hao chuckle heartily as he warmly grasped Su Jin's hand. Su Jin, my dear brother, you have truly been a tremendous help to me. I wonder how you managed to acquire so many evolution crystal shards. Su Jin smiled gently and replied, it is actually related to my innate talent. Zhong Hao nodded in acknowledgement, having initially assumed that Su Jin was part of a player team. Instead, it turned out he possessed a unique talent. It seems that Su Jin does not have the backing of a player team or a large gaming guild. It made sense, considering that large gaming guilds wouldn't be concerned about such a small sum. Player talents are varied and unique, with some special abilities significantly enhancing the acquisition efficiency of certain items. Yet, to have amassed 163 evolution crystal shards in just one day suggests that Su Jin's talent must be of S rank. Such a talent would be better served within the Huaxia federal government. As a referral, Zhong Hao would undoubtedly enhance his own credentials. With this in mind, Zhong Hao proposed, Su Jin, I did not expect that a unique talent like you would lack a proper shelter. Although the Huaxia federal government has yet to establish shelters, we can still locate some system shelters that, if you don't mind, I can request from my superiors to provide you with a shelter. Zhong Hao was skillful. He did not directly invite Su Jin to join the Huaxia federal government, but rather sought to increase his favorability first before making a gradual approach. However, Su Jin, not particularly perceptive, did not catch on to Zhong Hao's intentions. Moreover, he did not feel an urgent need for a shelter. Thank you for your kindness, Brother Zhong, but I am not in a hurry to find shelter. Zhong Hao, undeterred by Su Jin's polite refusal, continued, Oh, I see. How about we exchange phone numbers? It will be convenient for future communication that you've helped me greatly, so if you encounter any trouble, just contact me. And I will do my utmost to assist you, Zhong Hao assured him, patting his chest Eugene was somewhat taken aback by Zhong Hao's warmth as an official of the Huaxia federal government and replied awkwardly, "I truly appreciate it, da-da. By the way, my young brother, if you happen to have any surplus evolution crystal shards in the future, do be sure to sell them to us. Of course. I will definitely do so next time." Su Jin replied with a chuckle. Zhong Hao glanced at the petite figure of Song Yu perched on Su Jin's shoulder and offered her a slight smile, a gesture of goodwill towards Su Jin as companion. "By the way, Su Jin, you're a new player, aren't you?" Su Jin nodded affirmatively. "Then allow me to offer you a suggestion. Strive to increase your favorability with the Doomsday Merchant Teslin. Once it reaches a certain level, his goods will be discounted, and taking on tasks from the Doomsday Merchant can also enhance your favorability with him. That's all I can share with you. I must return to the Federation to submit my tasks. I won't linger in the trading market any longer." Eugene nodded, bidding farewell to Zhong Hao, then turned his gaze towards the Doomsday Merchant Teslin's establishment. He wondered what he could purchase with his over 800 survival points. Upon entering the building, the Doomsday Merchant Teslin greeted the newcomer with great enthusiasm. "Hey there, survivor. I'm thrilled to encounter you in this apocalypse. Welcome to the camp I've established. Isn't it quite impressive?" Su Jin chose to overlook Teslin's introductory remarks and nodded, saying, "Uncle Teslin, do you have any tasks that require my assistance?" Teslin's face lit up with joy at Su Jin's inquiry. "Oh, my friend, your timing is impeccable. We have just established this camp, and there are numerous tasks that require a considerable workforce. Come, see if there is anything suitable for you to tackle." Chapter 20. Women. Not very familiar, as Eugene opened the task panel, and a series of tasks began to scroll before him. Eliminate the zombies occupying the lumber mill. Difficulty, SSS task requirements. Clear the zombies in the designated area. Warning, this area is classified as a moderately contaminated zone, and the task carries significant risks. It is advised that players form a team to undertake this task. Reward, 30,000 survival points. Wow. Another SSS level task. Am I really that lucky? In the memories of the original occupant of this body, he had only seen tasks of S rank at most, and even those were nearly impossible for him to claim. Such tasks were typically monopolized by gaming companies or large guilds. How exhilarating it was to be in a new server, where even SSS level tasks went unclaimed. Su Jin re-examined the task requirements. Clearing zombies? How fortuitous! He had been planning to take Song Yu to hunt zombies. This SSS task was perfectly aligned with his goals. Not only could he earn survival points, but he could also gain experience and evolution crystal shards in the process. Perhaps by taking the little ones along, he might even reach level 5 before nightfall. Uncertain of the actual difficulty of the moderately contaminated zone, he pondered whether it would be dangerous to head there directly with Song Yu. "Uncle Teslin, I intend to accept this task." The bearded merchant scrutinized Su Jin from head to toe. "You are undertaking a task of considerable challenge. There is a lumber mill by the river, where many zombies have gathered. If left unchecked, they could pose unnecessary problems for my camp. That I need your assistance in clearing these nuisances. Brave survivor, do you truly wish to accept this task? You have only 5 days to complete my request." Su Jin nodded affirmatively. "Survivor, this is our first meeting, and I am unaware of your capabilities. To ensure you can fulfill my request, I will need you to pay a security deposit. 856 survival points should suffice. What do you think?" So, accepting this task requires a security deposit as well. No wonder this SSS level task has remained unclaimed for so long. No one has been able to undertake it, if we consider the tendencies of player communities from the previous server. Even if they were unable to complete this SSS level task at this stage, large gaming companies and prominent guilds would incessantly attempt to accept the task, only to fail and forfeit survival points, thereby preventing other players from claiming it. A tumult of chaotic memories flooded my mind. This is one of the hidden mechanics of the game. Hidden ratings. The system assigns an initial hidden rating to every player, allowing the overseer to discern at a glance whether a player is a seasoned veteran. Each time a task is completed, the system re-evaluates the player based on their performance, updating the hidden rating accordingly. Should a player repeatedly fail in their tasks, their hidden rating will be systematically lowered by the overseer. Consequently, this player will be classified as a novice, with the sole benefit being that they will be required to pay a higher deposit for task acceptance. The overseer will not assign seasoned players to assist them. When a player attempts to undertake a task of higher difficulty than their hidden rating permits, the NPC offering the task will demand a certain sum as a deposit. The greater the disparity between the task's difficulty and the player's hidden rating, the more substantial the deposit required. This explains why the SSS level task has yet to be claimed. At this stage, players lack the survival points necessary to undertake it. Furthermore, should they fail, the survival points paid to the NPC will not be refunded, as Eugene estimated that if a level 1 player were to approach this task, they would likely need several thousand survival points just to accept it. He nodded and paid the survival points to the Doomsday Merchant. Eugene's game log updated once more. You have deducted 856 survival points. You have accepted Teslin's task. Task requirements. Completely eliminate the horde of zombies infesting the logging site. Task hint. In the apocalypse, individual strength is exceedingly limited. You may wish to seek out some allies to complete this task together. Survivor, I wish you safe travels. The danger posed by the zombies gathered there is not to be underestimated, with many mutated zombies among them. It is exceedingly difficult to accomplish this commission relying solely on personal strength. You will need to find some assistance. Thank you that Eugene intended to leave Teslin's humble abode directly to complete the task. AS for seeking assistance. It was utterly impossible to find help in this lifetime. He planned to tackle it solo, with Xiao Congyu. In the early stages, players could hardly afford to eat, let alone have the luxury of teaming up to hunt zombies. Even if he managed to gather a group of helpers. What difference would it make? Given their levels, they would be nothing more than dead weight, siphoning off his experience. Would he even be able to level up? It is well known that a player's combat power is exceedingly low before acquiring weapons. Moreover, Sujin's talent is the ability to proliferate zombie avatars. The experience gained by these avatars from defeating zombies is not shared. Thus, armed with his talent for zombie avatars, he effectively functions as a player team, and the experience gained will be solely his. This task aligns perfectly with Sujin's talent, as if it were tailor-made for him. Not only can he hunt zombies with ease, but he's also fervently eager to gain experience and level up quickly through this endeavor. In simpler terms, it is all about the thrill of battle. Lost in thought, Sujin departed Teslin's Doomsday Shelter alongside Xiao Congyu. He happened to notice several survivors approaching the Doomsday Shelter, seemingly intent on claiming some simpler tasks from Teslin. The two groups locked eyes momentarily, yet both parties tacitly chose silence, brushing past one another. Soon, exclamations of astonishment erupted from within the Doomsday Shelter. What the heck? Someone actually accepted the ultra-difficult SSS task. Has that person lost their mind? This is a moderately polluted zone. I have a feeling they seem like a novice, not having looked carefully before accepting the task. By the way, where did they acquire so many survival points to take on an SSS level task? Maybe they got lucky and completed a few simple tasks at the Doomsday Merchant, just enough to gather the required survival points? Who knows? Let us hurry and accept the task to clear the lightly polluted zone to earn a title. True, we should act quickly. Otherwise, someone else might snatch the title from us. Sujin and Xiao Congyu made their way towards the logging site. Xiao Congyu perched anxiously on Sujin's shoulder, inquiring, "That logging site is a moderately polluted zone. Are you certain we can complete this task?" Xiao Congyu was taken aback to discover that Sujin possessed such a substantial amount of survival points for the deposit. As for Lu Meng and Bai Ningxue, Sujin had not even spotted them. Their pace was excruciatingly slow, and they had yet to reach the Doomsday Merchant Teslin's camp. Of course, Sujin had no intention of waiting for them. His primary objective was to conquer the young knife, Xiao Congyu, and gain recognition for a legendary weapon. Women were truly not his forte. With a mysterious smile directed at Xiao Congyu, Sujin remarked, "Just transform into a knife and line the logging site to soak up experience. You needn't concern yourself with anything else." Within the same party, players can only gain experience by slaying zombies within a certain proximity. If they exceed that range, they will not receive any experience. Seeing Sujin's confidence, Xiao Congyu curiously asked, "Oh, can you somehow exploit a bug to kill all the zombies in the logging site?" Sujin rubbed his nose and casually replied, "Something like that." Just then, Sujin opened his game log and casually glanced at it. Your zombie avatar is under attack. Your zombie avatar attempts to evade the attack, successfully dodging and gaining 381 points of evasion experience. Your zombie avatar is under attack. Your zombie avatar attempts to evade the attack, but fails, sustaining heavy damage. Your zombie avatar is under continuous attack. Your zombie avatar has perished. Chapter 21. Coercive Transactions. Originally, Su Jin intended to praise Xiao Litu for its agility upon successfully dodging an attack. However, the next moment, that little avatar was gone, seemingly overwhelmed by a swarm of foes. Su Jin couldn't help but feel perplexed. Logically, players should not be able to dispatch his zombie Loli avatar so swiftly. So, what exactly transpired? Right upon accepting the task, he had ordered the little avatars to clear zombies from the moderately polluted zone. Could it be that they were attacked by mutated zombies within that area? Contemplating this, Su Jin halted his movement and established a visual connection with one of the little avatars. Before his eyes lay hundreds of zombies. A writhing mass that sent shivers down his spine, stretching endlessly. Mixed within were various first-tier, mutated zombies, some of which were particularly large, their enormous green arms marred by numerous gaping wounds, from which green blood dripped steadily. Swarms of flies buzzed around those wounds, creating a rather grotesque sight, reminiscent of a small mound. Others resembled slender dogs. In order to validate her thoughts, Su Jin manipulated the little radish head with her consciousness, swaying unsteadily as it approached the flesh mountain zombie. Raising the wooden spear in her hand, she thrust it towards the flesh mountain zombie. The moment the wooden spear pierced the zombie's skin, it let out a deafening roar, raising its green arm, akin to a massive tree trunk, and swung it down fiercely towards the little radish head controlled by Su Jin. As the arm descended, Su Jin decisively severed the connection and stroked her chin. Deep in contemplation, it appeared that attacking the mutated zombie would provoke a counterattack, unlike ordinary zombies that stood idly by to be dispatched by the little radish heads. The mutated zombies would retaliate. Given the immense size of the flesh mountain zombie, a single strike could spell disaster for the little radish heads. Glancing at the log, Su Jin confirmed that indeed, that little radish head had been squashed, twice, no less. The first strike triggered the unyielding skill, momentarily locking its health, while the second strike resulted in its immediate demise. This unfortunate event had even granted the unyielding skill a whopping 502 experience points. Although she had lost two little radish heads, Su Jin felt no sorrow, as they would automatically resurrect after 24 hours. She instructed the little radish heads to eliminate ordinary zombies only, advising them to avoid provoking the mutated ones. She had assumed that after issuing these commands, the little radish heads would refrain from engaging the mutated zombies. However, the game log soon flashed with ominous red text. Your zombie avatar has been attacked. Your zombie avatar has sustained grievous injuries. Your zombie avatar is deceased. As Su Jin fell into a contemplative silence, it seemed that the little radish heads possessed a modicum of intelligence, albeit limited, as they could not discern the difference between mutated and ordinary zombies. With this in mind, Su Jin summoned her character attributes panel. Player. Su Jin level. 4 health points. 240,240 stamina points. 239,240 mental points. 400,400 energy points. 400,400 strength. 7-3, 10, agility. 16-3, 19, constitution. 7-3, 10, willpower. 7-3, 10, perception. 16-3, 19, insight. 16-3, 19, movement speed bonus. 60 zombie damage bonus. 30 undead damage bonus. 14 all attributes bonus. 3 titles. 6-star purple title, Wasteland Pioneer. Golden title, Savior. Skills, Unyielding, level 1. Techniques for hunting undead, level 4. The experience of the techniques for hunting undead is maxed out and cannot be leveled up further. Players must increase their level. As Su Jin gazed at her panel, a sense of pride washed over her. She had not anticipated her attributes to be so impressive, truly splendid. Yet, despite her lavish panel, the little radish heads, possessing only half of her attributes, could not contend with the mutated zombies. Reflecting on the previous day's battle with the mutated ape, she realized it had taken considerable effort to defeat it. It was no wonder the little radish heads, lacking in intelligence, were struggling. Clearly, she had been overly ambitious in contemplating the pursuit of an SSS-level mission in a moderately contaminated area. Now, She found herself in a predicament. Would her several hundred survival points be wasted? Perhaps she could lure the mutated zombies out one by one to eliminate them? Quickly dismissing this notion, Su Jin recognized it as unrealistic and a gross underestimation of the mutated zombies' capabilities. Little Congyu observed Su Jin's sudden stillness, which lasted for quite some time. Finally, unable to contain her curiosity any longer, she inquired, "What's wrong?" "Nothing," Su Jin replied with a smile, deciding to head to the scene herself. Perhaps an idea would present itself. Su Jin had already instructed the little radish heads to cease their attacks and stood at the periphery of the logging site, gazing down from a small hillside. The logging site was a dismal sight, teeming with zombies, various grotesquely mutated forms meandering about, inducing a chilling sensation. Su Jin glanced at the little radish heads standing at the outskirts. None of their health bars were full, all severely diminished. She then examined her own experience bar. When did it reach over 4,200? The survival points had also climbed to over 7,000, and her backpack now contained 2 intact evolution cores. A sense of unease crept over Su Jin. Something felt amiss. Indeed, almost everything felt wrong. She scrolled back up the game log and noticed several reports detailing the little radish heads working together to dispatch mutated zombies. Tears welled up in her eyes. The little radish heads had finally evolved into competent zombies. Pondering this, Su Jin realized that it was not her little radish zombie avatars that were incapable of defeating the mutated zombies. Rather, the game log had refreshed too many notifications, obscuring her view. Sifting through them one by one is quite tedious. I wonder if there's a way to consolidate this information. Just then, the game log refreshed once more. Activating game log consolidation requires 1,000 survival points, which have been automatically deducted. What the heck? This is extortion. Chapter 22. Little Radish Head. I'm up for early class. 1,000 survival points wasn't too egregious. After glancing at the consolidated game log, Su Jin looked down at the densely packed horde of zombies. The wails of the undead filled the logging site, sending shivers down her spine. Despite her somewhat dull intellect, she began to contemplate a strategy to clear out the zombies. Amidst the logging site sat a blood-stained off-road vehicle. Though the front had crumpled, indicating it was likely totaled, that I wonder if detonating the fuel tank could eliminate all the zombies present. Su Jin mused, but quickly dismissed the idea. The explosion could perhaps take out a mere handful of zombies. Furthermore, she was uncertain whether it would affect the mutated ones, if the fuel's explosive power was insufficient. It would be quite embarrassing. Thus, what should she do? The little radish heads attacking the mutated zombies would indeed provoke a response. Unlike ordinary zombies that merely stood there to be dispatched, how could she possibly eliminate all these zombies safely? Su Jin furrowed her brow in contemplation. There were simply too many zombies. It felt perilously dangerous. I feel like your bug exploit won't work here. Right? Should we just head back? Little Congyu, feeling uneasy amidst the throng of zombies, clutched Su Jin's neck tightly. Bug exploit. Su Jin's keen gaze shifted between the little girl perched on her shoulder and the abandoned off-road vehicle in the logging site. This back-and-forth motion continued for several moments. After a brief period of reflection, an audacious and unconventional idea surged forth in her mind. I have a scheme that could resurrect the Han dynasty. A sense of foreboding washed over little Congyu. What are you planning to do? A bug exploit? Little Congyu was puzzled. She simply could not fathom how one might exploit a bug amid such terrifying zombies, uncertain of the little radish head's intellect. Su Jin decided to directly control one of them, guiding it unsteadily towards the blood-stained off-road vehicle. The path was fraught with zombies, and Su Jin's controlled little radish head stumbled several times. Fortunately, it was swift enough to reach the vehicle in no time that Su Jin directed the zombie avatar to climb onto the off-road vehicle, where 2 ordinary zombies lurked inside. Upon hearing the commotion outside, they began to bang against the windows, but soon quieted after catching a whiff of their own kind. Su Jin tried to pull the car door, only to find it locked. She moved to another door, which was likewise secured. Unsurprisingly, all 4 doors were locked. Su Jin, accustomed to her streak of bad luck, felt no surprise at this misfortune. Observing the gaps in the doors, she pondered for a moment, and a flash of inspiration struck her. She wedged her spear into the door crack. Sensing the force was insufficient, she summoned a few more little radish heads to join her, positioning their wooden spears against the door seam. Then, she commanded the remaining little radish heads to lift one of their own and press it against the row of spears. All pushing together. Your zombie avatar has sustained an attack from being compressed and is currently losing health. Yes, Su-Jin watched the health bar of the little radish head pinned against the row of spears rapidly decline. The door creaked ominously, on the verge of yielding. Su-Jin stroked her chin, marveling at the durability of the vehicle. Indeed, it was robust. It took 6 spears just to pry it open. Your zombie avatar's health has dropped too low. Triggering unyielding, entering a berserk state. All attributes doubled for 21 seconds. The unyielding skill gained 507 experience points. Leveling up to level 2. As the life force of the frenzied little radish head dwindled to nothing. The car door was finally pried open with a sharp click. Upon opening the door, Su-Jin unceremoniously tossed the 2 ordinary zombies from within. The discarded zombies, upon realizing they were cast out by their own kind, emitted a low growl from their throats, expressing their displeasure before staggering away. Once inside the off-road vehicle, Su-Jin was pleased to find the car keys still in place. She turned the key, and the blood-stained vehicle roared to life with a thunderous growl. A flicker of delight crossed Su-Jin's eyes. She had not anticipated that this somewhat dented off-roader would still be operational. The engine's roar swiftly attracted the attention of the zombies in the lumberyard, who excitedly converged towards the sound. However, upon detecting the scent of their kind emanating from the vehicle, they dispersed almost immediately. Glancing at the fuel gauge, Su-Jin noted it was perilously low, with less than 5% remaining. Yet, she mused, this scant amount should suffice for now. Stretching her foot towards the accelerator, she soon realized that the diminutive stature of the little radish heads rendered them incapable of reaching the pedal. After pondering for a moment, she eyed the small radish heads standing outside the vehicle, and an idea sparked in her mind. Immediately, she instructed one of the little radish heads to crawl beneath the driver's seat. Su-Jin then positioned herself atop another little radish head's shoulders, commanding it to press the accelerator. The off-road vehicle erupted with a deafening roar as the little radish head floored the pedal. Su-Jin had no choice but to grip the steering wheel tightly, maneuvering in an S-curve to evade the mutated zombies, while plowing through dozens of ordinary zombies, finally steering the vehicle out of the lumberyard. The vehicle gradually slowed to a halt outside the lumberyard. It was at this moment that Su-Jin retracted her consciousness. Opening her eyes with a long sigh of relief, it seemed her driving lessons had not been in vain. The first step of her plan was accomplished, and the subsequent stages would be easier to execute. Observing the peculiar behavior of the little radish heads, combined with Su-Jin's earlier odd antics, even the dimmest of minds would deduce that these zombie girls were under Su-Jin's control. "Are these zombies under your command?" Xiao Congyu inquired. Su-Jin nodded and replied, "Sort of," as she watched the little radish heads gather around her. Awaiting their next orders, Xiao Congyu instinctively shrank back, a hint of fear evident in her demeanor. Su-Jin, along with Congyu, climbed into the off-road vehicle, glancing at the fuel gauge that barely registered 5%. Then at the dense throng of zombies visible through the windshield, her brows furrowing in concern. Chapter 23. Genius on the left, madman on the right. With so many zombies in the lumberyard, if the plan were to be executed, the vehicle would likely run out of fuel midway. Su-Jin had never been one to rely on luck, so she needed to devise a way to replenish the fuel tank. Observing the little radish heads outside the vehicle, she contemplated for a moment before an idea illuminated her mind. That it seemed that as long as her zombies refrained from attacking the mutated ones, the latter would not assault her zombies either. If that were the case, why not send the little radish heads to scavenge the lumberyard? They might just find gasoline and other supplies. With that thought, Su-Jin promptly divided the little radish heads into 2 groups, one to scour for supplies within the lumberyard, and the other to begin crafting ropes on the spot. Xiao Congyu, seated in the passenger seat, eagerly peered around, her excitement palpable. The sturdy off-road vehicle provided her with a tremendous sense of security. Meanwhile, Su-Jin took out some wooden planks to reinforce the vehicle. The little radish heads ambled towards the lumberyard, brazenly scavenging for supplies in front of a multitude of zombies. Before long, half an hour passed. The little radish heads had successfully gathered supplies from the lumberyard. Your zombie horde has searched the lumberyard. You have obtained 3 barrels of gasoline, 3 O2 logs, 34 scrap parts, 1 old mountain bike, 24 firewood, 2 iron pots, 44 steel logging axes, 2 fragments, 21 rags, 30 instant noodles, and 56 logging outfits, and old mountain bike. Su Jin cast a disdainful glance at the bike. She had an off-road vehicle, so what use did she have for a decrepit bicycle? Riding that old thing would hardly match her speed. What possible utility could it serve? Truly, it was useless yet too wasteful to discard. However, the steel logging axes were a treasure. They could serve as weapons and be used for logging. Efficiently procuring wood. Constructing a shelter would require a substantial amount of timber, and with so many logs coupled with these steel axes, Su Jin was confident she could gather enough materials to build a shelter within 3 days. After that, she could charge rent to players unable to find shelter and clothing. Su Jin glanced at the clothing description. Item: logging outfit quality. Well-crafted garment that permanently increases defense by 20 points. Each point of defense negates 1 point of damage. Brand: additional reduction of 8 in close-range damage. High-efficiency logging. Wearing this outfit grants a 30 increase in logging efficiency. Gazing at the logging outfits, adorned with 2 gray and 1 white attribute, Su Jin couldn't help but exclaim, "Wow, this is splendid." With 56 logging outfits, each little radish head could don 1, allowing them to withstand a few more hits from mutated zombies. This was truly wonderful. Moreover, after running around in his colorful underpants for so long, he could finally wear something decent. Eagerly, Su Jin slipped into the logging outfit. Though it was somewhat unattractive, it was certainly preferable to being bare. Observing the little radish heads awkwardly clad in their new outfits, Su Jin assisted a few in rolling up their pant legs and sleeves, nodding in satisfaction. Although the clothes were a tad oversized, it did not hinder the little radish heads' mobility. Looking at the 3 barrels of gasoline, Su Jin knew the little radish heads had indeed come through, and gathering fuel, he stowed 2 barrels in his game backpack and filled the off-road vehicle's tank with 1. There was still half a barrel of gasoline left, which he also stored in his backpack. With the rope he had crafted and the vehicle reinforced with wooden planks, Su Jin nodded in satisfaction. Shout Congyu inside the off-road vehicle observed Su Jin and the little radish heads bustling about for quite some time, utterly oblivious to their intentions. Su Jin hopped back into the vehicle, inspecting it. His luck was holding up well. Aside from a slightly dented front, the off-road vehicle had no significant issues. Turning to Xiao Congyu, who sat in the passenger seat, he said, "Xiao Congyu, it's time to transform. You shall become a sword and rest while accumulating experience." Xiao Congyu glanced nervously at the dense horde of zombies nearby and stammered, "You don't plan to ram the zombies with the off-road vehicle, do you? It won't work. Perhaps we should go back?" Su Jin smiled mysteriously and responded, "Don't worry. If I say it will work, then it will. But I need you to exploit a bug." Xiao Congyu was taken aback, finally asking, exploit a bug using me? Didn't you say I could transform into a sword for you to use? Are you going back on your word?" In response, Xiao Congyu puffed her chest, declaring, "Who says I would go back on my word? It's just a sword. I can transform." With that, a radiant light enveloped her, and her form gradually dissipated, revealing a magnificent sword in the vehicle. Xiao Congyu's voice echoed in Su Jin's ears. "Even if I transform into the divine sword Congyu, your strength is still insufficient to wield it. Oh, how do you intend to exploit this bug?" As the off-road vehicle's door swung open, several little radish heads scrambled in and, with great effort, lifted the divine sword Congyu out of the vehicle. Upon being moved, the sword visibly trembled. "What are you doing? Put me down at once!" Xiao Congyu's flustered voice rang in Su Jin's ears. Without hesitation, Su Jin replied succinctly, "Just planning to tie you to the front of the vehicle." "Tie me to the front? Wait!" Before Xiao Congyu could react, her form was swiftly bound to the front of the vehicle by the little radish heads, the blade facing outward, a rather splendid arrangement. Subsequently, the little radish heads all clambered back into the off-road vehicle. Due to their small size, they fit comfortably. Once the doors were closed, ignoring Xiao Congyu's panicked protests, Su Jin revved the engine and nodded in satisfaction at the full fuel gauge. Then he turned on the vehicle's music, donned a pair of sunglasses he found in the off-road vehicle, and slammed the accelerator, sending the vehicle roaring towards the horde of zombies in the lumberyard. Chapter 24. Congyu's Battle Vehicle. Those who have used it sing its praises. Upon hearing the thunderous roar, the zombies turned and lunged toward the oncoming vehicle. Bound to the front of the vehicle, Congyu harnessed the power of the all-terrain vehicle's momentum, ensuring that no zombie could withstand even a single round beneath the blade, whether it be the emaciated aberrant zombie or the hulking mound of flesh. They were all harvested by Congyu as effortlessly as slicing through tofu. The windshield quickly became smeared with a viscous green blood, obscuring all visibility. However, with Sujin's perception level soaring to 19. The external scene remained vividly clear to her. The terrified cries of little Congyu echoed incessantly through the team's communication channel. Observing the continuously refreshing game log, Sujin felt her spirits elevate to an unparalleled height. You have driven the Congyu battle vehicle to slay 5 ordinary zombies, 1 aberrant zombie, earning 27.5 experience points, 30 survival points. The special effect Bloodthirsty Blade has been triggered, granting an additional life limit of 6 points. You have driven the Congyu battle vehicle to slay 7 ordinary zombies, 2 aberrant zombies, earning 53.5 experience points, 57 survival points, 1 evolution crystal fragment. The special effect Bloodthirsty Blade has been triggered, granting an additional life limit of 9 points. Gazing at the incessantly refreshing game log, Sujin felt an overwhelming surge of euphoria. It was exhilarating, truly exhilarating. Who would have thought that binding Congyu to the front of the vehicle could also activate her skill effects? Although as a teammate, Congyu would siphon off half of the experience points. The sheer joy emanating from little Congyu's terrified screams was palpable. It was evident from her voice that little Congyu was immensely pleased, her excitement rendering her speechless. Unsurprisingly, little Congyu would likely level up, enhancing the damage of the Divine Blade Congyu. Once they cleared the 2,000 zombies in the logging area, her health would soar past 3,000. What could be more thrilling than that? Sujin continued to navigate the all-terrain vehicle, relentlessly reaping the lives of zombies while executing a zigzag maneuver, flinging their remains off the vehicle. Before long, Sujin's game log updated again. Congratulations, player has reached level 5. As the first player in this world to achieve level 5, you have earned the purple title, Wasteland Pioneer. Detecting that the player has acquired the 6-star title, Wasteland Pioneer. Automatic fusion initiated. Congratulations, player has now attained the 7-star title, Wasteland Pioneer, which grants a movement speed bonus of 70 and a 35 damage bonus against zombies that a world announcement was imminent, yet the system had automatically concealed it from the player. The Bloodthirsty Blade effect cannot be activated. Please eliminate targets of sufficient strength. The Bloodthirsty Blade effect cannot be activated. Please eliminate targets of sufficient strength. The Bloodthirsty Blade effect cannot be activated. Please eliminate targets of sufficient strength. Player cannot gain experience. Please hunt more powerful first-tier aberrant zombies. Player cannot gain experience. Please hunt more powerful first-tier aberrant zombies. Player cannot gain experience. Please hunt more powerful first-tier aberrant zombies. Observing the barrage of notifications flooding the game log, Sujin pondered, what does this mean? Are they denying her the thrill? A glance at her experience bar revealed it had reached 100, yet she could no longer gain experience from ordinary zombies. Sujin maneuvered the Congyu battle vehicle to crush an aberrant zombie to her delight. The experience bar increased by 0.5 points, and the Bloodthirsty Blade effect activated. Sujin stroked her chin in contemplation. No wonder they said that after each level, the difficulty of leveling up again increases exponentially. Hunting 200 aberrant zombies posed a formidable challenge. Yet for Sujin, it was hardly an obstacle. With the Congyu battle vehicle in her grasp, the world lay at her feet. Sujin expertly piloted the Congyu battle vehicle, targeting aberrant zombies to collide with, mowing them down like wheat. The game log updated once more. Warning, the all-terrain vehicle's damage level has reached 15. At 30, the vehicle will become inoperable. With a thoughtful glance at the crimson text, Sujin momentarily forgot that the vehicle had durability. She needed to act swiftly, aiming to eliminate all the aberrant zombies on the field. Sujin pressed the accelerator to the floor. The vehicle roared once more as it charged into the horde, carving a bloody path. Congratulations, player has leveled up to 6. Overall attributes have been enhanced. Warning, The all-terrain vehicle's damage level has reached 30. It is no longer drivable. As the vehicle gradually came to a halt, Su Jin felt a twinge of disappointment. What is this? It can't end like this. This all-terrain vehicle is utterly useless. Scanning the battlefield, only a handful of aberrant zombies remained, alongside a few hundred ordinary zombies, as Su Jin opened her character panel. Player. Su Jin level. 6 health. For 56706 stamina. 296360 mental. 360360 energy. 360360 strength. 9312 agility. 2323 constitution. 9312 9312 perception. 2323 insight. 2323 movement speed bonus. 70 zombie damage bonus. 35 undead damage bonus. 15 overall attribute bonus. 3 titles. 7-star purple title, Wasteland Pioneer. Golden title, Savior. Skills, Unyielding, level 2. Skills of Hunting the Undead, level 5. Seeing her attributes surpass 20, Su Jin nodded in satisfaction, observing the ordinary zombies frantically pounding against the windows of the all-terrain vehicle. Su Jin decisively kicked the door open, sending the zombies surrounding her sprawling. She then leaped from the vehicle, executing a 360-degree spin, landing on an open patch ahead while laughing heartily. Little zombies, how laughable. Allow me to engage you today. With a snap of her fingers, 11 little turnip heads emerged from around her, charging towards the ordinary zombies with fervor. The little turnip heads from within the all-terrain vehicle also brandished wooden spears. Emerging one by one to slaughter the ordinary zombies, Su Jin retrieved 2 steel axes from her game backpack. Yes, she faced the oncoming ordinary zombies, empowered by a 1.5 times damage bonus. A single swing of her axe could claim the life of an ordinary zombie, chopping through them as effortlessly as slicing vegetables. Her extraordinarily high agility and perception ensured that zombies could not ambush her from behind. In the midst of the horde, Su Jin moved as if in a state of invincibility, each swing of her axe claiming the life of an ordinary zombie. Though Su Jin could no longer gain experience from ordinary zombies, little Congyu could. In pursuit of enhancing the damage of the divine blade Congyu, Su Jin unleashed a relentless massacre amidst the horde. Even first-tier aberrant zombies fell before her in less than 3 rounds. Chapter 25. Striking it rich. After clearing the zombies from the logging area, Su Jin wiped the sweat from her brow, having slain thousands of zombies, yielding several new recipes. Mapo tofu, shredded pork with green peppers. Stir-fried garlic shoots with meat, boiled fish. Among the spoils, only one item proved useful. Spike barrier. Could be placed around the shelter to block zombie attacks and inflict damage on them. Su Jin gazed at this item, feeling a surge of frustration. With no shelter in existence, what use was the blueprint for a spiked barrier? Su Jin stroked her chin in contemplation. Wait. Once she returned with little Congyu, she could seek out a prime location to construct a shelter. As Su Jin pondered, she opened the map, only to furrow her brow in confusion. Strange, why did the map still indicate a moderately contaminated area? No, this is all wrong. Every single zombie on the field had been vanquished by her and the little turnip heads. At that moment, a warning bell rang in Su Jin's mind. Without hesitation, she dodged to the side. A long, dark purple tongue pierced the spot where she had just stood, narrowly missing her logging attire. The dark purple tongue penetrated the door of the all-terrain vehicle, becoming lodged within it. Su Jin turned to gaze in the direction from which the tongue had shot forth, only to gasp in horror. There, atop a factory building, lay a massive frog, approximately 1 meter wide and 2 meters long. Its body is sickly green, adorned with numerous grotesque nodules and gray-brown bubbles. Its purple-black tongue extended impossibly far, firmly embedded in the door of the all-terrain vehicle. This was a second-tier poisonous corpse frog, an attack-specialized zombie. No wonder I failed to perceive this peculiar creature earlier. It was situated a full 40 meters away. Lounging atop the eaves of a lumberyard shelter, it seems I ought to amend my habit of seldom looking upwards. Had it not been for my high agility, I might have indeed lost my life here. Had I not dodged that last attack, I would have found my health depleted before the zombie virus could even take effect. Su Jin gazed at the tongue of the corpse toxin frog. Ensnared in the car door, unable to extricate itself, and felt a sense of disbelief. I always seem to stumble upon bizarre strokes of luck in the most unexpected situations. The primary method of attack for the corpse toxin frog involves launching its dark purple tongue to penetrate its prey, subsequently using the multitude of barbs along its tongue to ensnare and devour its unfortunate victim. Its tongue, now caught in the vehicle's door, was held fast by the exceptional quality of the door. Unless the corpse toxin frog could manage to drag the entire vehicle, it would struggle to retract its tongue. Had Sujin encountered a corpse toxin frog whose tongue was not ensnared, he would likely have been forced to flee in terror due to its astonishing tongue-launching speed, formidable penetrating power, and remarkable attack range. It resembled a formidable artillery piece, nearly impossible to surpass. However, at this moment, the immobilized corpse toxin frog lay before him, akin to fish on a chopping board, awaiting slaughter. Why would one refuse the opportunity to claim a second-tier mutated zombie? Filled with exhilaration, Sujin shouted, "Charge, my minions!" A throng of small, green-skinned creatures wobbled towards the corpse toxin frog perched atop the shelter, their heightened agility granting them exceptional leaping ability. With little effort, the small creatures ascended to the eaves. Soon enough, the incapacitated corpse toxin frog found itself surrounded, as the small creatures wielded wooden spears, launching a frenzied assault. After several hundred strikes, the report of the corpse toxin frog's demise echoed through the air. Player achieves first kill of a second-tier mutated zombie, earning 1 first-tier evolution crystal, 100 experience points, and 100 survival points. Sujin glanced at the experience bar, which had reached half of its 300-point capacity, and beheld the first-tier evolution crystal radiating a deep blue hue. Without a moment's hesitation, he crushed it in his hand. The deep blue light was instantly absorbed by Sujin, and the game log chimed once more. Congratulations, player level increased to 7. Upon realizing that reaching level 7 yielded no further notifications, Sujin felt a twinge of disappointment. It appeared that ascending to this level would not bestow upon him the title of Wasteland Pioneer. Just as this thought crossed his mind, the game log began to refresh rapidly. Congratulations on becoming the first player to purify a moderately polluted area. You have received the title reward of Wasteland Pioneer and an A-grade skill book. Detection confirms that the player possesses the 7-star Wasteland Pioneer title, which has automatically merged into an 8-star Wasteland Pioneer. This title grants an 80 increase in movement speed and a 40 damage bonus against zombies. The world announcement regarding your initial purification of a moderately polluted area has been automatically hidden for the player. Congratulations, player, on successfully purifying the moderately polluted area. Rewards include a basic mechanical repair skill book X1. 1 pistol, 320 rounds of pistol ammunition, 1 shotgun, 100 rounds of shotgun ammunition, a recipe for grilled skewers, 10,000 pounds of uncontaminated raw pork, 10,000 pounds of uncontaminated raw lamb, 10,000 pounds of uncontaminated raw beef, 100 bags of 100 kilograms rice, and 100 bags of 100 kilograms flour. Sujin stood in stunned silence, gazing at the bounty of materials that had erupted from the purification of the moderately polluted area. He had not anticipated such a generous reward. At least for a considerable time, he would not need to fret over food. Opening the box, he examined the canned raw meat, relieved that the long shelf life would prevent the 3 tons of raw meat from spoiling in a short time. However, with so many materials, his game backpack was simply insufficient to contain it all. Regardless, Sujin knew he would ultimately need to transport everything he could construct a shelter to store all these supplies. Sujin glanced at the basic mechanical repair skill book in his hand, which had a maximum level of 30 in the apocalypse. Mechanical repair skill books were far more precious than ordinary skill books. Once fetching exorbitant prices of up to 10 million, this particular skill book was precisely what he required, as he had a vehicle in need of repairs. Without a second thought, he pressed the skill book to his forehead, and a torrent of knowledge regarding mechanical repair flooded into his mind that he immediately commanded all the small creatures present to gather materials from the lumberyard and commence repairs on the damaged vehicle. Observing the green progress bars appearing above the heads of the 20-odd small creatures, Sujin nodded in satisfaction. As the repair progress bar reached its maximum, his game log began to refresh incessantly. Your zombies have attempted to repair the vehicle. Repair failed. gaining 201 points in basic mechanical repair experience. Your zombies have attempted to repair the vehicle. Repair failed, gaining 203 points in basic mechanical repair experience. Your zombies have successfully repaired the vehicle, reducing damage by 0.2. Current damage is 29.8, gaining 507 points in basic mechanical repair experience. Your zombies have attempted to repair the vehicle. Repair failed, gaining 199 points in basic mechanical repair experience. Your zombies have attempted to repair the vehicle. Repair failed, gaining 210 points in basic mechanical repair experience. Chapter 26. SSS level special hidden mission completed. Watching the small creatures laboriously repairing the vehicle, Su-Jin felt an inexplicable sense of satisfaction. Is this what it feels like to be a farm owner? Splendid. Su-Jin then turned his attention to the A-grade skill book he had obtained. Chef of Magic. When cooking, there's a 20 chance to create dishes that permanently or temporarily enhance attribute values. With a total of 20 levels. Current level is 1. Description. Each level can permanently increase all attributes by 1, and the Chef of Magic skill cannot exceed the player's current level. Su-Jin's eyes widened in astonishment, exclaiming, "Wow, this skill book is remarkable." Though it was an auxiliary skill book, it enabled players within the team to gain permanent or temporary attribute boosts through the consumption of dishes, despite its A-grade rating. From a certain perspective, this skill book was not inferior to an S-grade auxiliary talent. Its value was simply staggering. Su-Jin had no doubt that if placed on the market, it could easily fetch a price in the billions. Without a moment's hesitation, he pressed the skill book to his forehead, absorbing the Chef of Magic skill that he then instructed the small creatures to continuously prepare dishes, aiming to elevate the chef's level to 7. Once accomplished, he would have the small creatures produce a plethora of dishes that permanently and temporarily enhanced attribute values. At that point, his attributes would soar, allowing him to wield the divine blade Congyu with reckless abandon. Su-Jin couldn't help but chuckle to himself, only to suddenly remember that Congyu was still affixed to the front of the vehicle and had yet to be removed. Oh no. Would the affection level of little Congyu decrease? Listening to the silence in the team voice chat, Su-Jin broke into a cold sweat. If he failed the SSS level special hidden mission, he would lose the legendary weapon. With this thought in mind, Su-Jin hurriedly detached the divine blade Congyu from the front of the vehicle as soon as he pulled it free. A cloud of white mist enveloped the area, revealing the form of little Congyu. Upon emerging, little Congyu regarded Su-Jin with an expression of disdain. "You scoundrel! Did you really tie me to the front of the vehicle to exploit a glitch?" Su-Jin immediately dropped to his knees, readily admitting his fault. "It was my mistake. Next time I will inform you beforehand if I plan to tie you to the front, huh? There will be a next time. You scoundrel! I demand a duel." Su-Jin glanced at the affection level above Congyu's head and let out a long sigh of relief. "It remained at 99. Unchanged. I truly understand my mistake. There won't be a next time." Little Congyu shot him a furious look. "Oh, you have any idea what kind of psychological trauma you inflicted on me by tying me to the front of the vehicle? I vividly remember the sensation of those zombies colliding with my blade. Even now, I feel utterly nauseated." Su-Jin scratched his head and sincerely apologized to little Congyu. "I genuinely apologize for neglecting your feelings." Little Congyu murmured in disappointment. "To think I was tied to the front. How infuriating. Forgive me, I should never have bound you to the front. I deserve the worst punishment." Su-Jin earnestly reiterated his apologies. Seeing Su-Jin's contrite demeanor, little Congyu's anger and frustration subsided somewhat. "Well, since you are so sincerely apologetic, I shall reluctantly forgive you." While Su-Jin feigned humility, his mind raced with thoughts of how to trick little Congyu into being tied to the front again next time. "Your method of leveling up zombies is rather effective. In no time at all, my level has risen to 5. Very well. I shall begrudgingly acknowledge your worth, you insufferable scoundrel. Now, big guy, squat down and close your eyes." Upon hearing the words, Su-Jin crouched down, closed his eyes, and was enveloped by the gentle sound of breathing. Soon after, he felt something soft brush against his lips. The notification sound from the game log chimed in as well. "Congratulations, player, for completing the SSS level special hidden task, gaining the recognition of the divine blade Congyu, and establishing a soul bond with it. Su Jin opened his eyes and gazed at the slightly flushed face of the little Congyu. Momentarily forgetting the soft sensation that had just graced his lips, that he couldn't help but exclaim, "What the heck? Is this how recognition works? Dog cultivator Jean, you better take your responsibilities seriously." The little Congyu, blushing, stammered in response. Su Jin nodded. After all, this was a legendary weapon. How could he not take responsibility? Even if it meant selling everything he had to learn from Guyu Yuan to weave grass ropes and sell fishing hooks. He had to stand by the little Congyu, if not for anything else, then for this legendary weapon. The little Congyu looked at Su Jin and couldn't help but mumble, "Thanks to Dog Cultivator Jean. My current health points are nearly 3,000 AS," she spoke. The little Congyu shared her attribute panel with Su Jin. Character. Congyu level. 5 health points. 2984 stamina. 1,000 mental points. 1,000 energy points. 1,000 strength. 13,316 agility. 13,316 constitution. 13,316 willpower. 13,316 perception. 13,316 comprehension. 13,316 undead creature damage bonus. 100 all attributes additional bonus. 3 Su Jin stared at the little Congyu's panel, utterly astonished. Goodness, is this what a hexagonal warrior looks like? Could the bloodthirsty blade of the divine blade Congyu also be effective for her? No, how could her base attributes be so outrageous? Thinking this, Su Jin couldn't help but ask, "Little Congyu, what were your base attributes and growth attributes at level 1? Upon hearing this, the little Congyu showed a contemplative expression. At level 1, my total attributes were 3 points. But my base health and stamina were both 200 points. The growth attributes increased by 2 points for all attributes per level, along with 200 health and stamina. That makes sense. No wonder her attributes are so high. It turns out her base growth value is double that of an ordinary player. Typically, an ordinary player's initial total attributes are about 5 points, and to enhance growth attributes, they require special rare items that boost growth potential. Such items are usually found only with large gaming companies or the Huasha federal government. His own growth attributes seemed somewhat lopsided. He needed to find precious items that could enhance strength, constitution, and willpower growth attributes. Although he was unsure why his agility, perception, and comprehension growth attributes were double those of ordinary players, his health and stamina growth values were only 60 of an ordinary player's. Su Jin speculated that perhaps the former owner of this body had used something that could enhance growth potential. However, this item seemed to have reduced the growth attributes of health and stamina, while leaving 3 initial attributes lower by 2 points than those of ordinary players. Alternatively, it could be that he inadvertently triggered something unusual when creating his character, resulting in his growth attributes differing from others. Finding precious items that enhance growth potential is no easy task. While his current attributes were not weak, the unevenness of the attribute panel inevitably triggered Su Jin's obsessive-compulsive tendencies. Chapter 27. New Hidden Task. Difficulty Unknown. Your basic mechanical repair level has reached LV3. Half an hour later, the little radish heads, armed with wooden screwdrivers, finally repaired the off-road vehicle. After fixing the vehicle, Su Jin felt it was time to send the little radish heads to gather supplies and simultaneously search for a location to establish a shelter. Due to the limited capacity of the game backpack, Su Jin could only carry a few high-value items, since the pile of supplies emerged from a moderately polluted area could not be taken for now. He left 2 little radish heads to guard it. He then assigned the remaining little radish heads the task of cutting wood. Su Jin handed a pistol and all the pistol ammunition to the little Congyu. He then climbed into the repaired off-road vehicle with her, each wearing a pair of sunglasses, turned on the in-car music, and drove towards the apocalyptic merchant Teslan's camp. The roar of the off-road vehicle drew the attention of numerous players along the way. Whoa, which god is this? How did they get an off-road vehicle just 2 days into the apocalypse? God is truly a god. While we're still struggling to gather supplies, the god is already cruising in an off-road vehicle. So envious. Is there a chance this fellow just got lucky and happened to find a fully fueled and intact off-road vehicle? Look at what you're saying. The likelihood of finding a vehicle outside the polluted area is less than 0. 0-1. Where would so many vehicles come from? So this fellow is just lucky, directly stumbling upon such a rare vehicle. Could it be that this person exchanged for the vehicle using the main God space points? Main God space points? This guy is quite extravagant. Maybe he's a player from a big guild. Let's disperse. This is boring to know. Brave survivor, I did not expect you to complete the task so swiftly. Your performance has truly impressed me. The apocalyptic merchant Teslin was astonished to see Su Jin returning to report back after only 3 hours. Su Jin's game log updated once more. You have completed the task of clearing the logging yard and received 30,000 survival points. Due to your remarkable and swift completion of the task, your friendship level with Teslin has significantly increased. The apocalyptic merchant Teslin continued. Young people as talented and brave as you are rare indeed. I have several friends who are actively seeking exceptional talents like you. Have you heard of the Dawn Knights? Su Jin couldn't help but be taken aback. The Dawn Knights? Having just completed the SS's level special hidden task involving the little blade Congyu. He was presented with yet another hidden task. He hadn't anticipated that his hidden score would reach the threshold for contacting the Dawn Knights so quickly that in the original owner's memory, the Dawn Knights had a high correlation with the main storyline of the apocalyptic world. Only players whose level and hidden score met certain criteria could trigger it, and the conditions for triggering this hidden task were exceedingly strict. In simple terms, the Dawn Knights were closely tied to completing the apocalyptic world. He never expected to directly engage with a world-class main storyline task right from the outset. He couldn't tell if this was fortunate or unfortunate. You should have heard of them. The Dawn Knights is an organization formed by like-minded individuals after the apocalypse. They have always sought to save this wretched world and preserve the ember of human civilization. That I have an old friend who happens to be a member of the Dawn Knights. If you're interested, I can introduce you to join them in their quest to save this wretched world. That SUG nodded without hesitation. I would be more than willing to save this world. You truly deserve my admiration, young man, that I find myself increasingly intrigued by you. The Dawn Knights require powerful survivors. Before you join the Dawn Knights, you must complete a task to prove your strength. Oh, proving my strength? Mr. Teslin, I couldn't be more willing. The little Congyu perched on Su Jin's shoulder looked somewhat speechless as she observed his conversation with Teslin, feeling as if Su Jin were a machine conversing with the NPC. The apocalyptic merchant Teslin points 600 kilometers from here lies Panda City, where there is a company called Blue Ocean Technology that houses a T-virus serum that I hope you can locate it and safely return it to me. Upon completing this task, I will take you to meet the Dawn Knights recruiter. Su Jin's game log refreshed once more. Player triggers a special hidden task to assist the Dawn Knights in locating the T-virus serum. Task difficulty. Unknown task requirements. Find the T-virus serum and deliver it to the Dawn Knights contact, Teslin. You can find the T-virus serum within the Blue Ocean Technology Company in Panda City or through other means. Task prompt. As time passes, the T-virus serum in Panda City may be taken or destroyed by other survivors. Please complete this task as soon as possible. Task time limit. 3 months. In unknown difficulty hidden task. Su Jin furrowed his brows slightly, as entering a city during the early stages of the apocalypse was undoubtedly a perilous endeavor. Cities are densely populated, and in the event of a zombie crisis, the number of zombies would only increase. In any city, the pollution level would at least start at moderate, and the mutated zombies would be plentiful. It could be said that they were everywhere. With even second-tier zombies as common as wild dogs, a single brick thrown could hit several of them. Hiss, Panda City, that name sounds somewhat familiar, almost reminiscent of the place where the biohazard outbreak occurred. Moreover, the fact that this task's difficulty was labeled as unknown, does that imply its difficulty exceeds SSS level? The distance of 600 kilometers is not excessively far for Su Jin's agility. He estimates it could be traversed in half a day. However, he remains uncertain about the severity of pollution in Panda City. Should it indeed be classified as a heavily polluted zone, he need not contemplate further. He fears that such an area might harbor 4th-tier mutated zombies, far beyond what he is currently capable of confronting to engage with them. He would need to reach at least level 20, which might allow him to tackle the Panda City dungeon solo. Moreover, to enter a heavily polluted zone, one would require a constitution score of at least 20. Anything below that would result in a gradual decline in health. Once health reaches 0, life points would be deducted, along with the risk of infection from the zombie virus, should the pollution be as severe as suspected. Therefore, he must first elevate his constitution to 20 before considering the acquisition of the T-Virus serum while evading the 4th-tier mutated zombies. Upon reflection, it appears that the quest involving the Dawn Knights does not carry a penalty for failure. Thus, he boldly opts to accept the task that, Mr. Teslin, I shall assist you in obtaining the disease-resistant serum. The bearded man nodded, generously praising Su Jin. No wonder I admire you, young one. Your confidence and bravery are commendable. Survivor, I wish you success. Chapter 28. The Interdimensional Backpack. Oh, brave survivor. Allow me to offer you a suggestion. It would be prudent to secure the T-Virus serum before other survivors reach Panda City for exploration. Su Jin understood that Teslin was hinting that the sooner he completed the task, the more substantial the rewards would be. However, given his current level, accomplishing this task seemed utterly unattainable. That I understand. Mr. Teslin, I wish to exchange for a batch of supplies. Might you have any? It is noteworthy that this is only the 2nd day of the apocalypse, and Su Jin currently possesses 47,321 survival points. Even some large guilds would struggle to amass such a sum. Perhaps even the Huaxia federal government does not have as many survival points as he does. Upon hearing that Su Jin wished to purchase supplies, the Doomsday merchant Teslin's face broke into a broad smile. Of course, my inventory is vast and varied, with quality goods at reasonable prices. You have just alleviated a burden for me, so as a friend, I shall offer you a special discount. Oh, that's fantastic, Uncle Teslin. Are you truly willing to give me a friendship price? Su Jin feigned astonishment as he looked at the bearded Teslin. Although he was already aware that increasing the Doomsday merchant's favorability could yield discounts on goods, he found himself engrossed in the role-playing experience. Sitting atop Su Jin's shoulder, Xiao Congyu listened to Su Jin's NPC-like dialogue and couldn't help but feel somewhat speechless. For a moment, she even experienced a bewildering sense of uncertainty about who the actual NPC was. Teslin laughed heartily and replied, Indeed, I am always generous with friends. Immediately, a rolling inventory list appeared before Su Jin's eyes. He quickly browsed through the supplies offered by Teslin. The Doomsday Merchant's exchange list featured a plethora of items. In addition to food, mechanical components and metals like iron and copper were also available for sale, including firearms and ammunition. However, the prices for firearms were exorbitantly high, with a single handgun priced at nearly 5,000 to 6,000 survival points. In the early days of the apocalypse, the demand for firearms far surpassed the market supply, leading Doomsday Merchants to set prices based on the overall quantity of firearms held by players. This resulted in an AK-47 commanding a price close to 10,000 survival points. Only in the mid to late stages, when players began to possess firearms, would prices gradually decrease. Conversely, the price fluctuations for survival tools were typically minimal, as these items do not significantly enhance a player's combat capabilities. Initially, Su Jin intended to purchase several furnaces and iron blocks to facilitate the transition of his little recruit from the Stone Age to the Iron Age. However, upon seeing the tricycle listed in the inventory, his attention was immediately captivated. Yes, this tricycle is the type used for transporting goods, often seen operated by elderly men. It is incredibly convenient for both solo travel and transported cargo. Yet, Su Jin does not require a vehicle for travel, as his tidal speed bonuses apply to his movement. Riding a vehicle is simply not as swift as running on foot. The most compelling aspect is that the tricycle is remarkably affordable. Available for just 1,500 survival points after discounts, if all of his little recruits each had a tricycle for hauling goods, the scene would indeed be quite spectacular. Su Jin furrowed his brow in contemplation. But his supply of gasoline was insufficient, leaving him to temporarily set aside this idea that moment. The Doomsday Merchant Teslin spoke again. My friend, do you find these items unworthy of your attention? Observing Su Jin's contemplative expression, Teslin assumed he was unimpressed and retracted the panel, unveiling an entirely new one. That these are my personal collection. I typically do not sell them, that I went to great lengths to acquire these items. And they are not discounted. Su Jin was somewhat taken aback. No wonder Brother Zhong Hao advised him to enhance his favorability with the Doomsday Merchant Teslin. It seems there is indeed a hidden menu. Teslin, with his bushy eyebrows and big eyes, kept this under wraps quite well. Upon glancing at the items in the hidden menu, Su Jin found himself breathing heavily in excitement. What There are skill books, and they're so inexpensive. Only 5,000 survival points each. Su Jin eagerly pointed to a skill manual and looked at the Doomsday Merchant Teslin with anticipation. Mr. Teslin, I want this Durang skill book. Strength training upon learning. One can master the skill. Strength training. This skill book grants an additional 0.2 strength points per level, and engaging in strength training can yield experience points to enhance the skill book's level. With a maximum of up to level 30, skill level cannot exceed the player's current level. Certainly, young survivor, your choice is excellent. You need only spend 5,000 survival points to possess this skill book, which effectively enhances your strength. Teslin appreciatively patted Su Jin's shoulder. I end this apocalypse. There is nothing better than enhancing one's own power. I end the apocalyptic game. Players receive a pitifully small number of attribute points through leveling up. Typically, a player's base attributes amount to only 5 points. When leveling up, the growth attribute is generally just 1 point. Acquiring this skill book effectively serves to increase one's growth attribute, compensating for the shortfall in strength. Such skill books may not hold much value among ordinary players, as they typically only reach levels 7 or 8. The attribute increase from this book amounts to a mere point or so, as the skill book's proficiency level cannot surpass that of the player. However, among hardcore players, this book is exceedingly valuable and could easily fetch millions. If leveled up to 30, this skill book could provide a staggering 6 points of attribute value increase, akin to adding 6 levels of attributes without any effort. As the game progresses, leveling becomes increasingly challenging, and players tend to hit a wall regarding attribute values. Hardcore players will spare no effort to seek out anything that can enhance their attributes. Su Jin continued to peruse the list and discovered that there were also books on physical training and willpower training. These 2 skill books provide boosts to constitution and willpower, respectively. These 3 skill books perfectly address some of his growth attribute shortcomings. Truly remarkable. Without a second thought, Su Jin spent 5,000 and 6,000 survival points to purchase the physical training and willpower training books. As he scrolled down the menu, his eyes widened in astonishment, and he couldn't help but exclaim, "What a 13-meter, 35-ton fully insured semi-trailer truck. I can't believe you even have this." The Doomsday Merchant Teslin proudly patted his chest out of course. "This large truck is my prized possession." Looking at the truck's price of 30,000 survival points, Su Jin realized that purchasing it would leave him with only 1,321 survival points. After a moment's hesitation, he gritted his teeth and decided to buy it. After all, he had a substantial amount of supplies that needed transporting. He could load the essential food supplies onto the truck first and gradually transport the remaining items later. Upon witnessing Su Jin purchase the 30,000 survival point truck, the Doomsday Merchant Teslin beamed with joy, significantly boosting his favorability towards Su Jin. "Brother Su Jin, you've purchased so much from me. I had decided to gift you a magical backpack," the Doomsday Merchant Teslin said as he handed him an unassuming army green backpack. Su Jin accepted the backpack and inquired, "Oh, what is the use of this magical backpack?" The Doomsday Merchant Teslin scratched his head and replied, "I simply find this backpack quite extraordinary. As for its utility, it is likely meant for carrying items." Listening to the words of the Doomsday Merchant Teslin, Su Jin couldn't help but feel a surge of speechlessness. That moment, Su Jin's game log refreshed. Player has acquired a dimensional backpack slot, which possesses a most mysterious function. Chapter 29. A 13-meter semi-trailer truck. Su Jin stared at the game log, momentarily taken aback that a dimensional backpack slot. What could that possibly mean? Equipping the backpack, he noticed an additional slot in his game inventory, distinct from the other gray slots. This one was yellow. As Eugene attempted to stuff in the campfires he had frivolously created to pass the time while the little ones were repairing vehicles. Upon discovering that he could only fit 20 campfires, the slot was filled to capacity. Stroking his chin, he felt a tad disheartened. Each campfire weighed 1 kg, and this slot had a capacity of 20 kilograms, which was indeed double that of ordinary slots. Typically, players began with 5 gray backpack slots, each with a capacity of 10 kg. As 1S level increased, the number of backpack slots would also rise. But this growth was not linear. It followed an exponential pattern. For instance, currently, Su Jin boasted 33 backpack slots, as he intended to enhance his culinary skills upon returning. Aside from essential supplies, the remaining slots were filled with various food items and purified water. Su Jin felt a tinge of frustration. Surely, this dimensional backpack slot could not transport game items into reality. After pondering for a while, he resolved to conduct further research later. He then slapped 3 skill books onto his head. You have learned new skills: physical training, strength training, willpower training. Instantly, Su Jin's game log began to refresh rapidly. Your zombie is undergoing strength training. Logging wood, gaining 205 points of strength training experience. Your zombie is undergoing willpower training. Logging wood, gaining 1,003 points of willpower training experience. Your zombie is undergoing physical training. Logging wood, gaining 302 points of physical training experience. That Eugene gazed at the incessantly refreshing game log. A smile spreading across his face. This is fantastic. The little ones were merely chopping wood, yet all 3 skill books yielded experience points. How delightfully exhilarating. Su Jin found the Doomsday game crafted by the main deity to be extraordinarily engaging. Bordering on addictive. Player. Su Jin level. 7 health points. 923923 stamina points. 420420 mental points. 420420 energy points. 420420 strength. 10.23, 13.2, agility. 22.3, 25, constitution. 10.23, 13. 2. Willpower. 10.23, 13.2, perception. 22.3, 25, insight. 22.3, 25, movement speed bonus. 80 zombie damage bonus. 40 undead damage bonus. 16 all attributes extra bonus. 3 talent skill. Zombie replication. Titles: 8-star purple title, Wasteland Pioneer, golden title, Savior. Common skills: Unyielding, level 2, techniques for hunting undead, level 6, Culinary Mage, level 1. Doomsday Survival, strength training, level 1. Doomsday Survival, physical training, level 1. Doomsday Survival, willpower training, level 1. Doomsday Survival skill set introduction provides an additional boost of 0.2 current skill level to attribute values. Survival skill module. Basic crafting, level 3, skill introduction. Craft basic survival tools. Leveling up this skill unlocks additional survival tools. Basic cooking, level 1, skill introduction. You can cook delicious food. Increasing the skill level enhances the taste of the food prepared, and cooking efficiency will also improve to some extent. Basic gathering, level 6, skill introduction. The higher the skill level, the more efficient the gathering of resources. Basic mechanical repair, level 3, skill introduction. This skill requires activation through a skill book. You can use this skill to repair simple devices, and as the level increases, you can attempt to repair more complex devices. Hey, Big Beard, can I park my off-road vehicle here and come back for it later? The Doomsday Merchant Teslin immediately patted his chest and said, "Rest assured, my brother Su Jin, I will guard your off-road vehicle well. By the way, I've already filled your big truck with fuel." Su Jin's eyes brightened upon hearing this. That's wonderful. It seems that cultivating a good relationship with the Doomsday Merchant truly pays off. Purchasing a vehicle and having it filled with fuel is simply splendid. After waving goodbye to the Doomsday Merchant Teslin, Su Jin, accompanied by Xiao Congyu, spent 1,000 survival points to learn specialized driving skills. He then sped off in the big truck from Teslin's camp, garnering gasps of astonishment from numerous players on the road. Wow, a 13-meter semi-trailer truck. How on earth did someone manage to acquire such an impressive vehicle? I'm so envious. Oh, who is this godly player? Managing to get a semi-trailer truck on just the second day of the apocalypse? Isn't that a bit absurd? As novice players struggled for survival, the seasoned players were already cruising in their big trucks. Are we even playing the same game? Whoa, I'm just that shivering novice player. God, slow down and take me along. Listening to the envious and jealous voices of the players outside, Xiao Congyu couldn't help but feel a swell of pride. It seemed she had indeed chosen the right person to follow. Who would have thought, in just a single day, her master had amassed such an abundance of supplies, not to mention this magnificent semi-trailer truck? Su Jin drove the big truck into a logging site, loading all the food supplies he had gathered into the vehicle. He then parked the truck in a concealed spot, leaving 2 little ones to guard it. Following that, he raced back to the Doomsday Merchant Tezlin's camp with Congyu, just as dusk approached, and returned the off-road vehicle to the makeshift shelter. Upon seeing Su Jin return in the off-road vehicle, Bai Ningshui's eyes lit up with surprise. Wow. God, where did you get that off-road vehicle? Su Jin, jumping out of the vehicle with Xiao Congyu, casually replied, "Of course, I found it." Entering the shelter, Su Jin lit a campfire and took out some raw lamb meat, skewering it on small branches to roast it directly. Just then, he happened to acquire a recipe for skewers and decided to practice. Hoping to create food that could enhance attributes, the others in the shelter gulped as the enticing aroma wafted through the air. So fragrant, it's simply divine. Bai Ningshui approached, showing no sign of anger over Su Jin's earlier departure. After all, with such a formidable player in their shelter, how could anyone possibly be upset? Bai Ningshui, with a hint of envy in her voice, asked, "God, can I follow you from now on?" Hearing this, Su Jin pondered for a moment. Since he intended to establish a sizable shelter, he could not always remain there. So leaving a few people behind to manage would indeed be a wise choice. He certainly couldn't continue being a lone wolf alongside Xiao Congyu forever. Chapter 30. The Real Offline Xiao Congyu. With this in mind, Su Jin nodded. All right, he generously shared some of the roasted skewers with Xiao Congyu, Bai Ningshui, and Lu Meng. Looking at the game log, Su Jin noted that he had not produced any special food. But he was not overly disappointed. After all, the probability of the culinary mage skill yielding attribute-enhancing food was only 20. With his luck, he probably had merely a 10 chance of producing such items. Furthermore, the hidden probability for food that permanently increases attributes might be even lower. Thus, Su Jin remained undeterred, knowing he still had a large supply of ingredients. As long as he made enough food, he was bound to produce something worthwhile. Thus, he continued roasting food that Su Jin generously shared the skewers with the others. Bai Ningshui, munching on her skewer, remarked, "Having a god among us is truly wonderful. Just 2 days into the apocalypse, and we're already enjoying skewers. This skewer is even more delicious than those I had in the real world." Su Jin found no surprise in Bai Ningshui's words. Wasn't he that obvious? Street-side skewers are mere products of technology and effort. How could they compare to my all-natural skewers seasoned with pure, natural condiments? Even Lu Meng praised Su Jin's skewers endlessly. Xiao Congyu, delighted, devoured several skewers before gazing at him with longing. "Master, could you perhaps roast me some bread?" Su Jin nodded and promptly pulled out a pile of bread slices to toast. Observing the joyful way Xiao Congyu savored the skewers, Su Jin couldn't help but feel a fleeting illusion of raising a daughter. After nearly 2 hours of grilling skewers, everyone had long since reached their limit, yet Su Jin persisted with unwavering determination. The skewers he had grilled for 2 hours yielded only 5 attribute-enhancing foods, 4 of which were temporary boosts. The surplus food was stored in his game backpack, which had the capacity to keep items warm, allowing him to easily carry them. This enabled Su Jin to consume a food item that permanently increased his attributes, only to find that it had raised his constitution by a mere 0.1. This outcome left him somewhat disheartened. If he were to rely solely on solo grinding, it would take several days just to accumulate a single permanent attribute point. Su Jin had obtained 1 food item that temporarily increased his strength and 3 that temporarily enhanced his agility. Due to the low quality of the strength-enhancing food being gray, it could only provide a temporary boost of half an hour. Among the agility-enhancing foods, 2 were gray and 1 was green. The green item could augment agility for an entire hour, and you could see that moment. The alluring black-skinned beauty Kate logged in, and upon seeing Su Jin grilling skewers, she was taken aback, surprised that he had already begun grilling on just the 2nd day. The sight of the off-road vehicle further astonished her. Subsequently, she distributed the 7 bows and crossbows she had crafted while idling to everyone in the shelter. Su Jin offered some skewers to Kate, inviting her to partake. As night fell, the game logs began to issue warnings to the group. Once more, Su Jin decided to step outside the shelter to continue grilling, as his current level and health allowed him to largely disregard the negative effects of fear brought on by darkness. Since Kate could only log in at night, she took it upon herself to keep watch. After grilling for a while longer and feeling somewhat fatigued, Su Jin set up a makeshift bed and logged out to rest. However, upon logging out, he was startled to find Xiao Congyu sitting on him in his dilapidated rental room. The two of them exchanging glances in the cramped gaming pod. The sudden appearance of a person in his room nearly made Su Jin cry out in surprise, but upon recognizing Xiao Congyu, he let out a long sigh of relief. Suddenly, an unsettling thought struck him. Wait, I sent Xiao Congyu, an NPC from a game. How could she possibly appear in reality, let alone be right beside him? After a moment, Su Jin managed to utter a question. Xiao Congyu, why are you here? Xiao Congyu tilted her head and replied, why can't I be here? Dog Xiao Jin. Well, fine. Although he was bewildered by how this was happening and why Xiao Congyu was in his room. Su Jin was now certain that she was indeed a player AS for why he had triggered an SS-level hidden quest. Su Jin was equally perplexed. There were simply too many supernatural phenomena at play. Feeling his mind overloaded, Su Jin chose to abandon his thoughts. Xiao Congyu, you're sitting on me. It's quite difficult for me to get up. Feeling the softness of a girl, Su Jin felt as if he might explode. Upon hearing this, Xiao Congyu nodded and climbed off him, exiting the gaming P. Su Jin stretched and followed suit, feeling inexplicably thirsty. He pulled out a bottle of water and drank heartily. Dog Xiao Jin. Aren't you curious about why I'm in your room? Xiao Congyu had intended to startle Su Jin, but upon seeing his overly calm reaction, she became somewhat irritated. What could Su Jin even say? Should he admit that he had abandoned thought due to his mind being overloaded? Su Jin feigned surprise and exclaimed, Wow, Xiao Congyu, how did you end up in my room? Did you come through the internet cable to find me? Xiao Congyu nodded. It seems Dog Xiao Jin isn't entirely foolish, but why the dismissive tone? Su Jin, appearing quite helpless, spread his hands and said, It's just too unbelievable, so I decided to stop thinking about it. Xiao Congyu suddenly burst into laughter. Dog Xiao Jin is truly amusing. Su Jin rubbed his stomach. The moon was already high in the sky, and despite not having eaten anything since noon, he didn't feel hungry at all. Although baffled by this, Su Jin decided to order his favorite guoqiao takeout along with Xiao Congyu. He opened his phone and looked at the balance displayed. Who would have guessed that just 2 days prior, he was a penniless young man, unable to even pay his rent. Half an hour later, his favorite guoqiao takeout arrived. Xiao Congyu picked up chopsticks, took a couple of bites, then disdainfully tossed them aside. Watching Su Jin eat with gusto, with a somewhat peculiar gaze, Xiao Congyu remarked, I never expected Dog Xiao Jin's taste to be so unique. It truly amazes me. She glanced around the shabby rental room and continued. With hands and feet, why is Dog Xiao Jin in such dire straits? Is it because Dog Xiao Jin isn't diligent enough? For some reason, Su Jin felt an inexplicable pang in his chest. Chapter 31. This spirited little sister is not very spirited. After a brief moment of melancholy, Su Jin dismissed it and began to shovel rice into his mouth, speaking somewhat unclearly. Liking guoqiao takeout is merely my personal preference. I was indeed quite poor just 2 days ago, but I'm not poor anymore. Soon we'll move to a new place. Su Jin devoured the rice from his guoqiao takeout in mere moments. Then, he stifled a yawn out, it's getting late. I'm going to sleep now. Aren't you tired? Xiao Congyu? Upon hearing this, Xiao Congyu immediately replied, I am a sword spirit. How could I possibly need sleep? Su Jin sized her up. Since you are a sword spirit, can you transform into a great sword? Of course. Xiao Congyu immediately radiated a white light, transforming into the divine sword Congyu. Wow, legendary weapons can really manifest in reality. Su Jin attempted to lift Congyu, only to find it rather heavy. Although swinging the sword proved challenging, he could still manage to lift it with some effort. This was a legendary weapon. Wouldn't it be nice to cuddle with it while sleeping? Without a second thought, Su Jin tossed Congyu onto the bed and embraced it. Hey, Dog Xiao Jin. The sword sheath trembled in Su Jin's embrace. Confused, Su Jin tightened his grip on Congyu and yawned, murmuring, what's wrong? Ah. The divine sword Congyu let out a shriek, and in an instant, it shimmered with white light, reverting back to Xiao Congyu, who then pushed Su Jin away with force as Su Jin was unexpectedly shoved off the bed, and his head collided with the corner of a cabinet. Instinctively clutching his head, he sat up, only to realize he felt no pain at all. faced with Xiao Congyu, who had suddenly transformed back from a legendary weapon to a girl. Su Jin rubbed his head in confusion. Strange. Why doesn't it hurt at all? Huh. I push you that far. Xiao Congyu was equally astonished by her own strength, having sent Dog Xiao Jin flying so far. Su Jin rubbed his head, marveling at the fact that he hadn't developed a bump despite the solid impact. This left him puzzled, and he wondered why Xiao Congyu had transformed from his beloved legendary weapon back into a human and then pushed him away. Xiao Congyu, why did you suddenly push me? I sent it because Dog Xiao Jin took the liberty of hugging me. Su Jin was bewildered. Wasn't he just embracing the divine sword Congyu? What did that have to do with Xiao Congyu? Could it be that her soul had fully merged with the divine sword Congyu, becoming a being akin to a sword spirit from a Xinxiao novel? Dog Xiao Jin, do you not feel even a hint of guilt? Xiao Congyu's cheeks flushed slightly, making her appear exceptionally cute, but I was clearly hugging the sword. Su Jin felt somewhat frustrated, his handsome face etched with confusion. Su Jin's not-so-bright mind began to turn. Could it be that hugging Congyu, which possessed a spirit, would evoke feelings from the spirit itself? What are you saying? Are you mocking me? Xiao Congyu was somewhat flustered. After countless years, this was her first time being held so affectionately by a man that I didn't know that hugging Congyu would also elicit feelings from you. He felt that this Xiao Congyu seemed somewhat different from the one in the game Qianlian. He merely liked legendary weapons. What fault was that? However, according to the memories buried within Su Jin's past life, he often inadvertently ventured into the grandfather's storyline while playing Qianlian. Subsequently, he was often met with the grandiose character of the grandfather, leaving him uncertain whether he was truly engaging with the authentic Qianlian. Su Jin repeated the game numerous times, only to find himself on the grandfather's path each time. Well, it is true. You are wielding a blade, not me. Perhaps I am indeed overreacting, he mused. Meanwhile, Xiao Congyu murmured with a hint of resentment, I was embraced by the dog spirit Jin, whom I have only recently acquainted with. How infuriating! Hearing her whispers, Su Jin felt a twinge of headache and apologized. I am truly sorry. I cannot believe I've taken hold of Xiao Congyu's form, but I deserve the utmost punishment. Yet he inquired, but did you not mention that you can feel something when transformed into a blade? Xiao Congyu coughed twice. Adopting a serious demeanor, she replied, it was my oversight not to inform you that I retain sensory perception even in my blade form. Xiao Congyu, I am utterly exhausted and shall take my leave in a slumber, Su Jin declared. Feeling his eyelids growing heavy, he climbed on the bed and almost instantly fell asleep, observing the peacefully slumbering Su Jin. Xiao Congyu's cheeks flushed slightly, and she muttered, foolish dog spirit Jin. The following morning, a series of knocks at the door roused Su Jin from his dreams. Rubbing his eyes, he glanced at Xiao Congyu, who was perched on him, and felt a surge of clarity. Was last night merely a dream? Did my legendary weapon truly traverse the internet to seek me out? He pondered, yawning as he sat up. Dog spirit Jin, it is time to rise. He gently lifted Xiao Congyu off him and set her down by the bed. Stretching and yawning again, he greeted, good morning, Xiao Congyu. The knocking at the door resumed, and assuming it was the landlady urging him for rent, he slipped on his slippers and approached the door. To his surprise, he found two figures outside. One was the landlady, Lin Suohua, and the other was her daughter, Lin Xie. The reason they shared the same surname was that Lin Suohua's husband had abandoned them, leading Lin Xie to take her mother's surname. Subsequently, Lin Suohua never remarried and devoted herself to raising her cherished daughter. Regarding Lin Xie as her heart's delight, of course, Su Jin had learned all this from the information shared in the hallway. Lin Suohua immediately spotted Xiao Congyu within the room, her tone imbued with surprise as she remarked, oh, I never expected this seemingly timid young man could attract such a lovely girlfriend. I asked this girl not a minor. She clicked her tongue, adding, I am quite astonished that you, young man, possess such boldness. Upon seeing Xiao Congyu, Lin Xi's expression visibly dimmed. Fearing a misinterpretation from the landlady, Su Jin quickly defended himself. She is my distant cousin, visiting me. Lin Suohua, intrigued, remarked, I never knew you had a distant cousin. But what could possibly be entertaining in this rundown place? Your cousin is indeed adorable, But why has she dyed her hair green and adorned herself with colored contacts like a spirited girl? She does not seem particularly lively to me. Chapter 32. My 21-year-old landlady, Xiao Congyu, found herself somewhat speechless. Little did she expect that as the divine blade Congyu, she would be perceived as just another spirited girl. However, she chose to ignore the woman before her. Su Jin's astonishment. Lin Suhua surprisingly refrained from demanding rent and instead nudged her daughter gently. Gathering her courage, Linsa clenched her petite fists and stepped forward to speak. Brother Su Jin, I have graduated and I plan to seek employment. Could you accompany me? Lin Suhua could only facepalm, exasperated by her daughter's boldness, as Su Jin was momentarily taken aback. What does your graduation and job search have to do with me? Just then, Lin Suhua eagerly chimed in. Young Su, my daughter has just graduated and is preparing to enter the workforce. I am quite worried about her venturing into society alone, so I came to seek your assistance in looking after Sia. By the way, you are not employed either, right? Perhaps you can job hunt together. It would be beneficial for both of you to work at the same company for mutual support. To her words. Su Jin paused. As a young man, capable of taking care of himself. He had been idling away in his rental room. Despite his ability to come and go as he pleased, the neighbors occasionally voiced their concerns. From the landlady's expression, it seemed she had realized her daughter's feelings towards him, which explained her leniency regarding rent. With this in mind, Su Jin smiled and said, Landlady, allow me to settle the rent I owe. He promptly transferred 50,000 to Lin Suhua and discreetly sent another 100,000 to Lin Xie's account. Lin Suehua was taken aback by the substantial amount Su Jin had transferred. Young Su, you do not owe me this much rent. Do not throw money around foolishly. With a gentle smile, Su Jin replied, Lin Jie, the extra amount is my gratitude for your care over the past 2 years. Lin Suhua beamed with delight. Look at you, calling me Jie. Just call me Ani, dear. I'm far older than you, so it feels quite inappropriate. Glancing at the unexpected surplus in her account, she was astonished. Originally, she intended to seek Su Jin as a prospective son-in-law. Fully aware of her daughter's affections for the brooding young man, her visit was meant to gauge his character, especially since her daughter had frequently assisted Su Jin with her allowance. However, the amount of money her daughter lent him over the past 2 years could not possibly reach such a sum. Even with interest, surprised by Su Jin's sense of gratitude, Lin Suhua felt increasingly pleased with her potential son-in-law, though a lingering question nagged at her. Young Su, where did you acquire such a fortune? You are not engaged in any illicit activities, are you? With a chuckle, Su Jin replied, Not at all. I merely earn a bit while playing a game. Lin Suhua's face lit up with surprise, and she exclaimed, I knew it. A capable young man like you should pursue gaming. Do not languish in your rental room any longer. By the way, you are still an independent player, right? Although sometimes luck can bring quick gains. The Doomsday game is not child's play. I advise you to join a reputable company or guild for safety. After all, the stakes are high, and dying 4 times is truly fatal. Amidst the landlady's unsolicited concern and Lin Xie's shy demeanor, Su Jin felt a warmth in his heart. As the top player in the game, he believed he did not need to seek refuge within a large gaming company or guild. After a moment's thought, he finally spoke. Auntie, I appreciate your care over this period, but I intend to vacate the premises. Lin Suhua was taken aback. Young man, you plan to move out? You truly do not wish to stay here any longer? Lin Xie's expression mirrored her mother's surprise. If Su Jin were to leave, it would mean she would likely see him less frequently. Summoning her courage, she stepped forward and grasped Su Jin's arm, overwhelmed yet unsure of what to say. After a long pause, she stammered, Brother Su Jin, I have an interview at a gaming company shortly. I am feeling rather anxious. Would you accompany me? After considering, Su Jin decided it would not be an issue, especially since he planned to check out an apartment downtown. He nodded in agreement. All right. Thus, Su Jin set forth with Xiao Congyu and Lin Xie, making their way to the subway. Their presence garnered the attention of countless passers-by. Wow, what incredible luck this guy has to be accompanied by 2 beauties simultaneously. I am so envious. These 2 girls are absolutely stunning. This lad seems fairly handsome, but alas, he is nothing compared to my youthful self. Hey, what nonsense are you spouting, old man? Oh dear, take it easy, my dear wife. My old bones cannot endure such exertion. As three individuals traversed the bustling thoroughfare, Su Jin found herself somewhat speechless, listening to the murmur of passers-by around her. Lin Xie attempted on several occasions to grasp Su Jin's hand, yet ultimately lacked the courage to do so. Meanwhile, Xiao Congyu clung to Su Jin's arm, cheerfully humming a little tune as they ambled along. Although Su Jin felt a twinge of discomfort in her arm, she refrained from voicing her discomfort. Upon boarding the subway, the doors gradually closed. Welcome aboard Line 3 of the subway. Please ensure you are seated and stable. Those who are elderly, infirm, disabled, or pregnant. At that moment, the announcement abruptly cut off, followed by a jarring crackle of static, as Eugene felt a wave of confusion wash over her. Could it be that the announcement system had malfunctioned? The piercing sound of the train echoed for what felt like an eternity before it finally ceased. Moments later, a voice resonated through the carriage. Dear passengers, welcome to the underworld subway. The final destination of this train is the abyss. Please adhere to the following rules, or we cannot guarantee your safety. Point 1. This journey comprises a tour of 7 stations in the underworld, each with its own set of rules to ensure an enjoyable experience. Please do your utmost to comply. 2. In the underworld, blood serves as currency. Reach the next station. You must pay a certain amount of blood as fare. Point 3. The underworld does not concern itself with the source of blood. You may acquire it by any means necessary. Point 4. Within the subway, you are free to move about, but do not shatter the glass, or you will bear the consequences. Life is incredibly precious and only granted once. Please consider the ramifications of your actions, as the underworld has little regard for fools. Chapter 33. The Child of Destiny. Hearing the announcement, Su Jin was momentarily taken aback. What on earth was this? Surely it was a prank. The subway continued its journey, yet Su Jin was astonished to notice that the scene beyond the glass had plunged into utter darkness. Outside, there was no light to be seen. The already quiet carriage became even more so. In the early morning, most passengers were office workers, their demeanor already lifeless. Many dismissed the subway announcement as a mere jest, paying it no mind. People were either listening to music or engrossed in their phones, oblivious to the gravity of the situation. Only a few passengers furrowed their brows in concern. In Su Jin and Lin Si's eyes, a glimmer of naive confusion was evident. Only Xiao Congyu seemed to grasp the seriousness of the matter. Her expression turning grave. In a corner of the subway, a group of well-dressed young individuals spoke in hushed tones, as if preparing for battle. This is bad. We are merely newcomers to the Anomaly Management Bureau. How could we possibly handle such a high-difficulty anomaly? This is a series of underworld incidents with a mortality rate of 99. We might struggle to ensure our own survival. Why are we so unfortunate? We only came to report to the Anomaly Management Bureau, and now we're caught up in this. Indeed, we are merely newly awakened at the first stage. How can we manage such a situation? Oh, if only there were a seasoned third-stage awakened individual here, perhaps we could save 30% of the passengers on this train. Anomaly Management Bureau? Awakening? What on earth was that? Strangely, Su Jin could hear every word of their conversation, despite them being 20 meters away. How peculiar. When did my hearing become so acute? Su Jin pondered, but decided to refrain from any hasty actions if this was not a prank and what they said was true. Then he was indeed unfortunate. Merely stepping out of his door only to encounter a series of underworld incidents with such a high mortality rate, he did not believe he could survive an incident with a 99 fatality rate. His luck had always been abysmal. Perhaps this was all just a jest. If it were true, as an ordinary individual, all he could do was sing a parting song before facing his demise. To encounter an anomaly just by stepping outside. In a sense, his luck was akin to that of a fortunate sovereign. Yet Su Jin had always found himself inexplicably lucky in bizarre situations. This was a stroke of luck he would rather forfeit. Su Jin, with his not-so-brilliant mind, contemplated for a moment, thinking that perhaps he could rely on those remarkable young individuals. He would follow their lead and do as they instructed. This strategy might enhance his chances of surviving alongside Lin Xie, who wielded a legendary weapon. The subway continued its journey without any sign of stopping, and some passengers began to grow increasingly agitated. What is this wretched train doing? I'm going to be late for work. A young man with bleached hair stood up, kicking the subway door in frustration. What the hell is going on with this train? I have a fight to attend in the east of the city. I can't let that punk think I'm afraid, or I'll never live it down. After what felt like an eternity, the train speed finally began to slow. Several passengers approached the doors, intending to alight, only to discover that they remained firmly shut. It was at this moment that the gravity of the situation dawned on everyone on the train. Suddenly, the electronic screen inside the carriage displayed a line of text. Carriage temperature, 22. Shortly thereafter, the long silent announcement system crackled to life once more. Dear fortunate passengers, welcome aboard this underworld subway. The next station is the scorching hell. Please prepare yourselves, as we will provide the station rules in 5 minutes. At that moment, one passenger felt as though he had glimpsed something extraordinary, staring intently out the window and exclaiming, "Look outside!" The other passengers turned their gazes to the glass, and what met their eyes was an endless sea of flames. As if the world had been consumed by a roaring inferno. The sky was shrouded in thick smoke, painted in ominous shades of crimson, as though a colossal fire demon was devouring everything in its path. Lava surged across the ground, bubbling and hissing ominously. Flames danced in the wind, reminiscent of countless malevolent spirits in a frenzied dance. Scorched trees, rocks, and remnants of buildings lay engulfed in the fiery abyss. The air itself twisted by the intense heat. In the distance, fiery whirlwinds wreaked havoc, a sight both awe-inspiring and terrifying. Unbeknownst to the passengers, a faint scent of sulfur began to permeate the carriage, inciting a sense of unease. This surreal scene sent the passengers into a frenzy. Screams, chaos, and curses melded into a cacophony of panic. Eugene signaled for Xiao Congyu and Lin Xie to remain quiet, and they obediently complied, refraining from joining the tumult. Meanwhile, Su Jin remained remarkably composed, silently observing the unfolding chaos. After all, if they were to meet their demise, there was little point in panicking. It would be far better to relinquish the struggle entirely. Just then, 3 individuals stepped forward in an attempt to restore order within the carriage. A commanding voice resonated. "Please remain calm, that I assure you. In the name of the Jiangxing Police Department, we will ensure your safety." As he spoke, the elderly officer removed his outer clothing to reveal the uniform of a first-level police inspector. The 2 younger officers behind him also shed their jackets, displaying their uniforms and simultaneously presenting their police credentials. The 3 police officers stood with impeccable posture, instilling a considerable sense of security among the passengers within the carriage. Gradually, the atmosphere of panic dissipated, and a fleeting semblance of order was maintained. 5 minutes elapsed in the blink of an eye, and before the crowd appeared a blood-red pamphlet, inexplicably floating in mid-air. Eugene had never witnessed such a supernatural phenomenon. He couldn't help but swallow hard as he reached for the floating booklet. Upon opening it, he found ordinary white pages, yet lines of strikingly crimson text, reminiscent of blood, manifested upon them. "Welcome, fortunate passengers, to the first stop of the 7-day tour of the underworld, the Burning Hell. This place boasts beautiful scenery and pleasant vistas, making it the quintessential choice for a home getaway. We warmly welcome your arrival. The flow of time in the underworld differs from that of reality. Therefore, there are slight discrepancies. However, if you adhere to the following rules, you may survive with ease. Point 1. That the temperature at this station is rather high, approximately 1000 C. Fortunately, the underworld subway possesses excellent thermal insulation capabilities. Yet in such a climate, the subway's cooling system will gradually fail, and the temperature within the carriage will steadily rise, peaking at 82 C.2. Please refrain from attempting to shatter the glass. Survival at 1000 C is impossible. 3. Periodically, the underworld will dispatch vendors to sell goods. Please do not attempt to attack or threaten the vendors, as you will bear the consequences. Point 4. The items offered by the vendors are of great value, including ice cubes, water, food, cooling patches, fans, and large air conditioning units. Point 5. The only currency accepted in the underworld is blood. We do not accept anything else. When wishing to purchase goods, please use the syringe beside your seat to draw blood. If you are unsure how to do so, you may request a free syringe from the vendor, who will assist you in drawing blood. Point 6. But the subway will remain at this station until 8 a.m. tomorrow. 100 milliliters of blood will serve as the fare for proceeding to the next stop, so please prepare this amount in advance. Otherwise, you will face the consequences. Additionally, we wish you a pleasant journey. Chapter 34. Waste Utilization. Upon reading the rules, Su-jin lifted his gaze toward the electronic screen displaying the thermometer. If this were not a prank, the passengers would need to endure the rising temperatures of the underworld subway. The current time was 10 a.m., and until tomorrow at 8 a.m., there remained a daunting 22 hours. I could see that moment. He overheard one of the bespectacled youths from the Anomaly Management Bureau adjusting his glasses and softly informing his companions. If memory serves, in a dry air environment, the highest temperature the human body can withstand is at 71 C, T71 C. One can endure for a full hour, at 82 C for 49 minutes, at 93 C, merely 33 minutes, and at 104 C, only 26 minutes. The subway's maximum temperature will reach 82 C. It seems the underworld has no intention of allowing ordinary people to survive. Ding! The temperature on the electronic thermometer shifted to 23 C. Goodness, the temperature is rising so swiftly. In just 10 minutes, it had escalated by a degree. The youths were taken aback, exchanging glances with the 3 police officers maintaining order within the carriage, hesitating over whether to assist. As members of the Anomaly Management Bureau, despite their inexperience, they felt an obligation to ensure the safety of the public during such extraordinary events. However, the current situation was far beyond their capabilities. They could barely manage to protect themselves amid the anomalies of the underworld, let alone save others. It was August, and most passengers were clad in short-sleeved shirts and summer attire. The rising temperature did not seem to discomfort them. Instead, some wore expressions of relief. A young man with bleached hair, agitated, began kicking the door in an attempt to escape, startling the other passengers, who quickly grabbed hold of him. Are you insane? The temperature outside is a staggering 1000 C. If you kick that door open, we will all perish, the young man, infuriated, shouted back. I don't believe in your ghost stories. You lot must have conspired to scare me. Do you really think I'm easily frightened? As he spoke, his bravado faltered, and he prepared to resist. That moment, a towering man, nearly 6.5 feet tall, stepped forward and delivered a resounding slap that sent the young man sprawling to the ground. The giant spoke in a deep, resonant voice. Why waste breath on him? Just tie him up and be done with it. Realization dawned on the crowd, and several men promptly removed their short-sleeved shirts, twisting them into ropes to bind the young troublemaker securely. You street thugs dare to mess with me? You think I won't bring my brothers to take you all down, even while bound? The young man continued to struggle, hurling threats as he fought against his restraints. The bespectacled man from the Anomaly Management Bureau adjusted his glasses and remarked coolly, "Fool, in a subway where temperatures are steadily rising. Such vigorous struggling only elevates your body temperature. You wish to hasten your demise." However, before he could finish, the older police officer strode directly toward the young troublemaker. As he pondered, Su-jin's eyes indeed manifested the interface of the game backpack. Yet the outcome left him profoundly disheartened. There was but a single slot, the yellow, otherworldly backpack compartment, filled to the brim with campfires to extract a heap of campfires in the scorching depths of hell. Was he not hastening his own demise? Casting a wise glance at the petite Congyu beside him, he turned his attention back to the backpack slot. It was as if a sudden realization struck him. He addressed Congyu. By the way, Congyu, how do you typically enter the game? Congyu looked at Su-jin with an expression of mild peculiarity. Such a critical juncture. This fool was still preoccupied with his trivial apocalyptic game. Should he not focus on survival? Despite the internal mockery, she answered truthfully, "It's merely a matter of thought. As soon as I wish to log in, I can do so immediately. Just a matter of thought?" Su-jin was utterly perplexed. How was he unaware of this? What purpose did this inquiry serve? Could it possibly assist them in overcoming their current predicament? Nodding, Su-jin declared, "Of course it can. I have a plan that may restore the Han dynasty from its obscurity." Though perplexed, Congyu nodded in agreement. A sword spirit. She was impervious to high temperatures. If all else failed, she could transform into Congyu pill, surviving even at 83 C. However, the same could not be said for Su-jin. Realizing that if Su-jin possessed a means to navigate through the crisis, she must assist him. With a slight blush gracing her delicate features, she extended her fair hand and spoke. Sujin, grasp my hand, and I can directly bring you into the apocalyptic game. Eugene, taken aback, had not anticipated that a legendary weapon would possess such functionality. Indeed, it lived up to its legendary status. Without hesitation, he seized Congyu's hand, and in an instant, a blinding light enveloped them, transporting him directly into the game, where he found himself at the entrance of a makeshift shelter. Upon emerging, he decisively scattered the campfires from the otherworldly backpack across the ground and began filling it with bottled water. Under the increasingly soaring temperatures, the first sign of distress would be dehydration. Thus, ample bottled water was indispensable. Upholding the philosophy of when impoverished, one cares for oneself. When affluent, one aids the world. Sujin resolved to do everything in his power to ensure the survival of all within the subway of the underworld. Except for the already deceased Huang Mao, not a soul was to perish. What did it matter if the death rate was as high as 99 in the underworld subway? He was determined to battle against the elite. With this thought, Sujin filled the otherworldly backpack with bottled water, preparing to log off once more. Out of the corner of his eye, he caught a glimpse through the narrow door of the makeshift shelter. Noticing that Bai Ning Shui and Lu Meng had logged in, yet they appeared frozen in place, devoid of movement. No. More accurately, their movements were infinitely slowed. Suddenly, Sujin recalled the broadcast mentioning that the flow rate in the underworld differed from that of the real world. Did this mean that the two individuals, seemingly motionless before him, were merely standing there? Should he intervene? Casting a glance at the imposing characters of Bai Ning Shui and Lu Meng, he promptly dismissed any malicious thoughts. Ah, how he wished the dark-skinned Queen Cater was here. He couldn't help but feel a twinge of regret. He logged off again, and before the astonished gazes of the passengers, Sujin began retrieving bucket after bucket of bottled water from the otherworldly backpack, amassing a total of 20 kilograms of water. Then he grasped Congyu's hand once more and peacefully closed his eyes. The bespectacled youth from the Anomaly Management Bureau was utterly astounded by this scene. He thought the rising heat would incite a frenzied competition for the precious water resources, leading to chaos and bloodshed among the passengers. Who could have predicted that this brooding young man would produce such an abundance of bottled water? He must possess an otherworldly backpack compartment. This fellow was at least a mid-tier player in the apocalyptic game. To extract such copious resources from the game's main deity, one could only speculate about his tier of awakening. If he were a Tier 3 awakener, at least half of the people in the subway could survive. Upon re-entering the game, Sujin swiftly issued commands to the little radishes to gather clean bottled water. The little radishes abandoned their tasks, moving with extraordinary speed to scour the surrounding area for any available water resources, presenting them before Sujin. Suddenly, an idea sparked in Sujin's not-so-brilliant mind. He recalled that the spawn point in the game featured a clear stream. He wondered if it had been contaminated by the zombie virus. If not, he could ensure that everyone in the subway would have their fill of water. With this thought, Sujin transformed into a fleeting shadow, racing toward the spawn point. In mere minutes, he arrived at the stream, retrieved a bottle of water from his backpack, and released it into the stream. Then he filled another bottle, and his game log refreshed instantly. You have obtained pure mountain spring water. Seeing the words pure mountain spring water, Sujin erupted into laughter, letting out a dramatic shout. Is it not said that there is always a way out? As long as I wish to walk, the path lies beneath my feet. However, Sujin soon fell into contemplation, although his otherworldly backpack compartment did not allow for infinite use. The sheer number of people in the subway meant that his water bottles would be insufficient. What to do? He immediately commanded the little radishes to gather plastic bottles. Yet, in less than half a minute, the little radishes returned, carrying boxes upon boxes of empty bottles. Where had so many empty bottles come from? And all of the same brand, no less? Sujin regarded the little radish with a knowing gaze, and the little radish promptly transmitted the scene she had witnessed into Sujin's mind. A beverage factory? There was a beverage factory nearby. So that was it. It seemed his luck was not so dire after all. Without further ado, Sujin instructed the little radishes to fill the plastic bottles with spring water while he tirelessly stuffed water into the otherworldly backpack. Time and again, he logged off and back on. seemingly performing magic on the subway as he produced bucket after bucket of spring water. With the little radishes working like a conveyor belt, the aisles of the subway's 3 carriages became filled with the mountain spring water that Su-Jin had extracted from his otherworldly backpack. Each carriage housed over 50 passengers. Not too many, not too few. And while the aisles remained relatively spacious, the seats were filled to capacity at this point. The temperature within the carriage had risen to 28°C, and the passengers were beginning to feel the oppressive heat. A radiant smile blossomed on Su-Jin's otherwise broodingly handsome face. The bottled water is laid out here. The aisle is filled. If anyone feels thirsty, drink up. It's on me. Saying this, Su-Jin took the lead, opening a bottle of spring water and gulping down half of it. The cool, sweet water flowed down his throat, sending a shiver of comfort throughout his body. He let out a satisfied burp and nonchalantly took a seat at the tea that moment. An elderly police officer, accompanied by a throng of young officers, approached Su-Jin. Startled by their sudden appearance, he quickly rose from his seat. He had assumed there were only 3 officers on this subway, yet now over 20 had gathered. Was it now fashionable for police officers to ride the subway? As Su-Jin stood, the elderly officer with a square face straightened his posture, adopting a solemn demeanor as he spoke. "I am Li Weimin, the captain of the Jiangshan South District Xian Temple Street Police Station. You may call me Captain Li. You are from the Anomaly Management Bureau, correct? I did not expect your support to arrive so swiftly to Su-Jin opened his mouth to respond. Li Weimin and the young officers behind him stood at attention and saluted Su-Jin in unison. Presenting ourselves from the Jiangshan South District Xian Temple Street Police Station. With 16 carriages in total, comprising 8 police officers and 16 auxiliary officers, we now report to you and will unconditionally heed your every command." Chapter 36. Oh no, the imposter has taken down the hero. Seeing the old officer salute him, Su-Jin instinctively returned the gesture. These officers regarded Su-Jin as their pillar of support, feeling as if their physical prowess had been significantly bolstered simply by his presence. Some officers even believed they could withstand the 83°C heat without issue. Observing the eager gazes of the young officers, Su-Jin felt a wave of pressure. With the atmosphere charged, he could not possibly reveal that he was not affiliated with the Anomaly Management Bureau. He certainly could not embarrass the elderly officer before him. Thus, with a forced calmness, Su-Jin nodded and promptly issued a command. "Captain Li, present. Have your men transport these bottles of water to the other carriages and maintain order there. As long as I am here, this carriage shall not descend into chaos. Should I discover anyone attempting to incite disorder, bring them before me, and I shall personally deal with them, drain their blood, and sell their corpses to the vendor in exchange for blood. If there are any signs of instability among the passengers in a carriage, report to me immediately." Su-Jin feigned a demeanor of ruthless decisiveness as he calmly issued a series of commands. Li Weimin and the officers under his command executed Su-Jin's orders with utmost rigor. Drawing upon his improvisational skills, Su-Jin orchestrated the situation with methodical precision, restoring a sense of calm among the subway passengers, who began to view him as their steadfast pillar of support. Li Weimin gazed at the brooding young man before him, an overwhelming sense of astonishment swelling within him. Is this truly a member of the Anomaly Management Bureau? Just his calm and collected manner of issuing orders is worthy of admiration. Why do I feel as though my own vitality is being renewed in the presence of this young man? Could this be the unique ability of the Anomaly Management Bureau? Truly, they are reliable. In the corner of the carriage, a few young individuals, including a bespectacled youth sipping spring water, were equally taken aback by the unfolding scene. Whispering amongst themselves, when did Jiangxing's Anomaly Management Bureau produce such a young and dependable senior? By the way, do any of you know him? The others shook their heads in unison that we are all newcomers. Having just joined, how can we possibly recognize everyone from the Anomaly Management Bureau? Exactly, I have face blindness and can't even recognize our own people. So what should we do next? Should we go out and assist our senior? One of the young members of the Anomaly Management Bureau made to rise, only to be stopped by the bespectacled young man. Are you foolish? We've undergone extensive training for so long, and this is our first day reporting for duty. We didn't step forward to maintain order and protect the public when the anomaly first occurred. Now that our senior has stabilized the situation, What do you think he would think if we went out to report to him? The newcomers pondered for a moment, realizing the bespectacled youth had a valid point. Their own performance paled in comparison to that of their senior, and it certainly did not align with the protocols established during their training. Given that the anomaly had persisted for so long, their failure to step forward would undoubtedly leave a mark of unreliability on them in the seniors' eyes. Complicating their future prospects within the Anomaly Management Bureau, IT would be wiser to distance themselves from him while he remains unaware of their identities, thereby avoiding leaving any impression, perhaps in the future. When they report back to the Bureau, they might even manage to pass unnoticed. The conversation among the bespectacled youth and his companions did not escape Su Jin's hearing. In mere seconds, he was drenched in sweat. Fortunately, they had chosen not to step forward, or it wouldn't have taken long for their cover to be blown. Su Jin maintained an air of calm, saying, "Come, Captain Lee, have a seat with this spring water. Getting through the first station should be a piece of cake, right?" Though he spoke with confidence, Su Jin felt uncertain inside, for he was unaware of any other means of cooling down besides water. In a situation where order had collapsed, ice would be exceedingly difficult to come by. An hour passed, and the temperature within the carriage had risen to 35 degrees Celsius, causing many passengers to break out in a sweat. They drank deeply from the spring water, replenishing their lost fluids. Though they felt the heat, it remained within tolerable limits. Just then, the long silent intercom crackled to life. "Dear passengers, we will be dispatching a vendor into the carriage in 5 minutes to sell goods. Please prepare the necessary blood for your purchases and do not obstruct the vendor nor hinder their actions. Any attempts to rob or harm the vendor are strongly discouraged, as the consequences will be borne by you. Of course, if you believe yourself sufficiently strong, you may freely assault the vendor. The underworld has always revered strength and is adept at persuading through might. The vendor will remain in the carriage for 5 minutes. Please make your purchases promptly. We wish you a pleasant shopping experience." The announcement echoed through all 16 carriages of the subway. The bespectacled youth adjusted his glasses and quietly remarked to his companions, "If our senior weren't here." The key to survival for ordinary people would hinge upon that vendor. Su Jin feigned an air of composed assurance, his gaze fixed on the door of the carriage, curious about how the vendor would manifest. Surely they wouldn't just push a cart through the subway exit, would they? After all, outside, temperatures soared to 1,000 degrees. If they were to simply open the door and enter, wouldn't everyone be doomed in an instant? Beside him, the seasoned officer Li Weiman watched Su Jin, who appeared utterly unfazed. Even at ease, he could hardly fathom how many such anomalies this exceedingly young individual had managed to handle. Old Officer Li Weiman was unaware of what the underworld series of anomalies truly entailed. Yet he firmly believed that this young man would lead all the passengers in the carriage to safety. Lin Xie, standing nearby, gazed at Su Jin with incredulous eyes. She never imagined that her elder brother Su Jin would be a member of the Anomaly Management Bureau. No wonder she felt an inexplicable sense of security when she was around him. So, it turns out that Su Jin's prolonged silence was not due to a fear of failure in a competition, but rather a heavy blow sustained during a prior anomaly event, which left him in such a despondent state. "It's all right. You need not blame yourself too harshly, Su Jin. It is not your fault that you couldn't save everyone. You have always been a hero, a true hero in my eyes." At that moment, Su Jin seemed to grow immensely in stature within Lin Xie's gaze. She realized that this brooding youth, reminiscent of a neighborly older brother, bore a heart-wrenching past worthy of song and lament. It was truly moving. 5 minutes later, the vendor indeed floated into the carriage, pushing a small cart. A flicker of disinterest crossed Su Jin's eyes. "What is this? I didn't expect them to really float in. If I'm not mistaken, the vendor's form will gradually solidify." Sure enough, the ethereal vendor, along with the small cart, began to materialize. The cart's wheels emitted a clattering sound, and all the passengers in the carriage widened their eyes in disbelief at the sudden appearance of the vendor. The vendor, with a sweet appearance and petite frame, donned a uniform that made her seem almost indistinguishable from a living person at first glance. However, upon closer inspection, one could discern her pallid complexion and vacant expression. Upon entering the subway, she silently pushed her cart down the aisle without uttering a word, as if she intended to traverse the entire length without stopping to hawk her wares. Not even the barrels of spring water lining the aisle could impede her progress. as she pushed the cart aside without slowing her pace in the slightest. The bespectacled youth, Qin Ming, adjusted his glasses and calmly stated, "Truly, this is the underworld series of anomalies. Even the vendor appears as if conjured from thin air." Upon hearing this, Su Jin paused momentarily, pondering why she hadn't simply floated in and then gradually solidified. Instead, it seemed she had just materialized. Qin Ming continued in a low voice, "There's only one vendor in this 16-carriage train, and she will only remain for 5 minutes, clearly designed to incite a frenzy among people vying to purchase her goods. Thank goodness our senior from the Anomaly Management Bureau is present. Otherwise, by now, people would have likely turned on each other in their desperation to acquire the precious cooling supplies from the vendor. The vendor would only appear for 5 minutes, and with only one vendor for all 16 carriages. This was merely the first stop. Without our senior, it is likely that 90% of the passengers would perish before reaching the second stop. Now I understand why the Underworld series of anomalies has a staggering 99% mortality rate. In such circumstances, it is nearly impossible for ordinary individuals to survive the anomaly unscathed." As Su Jin listened to Qin Ming and his companions' hushed exchanges, cold sweat began to bead on his forehead. Thankfully, he could transport supplies through the game. Otherwise, as an ordinary person, he would genuinely be at a loss for what to do. Oddly enough, although the temperature in the carriage had reached 38 degrees Celsius, Su Jin did not feel excessively hot, nor did he even break a sweat. Despite the multitude of questions swirling in his mind, he maintained an air of nonchalance, appearing as if he had everything under control. He knew he must not panic. If he did, the passengers in the carriage would follow suit, leading to a catastrophic outcome for everyone at that moment. The passengers in the carriage continued to drink spring water, replenishing their fluids while wiping the sweat from their brows, with no inclination to approach the vendor for purchases. Old Officer Li Weimin observed Su Jin, who showed no signs of perspiration, and felt a profound sense of astonishment. Even though he had undoubtedly been significantly enhanced by this young man's unknown methods, he could not avoid the trickle of sweat forming on his brow. Truly, the members of the Anomaly Management Bureau are remarkable. Beside them, Lin Xie, despite her enhanced overall qualities, could not prevent the beads of sweat from trickling down her forehead. As Eugene, catching a glimpse of her from the corner of his eye, noted that she seemed to be struggling with the heat. In contrast, Xiao Congyu appeared remarkably at ease, her brow devoid of any perspiration at that moment. She was surveying Su Jin with a look of incredulity, as if she were coming to a newfound understanding of Su Jin. Realizing that he was affiliated with the Bureau of Abnormalities, it was no wonder he remained so composed amidst the chaos that had erupted in the subway moments ago, as if everything was firmly under his control. It all made sense now. Xiao Congyu remained silent, fully aware that matters of expertise were best left to the professionals, and she had the good sense not to create further disturbances. Just then, a vendor wheeled a small cart past Su Jin, its wheels squeaking. Seemingly struck by an idea, Su Jin spoke up, asking, "Do you happen to have a hand-cranked ice maker for sale? I would like to purchase one." The vendor halted her cart and, in a voice that was both cold and sweet, yet devoid of irritation, replied, "Indeed, a hand-cranked ice maker requires the exchange of 10,000 milliliters of blood." Upon hearing this, Su Jin stroked his chin, pondering aloud, how many milliliters of blood can a single corpse yield? The vendor, glancing at the yellow-haired corpse sprawled on the ground, are to navigate through the sweltering heat. As long as there was a continuous supply of water and a hand-cranked ice maker, Su Jin could ensure that everyone would safely pass the first hurdle at the subway station. At that moment, the bespectacled man, Qin Ming, held an immense admiration for his exceptionally skilled senior. Su Jin, the very essence of her professional capability in handling extraordinary incidents, was enough for him to study for a lifetime. Deep within, Qin Ming had already begun to view Su Jin, a senior from the Anomaly Management Bureau, as an object of aspiration that he believed that one day he too would ascend to her heights, rescuing the populace from peril amidst unusual events. Meanwhile, within the city's Jiangsheng Anomaly Management Bureau, all personnel wore grave expressions as they hurriedly convened an emergency meeting. The subway trains on lines 1 and 3 had been untraceable for a full hour, and there was no sign of the 2 missing trains anywhere along the entire line. This situation was highly likely to be an extraordinary incident, and the police department had already handed over the matter to them. So, has the Anomaly Detection Department produced any results? Yes, our team has just detected that this incident was triggered by a phenomenon from the underworld. What? An underworld-related incident, which boasts a mortality rate of 99. It is nearly impossible for our personnel to enter for rescue. Just then, someone tapped his forehead and remarked, "Hey, I seem to recall that a batch of talents was supposed to report to our bureau today. Those are all exceptionally gifted individuals who could be cultivated as core staff members, but it appears they also boarded the third subway line that has gone missing." The elder seated at the head of the conference room immediately sprang to his feet upon hearing this. Grabbing the collar of a middle-aged man beside him, his beard quivered slightly as he exclaimed, "What did you say? Our people are also trapped in the underworld incident. They are merely a bunch of youngsters. We painstakingly applied to the higher-ups for this batch of exceptional talents, and now they haven't even arrived before falling victim to the underworld anomaly. Jo Datong. Was it you who made them take the subway?" The elder's voice trembled slightly, giving the impression that he might collapse into his chair at any moment. "Director Luo, be rational. How could it possibly be my fault that they took the subway? It was Qin Ming and the others who insisted on taking the third line to report to the Anomaly Management Bureau tomorrow." "Rational? How can you expect me to be rational? Our Jiangsheng Anomaly Management Bureau has long been in a state of disarray. We finally managed to bring over a batch of talented individuals, and they all fell victim to the underworld incident." Luo Wensong seemed utterly drained, sitting stiffly in his chair. "It is well known that in underworld-related incidents, even a third-tier awakened individual could easily fall if they were not cautious. Not to mention a group of youngsters who had just awakened to the first tier that in such incidents. Even a first-tier awakened individual is not much stronger than an ordinary person. A moment of carelessness could lead to immediate demise." Ultimately, Luo Wensong slumped back in his chair, heaving a sigh. "Let us hope that at least one or two of those youngsters can miraculously survive." Faced with the incredibly bizarre underworld incidents, even the Anomaly Management Bureau found it exceedingly challenging to intervene for rescue. Even if they could enter, the cost would be unbearably steep. Meanwhile, within the underworld subway, Su Jin pondered for a moment before addressing the vendor who was drawing blood. "We plan to extract 200 milliliters of blood from everyone aboard the subway in exchange for a large underworld air conditioner." At that moment, the vendor finally finished drawing the last vial of blood. She lifted the red cloth covering a small cart, from which dark mist emanated. The vendor reached into the cart and pulled out a hand-cranked ice maker. Slightly larger than the cart itself, this ice maker was quite substantial, standing about 1.5 meters tall and occupying an area of 1 square meter. It had a handle on the side, allowing one to simply pour in water and turn the handle to produce ice. Seeing that Su Jin was initiating another transaction, the vendor nodded and replied, "All right." The vendor then took out a syringe and began to draw blood from Su Jin. This time, luck was on his side. As the vendor managed to extract 200 milliliters of blood with only 7 or 8 pricks, as time passed, the rise in temperature within the carriage began to slow down. The electronic screen inside the carriage displayed a temperature of 40 C. Some passengers, unable to tolerate the heat, had already drenched themselves from head to toe with the spring water Su Jin had brought. Although the spring water had been heated to lukewarm by the scorching carriage, it was still cooler than the human body, albeit ineffective. Noticing that the vendor intended to draw blood from everyone individually, Su Jin looked at the passengers, some of whom had limbs, and admonished, "Are you all planning to wait for the vendor to draw blood from each of you? There are syringes right next to you. Draw your own blood quickly. Hurry up and extract 200 milliliters to hand over to the vendor. By the time she finishes, everyone will be familiar faces in this subway." Upon hearing this, the passengers suddenly came to their senses, quickly producing syringes to prick their arms. This was a matter of life and death. Who cared about the pain? Moreover, with Su Jin's remarkable authority and the professional identity of the Anomaly Management Bureau, supported by 24 police officers, his words held the weight of authority, and none dared to dissent. Su Jin's instructions swiftly spread throughout the 16 carriages. Everyone eagerly took up their syringes and pricked their arms. Some pricked themselves 3 or 4 times, others a dozen. Some succeeded on the first try. Within half an hour, they quickly gathered the required 200,000 milliliters of blood to exchange for the large underworld air conditioner. The vendor promptly lifted the red cloth from the cart, and it began to emit cold air automatically. This chilling air spread rapidly, enveloping all 16 carriages within mere seconds. The temperature displayed on the electronic screen plummeted swiftly to 22°C. A collective expression of relief and enjoyment spread across the faces of the passengers. Each person had drawn 200 milliliters of blood, a trivial matter not worth overthinking. Normal adults can produce 300 milliliters of blood daily, meaning that the 200 milliliters drawn would be replenished in roughly a day. It was not a significant loss out of course. Sujin could have opted to use the hand-cranked ice maker to continuously produce ice from the spring water to alleviate everyone's discomfort. But that felt too urgent for his liking. He preferred a more relaxed approach, shunning any sense of urgency. Sujin reclined comfortably in his seat, relishing the coolness provided by the underworld air conditioner. Wearing a contented expression, observing Sujin's seemingly vacation-like demeanor, the veteran officer, Li Weiman, couldn't he help but relax his taut nerves. Truly, as a member of the Anomaly Management Bureau, he could remain composed and at ease even in the face of life-threatening extraordinary events, a quality deserving of admiration. Qin Ming's companion, Zheng Wenbo, looked at Sujin in confusion and murmured, "Clearly, the senior could handle this crisis with the ice maker. Why does he insist that everyone draw 200 milliliters of blood? Isn't that a waste?" Without a moment's hesitation, Qin Ming adjusted his glasses, adopting a riddle-like demeanor as he replied, "It seems there is still much we have to learn from our senior." "What did you say?" Zheng Wenbo asked, utterly baffled. Qin Ming glanced at Zheng Wenbo with a hint of disdain and replied nonchalantly, "That is why I prefer not to communicate with foolish individuals." "What?" Zheng Wenbo, feeling slightly angered, was about to confront Qin Ming, but was restrained by his companions. Qin Ming adjusted his glasses once more and continued, "Adults can produce 300 milliliters of blood each day. Drawing this small amount will not adversely affect everyone in the carriage. Each person only needs to donate 200 milliliters, which will buy us ample time to rest and recuperate, enabling us to better confront the next crisis." It must be said that our senior has considered matters more thoroughly than we have. Clearly, we have much to learn. Upon hearing this, the others abruptly realized the truth. Indeed, they had to remember that the underworld subway did not consist of just this station. There were still 7 stations ahead. If they were to face the next crisis in a state of utter exhaustion from the sweltering heat, it would be disastrous. This thought crossed their minds. They all involuntarily shivered. Chapter 40. Oh no, could it be that our senior is a logistics officer? Since Qin Ming and the others were positioned beyond Sujin's perceptual range, he remained unaware of their discussion. Observing that Lin Se's forehead was no longer sweating, Sujin finally felt at ease. After all, he had promised Sister to take good care of Se. The vendor had already vanished within the carriage, and the hour was approaching noon. Many passengers' stomachs began to growl. Sujin glanced at the time on his phone and the loss of signal, revealing an expression of realization. Had the phone signal truly gone dead? Sujin glanced at the time. It was nearly mealtime. It seemed that in order to procure food while on the subway, one would have to seek out a vendor to exchange blood for sustenance. However, Sujin felt this was entirely unnecessary, as he possessed a plethora of food within the game. Although he was unsure why, the players in the game world experienced a significant slowdown in their movements. Yet his little radish heads were unaffected by this deceleration. Given this, he could have his little radish heads take on the role of chefs, while simultaneously leveling up their culinary skills and creating a substantial batch of attribute-enhancing dishes. This would conveniently address the food scarcity issue on the subway, as many people had rushed out to work without breakfast and were now starving. With this thought in mind, Sujin once again grasped Songyu's small hand and closed his eyes in tranquility. Upon logging back in, he found the little radish heads diligently filling bottles with spring water, and he immediately ordered them to cease their collection of spring water and instead instructed them to gather all the recipes dropped by zombies. He directed the little radish heads to assemble near the truck, retrieve various food items, construct cooking stations, and then follow the recipes to prepare their dishes. Soon, Sujin's game log began to update rapidly. Your zombies have constructed a makeshift cooking station, Crafting Proficiency 204, that your zombies have created a stone pot. Crafting Proficiency 302, that your zombies have fashioned a stone knife. Crafting Proficiency 306, that your zombies have made a stone cutting board. Crafting Proficiency 209, that your crafting level has reached level 7. Unlocking iron nails, cast iron axes, iron knives, large storage cabinets, and other crafting methods. Upon seeing the large storage cabinet, Su Jin's eyes widened. This cabinet could hold an entire ton of various supplies. While the weight would increase with the addition of materials, it could only rise to a maximum of 100 kg, which was akin to possessing a downgraded version of a game backpack. Moreover, the footprint of the large storage cabinet was remarkably small. After reviewing the materials required to craft it, planks, nails, and iron blocks, he noted that aside from the planks, which could be sourced locally, the remaining materials were quite costly and not feasible to gather or produce in bulk at this stage. If he were to purchase the scarce materials from the Doomsday Merchant, crafting a large storage cabinet would cost around 200 survival points. With a discerning gaze, Su Jin observed the little radish heads transforming into chefs. As his game log continued to update at an impressive rate, your zombies have rolled out a pancake. Cooking experience 203 points. Recipe. Pancake rolling skill experience 206. Magic chef experience 205. At your zombies have sliced the pancake into strips, creating a stir-fried noodle dish. Cooking experience 199. Recipe. Stir-fried noodle skill experience 209. Magic chef experience 211. That your zombies have prepared a pork and cabbage noodle dish. Cooking experience 303. Recipe. Cooking pork and cabbage noodle skill experience 308. Magic Chef experience 502. Magic Chef skill activated. Consuming this dish grants a temporary boost of 1 point to vitality, lasting for 1 hour. Your zombies have crafted a skewered meat dish. Cooking experience 102. Recipe. Skewered meat skill experience 204. Magic Chef experience 122. Your zombies have prepared a crispy pork dish. Cooking experience 205. Recipe. Frying crispy pork skill experience 203. Magic chef experience 223. As Su Jin surveyed the incessantly refreshing game log, he nodded in satisfaction that he segregated the attribute-enhancing dishes from the ordinary ones, then stowed a substantial quantity of ordinary dishes into his dimensional backpack. Subsequently, he logged off and retrieved 20 kilograms of assorted food from the dimensional game backpack. The sudden appearance of such a large quantity of food startled Li Weimin, who was standing nearby. Su Jin promptly distributed the dishes created by the little radish heads to Lin Xie and Congyu, then said to Li Weimin, "First, let the elderly and children eat. I can still bring out plenty more food." With that, Su Jin grasped Congyu's small hand once more and re-entered the game. Li Weimin, observing Su Jin's need to hold Congyu's hand to retrieve items, couldn't help but inquire, "Little girl, are you perhaps Su Jin's partner?" Congyu, slightly taken aback, nodded in response. "I suppose so." As Su Jin opened his eyes again, he extracted another substantial amount of food from the dimensional backpack. This process repeated for a full hour, until Su Jin had ensured that all 1,000 passengers in the 16-carriage subway train were served warm meals. In a corner, the bespectacled man, Qin Ming, was rendered speechless by the scene. Be able to produce such an immense quantity of food in a resource-scarce high-tier apocalypse undoubtedly suggested that this senior must hold a remarkably elevated position within such a dire environment. The mere ability to summon such a vast amount of food was enough to indicate that this exceptionally young senior was at least a minor lord in the high-tier apocalypse. Otherwise, how could he possibly gather so many individuals to prepare such an abundance of culinary delights and deliver them all to the carriage? Qin Ming pondered whether this senior leaned more towards combat or support as an awakened being. Suddenly, it struck him, there was a high probability that possessing a dimensional backpack and the ability to produce vast quantities of food and water resources meant that he was essentially in charge of logistics. Realizing this caused Qin Ming's complexion to turn pale, as he recalled the grim nature of the underworld series of abnormal events. Surviving was not merely a matter of endurance. There were often trials that tested combat capabilities. If survival in such abnormal events were the only requirement, the death rate would not soar to 99. If this senior truly lacked combat prowess, the upcoming challenges could spell disaster. With this thought, Qin Ming began to survey the passengers in the carriage. If the senior's combat abilities were insufficient to face the trials of strength, it would mean that the lives of many within the carriage were at stake. Over 1,000 lives. Taking a deep breath, he remembered the training manual's warning. One must become accustomed to death in the face of abnormal events, as fatalities would occur frequently. Yet, Qiming found it difficult to adapt. He shuddered at the thought of what would happen if the senior truly lacked the ability to cope. It would turn the carriage into a hell on earth. Qiming gasped, beads of cold sweat forming on his forehead. His body trembling uncontrollably, gripped by fear of such an outcome. Chapter 41. I am not a culinary god, Qiming. What's wrong with you? A few companions noticed Qiming's unusual demeanor and approached him with concern. Wiping the sweat from his brow, he gazed at the composed Su Jin, who was enjoying his meal in the carriage, and forced a wry smile, shaking his head. I'm fine. Just fine. That's a relief. I thought you had seen something terrifying. Upon hearing Qiming's affirmative response, his companions exhaled a collective sigh of relief. Qiming quickly calmed himself, reassuring his thoughts. The seniors from the Abnormal Management Bureau are unfazed. So why should I be alarmed? If the sky were to fall, the senior would be there to shoulder it. There's no need for me to frighten myself. The senior is a seasoned player in this high-tier apocalypse. And he might even have backup plans. In truth, Qiming was a second-tier awakened being. The first-tier awakening granted access to the attribute panel within the main game, while the second-tier awakening unlocked talents from the same game. Qiming's talent was an S-rank speed of deduction, which, while not particularly beneficial for enhancing personal combat strength, allowed him to derive multiple potential outcomes based on known information. The visions of these outcomes would project into his mind during the deduction process. When Qiming envisioned the potential for numerous fatalities within the subway, his pupils dilated and his breathing quickened, for he had witnessed scenes reminiscent of hell itself. Ugh, this dish is simply divine. Indeed, I've never tasted such exquisite cuisine in my life. Ah, the taste of home. In the carriage, a group of office workers indulged in steaming hot dishes, their eyes inadvertently welling up with tears. Consumed by the relentless grind of their 9-to-9 routines, they had grown accustomed to relying on trendy takeout, seldom experiencing such delectable cuisine. Some, overwhelmed by nostalgia, began to weep as they savored the flavors reminiscent of their childhood meals prepared by their parents. The memories stirred deep emotions, particularly for those who found themselves adrift in bustling metropolises, subsisting on the rigors of modern life. Among them, the veteran officer Li Weimin observed the tearful patrons with a perplexed gaze fixed upon the bowl of fried rice before him. With a strange expression, he took a bite, his eyes widening in astonishment as tears streamed down his face. This bowl of fried rice evoked memories of his late wife, whose culinary prowess had once captivated him during their youth. Remarkably, after more than a decade, he was able to savor the taste of her cooking once more, the flavors imprinted in his very DNA. Overwhelmed by memories, Li Weimin bowed his head, silently finishing the fried rice. Each mouthful steeped in recollections of his beloved Eugene. Startled by the sight of the weeping officer, couldn't he help but feel a twinge of anxiety. Why are you crying while eating? Does Captain Li feel unable to protect everyone in this carriage? She pondered, her heart racing. She hastily popped a skewer into her mouth and, with concern, inquired, Captain Li? Li Weimin wiped away his tears and replied nonchalantly, It's nothing, just some old memories that Eugene, momentarily taken aback. Thought, wait a minute. We are currently facing an extraordinary incident. Is now really the time for a stroll down memory lane? I've never heard of anyone becoming stronger through nostalgia in real life. After finishing his fried rice, Li Weimin quickly regained his composure and regarded Su Jin with an expectant demeanor, asking, Comrade Su Jin, what should our next steps be? Upon hearing this, Su Jin contemplated for a moment before adopting a professional tone, declaring, This is my first time handling an incident in the Underworld series of subway events. The situation on site has stabilized, but we must remain vigilant about what awaits us at the next station. As it stands, the carriage should remain calm until at least 8 o'clock tomorrow morning that I need to address a few matters in the game. I Weimin sighed with relief. Although this young individual was facing such a supernatural event for the first time. Witnessing Su Jin lead everyone through the initial phase, Skade suggested that he was no novice in handling such occurrences. It was a reassuring thought, especially considering that he still had the presence of mind to engage in the main god game. Indicating that the situation might not be overly dire, Li Wayman was also familiar with entering entry-level apocalyptic games to hunt zombies, as mandated by the government of the Huaxia Federation. Officers were required to accumulate sufficient hours while engaging in practical training. With a player level of 4, Li Wayman was no stranger to the rigors of gameplay, but the number of awakening slots provided by their unit was woefully limited, with priority given to those in the police headquarters. He was not surprised by Su Jin's ability to access the main god game without using a gaming pod. He knew that some high-tier players could enter the games using specific items or credentials. Meanwhile, in the corner, Qin Ming and others stared in disbelief at Su Jin, who seemed to have the leisure to log into the apocalyptic game. Is this the confidence and composure of seasoned anomaly management personnel? Or does he simply not regard this matter with any seriousness? Could it be that he is utterly certain of resolving this anomalous event? How formidable! Su Jin glanced at the time. There were still several hours until 8 o'clock the following morning, and the situation in the carriage appeared stable. However, uncertainty gnawed at him. What if he perished in this anomaly before establishing a safe haven? It would be a regret he wished to avoid. Instead, he resolved to venture into the game with Congyu to seek a suitable location for constructing a shelter. Perhaps he could capitalize on the time dilation affected by the anomaly and locate an ideal refuge, while also dispatching some zombies. With this thought, Su Jin grasped Songyu's hand and said, "Congyu, let us log in together this time." Chapter 42. Is this what you call a mental asylum? Congyu nodded in agreement. All right. Thus, in a flash of white light, they found themselves once more within the game. Su Jin called up his attribute panel. Player. Su Jin level. 7 health. 923923 stamina. 420420 mental. 420420 energy. 420420 strength. 11. 4314.4 agility. 22.325 constitution. 11.43 14.4 will. 11.43 14.4 perception. 22.325 insight. 22.325 movement speed bonus. 80 zombie damage bonus. 40 undead damage bonus. 16 all attributes bonus. 3 talent skill. Zombie replication titles. 8-star purple title, Wasteland Pioneer. Golden title, Savior. Common skills. Indomitable, level 2. Techniques for hunting undead, level 6. Master Chef, level 2. Apocalypse Survival. Strength training, level 7. Apocalypse Survival. Physical training, level 7. Apocalypse Survival. Training, level 7. Basic crafting, level 7. Basic cooking, level 7. Basic mechanical repair, level 7. Su Jin glanced at his strength attribute, pleasantly surprised to find that the little radish heads had managed to max out all 3 of his training skills overnight. He then surveyed his inventory, which brimmed with various food items, some of which offered permanent attribute boosts and others providing temporary enhancements. Since reaching level 2 in the Master Chef skill, the temporary boost had increased to 2 points. This revelation filled Su Jin with delight. His Master Chef skill was proving unexpectedly powerful. He retrieved a permanent attribute-boosting food item and handed one to Congyu as well. This is food that permanently increases your attributes. Hurry and eat. Congyu, glancing at the item's description, was taken aback. She observed the little radish heads expertly cooking at the stoves and suddenly understood how her master had procured such a bounty of dishes from the carriage. In awe, she gazed at the food. Wait, you mean all these attribute-boosting dishes are made by your zombies? Su Jin nodded enthusiastically, chomping down on the permanent attribute-boosting food. Congyu, feeling a mix of apprehension as she eyed the cooking radish heads and the dish in her hand, swallowed hard and finally took a bite. You have consumed the special dish skewered meat. Constitution permanently increased by 0.1. That you have consumed the special dish grilled bread will permanently increase by 0.1. That you have consumed the special dish fried rice noodles. Strength permanently increased by 0.1. That you have consumed the special dish grilled skewers. Your perception attribute has reached the 2-point threshold. Continue enhancing perception. Please elevate the Master Chef skill to level 3. Su Jin let out a long sigh of relief, having finally maxed out his attributes, with his hunger exceeding expectations. With a strength value of 16.4, he finally met the requirements for using Congyu's orb. He turned to Congyu and asked, Congyu, have you maxed out your permanent attributes? Congyu nodded. Yes, I filled them up. Great. Let us find a prime location to establish our shelter, Su Jin commanded, instructing the little radish heads to scatter and search for a suitable place to build their refuge. Closing his eyes, Su Jin began to visualize the images relayed by the little radish heads. Forest, another forest, a vast forest indeed. However, he had no intention of constructing their shelter within these woods, as the towering ancient trees posed a significant risk. Should a horde of zombies descend, the crawlers could easily scale the trees and infiltrate their haven. The shelter they built needed to be expansive and secure, reminiscent of a prison. With this in mind, Su Jin directed the little radish heads to continue their exploration, encountering several nearly motionless players along the way. Exiting to the south of the forest leads to a vast plain, westward to a desert, northward to a snowy expanse, and eastward to a mountainous region. Interesting. Wait, was there a large building in the vast plains? It looks eerily similar to a prison. Su Jin immediately maneuvered Xiao Luobitu forward, and the words Blue Sea Mental Health Facility appear before him. Blue Sea? That term seems familiar. I believe I heard it from the bearded man. I wonder what connection exists between Blue Sea Technology Company and the Blue Sea Mental Health Facility. As Su Jin approached, he noticed that the entire mental institution was enclosed by towering gray walls. The entrance featured layers of iron bars and a massive iron gate, giving the entire facility the appearance of a fortress, complete with 2 watchtowers and powerful searchlights. Although it was uncertain if there was still electricity, it seemed likely that if it were connected, the lights could function. Gazing at this mental institution, Su Jin's eyes sparkled with excitement. Rather than a mental hospital, it resembled a fully fortified war bastion. It was as if the facility had been constructed in anticipation of a zombie apocalypse, designed specifically as a stronghold. However, peering through the barbed wire, he saw countless zombies standing motionless within, as if they were frozen in a glitch. Among them, Su Jin spotted numerous first-tier mutated zombies, and even several second-tier zombies. Some of them were indeed second-tier mutated zombies. Clearly, those who built this war fortress never anticipated that their seemingly impregnable stronghold would be breached from within. At that moment, Su Jin's game log updated. Your zombies have discovered a highly contaminated area. This area is extremely dangerous. It is advisable for players to explore it in groups after reaching level 15. Hearing this, Su Jin's face lit up with joy at a highly contaminated area. I happen to have a super acceleration buff. If not now, then when? Regardless of how perilous these zombies may be, they appear nearly motionless in Su Jin's eyes. Posing no real danger, Su Jin promptly commanded all the Xiao Luobitu to gather at the entrance of the Blue Sea Mental Health Facility. He and Xiao Congyu hopped into a large truck, intending to check whether it could start. And to his surprise, it roared to life as Su Jin gazed at the operational truck with astonishment. Ultimately, he concluded that the inanimate object he interacted with synchronized with his own time. He wondered if living beings would synchronize with his time as well, that he would have to test that later. Driving the truck, Su Jin swiftly arrived at the Blue Sea Mental Health Facility. Together with Xiao Congyu, he jumped out of the truck, and through the barbed wire, he observed a vast array of zombies clad in patient uniforms, a dark mass of them filling the plaza. Within this mental health facility, there were 3 tall buildings and 3 shorter ones. Each tall building boasted over 20 stories, while the shorter ones had only 4 or 5. The expansive grounds were quite extensive. With so many rooms, Su Jin conservatively estimated that this war bastion could easily accommodate tens of thousands of people. If a refuge could be established within this mental institution, zombies would find it exceedingly difficult to breach this location. Even if the eternal night zombie tide were to come, they would not succeed in overpowering this fortress. Chapter 43. The isolated sanctuary. Su Jin surveyed the high walls and 3 iron gates of the Blue Sea Mental Health Facility. Pondering how to gain entry, he attempted to climb over, only to discover that the smooth gray paint rendered it nearly impossible to scale. It seemed the initial purpose of constructing this war bastion was to prevent climbers from breaching its defenses. Su Jin knocked against the wall, revealing a durability bar of 9999999. To his astonishment, the wall's defensive strength was displayed as 2,000 points, far beyond his current capabilities to breach, let alone creating an opening in the wall. Su Jin stroked his chin thoughtfully, gazing up and exclaiming in awe, could the walls of the Blue Sea mental health facility withstand a nuclear blast? The battlements and firing ports atop the walls are clearly designed for defending against zombies. He glanced at the ground, contemplating the implausibility of digging a tunnel to gain access. Given the size of this war bastion, the foundation was likely exceedingly solid, making subterranean entry unrealistic. No wonder so many terrifying zombies remained trapped inside. They were effectively contained by the towering walls and 3 iron gates. Such a vast fortress surely had a security room or something similar. He mused, scanning the gray walls that, to his surprise, he actually spotted a security room window sealed with barbed wire. It seemed that window could provide access inside. Approaching the barbed wire, Su Jin tentatively knocked twice. Instantly, a durability bar of 999 and a defensive value of 100 appeared. This defensive value was not excessively high and could potentially be breached. Shao Tsung peeked through the 3 iron gates at the densely packed array of various zombies inside. Although these zombies were virtually motionless, the oppressive atmosphere was palpable and somewhat frightening. Su Jin lightly patted Shao Tsung on the shoulder. "Wow, dog Xiao Jin, you startled me," Shao Tsung exclaimed. "Let me transform into a blade. I want to take you along to slay zombies." In response, Shao Tsung, looking puzzled, murmured, "Dog Xiao Jin, with these high walls and iron gates, how can we possibly get in? You can transform into a blade, and I have my ways to bring you inside," Su Jin replied with a mysterious smile. "Since Dog Xiao Jin has said so, then I shall transform." With that, a radiant white light enveloped Shao Tsung, and a magnificent katana materialized before Su Jin. Grasping the katana, Su Jin wasted no time in striking the barbed wire, slicing through it with 3 powerful swings, creating an opening that he slipped through the gap into the security room. The interior of the security room was spacious, cluttered with a multitude of debris and refuse. Tables and chairs lay haphazardly strewn across the floor, nearly causing Su Jin to stumble as he entered. Observing the zombies in security uniforms standing within, Su Jin hesitated not for a moment and swiftly wielded the sacred blade, Congyu, to behead 2 zombies. As expected, he gained no experience but received 4 survival points instead. Scanning the room, he ultimately spotted a set of keys hanging on the wall. Su Jin retrieved the keys and commanded several Xiao Luobitu to search the security room. The Xiao Luobitu quickly scoured the room, retrieving 2 handguns and dozens of bullets from the fallen security guards, along with several depleted electric batons and an access card. Additionally, they discovered a diary from a toppled drawer. Su Jin picked up the diary and began to peruse its contents. That "I have been employed at the Blue Sea mental health facility for nearly a month. While the benefits are excellent, the days are somewhat dreary. Aside from the intercom, the company prohibits us from carrying any communication devices, including mobile phones. I haven't been outside for over a month, although I can watch television to alleviate boredom. The days are genuinely monotonous. Every day, numerous patients from the mental hospital attempt to escape, but we have always repelled them with electric batons. What strikes me as peculiar is that it seems no matter how long they stay, the patients never seem to be fully accommodated. Although I know this facility is vast and can house many patients, I have never witnessed any patient leaving. They only enter and never exit. I recognize some patients by their distinctive features, but after some time, I no longer see them. Whenever patients attempt to flee, they exhibit extreme aggression. Some even tell us, "This is hell, hurry and leave. Don't stay here." Every patient seems to say the same thing, which I found curious. So I inquired with Captain Wang. He responded that those patients' conditions merely worsened and were confined to the observation room. Their mental state was already unstable, and we should not believe a word they say. I didn't think much of it, but in the following days I witnessed zombies, yes, zombies, dressed in patient uniforms brazenly appearing in the plaza. As for how I knew they were zombies, it was due to the overwhelming stench of decay emanating from them. Captain Wang instructed us to draw our firearms and shoot that zombie. After firing more than a dozen shots, we finally succeeded in bringing it down. It was only at that moment that we comprehended why Captain Wong had insisted we carry weapons. This zombie bore an uncanny resemblance to those depicted in the news. Indeed, these times are increasingly perilous. Both Haiguai City and Dongjing City have succumbed to zombie crises, though fortunately, the military swiftly eradicated the threats. However, I found myself perplexed by the dissimilarity between the zombies emerging from the rehabilitation base and those reported in the media. The zombies' vulnerability no longer lay in their heads. It took a relentless barrage of shots to the head, obliterating it before the creature finally felled. A sense of foreboding washed over me, prompting thoughts of resignation. Yet the image of my family relying on me for sustenance restrained my resolve. Shortly thereafter, my colleague Xiao Zhang could no longer endure the harsh conditions here and tendered his resignation to Captain Wang, who facilitated the necessary paperwork for him. Strangely, I did not observe Xiao Li exiting the rehabilitation base through the main entrance, prompting me to inquire with Captain Wang, who informed me that he had departed via a side exit. This left me somewhat bewildered. Did the Blue Sea Rehabilitation Base even possess a side exit? How was I unaware of it? On that day, Captain Wang appeared flustered, as if there had been a gas leak, and he took a team to address the issue. Thankfully, no incident occurred. Chapter 44. Clue to the S-Class Talent Advancement Plan. Recently, incidents within the rehabilitation base have become alarmingly frequent. Not merely gas leaks, but also inexplicably emerging zombies clad in patient garb, alongside collective uprisings among the patients. Times, even psychiatric patients have murdered doctors within the facility. Our encounters with Captain Li to manage these crises have increased, and I sense the situation slipping beyond our control. With so many lives lost at the rehabilitation base, the company seems to have opted to suppress the matter, as we have yet to see any police intervention. The news reports that major cities have fallen to the zombie crisis, with many now deemed unsafe. That I worry for my family's well-being, uncertain of their current state. The situation within the rehabilitation base has spiraled out of control, prompting the company to furnish us with heavy weaponry. The frequency of patient uprisings has diminished, yet the number of zombies continues to rise. What have I witnessed? I spotted Xiao Zhang among the horde of zombies, his disfigured face unmistakable. Why had he not left the rehabilitation base? I had been deluding myself. Deep down, I had harbored suspicions, yet I feigned ignorance that I recognized that my fortune merely surpassed that of others. But not by much. Those psychiatric patients were not truly insane. They were ordinary individuals. The company has abandoned this place, and our supplies have been severed. Captain Wang met his demise before our eyes, his face a mask of terror as he attempted to speak but could utter not a word, ultimately collapsing lifelessly to the ground in a tragic spectacle. The company opened the gate to Building 3, unleashing a multitude of zombies. Damn it. We are now trapped in the security room, unable to escape. The company clearly harbored no intention of allowing us to survive. Damn it. Damn it. Without heavy weaponry, our chances of escaping this prison are non-existent. The zombies emerge from Building 3. Damn it. Despite our utmost efforts to seal the door of Building 3 with our access cards, a significant number of zombies continued to pour out, and on our return, we were all infected. Now, we can only await our demise in despair within this room. Eugene closed the notebook, noting that the further the entries progressed, the more chaotic the handwriting became, nearly illegible. At that moment, an update appeared in Su Jin's task log. You have triggered the hidden ring task. The security guard's diary. Current task requirements. Eliminate all zombies in the square. Difficulty of this task. SSS level. Players are urged to complete this task promptly. As time elapses, the difficulty and rewards will diminish. Task rewards for this stage. Survival points. Final reward for the ring task. S-Class Talent Advancement Plan. Eugene was momentarily taken aback, astonished that merely reading a humble security guard's diary could activate a legendary ring task, and that the first phase of the task offered an SSS level reward. This implies that subsequent phases likely bear a high probability of also being SSS level, does it not? An S-Class Talent Advancement Plan? Such plans are exceedingly rare, often surfacing only in extremely difficult hidden tasks. Although C and D level advancement plans can typically be procured by major guilds or large gaming companies, their effectiveness in enhancing a player's strength is limited. Should a player acquire an S to B level advancement plan, it is no exaggeration to assert that a player who has undergone talent advancement at level 10 possesses a power disparity akin to the difference between foundational and advanced cultivation levels. Players who utilize a talent advancement plan after reaching level 10 and those who do not experience a stark divide in power. This S-class talent advancement plan is one I must secure at all costs. Players with D-level talents can ascend dramatically through high-level advancement plans, and some can even outclass players with the same tier of talent post-advancement. Some talents, though D-level and seemingly mediocre, undergo remarkable transformations when enhanced through higher-tier advancement plans. Such transformations can convert a support-type player into a combat-type player, retaining their auxiliary nature while achieving advancement. Gazing at the immobile zombies outside the security room, Su Jin felt a surge of relief that he had encountered the Underworld series of events, granting him a super acceleration buff. Without this buff, facing the second-tier zombies in this square would have compelled him to flee without hesitation. Yet now, these terrifying zombies were nearing a state of stasis, essentially granting him an advantage. The Underworld truly is a benefactor. With this thought, Su Jin kicked open the door to the security room and swung his blade toward the second-tier zombie. With the damage boost from the skilled Congyu and his own attributes, he struck decisively, watching the zombie's health plummet. You have slain a second-tier zombie, earning 5 experience points, 25 survival points, and 204 experience points in the skill Hunting Undead. Current experience, 52,000. Triggered Bloodthirsty Blade effect. Maximum health increased by 1 point. Glancing at his experience bar, Su Jin muttered in frustration, "What the hell? It requires 300 experience points to level up from 6 to 7, but suddenly it demands 2,000 to reach level 8. The progression just keeps getting harder." Fighting back against the tide of ordinary and mutated zombies, Su Jin resolved to conserve the regular zombies for the little ones to clear later. After 10 minutes of frantic combat, he leaned on his blade, panting heavily, surveying his nearly depleted stamina bar and a meager fraction of experience. And oh good, this grind is too slow that I need to figure out how to get the off-road vehicle in here. He contemplated, eyeing the keychain acquired in the security room and the keyholes on the 3 large doors. At that moment, he felt the blade Congyu tremble with excitement in his hand. Chapter 45, The Underworld. Supporting every dream, Dog Xiao Jin. Don't go overboard. Su Jin affectionately caressed the hilt of the blade, clenching his fist and speaking softly. Let us just say it's for me. Let us tie you to the front of the vehicle one more time. Dog Xiao Jin, are you a demon? Su Jin pondered for a moment before continuing. How about this? If you agree to be tied to the vehicle, I'll bring you baked bread every day. Little Congyu seemed to waver, clearly fond of Su Jin's baked bread. After a moment of silence, the blade finally responded, Well, all right then. Hearing this, Su Jin joyfully embraced the blade and planted a kiss on it. I knew it, little Congyu, you're the best. You insolent wretch. Do you take me for a mere child? Shout. Congyu transformed back into her humanoid form, perching on Su Jin's shoulder with an expression of mild irritation. I apologize. I was simply overwhelmed with joy. Su Jin chuckled foolishly as he rummaged through his game backpack to retrieve a set of keys, subsequently unlocking 3 iron gates. With Shout Congyu in tow, he dashed into the forest. Half an hour later, adorned in sunglasses, Su Jin sped towards the Blue Sea Mental Health Rehabilitation Center in his off-road vehicle. He had retained every piece of material from his last venture, all stowed away in his game backpack. Glancing at Shout Congyu, he inquired, Are you prepared, Shout Congyu? I am ready, she replied, transforming once again into a blade. Without hesitation, Su Jin pulled out some hemp rope from his backpack and, along with the little radishes, hastily secured the divine blade, Xiao Congyu, to the front of the vehicle. As Su Jin activated the car's music, donned his sunglasses, and pressed the accelerator, they thundered into the throng of zombies in the plaza, carving bloody paths through their ranks. You have driven the Congyu battle car, crushing 1 second-tier mutated zombie, 3 second-tier zombies, and 5 first-tier mutated zombies. Standard zombie kill records have been concealed, earning 117. 5 experience points, 284 survival points, and 2,854 experience points in the skill of Hunting the Undead. The blood-drinking blade effect has been triggered, increasing your maximum health by an additional 9 points. You have driven the Cthulhu battle car, crushing 4 second-tier zombies and 6 first-tier mutated zombies, earning 23 experience points, 198 survival points, and 1648 experience points in the skill of Hunting the Undead. The blood-drinking blade effect has been triggered, increasing your maximum health by an additional 10 points. You have driven the Cthulhu battle car, crushing 1 second-tier mutated zombie and 8 first-tier mutated zombies, earning 104 experience points, 122 survival points, and 1204 experience points in the skill of Hunting the Undead. The blood-drinking blade effect has been triggered, increasing your maximum health by an additional 9 points. Warning: the off-road vehicle's damage level has reached 3. At 30 damage, the vehicle will be rendered unusable. Listening to the delightful chime of experience points accumulating in the game log, Su-Jin felt as if his very soul were undergoing a transformation. Player level has reached level 8. Off-road vehicle damage level has reached 30. It is now unusable. With 2 game logs refreshing simultaneously, Su-Jin gazed at the incapacitated off-road vehicle, his spirits slightly dampened. This off-road vehicle is utterly useless. It barely plowed through 1/10 of the area before it gave out. How disappointing! He detached the Divine Blade Shao Congyu from the vehicle's front and, raising his hand, summoned the little radishes to begin the clattering repairs on the off-road vehicle. Su-Jin wiped the green liquid from the blade surface, and with a sudden pop, Shao Congyu reverted to her original form. A troubling expression graced Shao Congyu's face, prompting Su-Jin to feel a pang of concern for her mental state. Shao Congyu, "Are you all right?" Upon hearing his voice, she snapped back to reality. "I am fine." The Divine Blade Shao Congyu is intended to banish malevolence. As its spirit, how could I possibly falter? Su-Jin could distinctly hear a tremor in her voice. Betraying her lingering fright, he noticed that her displayed level had reached 7, and her health had surpassed the 3,000 mark, nearing 3,500 health points. Rubbing his chin, he nodded in satisfaction and summoned 8 more little radishes to join the repair efforts. The Divine Blade Shao Congyu's damage increased by another 100 points. Quite impressive. He now commanded a total of 36 little radishes, and with their level increase, their health bonuses had reached 480. Su-Jin glanced at his own staggering health bar, which had soared to 1,354 points, while the little radishes boasted a health pool of 6,499.8 points. Once they cleared all the zombies in the plaza, the little radishes would undoubtedly surpass the 10,000 health mark with ease. Just imagine the sight of dozens of little radishes, each with health exceeding 10,000, rampaging through the zombie apocalypse. It would take a heavy machine gun to even hope to fell them. The thought alone was exhilarating. In a mere 10 minutes, the 36 little radishes had efficiently repaired the off-road vehicle, demonstrating the power of sheer numbers. Once more, Su-Jin secured Shao Congyu to the vehicle's front and pressed the accelerator towards the horde of zombies in the plaza. This cycle continued for nearly 20 more rounds until he finally cleared the plaza of all zombies. In those hard-to-reach corners, the little radishes wielded steel axes to dispatch any remaining foes. Reminiscent of the mighty axe gang of their youth. Eugene observed that zombies struck by the little radishes immediately regained their mobility. To be precise, their time was synchronized, yet against the overwhelming numbers and robust health of the little radishes, even second-tier mutated zombies met their demise on the spot. It became apparent to Su-Jin that it wasn't that the zombies were unwilling to retaliate. Rather, they were simply obliterated upon impact with the Cthulhu battle car. As the game log refreshed again, your level has increased to 10. The ground was now thoroughly stained with the green blood of zombies, littered with severed limbs, and the air was thick with a pungent stench of decay. Su-Jin wiped the sweat from his brow, gazing at the now-cleared plaza. He then glanced at the 3 low-rise buildings on his left and the 3 high-rises on his right. His astonishment. The experience required to advance from level 8 to 9 was 5,000 points, while from level 9 to 10, it was an even more daunting 10,000 points. Thankfully, the abundance of zombies in the plaza made this endeavor feasible. Otherwise, reaching level 10 would have posed a significant challenge. Had it not been for the super speed buff, navigating the off-road vehicle through the dense zombie throng especially after the vehicle had stalled nearly 20 times, would have proven fatal, regardless of his agility. Thus, Su Jin felt a deep sense of gratitude towards the underworld. Indeed, the underworld was a benevolent entity, aiding him in fulfilling his aspirations as he processed the 1,000 experience points accrued. Su Jin realized he would likely need to slay 1,000 second-tier zombies to level up. Just then, both his quest log and game log refreshed simultaneously. Chapter 46, Golden Title, Wasteland Knight. Congratulations, player, for completing the first phase of the quest, earning 100,000 survival points. The next phase of the quest requires you to explore any building. Task difficulty: unknown. Task requirements: discover critical clues. Task rewards: to be determined based on completion level. Congratulations, player, for being the first in this world to reach level 10, earning an S-rank advanced talent scheme. You have acquired the purple title, Wasteland Pioneer. The system has detected that you already possess the 8-star purple title, Wasteland Pioneer. It will automatically merge and upgrade to the 9-star title, Wasteland Pioneer. With this title, you gain a movement speed of 90 and a 45 damage bonus against zombies. A world announcement will soon be made, and the system has automatically concealed this announcement from a player. Congratulations, player, for becoming the first to purify a deeply contaminated area, earning the purple title, Wasteland Pioneer. You will receive an S-rank skill book. Having purified the contaminated area for the 3rd consecutive time, you have obtained the purple title, Wasteland Purifier. With this title, your resistance to zombie viruses is significantly enhanced, and the effects of contaminated environments on you are greatly diminished. You are currently completely immune to 1st and 2nd-tier zombie viruses, and possess a certain level of resistance to 3rd-tier zombie viruses. The system has detected that you possess the 9-star purple title, Wasteland Pioneer. The title will automatically merge and evolve into the golden title, Wasteland Knight. With this title, all player attributes increase by 1 point, and you gain a movement speed of 100, along with a 50 bonus damage against zombies. When attacking a target, you may ignore at least 10 of the target's defense, dealing true damage equal to that value, and you will be immune to the effects of Dark Fear. Su Jin stared in disbelief at the continuously refreshing game logs and task logs. A purple title, Wasteland Purifier, immunity to 1st and 2nd-tier zombie viruses, a golden title, Wasteland Knight, the ability to ignore defense and deal true damage while being immune to states of dark fear. This meant he could venture out at night without his attributes diminishing, freely hunting monsters. Goodness, this was truly a noble form of true damage. As expected of a golden title, it certainly held something remarkable. Immediately thereafter, Su Jin's game log was refreshed once more. Congratulations to the player for successfully purifying the heavily contaminated area, receiving a beginner's forging skill book, a reward of 1 armored vehicle with bomb-proof tracks, 100 barrels of military diesel, 5 DSR sniper rifles, 500 rounds of sniper ammunition, 3 focus flamethrowers, and 100 fuel canisters for the flamethrowers. Additionally, there were 20 short-barreled grenade submachine guns, 20,000 rounds of rifle ammunition, blueprints for a medium watchtower, 10,000 kilogram iron blocks, 10,000 kilogram brass blocks, and 505 kilogram titanium alloys. Furthermore, there were 100 tons of uncontaminated raw lamb, 100 tons of uncontaminated raw pork, 100 tons of uncontaminated raw beef, 100 tons of uncontaminated raw chicken, 100 tons of uncontaminated raw fish, and 100 tons of various fresh vegetables. Lastly, there were 1,000 bags of 100 kilograms of rice, 1,000 bags of 100 kilograms of flour, and 1,000 bags of 100 kilograms of soybeans. Staring at the plethora of resources that had just appeared, Su Jin was momentarily taken aback. Such an abundance of food. He would never be able to consume it all in several lifetimes. He did not expect that conquering a heavily contaminated area would yield such an astonishing bounty. As he scrolled through the list and spotted the bomb-proof armored vehicle, sniper rifles, submachine guns, and flamethrowers. Su Jin's eyes lit up. These were indeed valuable items. However, he decided against deploying the resources immediately, as he was unsure where to store such a vast quantity. Consequently, Su Jin opted to spend 5,000 survival points to delay the deployment of this batch of supplies. Examining the inventory list, he selected the bomb-proof armored vehicle. Its heavy titanium alloy armor and the heavy machine gun mounted on the roof provided an immense sense of security. Wow, what a remarkable find. This would significantly enhance his combat vehicle, the Congyu. He would no longer fear getting stuck while running over zombies. Climbing onto the armored vehicle, Su Jin, who possessed mechanical repair skills, discovered that the mounted heavy machine gun could be disassembled and replaced with other heavy weaponry. This realization filled him with joy, and he immediately summoned a focused flamethrower to his delight. He found that he could indeed mount the flamethrower onto the vehicle. An armored vehicle equipped with a focused flamethrower would undoubtedly be a formidable weapon against hordes of zombies. Moreover, this armored vehicle could control external heavy weaponry directly from its cabin, eliminating the risk of ambush while operating them from exposed position. By the way, what exactly was the forging skill book? Su Jin rifled through the memories of the original owner, but found no relevant information. He picked up the forging skill book and noticed it lacked any rank, leaving him somewhat perplexed. Could it be that the items he had obtained were of little value? With this thought in mind, Su Jin opened the skill book to read its description. Upon learning the forging skill, crafting weapons and equipment would yield additional attribute values and durability. The weapons and equipment crafted would have a chance to acquire special attributes. This skill book contained 30 levels, with each level gained 10 points of relevant stats and 1 point of a related attribute would be added, along with an additional base durability of 10 and a 1% increase in the probability of obtaining special attributes. The skill level could not exceed the player's level. As Eugene stared at the forging skill book, momentarily in a daze, before exclaiming, "Wow, what a treasure!" With this, the wooden spears of the Little Radishes can become much more durable. It seems the Little Radish's advancement from the Stone Age to the Iron Age can be postponed a little longer. Without a second thought, Su Jin slapped the skill book against his forehead. You have learned beginner forging. You will receive additional bonuses when crafting weapons and equipment. Current probability of obtaining special attributes. 1. Feeling a surge of excitement at his newly acquired forging skill, Su Jin eagerly rubbed his hands together. Without hesitation, he commanded a nearby Little Radish to craft a wooden spear. Your zombie has crafted a wooden spear. Beginner forging experience 1. Special forging triggered, obtaining a special golden attribute. What the? To obtain a special attribute on the very first item, and a golden one at that. Could it be that my luck has once again shone upon me from the underworld? Although Su Jin felt that a golden attribute on a wooden spear was somewhat wasteful, he still eagerly began to examine it. Wooden spear quality, crude damage, 20 to 30 description, a poorly crafted spear that can be wielded perfectly with just 2 points of strength. Capable of inflicting minor damage to zombies. Special attribute, quantum weapon. This spear will never be destroyed. Su Jin looked at the golden attribute, feeling somewhat speechless. Seriously, what the hell? A wooden spear is a trivial item to craft, and this useless attribute adds neither damage nor additional stats. He couldn't help but feel a wave of disinterest wash over him. Glancing at the S-rank skillbook that had emerged, he swallowed hard. This was the first S-rank skillbook he had obtained. He couldn't help but wonder what excellent skill it might grant him. Chapter 47. Heavily Contaminated Area. S-rank skill. Nostalgia for the Era of Beauty. Skill description. Detects the holder's skills and greatly increases the probability of acquiring a skill book that can synergize with any one of the current holder's skills. Su Jin blinked a couple of times, bewildered by the peculiar nature of this skill. After painstakingly analyzing the text several times, he finally understood. This skill does not enhance him directly, but rather increases the likelihood that the next skill book he acquires will contain a skill that can create a combo with any of his currently possessed skills, resulting in a synergistic effect greater than the sum of its parts. Though he was uncertain about the extent of this greatly increased probability, the S-rank skill book seemed to have no level requirements. Su Jin pondered for a moment and ultimately concluded that it would be wise for someone of his unluckiness to learn this skill book to avoid acquiring a completely useless skill book next time. With that thought, Su Jin slapped the S-rank skill book against his forehead and casually tossed the indestructible wooden spear to a Little Radish. He then ordered the Little Radishes to clear the corpses from the square. Su Jin accessed the status panel for a quick glance. Player. Su Jin level. 10 health. 12,344,862 stamina. 600,600 mental state. 600,600 energy, 600,600 strength, 16.44, 20.4 agility, 34 constitution, 16. 44, 20.4 will, 16.44, 20.4 perception, 34 insight, 34 movement speed bonus, 100 zombie damage bonus, 50 undead damage bonus, 19 overall attribute bonus, 4 attack ignores defense, 10 talent skills, zombie replication. Capable of summoning 55 zombie clones. Titles: Purple Title, Wasteland Purifier, Golden Title, Wasteland Knight, Golden Title, Savior. Possesses common skills: Unyielding, Level 2, Undead Hunting Techniques, Level 9, Master Cook, Level 2, Nostalgia for the Era of Beauty, Max Level. Apocalypse Survival, Strength Training, Level 7, Apocalypse Survival, Stamina Training, Level 7, Apocalypse Survival, Will Training, Level 7. Beginner Manufacturing, Level 7. Beginner Cooking, Level 7. Beginner Mechanical Repair, Level 8. Beginner Forging, Level 1. Satisfied with his attributes, Su-Jin nodded approvingly. He leisurely settled into his newly acquired armored vehicle. At this point, he had reached Level 10, and the Little Radish's health bonuses had also increased to 500. Each Little Radish now boasted a health pool of 10 points, with health bars that were exceptionally robust. Although the Little Radishes appeared somewhat battered and their health was slowly recovering, it did not diminish Su-Jin's pride. He felt incredibly powerful now, as if he could easily overpower an entire psychiatric rehabilitation center. Su-Jin rubbed his chin, feeling a nagging sense that he had forgotten something. He cast a shrewd glance at the off-road vehicle parked nearby and suddenly recalled that little Congyu was still tied to the front of it. Realizing this, Su-Jin hurriedly rushed over in a flurry to remove the treasured blade, Congyu, from the vehicle. After wiping away the green blood stains, little Congyu revealed its true form, appearing somewhat battered and worn. It clung tightly to Su-Jin's arm. "Little Congyu, are you okay? Is everything all right?" After a moment, little Congyu's crimson eyes regained a glimmer of life. Dog repairman, I'm perfectly fine now. Have all the zombies been dealt with?" Feeling a bit sheepish, Su-Jin scratched his head and replied, "Of course they've been taken care of." "Ha, that's good. I'm logging off now." With that, little Congyu's form vanished from Su-Jin's sight. Su-Jin chuckled wryly, scratching his head. According to the task's guidance and the diary's mention of building number 3, if all went as expected, the next key task would be located within that building. He had initially intended to explore building No. 3 with little Congyu, but it seemed that plan would have to wait. Su-Jin approached the front of building number 3, a modest structure that required an access card to unlock. The card to access building No. 3 was presumably the one discovered in the security room. According to the security guard's diary, the horrifying zombies had surged forth from this very building. The next task indication seemed to imply that he was meant to explore building No. 3, meaning he must eliminate the zombies within before proceeding. Although the zombies inside appear to be in a state of near stasis, if their density was too high, any inadvertent contact could synchronize their time with his. Awakening them to IT was uncertain how expansive building number 3 was. From the entrance, it was clear that even an armored vehicle would find it impossible to gain entry. How wonderful it would be if he could maneuver an armored vehicle inside building No. 3. Su-Jin mused with a hint of regret. He extracted the access card, and as expected, the door to building number 3 emitted a beep and swung open. Su-Jin intended to assess the situation within. Upon opening the door, a wave of green mist enveloped him, and the scene inside building number 3 startled Su-Jin immensely. The exit was densely packed with zombies. Ordinary zombies were nowhere to be seen. Instead, the interior was filled with second-tier zombies, second-tier mutated zombies, and third-tier zombies, with a few third-tier mutated zombies interspersed among them. It seemed that building number 3 housed a plethora of high-quality zombies. Each zombie bore a bizarre appearance, leaving Su-Jin at a loss for words to describe their peculiar forms. Fortunately, the zombies were in a state of near immobility. Had they been able to move, they would have surely pounced on him the moment he opened the door, tearing him to shreds. A warning soon echoed in Su-Jin's game log. Player has entered a heavily contaminated zone. Player's constitution exceeds 20 points. Current health will not decline. Should health reach 0, There's a risk of infection with the zombie virus. Little Congyu had just logged off, indicating that the task of clearing the heavily contaminated area would have to be postponed for the time being. Su Jin used the access card to close the gate to building number 3 and then ventured to buildings number 2 and number 1. Both buildings also required an access card for entry, and despite his attempts, Su Jin found he lacked the necessary permissions to open the doors to buildings number 1 and number 2. All 3 buildings were modest in height and demanded an access card for entry. He then arrived at buildings number 4, number 5, and number 6, which towered over 20 stories high and were secured with locks that could be opened with the keyring from the security room. As Eugene unlocked the door to building No. 4. Despite the multitude of zombies inside, they were all ordinary ones, and the game log indicated that building number 4 was merely a lightly contaminated zone. This revelation left Su Jin feeling somewhat disenchanted. He proceeded to open the doors to buildings number 5 and number 6, one being a moderately contaminated zone and the other lightly contaminated. The quality of the zombies in buildings number 4, number 5, and number 6 was evidently lacking. Rather low tier. Chapter 48. What the hell is this doing here? However, once the zombies were cleared, it would indeed be possible to establish a refuge within buildings number 4, number 5, and Note 6, as Eugene summoned the upgraded little radish heads and instructed them to enter buildings No. 4, number 5, and number 6 to eliminate all the zombies inside. After completing this task, Su Jin felt a wave of drowsiness wash over him, uncertain of how much time had passed within the underworld subway. With that thought, he decided to log off, opening his eyes once more to the cool breeze of the large underworld air conditioning, where most passengers in the subway had succumbed to slumber. Some had laid their clothes out in the aisle, opting to sleep there, while others leaned against the seats of the subway, dozing off. The time displayed on the subway indicated it was midnight. The old police officer Li Weimin had no qualms, simply lying down on the floor to sleep. He understood that facing the impending crisis of the next station required him to conserve his energy. Without proper rest, encountering danger could spell disaster. Even in slumber, Li Weimin's hand remained firmly pressed against his holster. Truly commendable for a member of the People's Police Department, as Eugene harbored no doubts that should he dare to touch the holster, Li Weimin would awaken in an instant. This moment, the entire subway was enveloped in silence, with only a few awake. Perhaps due to Su Jin's reassuring presence, the passengers remained relatively at ease. With 8 hours remaining until the next station, Su Jin glanced at Lin Xia. Unlike the other men sprawled across the floor, she leaned against the back of a seat, her head tilted slightly as she slept, drooling adorably, appearing to be in the depths of a delightful slumber. Little Congyu, on the other hand, remained awake, quietly hugging her knees in silence. As Eugene chuckled softly, scratching his cheek, it seemed he had indeed gone a bit overboard. Knowing full well that little Congyu was timid, yet having tied her to the front for so long, using her to clear a square full of zombies, it appeared he needed to treat little Congyu with more kindness and properly compensate her. Otherwise, should his legendary weapon decide to flee, who would he turn to for justice? With a scheduled arrival at the next station at 8 in the morning, 8 hours of sleep was just enough. Feeling fatigued, Su Jin gently patted little Congyu's head, wished her good night, and sprawled out on the floor, slipping into a deep slumber. Little Congyu glanced at Su Jin, who had fallen asleep instantly, then looked outside at the crimson sky. She reached out her small hand and gently brushed Su Jin's face, her thoughts unknown that a night of silence ensued. Morning arrived swiftly, and the subway's announcement sounded once more. Welcome aboard the Underworld subway, that we have automatically extracted 100 milliliters of blood from each of you. The subway is about to arrive at the next station, Extreme Cold Hell. The train will depart tomorrow morning at 8. We wish you a pleasant time at the Extreme Cold Hell station. The rules for this station are similar to the previous one, so no further details will be provided, as Eugene rubbed his eyes. Awakening from his slumber, only to find even a potato spirit had affixed itself to the car window, curiously tapping at the glass with its stem, its pair of beady eyes locking onto Su Jin's gaze. Observing the stout potato, which stood nearly half his height, Su Jin felt a sense of incredulity, yet he was not overly frightened. After all, these rotund potatoes were far more endearing than the bizarre zombies one might encounter in a post-apocalyptic world. The subway's announcement indicated that the rules for this station were akin to those of the previous one, meaning survival in a harsh environment remained paramount. Perhaps these adorable, plump potatoes, racing and shrieking across the glacier outside, posed no real threat. They might merely serve as a spectacle for human amusement. Chapter 49. The True Hero Act for the Nation and its People. With this thought, Su-jin couldn't help but exhale deeply. Realizing he had perhaps overreacted, if the temperature in the carriage was to drop, it was only necessary to produce something to elevate the warmth, while items to lower the temperature might be scarce in this apocalypse. Those that could increase it were plentiful, such as bonfires and torches, which could provide warmth at IT that moment. The temperature inside the carriage had already plummeted to around 10 C, given that it was summer. Many passengers were dressed in light clothing, and several had begun to shiver. With this in mind, Su-jin decisively took hold of Xiao Songyu's small hand, logged in, and summoned a plethora of bonfires. After some calculation, Su-jin determined that approximately 5 bonfires were needed per carriage, totaling 16 carriages, so he conjured a staggering 240 bonfires. The bonfires in the apocalyptic game were simple to create and lasted up to 8 hours. Since the subway would remain in this frigid hell for 24 hours, 240 bonfires would suffice to maintain the temperature throughout the entire train as the bonfires ignited within the carriage. The passengers gathered around them for warmth. Zheng Wenbo, a companion of Qin Ming, expressed his confusion, saying, "Isn't it a bit brazen to light a fire in the subway? Isn't he worried about igniting the train or suffering from carbon monoxide poisoning?" Qin Ming adjusted his glasses and replied with a scoff, "This is why I dislike dealing with fools. Senior has clearly thought this through. If the subway didn't catch fire at temperatures reaching 1000 C, it indicates that the underworld subway is fire-resistant, so there's no need to fear a blaze at AS for carbon monoxide poisoning. Are you joking? How could the subway not have ventilation? If it were a completely sealed space, we would have suffocated long ago, and you wouldn't be standing here to talk." Ignoring Zheng Wenbo, whose veins bulged as he struggled to restrain himself, his companions managed to hold him back. "Calm down. Zheng Wenbo. Qin Ming speaks like this all the time. Don't take it personally." The group worked together to pacify him. It was essential to keep Zheng Wenbo in check, as Qin Ming was the smartest among them. Akin to the team strategist, they would undoubtedly rely on Qin Ming's intellect for handling future anomalies. The once curious potato spirits, having witnessed the bonfires, were now frightened and retreated. The carriage fell into a notable silence, the shrieks of the potatoes no longer echoing. Qin Ming adjusted his glasses and remarked, "So that's it. Senior even anticipated this step. It seems I have much to learn from you." The group was left puzzled, wondering which step he referred to, as they had missed it entirely. However, with the absence of the potato spirit's shrieks, the previously agitated atmosphere among the passengers began to settle. Zheng Wenbo, too, calmed down, turning his back in silence. Clearly unwilling to engage with Qin Ming that moment, the announcement sounded once more. "Dear passengers, we will dispatch a vendor into the carriage in 5 minutes to sell goods that we wish you a pleasant shopping experience." 5 minutes later, a sweet-faced vendor pushed a cart into the carriage to Su-jin, observing the vendor maneuvering around the bonfires. Couldn't help but inquire, "Do you sell large underworld air conditioners?" The vendor smiled a pale smile. "We do, sir, but considering the harsh conditions of the frigid realm, the price for the large underworld air conditioner has been adjusted to 1 million milliliters of blood." Su-jin opened his mouth, but ultimately remained silent. After a moment, he said, "You may go. I no longer wish to purchase anything." "Very well, sir. I wish you a pleasant day," replied the vendor before wheeling away. Qin Ming stroked his chin, murmuring to himself, "It seems the price of the second round of underworld air conditioners will skyrocket. Or perhaps it's due to everyone surviving the first station that has caused the prices to surge." Truly, the underworld series of events was remarkable. Without the bonfires provided by the senior, people would have likely turned against each other in a desperate struggle for warming supplies at the second station. Even with the police present, maintaining order would have been a daunting task. Su-jin observed the passengers warming themselves by the fires, and he couldn't help but feel a twinge of boredom. Was this truly the high-risk underworld event with a 99 mortality rate? It seemed far too simplistic. Next time, he might even rate it as very easy. Turning to Lee Wayman, he recalled that his previous obsession with zombie glory had resulted in the subway's passengers receiving only a single meal yesterday. It was clear he needed to be more mindful today and not let his fascination with the game leave everyone hungry. With this in mind, Su Jin stated, "Captain Lee, I leave the order of the carriage in your capable hands. I will log in to check on things, and I promise to prepare meals for everyone on the subway for lunch and dinner, ensuring no one goes hungry." Wayman pondered Su Jin's word for a moment before his expression shifted. Could it be that there was not enough food? Was Su Jin, in his dedication to the people, willing to risk his life venturing into the perilous apocalypse to fetch supplies? What commendable resolve! Su Jin truly was a good comrade for the nation and its people. Witnessing Su Jin's radiant yet heart-wrenching smile, Lee Wayman spoke with unwavering determination. "Rest assured, Comrade Su Jin, I will uphold order in the subway, even at the cost of my own life." Su Jin was taken aback by the old policeman's fervent resolve. "No, I'm merely logging in to play a game. You needn't be so serious." What a noble comrade! To ease others' concerns, he claimed he was merely playing a game. That really a game? It's a perilous apocalypse. Tears shimmered in Lee Wayman's eyes as he solemnly nodded. "I understand, Comrade Su Jin. You may log in with peace of mind." In the corner, Chi Ming adjusted his glasses and remarked, "It seems that the food issue is indeed a pressing concern. Even someone as experienced as Senior must log in to seek supplies." However, observing Senior's relaxed demeanor, it seemed acquiring food was no challenge for him. After all, the training guidelines stipulated that during extraordinary events, personnel should prioritize their own safety before the welfare of the public. Only by surviving could they ensure the safety of more people. Chapter 50. Task completion can be accumulated. Although Su Jin was bewildered by Lee Wayman's seemingly nonsensical words, he nonetheless logged in with Xiao Congyu. Once online, Su Jin glanced at his skill levels, nodding in satisfaction as he noted that buildings 4, 5, and 6 had been thoroughly cleared by the little radishes. His strength training, stamina training, and willpower training all reached level 10, meeting the basic requirements for exploring heavily infected areas. His chef level also rose to 3. Quite commendable. Su Jin produced a food item that permanently increased attributes and shared it with Xiao Congyu, enhancing their overall stats. He then opened the game log. "Your zombies have collected scrap paper X10824, A4 paper 200 reams, pins X2000, sedatives X10,000, live specimen collectors X524, work logs X103, document notebooks X583, patient diaries X358, soap X5420, fruit knives X20, various spoiled foods X10 tons, mops X103, brooms X208, electronic components X1056, discarded parts X2064, steel multi-functional screwdrivers X34. Congratulations, player, for successfully purifying the lightly contaminated area. Congratulations, player, for successfully purifying the lightly contaminated area. Congratulations, player, for successfully purifying the moderately contaminated area." Su Jin glanced at the rewards for purifying the 3 contaminated areas. For him, they were merely embellishments, offering little in terms of enhancing his combat capabilities. Noticing the hundreds of work logs, document notebooks, and patient diaries, Su Jin felt a headache coming on. Wasn't he the task requirement to uncover useful clues? Did that mean he would have to sift through all these items one by one? Upon contemplating this, Su Jin could not help but feel a wave of frustration wash over him. He cast a discerning glance at the surrounding little radishes. It seemed that he could share memories with them. Of course, why not have his zombie avatar peruse some books? Realizing this, Su Jin lightly tapped his forehead in epiphany and promptly issued commands to the little radishes, instructing them to sift through the documents. The little radishes eagerly picked up work logs, recorded files, and patient diaries. Engrossed in their reading, Su Jin settled comfortably in a chair, crossing his legs and observing the continuously refreshing task log, exuding an air of leisure. Your zombie has read the work log, collecting clues 0.02, current task completion 0.02. Your zombie has read the recorded files, collecting clues 0.01, current task completion 0.03. Your zombie has read the patient diary, collecting clues 0.1, current task completion 0.13. Half an hour later, the little radishes had completed their reading. current task completion 100, can continue to accumulate. Final task rewards can be settled together. The prospect of settling rewards together intrigued Sujin. Did this imply that the total reward could exceed 100? He stroked his chin, pondering aloud that he indeed possessed an S-grade talent advancement plan, yet he hesitated, contemplating whether it was worthwhile to utilize it. Considering his own talent was rated SSS, would using an S-grade advancement plan be too much of a loss? If he were to use one, it should be an SSS grade plan, although he had no idea where to acquire such a plan. However, he had heard that some players' talents could fuse evolution core fragments, combining 3 fragments into an evolution core. Since there were players with fusion talents, it stood to reason that others could also amalgamate 3 S-grade advancement plans into one SSS grade advancement plan. Given that task rewards could accumulate, if he hypothetically amassed a task completion rate of 1,000, wouldn't the reward settlement yield 10 S-grade advancement plans? At that point, he could seek out players capable of fusing advancement plans, offering some compensation for their services. How splendid and delightful that would be. Sujin contemplated whether to use the S-grade advancement plan for Congyu, who was nearing level 10 after a moment's reflection. He dismissed the idea that, if he were to use one, it ought to be the best. He must devise a way to acquire 2 SSS-grade advancement plans. Perhaps it might even elevate Congyu's talent. He wondered what level of weapon would result from the advancement of a legendary grade weapon, feeling a tinge of anticipation. His overall attribute value had reached a minimum of 22 points and had already surpassed 30. At present, being at level 10 was equivalent to possessing attributes of over 20 levels. Perhaps he could boldly venture into Panda City and retrieve the T-Virus serum from Blue Ocean Technology Company. Sujin stroked his chin in contemplation. However, the immediate priority remained to secure several S-grade advancement plans, AS, for players capable of fusing talent advancement plans. Sujin could later invest heavily in the black market for information. Sujin briefly perused the information gathered by the Little Radishes. In summary, the content revealed that the vast majority of individuals had come here as volunteers for gene experiments, lured by generous subsidies. A portion of others had come to Blue Ocean Technology Company for job interviews. After completing their assessments, they were directed here to experiment with the company's latest drug, due to the attractive benefits. These individuals signed confidentiality agreements and blindly entered the Blue Ocean Mental Health Rehabilitation Base. Doctors administered various unfamiliar medications daily, observing and recording the volunteers' reactions. Soon, several volunteers began to notice something amiss. Many experienced severe adverse reactions, and some sought to leave, only to find themselves unlawfully detained. As the gene experiments progressed, numerous volunteers found their minds becoming muddled, forgetting many things in a shared ward. A volunteer discovered that his roommate had transformed into a zombie. Such occurrences were alarmingly common, with dozens of zombification incidents occurring daily. Moreover, many individuals vanished from the rehabilitation base each day, while new ones arrived. The volunteers realized that Blue Ocean Technology Company was using them as guinea pigs. And although they yearned to escape, they found no means of doing so. The volunteers organized several uprisings, even killing a few doctors, but were swiftly suppressed by armed personnel. Blue Ocean Technology Company imposed restrictions on their actions. Eventually, the situation within the rehabilitation base spiraled beyond the control of Blue Ocean Technology Company, with an increasing number of volunteers turning into zombies due to the gene experiments. Many of these transformed individuals were not ordinary zombies. They broke free from their restraints and began indiscriminately attacking everyone in the base. The crisis escalated beyond the company's control, forcing Blue Ocean Technology Company to abandon the rehabilitation base. Key personnel took essential research materials and evacuated immediately. Chapter 51. Every vampire can find their ideal steamroller. Sujin pondered, correlating the information from the security diary, realizing that these mental patients were not truly insane. Most were indeed volunteers. The predicament that Blue Ocean Technology Company found itself in, losing control of their experiment and having to abandon the rehabilitation base, was utterly absurd. According to the logs, Blue Ocean Technology Company evacuated key personnel and research materials. Given that the task panel indicated further investigation was possible, it suggested that the company had left in haste, failing to take all research materials with them. The remaining clues pointed towards Building 3, but although his physique met the standards, The high-quality zombies within posed a significant challenge, and he had no way of driving an armored vehicle inside. What should he do? Su Jin examined the gate to Building 3 with a thoughtful gaze that if he attempted to cut through, it would take an eternity. Yet the gate was too narrow for both off-road and armored vehicles to pass through. This presented a dilemma. Furrowing his brow in contemplation, he assessed the width of the gate and pondered what kind of vehicle could facilitate binding Congyu to the front and allow him to traverse the corridor of Building 3. Efficiently harvesting high-quality zombies, perhaps a mountain bike? However, that seemed inadequate in terms of strength. After a moment's reflection, he dismissed that idea. Just then, a flash of inspiration struck him. Of course, the old man's tricycle could easily fit through the gate of Building 3. With the tricycle's carrying capacity and speed, securing Congyu to the front should pose no issue. Resolute, Su Jin swiftly made his way to the Doomsday Merchant Teslin. 10 minutes later, he arrived at the Doomsday camp and approached the still figure of the merchant. Giving him a light pat on the shoulder, the Doomsday Merchant Teslin immediately sprang into action. "Oh, my friend, it's you. Have you come to purchase supplies?" Su Jin nodded and replied, "Indeed, my bearded friend, that I wonder if you have a durable tricycle. I plan to use it to crush zombies. Oh, my friend, your idea is quite audacious, but I have recently acquired a new item that may assist you." As Teslin spoke, an item appeared before him. Small steamroller, 10,000 survival points. Su Jin's eyes lit up at the sight of the steamroller, and he inquired, "Is this steamroller for sale?" Seeing Su Jin genuinely interested in purchasing the steamroller, Teslin chuckled heartily and replied, "My friend, if you wish to buy it, I will certainly sell it to you. However, this item is not discounted and comes at a hefty price. I wonder if you possess enough survival points?" Glancing at his remaining survival points, Su Jin was taken aback. His survival points had soared to an astonishing 253,641, over 250,000. At this rate, he could purchase 25 of such steamrollers. What delighted Su Jin the most was that the front of the steamroller featured a horizontal bar, perfectly suited for binding Congyu. So affordable. "I'll take it." Su Jin waved his hand grandly and immediately purchased the small steamroller. Its dimensions were narrower than an off-road vehicle, making it just right to squeeze through the gate of Building 3 while crushing zombies. What truly satisfied Su Jin was that, despite its size, the steamroller weighed a staggering 20 tons. He was confident that, with the combined might of the Divine Blade Congyu and the 20-ton steamroller, even third-tier mutated zombies would meet their end on the spot. After striking a deal with the Doomsday Merchant Teslin, the time for the bearded man drew perilously close to a standstill. Although he did not possess the 100-ton king, the 20-ton king would suffice for his purposes. With the diesel tank filled to the brim, Su Jin steered the road roller towards the Blue Sea Mental Rehabilitation Base. With his impressive perception attribute of 35 points, he had no fear of inadvertently crushing players. Inside the rehabilitation base, Xiao Congyu observed the little radish heads bustling about, attempting to desensitize herself to the zombies through close observation. After watching the little radish heads for a while, Xiao Congyu seemed to conclude that zombies were not as terrifying as she had imagined. At that moment, she heard a rumbling sound and soon spotted a yellow road roller coming into view. Gazing at the horizontal bar in front of the roller, an unsettling premonition surged within her. Dog Xiao Jin, where did you acquire this road roller?" Su Jin responded with a mysterious smile, glancing at Xiao Congyu's displayed level, and said, "Xiao Congyu, I'm here to help you continue to exploit bugs and expedite your ascent to level 10. Xiao Congyu cast a glance at the little radish heads, swallowed hard, and repeatedly reassured herself that zombies were not so frightening after all. She promptly transformed into the Divine Blade Congyu, appearing effortlessly in Su Jin's palm. Su Jin chuckled, taking out some hemp rope and steel rings to securely fasten the Divine Blade Congyu to the horizontal bar of the roller. To prevent it from falling off, he meticulously secured it several times. Then, holding the access card, Su Jin activated Gate 3. With sunglasses perched on his nose, he placed the survival radio in the roller's cabin, playing the background music. He then pressed the accelerator and charged towards Gate 3. Bang! Su Jin's driving skills were lacking. On his first attempt, he misaligned the vehicle and failed to fit it into the gate. He exited the vehicle and tried again, resulting in another bang. Su Jin rubbed his chin. Perplexed, this shouldn't be. I've measured it. The road roller should have fit snugly into Gate 3 to, after jumping out of the vehicle, take a look. He realized it was just slightly askew, which had prevented the entrance. Speaking of which, Gate 3 was remarkably sturdy. Even after 2 consecutive collisions with the roller, there was not a single mark left on it. He pondered what material the gate was constructed from to be so resilient. Su-Jin reversed the vehicle and then advanced again. This time, he finally succeeded. However, a screeching sound accompanied by a shower of sparks erupted from either side of the roller. With a creak, Su-Jin managed to drive the road roller into Building 3. Revealing an expansive interior, he inhaled deeply the green mist wafting from Building 3. Yes, the pungent scent of zombies was indeed strong. As he savored this authentic green mist, Su-Jin reclined lazily in his seat before flooring the accelerator. Driving the road roller towards the high-quality zombies within Building 3, his game log began to refresh rapidly, but Su-Jin was too engrossed in maneuvering the roller to pay it any mind. Meanwhile, the team voice chat echoed with Songyu's series of startled exclamations. Chapter 52. The Destroyer Allen. The high-quality zombies on this floor were unable even to synchronize their movements before being ground into meat patties, departing in a remarkably peaceful manner, truly gratifying. Half an hour later, Su-Jin finally cleared the first floor of zombies. To this point, he had amassed over 2,000 evolution crystal fragments, with complete evolution crystals numbering between 5 to 600, and nearly 200 first-tier evolution crystals, as well as 50 to 60 second-tier evolution crystals. Just 3 days into the game, Su-Jin had crushed tens of thousands of zombies, and the assortment of crystals in his possession was alarmingly abundant. He wondered if Zhong Hao, the prison boss, had sufficient funds to purchase the evolution crystal from him. Su-Jin stroked his chin, lost in thought, glancing at the experience bar overflowing with 8,342 points. If he wished, he could immediately utilize an S-class talent advancement scheme to level up several times. There's indeed an elevator, albeit too small to accommodate the road roller. How could he transport the roller to other floors? Wait, a large freight elevator lay ahead, and it even had power. Initially, Su-Jin had been troubled about how to get the road roller to the second floor to continue crushing high-quality zombies. It appeared that was no longer necessary. After grinding the zombies in the freight elevator into zombie patties with the road roller, Su-Jin reversed the vehicle, finding a spacious intersection on the first floor. He attempted several times and accidentally knocked down a somewhat flimsy wall before finally succeeding in reversing. Su-Jin parked the road roller at the freight elevator's entrance and jumped down from the vehicle. He intended to explore the first floor before proceeding. Su-Jin immediately summoned the little radish heads inside, beginning to test each door along the corridor on the first floor. However, he discovered that none of the doors could be opened, and their material was identical to that of the outer gates. Observing the bewildered expressions of the little radish heads, Su-Jin found himself in a quandary. Could it be that all his efforts would be in vain here? Suddenly, an idea struck him, and he eagerly grabbed the access card, swiping it against a door adjacent to the corridor. Insufficient permissions, unable to open, an electronic voice echoed in his ears as Su-Jin swiped the access card against all the doors, only to find that none would unlock. Furrowing his brows in contemplation, he shifted his keen gaze towards the collapsed wall. A realization dawned upon him as he smacked his forehead, exclaiming, "Who said I must enter through the front door?" Su-Jin squeezed through the fallen wall, entering an office that still had its lights on. To his astonishment, there was not a single zombie within, and the office was meticulously organized, with an individual seated at a desk. Wait, who was this person? The sudden appearance of a figure startled Su-Jin, prompting him to cautiously approach for a closer look. Only then did he realize that the person seated in the chair was, in fact, a corpse, its right hand hanging limply while gripping a handgun. A bullet hole marred its head, suggesting a suicide. The corpse was clad in a white lab coat, seemingly a researcher, and a work badge hung around its neck. Wei Peng, Level 1 researcher at Blue Sea Technology Company. A Level 1 researcher. Su-Jin removed the badge from the corpse's neck and soon noticed a journal placed before the body. He picked up the journal and began to peruse its contents. I arrived at this laboratory brimming with confidence, ready to showcase my intelligence and leave a mark in the annals of scientific journals. On this day, the chief engineer suddenly instructed us to study a virus. I discovered that this peculiar virus could cure various ailments. This virus is extraordinary. It significantly enhances the physical attributes of the human body. We were tasked with researching a variant of this virus, which also exhibited the same effects, potentially rendering the human body even more powerful. After prolonged Su Jin learned from the volunteers' logs that they had acquired an identity card during the organization of the riot, which they used to release all the mutated zombies. The volunteers intended to perish alongside the individuals in the Blue Sea Mental Asylum. Hence, they unleashed the mutated zombies that asked for whether the Destroyer Alan was awakened by these volunteers. That remains uncertain, for the diaries of the volunteers did not mention any information regarding Alan. Through perusing various diaries, Su Jin discovered that whether they were security personnel, researchers, doctors, or volunteers, they were all mere struggling workers, kept in the dark, obeying their superiors' commands, and toiling away until the situation spiraled out of control. One must wonder what kind of entity Blue Sea Technology Company is, that its employees can be so easily discarded at a whim. Such a company that treats its employees as expendable is truly ruthless. Chapter 53. Is it a boss battle without knowing the boss's weakness? Su Jin flipped through several more pages and came across a hasty scrawl. Deep within the laboratory on the second underground level, in a safe, lay a high-security access card and comprehensive data on the Destroyer Alan, detailing his weaknesses. The safe's password was 0721. If one lacks the capability to eliminate the Destroyer Alan, one should never release this being, as he is exceedingly dangerous. Su Jin's task completion level updated once more, reaching 133.3. The task panel also underwent an update. Players are instructed to retrieve the access card from the second underground level, read the experimental logs, and based on the recorded information, eliminate Alan completely. Task difficulty. SSS level. Su Jin stroked his chin, realizing that the logs at Peng Lei's desk held crucial information for the task. He glanced at Peng Lei's ID badge, exited the office, and casually attempted to swipe open a door. "Welcome, Dr. Peng." An electronic voice chimed in response. To his surprise, the door indeed opened. Su Jin proceeded to open doors one by one, discovering that none of the rooms contained zombies, and they were all rather empty, suggesting that important documents had been removed. However, he did find numerous empty live specimen collectors in these rooms, roughly counting about 300 to 400. It was astonishing that such a small mental hospital possessed so many live specimen collectors. But upon reflection, what was wrong with conducting experiments to collect live specimens? There was nothing wrong with that. Su Jin regarded these live specimen collectors with a discerning eye. Hey, what if I were to insert this DNA collector into the Destroyer Alan? Would collecting his DNA increase my task progress? After all, he possesses nearly 900 live specimen collectors. Su Jin pondered the danger of Alan, uncertain if he could still resist being crushed under Su Jin's 20-ton steamroller. Would he obediently allow the extraction of 900 tubes of live specimens? After some deliberation, Su Jin decided it was better to play it safe. He entered the freight elevator and pressed the button for the second underground level, only to find that the button did not illuminate. He attempted to swipe the access card, discovering that the buttons for the first to fourth floors lit up, while none of the buttons for the underground levels did. Su Jin stroked his chin, pondering whether it was a matter of insufficient privileges. He then took out Peng Lei's ID card, and this time, all the floor buttons in the freight elevator lit up. Su Jin pressed the button for the second underground level. The elevator swiftly descended to the second underground level, and after passing through the corridor and verifying his ID card, Su Jin opened the door to be greeted by rows of petri dishes, filled with various grotesquely mutated zombies, stretching endlessly before him, likely numbering in the tens of thousands. More than half of the petri dishes had been shattered, indicating that the zombies contained within had escaped. Concerned, Su Jin thought about the potential threat posed by these escaped zombies once the underworld incident concluded. Thus, he retrieved the divine blade Congyu from the front of the vehicle and set about locating and dispatching the escaped zombies within the spacious cultivation room. In the end, Su Jin managed to slay only a few hundred zombies, a number that did not correspond to the shattered petri dishes. Su Jin stroked his chin in contemplation. This is exceedingly peculiar. Those zombies couldn't have possibly reached the first floor and been crushed into patties by my steamroller. Could they? That would be too strange. With that thought, Su-Jin made his way to the end of the cultivation room, using his ID card to unlock the alloy door, leading into the laboratory. The laboratory featured a control panel displaying various experimental data on the zombies, but Su-Jin found the information on the electronic screen somewhat perplexing. The weaknesses of these zombies were clearly marked. Su-Jin pondered, contemplating whether marking these weaknesses was truly necessary. The zombies on the first floor had been crushed into patties by the steamroller. What weaknesses could they possibly have? He surveyed the laboratory, opened a cabinet that might contain the safe, only to find it entirely empty. Amidst a collection of electronic instruments and experimental apparatus, Su-Jin finally located the safe. Stroking his chin, he furrowed his brow. Who on earth leaves a safe just lying on the floor? This is exceedingly irresponsible. With that in mind, Su-Jin entered the 4-digit code 0721 into the keypad. And with a click, the safe opened. Inside, he indeed found an access card and a notebook detailing experiments on the Destroyer Allen. Flipping through a few pages left Su-Jin feeling overwhelmed, while he recognized each word. The combination of them made no sense to him. The series of experimental data was bewildering. After reading through it several times, he still could not discern Allen's weaknesses from the experimental records. Rubbing his temples in frustration, Su-Jin thought, who records data in such a convoluted manner? How am I supposed to deal with the Destroyer Allen without clear weaknesses laid out? At that moment, the task panel updated once more. Players are instructed to defeat Allen based on his weaknesses to complete the final task, with the current task completion level at 166.6 and the task difficulty marked as unknown. Su-Jin's mind felt somewhat foggy. How am I supposed to know what Allen's weakness is? I can barely understand that string of experimental data. After a moment of serious contemplation, Su-Jin concluded that the Destroyer Allen was likely a 4th-tier mutated zombie, and that the 20-ton steamroller should be capable of subduing him, right? If it couldn't, he would have to make a hasty retreat. The 3rd-tier mutated zombies had been flattened into meat patties by the steamroller, so he doubted that a 4th-tier mutated zombie could withstand the weight of 20 tons. With this thought, Su-Jin glanced back at the safe, noticing that it contained a plastic box holding 12 tubes of an unknown liquid. He retrieved the box and examined it closely at that moment. His task log refreshed once again. Player has obtained T-Virus Serum 12. Task items acquired. Current task completion progress at 1200 and may continue accumulating. What the hell? The task commission from the Doomsday Merchant Teslan could also accumulate. This was an opportunity not to be missed. It seemed that a trip to Panda City was now unavoidable. Who would have thought that this small mental hospital would also harbor T-Virus Serum? With that in mind, Su-Jin returned to the freight elevator and pressed the button for the 3rd underground level. As the elevator descended, Su-Jin nervously swallowed and gripped the steering wheel tightly. The boss battle was imminent. How tense. He wondered if his health bar, numbering the tens of thousands, could withstand a single blow from the Destroyer Allen. Su-Jin glanced at the dozen or so small characters standing behind the steamroller. If it came down to it, he would have them serve as a buffer during the battle against Allen. Their health bars were as thick as barcodes, so they should be able to buy him some time, right? As the elevator doors slowly opened, a wave of green mist enveloped him. The survival radio inside the vehicle fittingly switched to an exhilarating BGM. This music startled Su-Jin. This survival radio sure knew how to build a tense atmosphere. One might think a boss battle was about to commence. Wait, no, it seemed he was indeed about to engage in a boss battle. Su-Jin hurriedly changed the BGM of the survival radio to a cheerful tune to bolster his courage. Gazing at the imposing figure shrouded in mist, akin to an iron tower, he felt that not even the cheerful melody could diminish the oppressive aura emanating from the Destroyer Allen. Chapter 54. So, you are called the Destroyer Allen. Quite arrogant, aren't you? At that moment, Su-Jin's game log emitted an alarm. The current player is encountering the 4th-tier mutated zombie, the Destroyer Allen. The level disparity is too great. Please evacuate immediately. The level disparity is too great. Please evacuate. It is advised that players explore in groups after reaching level 25. Please evacuate promptly. Su-Jin glanced at his character panel displaying level 10 and nodded. No worries, I am level 10, the top player in the entire server. The advantage is mine. Why should I be afraid? Su Jin consumed all his temporary attribute-enhancing food, then pressed the accelerator, driving the steamroller directly toward the destroyer Alan. Due to the extraordinary acceleration, Alan was rendered nearly immobile, standing there in a daze, directly crushed beneath the weight of a steamroller. The steamroller jolted suddenly, as if it had encountered something solid, visibly lifted by a fraction. The time of the destroyer Alan was abruptly synchronized, accompanied by an ear-splitting roar. However, all Alan could manage was a few futile roars, completely immobilized under the steamroller's weight, as Eugene raised an eyebrow. Surprised by Alan's resilience, even under the 20-ton steamroller, he had not been squashed into a mere pulp that it seemed time to consider a 100-ton behemoth for the next encounter. Truly, as a fourth-tier mutated zombie. His robust nature was commendable. Su Jin leaped from the vehicle, approaching the roller, observing the destroyer Alan, who was only partially visible, crushed beneath the machinery. To his astonishment, Alan appeared rather unique, resembling a primitive giant with disheveled hair. Upon seeing Su Jin approach, Alan let out a furious roar, intent on tearing the oblivious human before him to shreds. Yet his arms, along with half of his body, were pinned under the steamroller, rendering him utterly helpless. Su Jin stepped forward and delivered a resounding slap to the destroyer Alan. So, you are called Alan, are you? You seem rather arrogant, don't you? Su Jin smirked, gesturing for a small assistant to approach. Holding a live specimen collector, which he plunged into Alan's stout arm with force. The needle of the collector pierced Alan's skin. Beginning to extract his cellular tissue, the green progress bar appeared above the assistant's head. You have obtained a live sample of the destroyer Alan 1. Current task progress 176. As Eugene's eyes sparkled, he had not anticipated that using the live sample collector on Alan would indeed enhance the task progress. A sinister smile reminiscent of a devious character crept across Su Jin's handsome face. He produced an empty collector, licking the needle with a wicked grin before issuing commands to the small assistants. You lot, get to it, stab him hard. The assistants, upon hearing his command, swiftly brandished their collectors, disregarding Alan's howls, and began to jab at him. Eugene, observing the steadily increasing task completion rate, could not suppress a satisfied grin. Just then, a notification from his game log chimed in. The live sample collection completion rate for the destroyer Alan has reached its limit. Further collection will not increase task completion. Eugene stared at the stall progress bar. Stuck at 266. What does this mean? No more collection. I've only extracted 10 samples. I thought this could be farmed indefinitely. He had envisioned an endless bounty. Su Jin accepted the live sample from one of the assistants, revealing a description. Live sample of the destroyer Alan. A specimen of immense research value. Sought after by scientists, it could fetch a handsome price even in the apocalypse. What is this? It can actually be sold. Keep extracting. Keep going. Su Jin was genuinely desperate for wealth, with the destroyer Alan appearing as a veritable treasure trove before him. He even began to ponder whether he could keep Alan pinned down indefinitely. Extracting samples continuously for profit, the assistants relentlessly jabbed their collectors into Alan's flesh, drawing forth numerous samples. Eugene watched with mixed emotions as Alan's once mighty physique began to shrivel. The assistants had already extracted 200 to 300 samples from Alan. He contemplated whether to pause and allow Alan to recover slightly before continuing the extraction, observing Alan's diminishing health bar with a calculating gaze. He commanded the assistants to halt the extraction of DNA samples. However, Alan's body had become exceedingly frail. Despite being pinned down, his health bar continued to dwindle. What is this? This is supposed to be a boss. It hasn't even entered the second phase? How pathetic. It would be more fitting to call him a weakling master rather than the destroyer Alan. Su Jin immediately ordered the assistants to resume extracting Alan's live samples, reasoning that since Alan was trapped, his health would inevitably decline. Why not gather a few more samples before he was crushed entirely? After all, it would be a waste not to collect a few more for profit. Ultimately, the destroyer Alan was reduced to a mere husk, and the steamroller, with its imposing weight of 20 tons, successfully flattened him into a pulp. You have achieved your first kill of the 4th-tier mutated zombie, Destroyer Alan, and received a 3rd-tier Evolution Crystal 1. Congratulations, player. You have successfully slain the Destroyer Alan. Task rewards are being calculated. Current task completion 300. Player receives 3 S-grade talent advancement plans. AS the first team of players to defeat the 4th tier mutated zombie. Destroyer Allen. Rewards will be distributed based on team contribution, granting the current player an A-grade skill book. Player has completed the first kill of Destroyer Allen, earning the golden title of Wasteland Knight, which will be announced globally and automatically hidden. Detected that the current player already possesses the title Wasteland Knight. Automatic fusion and star upgrade will occur. Congratulations, player, you have attained a 2-star golden title, Wasteland Knight. With this title, all attributes increase by 2 points. Movement speed increases by 100, and damage to zombies increases by 50. When attacking a target, you can ignore their defense to inflict at least 20 points of true damage and be immune to fear effects. Congratulations, player, for successfully purifying a heavily polluted area. As the first player team to purify a heavily polluted area, the player with the highest contribution will receive the golden title of Wasteland Knight, while other players will receive the purple title of Wasteland Pioneer. Detected that the current player already possesses the 2-star title Wasteland Knight, which will automatically fuse into the 3-star title Wasteland Knight. With this title, all attributes increase by 3 points. Movement speed increases by 100, and damage to zombies increases by 50. You can ignore the target's defense to inflict at least 30 points of true damage. As the rewards continued to refresh, Su Jin blinked in disbelief. Where did this player team come from? Am I not alone? Chapter 55. What is benevolence? What is morality? Su Jin surveyed his surroundings with a discerning gaze, ultimately resting his eyes on the front of the steamroller. Oh, I forgot that little Congyu is still on the front. He hurriedly removed little Congyu from the front of the vehicle, and the divine blade, Congyu, immediately emitted a puff of white mist, transforming back into little Congyu. Little Songyu's crimson eyes had dulled, appearing utterly exhausted. Alarmed, Su Jin shook her shoulder. Little Congyu, what's wrong? Are you all right? Little Songyu's expression was slightly stiff. Dog Xiujin, I'm fine. Seeing that Congyu could still communicate, Su Jin breathed a sigh of relief. Oh, you're all right. You really scared me. Upon hearing this, little Congyu regained her spirit, her annoyance resurfacing as she exclaimed, Dog Xiujin, you big fool. Always forgetting to take me off the front. Sorry, it won't happen again, I promise. Su Jin repeatedly apologized. Little Congyu looked at Su Jin's demeanor, feeling somewhat speechless. Observing the puffed-up little Congyu, Su Jin scratched his cheek and said, Thank you, otherwise I wouldn't have leveled up so quickly. As he spoke, he reached out to pat little Congyu's head. Little Congyu flinched, blushing and twisting her body, yet she seemed reluctant to escape. A delighted expression blossomed on little Congyu's face. Humph. Dog Xiujin, you may lavish your affection on me. Seeing the adorable expression on little Congyu's face, Su Jin contemplated whether to continue a while longer. While stroking little Congyu's head, he suddenly recalled something that, oh right, I haven't received the rewards for purifying the heavily polluted area yet. With this thought, Su Jin intended to check his game log. Dog Xiujin. Little Congyu noticed Su Jin's distracted demeanor as he patted her head and grew slightly irked. What's wrong? Su Jin, feeling guilty, glanced at the game log, eager to catch a glimpse of the rewards. Noticing that little Congyu was unhappy, he quickly resumed, gently stroking her head. Ah, Dog Xiujin, you are truly despicable. Su Jin, observing the enjoyment on little Congyu's face once more, could not help but marvel inwardly. Little Congyu is so easy to please. If she gets upset, a simple head pat will suffice to soothe her. Such a legendary weapon that is so easily appeased. Where could he ever find another? Su Jin found the situation rather amusing. Just then, little Congyu seemed to realize something. Dog Xiujin, don't use me for your amusement. Sorry. Su Jin gently stroked the head of Xiao Congyu for a while before retracting her hand and examining the rewards in the game log. Congratulations to the player for successfully purifying a heavily polluted area. The rewards include a skill book titled Mysterious Architecture, Beginner Level, 1 Apache Armed Helicopter, 50 sets of ammunition for the armed helicopter, 50 tons of aviation fuel, 10 T-90 main battle tanks, 100 tons of military diesel, 1,125mm shells, 20 anti-tank rocket launchers, 200 rockets, blueprints for a large observation tower, 100 tons of iron blocks. 100 tons of brass blocks, 10 tons of titanium alloy, 10,000 various precision mechanical parts, and 1 million nails. Additionally, there are 1,000 tons of uncontaminated raw lamb, 1,000 tons of uncontaminated raw pork, 1,000 tons of uncontaminated raw beef, 1,000 tons of uncontaminated raw chicken, 1,000 tons of uncontaminated raw fish, and 1,000 tons of various preserved vegetables. There are also 10,000 bags of 100 kilograms rice, 10,000 bags of 100 kilograms flour, and 10,000 bags of 100 kilograms soybeans. As Su-Jin contemplated the rewards listed in the game log, she stroked her chin in wonder. She had not anticipated that this time's rewards would consist entirely of heavy weaponry. Even a renowned Apache armed helicopter was included. With such an abundance of food supplies, she certainly could not consume it all on her own. Perhaps she could sell some to the Huaxia federal government. The government was actively recruiting personnel to construct shelters, aiming to provide refuge and relief supplies for citizens suffering from post-apocalyptic syndromes. According to official statistics from the Huaxia federal government, 6 out of every 10 individuals are afflicted by post-apocalyptic syndromes. Although there is a significant degree of exaggeration in these figures, the government encourages citizens to bravely confront the apocalyptic games. Some individuals claim to suffer from post-apocalyptic syndromes in order to receive free shelter from the government, believing that engaging in the main God's apocalyptic games holds no future. Imagine if you were someone who could earn a fortune simply by collecting rent, or perhaps a billionaire, or someone living in comfort and stability as part of the elite class. Would you be willing to participate in the main God's apocalyptic games, fighting for survival like those less fortunate? Furthermore, there might even be life-threatening dangers involved. The individuals who falsely claim to have post-apocalyptic syndromes are precisely those who think this way. Therefore, in reality, only 3 out of every 10 individuals genuinely suffer from such syndromes. Consequently, each time a new server is launched, the Huaxia federal government actively purchases food supplies in a bid to provide humanitarian aid and shelter for its citizens. Despite this significant shortfall, the government strives to acquire food at high prices using real currency, and they also offer lucrative positions to individuals with gathering talents until a complete social system and production order can be re-established in the new apocalypse. This process of gradually resuming production may take as short as a year or as long as several years. Fortunately, each person only needs to be online for 1 month each year, alleviating some of the pressure on the government. However, at the onset of a new server, the amount of food required is astronomical. Fortunately, each new apocalyptic server represents a new world of resources that Su-Jin's dimensional backpack has already validated this capability. Allowing supplies to be transported into the real world that IT is not beyond reason to assume that the Huaxia federal government possesses even more efficient means of resource transportation, but such methods may be unattainable during the initial phase of a server launch. Hence, while the government's expenditures are substantial, their revenues are also considerable. Providing daily free humanitarian aid and shelter would have led to economic collapse without substantial resource support, of course. This is merely Su-Jin's unilateral speculation. However, the Huaxia federal government's active involvement in new server launches and main storyline strategies suggests a high degree of likelihood. Regardless, as Su-Jin could not possibly consume all the food, it would be more prudent to sell it at a reasonable price to the Huaxia federal government. After all, the government has been diligently working to assist ordinary citizens, and it would be rather unscrupulous to sell food at inflated prices during this time. Chapter 56. Food is of utmost importance. Happy New Year. As Su-Jin pondered, she took out the architecture skill book. Mysterious Architecture, beginner level. Maximum level LV30. This skill's proficiency level is not restricted by the player's level that exceed the level cap. One must find the Mysterious Architecture. Basic level skill book, skill description. Upon learning this skill, the player's constructed shelters can significantly increase the number of occupants they can accommodate, should the number of occupants exceed the shelter's limit. Players within the shelter will not enter a state of dark fear, although the safety level of the shelter will decline, making it more susceptible to zombie attacks. Gazing at the skill book's description, Su-Jin's eyes lit up. With such a war fortress at her disposal, constructing a shelter within it would render her largely impervious to zombie assaults. Henceforth, she could simply lie back and collect rent in the apocalypse. living the life of a landlord in comfort, which seemed delightful indeed. The material she possessed, combined with the plethora of resources obtained, should suffice to construct a super-large shelter reliant on buildings 4, 5, and 6 that she decided to review the spoils once more before proceeding. However, as Su-Jin looked at the heavy weaponry that had dropped, tanks, helicopters, rocket launchers, and the like, she found herself rather disinterested. She felt these heavy weapons were not as effective as her steamroller paired with Xiao Tsungyu. I concede, your heavy weaponry is formidable, a veritable killing machine against zombies. If I were to pit my 100-ton king against you, even the goddess of vengeance would likely kneel. Perhaps I should simply sell these items as scrap to the Huaxia federal government. After all, they were of little use to her. Keeping only an armed helicopter and a tank would suffice. As Eugene contemplated this and decided to take out the ill-level skill book to examine it. Ill-level skill book, Carnivore, allows for rapid health recovery through the consumption of food. Eating meat dishes restores 20 health points. When fully satiated, any excess satiety can be converted into proficiency for a designated skill. Wow, what a remarkable item. This could help him max out his once dormant blade skill. Currently, the health bars of those little carrot heads are exceedingly thick. They simply 1T die. He estimated that even if he ran over them with a tank, it would take quite some time to eliminate just one. As Eugene had been somewhat troubled about how to elevate his unyielding skill to level 10. However, with the emergence of the Carnivore skill book, it was clear that S-level skills from the beautiful era were still impactful. The newly acquired skill book seamlessly synergized with his existing one, which was truly splendid. Without a moment's hesitation, Su-Jin slapped the skill book against his forehead and learned the Carnivore skill. Meanwhile, Xiao Tsungyu watched with a mix of laughter and tears, thinking that the young dog repairman had gone a bit mad. She looked at Su-Jin with a pitiful gaze. Just then, Su-Jin turned to Xiao Tsungyu and asked, "Xiao Tsungyu, did you obtain a skill book?" Xiao Tsungyu nodded. "Yes, it's an auxiliary A-level skill book." That Eugene stroked his chin, pondering for a moment before inquiring, "Does your auxiliary skill book provide enhancement for blades?" Upon hearing this, Xiao Tsungyu nodded. Eugene's expression brightened as he encouraged, "Then you should use it, transform into a blade, and show me." Xiao Tsungyu complied, taking out the skill book and slapping it against her forehead. Transforming with a resounding bang into Tsungyu Maru, Eugene cradled Tsungyu Maru in his palms, and her status panel promptly materialized before him. Tsungyu Maru, LV, 10, status, sealed quality, legendary damage, 550 to 600 Exor sizing evil godblade. Doubles damage dealt to undead creatures. Special bonus, increases movement speed by 30 when wielding this blade, and inflicts an additional 15 damage to zombies. Basic usage strength requirement. 15 proficient usage strength requirement. 30 perfect usage strength requirement. 45 skill 1. Bloodthirsty blade. Each time a user kills an enemy unit, they gain an increase in health points, which can stack infinitely. Note, the slain unit must possess a certain level of strength. Skill 2, sealed, skill 3, sealed, skill 4, sealed, additional skill, battle-hardened, when using this blade. Each enemy unit killed restores 10 health and energy points while increasing total damage by 1, with a maximum of 50 stacks. Once fully stacked, each kill will extend the maximum damage increase duration by 1 minute. When the extension time reaches 0, 1 stack of damage will be lost every minute. Description: this is a sealed katana. Each time a seal is broken, it becomes even more powerful. Note, this katana possesses a soul. Please treat it well. Wow, this battle-hardened skill is simply divine. From now on, using Tsungyu Maru to slay zombies, I need not worry about exhausting my stamina. Hiss, where did that special bonuses of 30 movement speed and 15 damage come from? This seems eerily similar to the purple title, Wasteland Pioneer. Mengyuan transformed back into Xiao Tsungyu, then climbed up along Su-Jin's arm to settle on his shoulder. Eugene tentatively inquired, "Xiao Tsungyu, how did you acquire the 3-star title of Wasteland Pioneer?" Upon hearing this, Xiao Tsungyu tilted her little head in a peculiar manner, somewhat astonished, and replied, "Huh, didn't Dog Xiaojin know?" Su-Jin shook his head, indicating his ignorance. Xiao Tsungyu explained, "I accompanied Dog Xiaojin in the heavily polluted areas, and I earned the purple title of Wasteland Pioneer, which eventually merged into the 3-star Wasteland Pioneer." Su-jin nodded in sudden realization, understanding the situation. After all, Shao Tsungyu, as a legendary weapon, could not only grow but also learn skills and possess title bonuses. How incredibly cool! Perhaps Shao Tsungyu's actual capabilities had long surpassed the realm of legendary weapons, and it seemed he needed to treat her with utmost care. With this thought in mind, Su-jin took his access card and explored each floor of Building 3. He discovered that the zombies on the other floors were merely minor karamis, posing no real threat to him. That he instructed the little radishes to clear all the zombies from Building 3 before opening Building 2, which housed living specimen storage rooms. Inside were countless vials containing live samples, roughly numbering in the tens of thousands. Uncertain of their utility and hesitant to meddle, Su-jin promptly closed the large door of Building 2, rubbing his hands together in excitement. Su-jin approached Building 1, which could not be opened with a standard access card. Perhaps it concealed something extraordinary. Was it a cache of military weapons or some form of biological weapon? Perhaps there was even a heavily infected zone within. With these thrilling thoughts, Su-jin used his highest-level access card to unlock the main entrance of Building 1. To his astonishment, upon opening the door, he found a vast 4-story cafeteria, complete with a cold storage room filled with copious amounts of ingredients. Not having counted them thoroughly, he estimated there to be enough food to fill the cold storage to the brim. Su-jin felt a sense of disappointment. Who in their right mind would convert such a significant building into a cafeteria? Surely, the saying "food is the heaven for the people" was in play here. Chapter 57. Wheel of Hell. Feeling somewhat dejected, Su-jin realized that he now had a place to cook, sparing the little radishes from using a makeshift stove. This 4-story cafeteria was equipped with everything imaginable, from pots to bowls. Strangely enough, after the apocalypse had persisted for so long, this rehabilitation base still had power. Could it be that this war fortress had relied on nuclear energy for its power supply since its establishment? It seemed fortunate for him, and rather delightful. Gazing at the cafeteria, Su-jin suddenly recalled that the little radishes had yet to prepare meals for the people in the subway. He had become so engrossed in the glory of slaying zombies that he had let everyone go hungry for half a day. Perhaps the task of building a shelter could wait until tomorrow. With this in mind, Su-jin promptly instructed the little radishes to enter the kitchen of the cafeteria, ignite the fire, and start cooking. Half an hour later, everyone in the subway sat down with chopsticks and bowls, enjoying steaming hot meals. The bonfire in the subway crackled warmly, and the gathering of people around it, savoring their hot food, resembled a delightful outing. It was simply splendid. Li Weiman observed Su-jin's weary expression and assumed he had exerted considerable effort to procure food for the populace. Not only had he found sustenance, but he had also upgraded everyone's stone bowls to porcelain ones and replaced their twigs with chopsticks. Li Weiman couldn't help but marvel internally. Su-jin is truly a commendable comrade. He has indeed lived up to expectations by securing ample food. With this thought, Li Weiman sat beside Su-jin and patted his shoulder, saying, "Comrade Su-jin, you've worked hard. Take a good rest. We don't know what crises await us at the new station tomorrow." Su-jin, bewildered by Li Weiman's words, felt confused. He was merely tired from playing games. Where exactly had he put in any effort? In the corner of the carriage, Qin Ming and the others gathered around the bonfire, enjoying their hot meals, and couldn't help but exclaim, "Our senior is indeed impressive. In just one day, he not only found pots and pans, but also prepared such delicious food. No wonder he had the leisure to play games yesterday. He must have been confident all along." The underworld incident had now persisted for 2 days, and aside from the executed Huang Mao, not a single person on the train had perished. Truly remarkable. Qin Ming felt as if he were in a dream. The underworld series of events, which had once caused dread among the trainees, now seemed less terrifying. Everyone's nerves had significantly relaxed, thanks to the presence of their capable senior, and of course, Qin Ming understood that all of this was due to the formidable senior's presence. Had he not been there, the subway on Line 3 would likely have already descended into hell. After everyone had their fill, the atmosphere in the subway became quite relaxed. The electronic clock displayed the evening hour, and the people leaned against each other, falling asleep around the bonfire. Some even roasted marshmallows while taking out their phones, using the dwindling battery to capture pictures of the potato creatures running outside, resembling a delightful excursion. Lindsay gazed at Su Jin's brooding yet handsome profile. Her cheeks flushed with shyness as she contemplated initiating a conversation with him. Unsure of how to begin, she felt both intrigued and inferior, as if she were unworthy of Su Jin's attention. Meanwhile, Xiao Congyu observed this scene with a playful smile, finding it hard to believe that even someone as rogue as Dog Xiao Jin could attract a girl's affection. Su Jin glanced at the time. It was already 10 o'clock in the evening. Stifling yawn, he realized that after a full day of engaging in the glory of zombies, it was time for him to rest. With little hesitation, he lay down directly on the ground and drifted into slumber. The following day at 8 o'clock, the subway's broadcast rang out once more. Welcome to the thrilling and exhilarating Wheel of Hell. 200 milliliters of blood have been automatically deducted as your ticket. The rules of Wheel of Hell will be announced in 5 minutes. The subway rolled into a desolate landscape, and outside the glass, a western town came into view. In front of the town, a skeleton dressed as a cowboy twirled a revolver, exuding an air of nonchalant charm. As Eugene observed the cowboy skeleton and the quaint western town behind it. Having watched films about cowboys, he always found their attire cool and entertaining, that he wondered if there were any cowboy bars in that town, that if given the chance, he would love to taste whiskey. As the 5 minutes elapsed, a pamphlet appeared before everyone. Eugene picked it up and began to read intently. This station is the thrilling Wheel of Hell. If you wish to enjoy a luxurious bath, a hearty meal, and a restful stay in the town, you must play Russian roulette with the cowboy skeleton. The skeleton's revolver has 8 chambers, and you can choose to load it with up to 7 bullets. The initial multiplier for loading 1 bullet is 1, and it increases with each added bullet, reaching a multiplier of 7 for 7 bullets. Once the bullets are loaded, you may choose who goes first. You and the skeleton will each pull the trigger once per round, with both sides permitted to pull once per turn. When pulling the trigger, your target can only be your own temple or the opposing skeleton. For example, if the base multiplier is 1, if the revolver fires a bullet and hits yourself, you lose 100 milliliters of blood. If it's a blank, you gain 100 milliliters. If you aim at the skeleton and hit with a bullet, you gain 100 milliliters. If it's a blank, you lose 100 milliliters. The skeleton can also choose to shoot at you or itself. If it fires a live round at itself, you gain 100 milliliters. If it shoots at you, you lose 100 milliliters. If it fires a blank at itself, you lose 100 milliliters. If it shoots at you, you gain 100 milliliters. Note: neither party may evade the revolver's aim. Violators will face severe penalties that take to the end of the first round, if you are still alive. You will be rewarded with a base multiplier of 200 milliliters of blood. You may choose to continue or cease. If you opt to cease, you must pay 100 milliliters of blood to terminate the duel. You will also gain the right to reside in the town for 1 day at a base multiplier. If you wish to extend your stay, you must pay 500 milliliters of blood for another day's residence. Chapter 58. Don't get too crazy, buddy. Should you choose to continue, upon the conclusion of the next round, if you remain alive, you will be granted the right to reside in the town for 2 days. Furthermore, the reward of blood will be doubled, allowing you to acquire 400 milliliters of blood, with a maximum of 4 rounds to the end of the 4 rounds. If you're still alive, you will be entitled to receive 1,600 milliliters of blood and an 8-day residency in the town, which can be transferred to others. It is important to note that only those who have faced the skeleton in battle may use blood to purchase residency rights and transfer the days of residence. You may engage in a duel with the skeleton at any time. The subway will remain at this station for a minimum of 10 days, as the conditions within the Wheel of Hell are rather harsh. During the night, there may be perilous creatures lurking, but the town will provide you with a sanctuary that is absolutely safe from human threats. Once you obtain residency rights in the town, everything within it will be freely accessible to you, including precious food and water. It has been detected that there are currently 1023 survivors on the subway, necessitating at least 1023 duels with the skeleton. After 10 days, the underworld subway will be permitted to depart, but if the number of duels falls short of 1023, the subway will remain here until the required duels are completed, in order to enhance the survival rate of passengers at this station. The corpses of those slain. Li Weimin observed the small, seemingly dazed figure of the little rotting head, whose expression appeared utterly vacant. It was only then that he caught a faint whiff of a decaying odor emanating from the little creature. So subtle that it was almost imperceptible unless one paid close attention. With a nod, Li Weimin felt an increasing admiration for Su Jin. Truly, as a professional from the Anomaly Management Bureau, he had quickly devised a solution in such a short span of time. Uncertain of the zombie's strength, Li Weimin recalled his past experiences hunting undead in this apocalyptic world. Typically, a common zombie could be dispatched with only 2 or 3 bullets to the head. However, as a professional from the Bureau, Su Jin's summoned zombies ought to withstand a few more shots, right? It would be even better if he could summon additional zombies. Such an act would undoubtedly save more lives. In the corner, Qin Ming's eyes widened as realization dawned upon him. Truly, his senior was remarkable, having swiftly conceived a method to resolve the predicament by employing summoned creatures in a duel. This approach would indeed minimize casualties. Yet if summoning these undead was a matter of talent, that would be acceptable. If it involved using precious scrolls, however, it seemed rather extravagant. Nonetheless, saving additional lives would make it worthwhile, though it remained uncertain how many bullets this zombie could endure. Qin Ming regarded the little rotting head, feeling an inexplicable sense that this petite zombie appeared rather feeble. While undeniably adorable, what use was cuteness if it could not withstand several bullets? He harbored doubts regarding his senior's summoned creature. But seeing his senior remain composed and unruffled, it was likely that he had more tricks up his sleeve than could tea that moment. The subway doors swung wide open, with a gust of yellow wind howling outside. And yellow sand swirling into the carriage in the distance. Tumbleweeds rolled across the hillside. Eugene closed his eyes, channeling his consciousness into the zombie avatar. The previously vacant gaze of the little rotting head suddenly sparkled with vitality. Eugene maneuvered the little creature to stretch its limbs. A flicker of surprise crossed its crimson eyes. It was unexpectedly agile. With this thought in mind, Su Jin stepped out of the carriage, drawing the attention of the onlookers, and approached the cowboy skeleton. The cowboy skeleton glanced at Su Jin, its skeletal jaw opening and closing as it spoke. "Well, little one, are you up for an exhilarating showdown?" Su Jin directed the little rotting head to tilt upward, nodding in agreement. "All right, little one, how many bullets shall you take?" 7. Su Jin responded through the little zombie, surprised that it could indeed speak. With such a substantial health pool, starting at maximum odds should pose no issue. Even if the revolver were to end the little zombie's existence, it would not affect Su Jin in the slightest. Observing Su Jin's decision to go all in, Qin Ming adjusted his glasses, whispering to his companions, "It seems the senior has thoroughly considered this. With a multiplier of 7, one round grants 7 days of residence rights, the second round 14 days, the third 28 days, and the fourth 56 days, saving 10 lives in total. Truly impressive." Nearby, Zheng Wenbao watched the petite zombie, feeling skeptical. This little zombie appears so weak, it might perish with just a single bullet. Right? Qin Ming shot Zheng Wenbao a glance, retorting, "Our senior, as a high-tier player in this apocalyptic world, may have summoned this little creature for a reason, perhaps due to some unique ability, like maximum luck. Our senior's methods are profound, and as newcomers, we should refrain from second-guessing." Zheng Wenbao clenched his fists in frustration. He knew he ought not to question his senior, but found Qin Ming's tone quite irksome. "Little one, after the duel concludes, we will settle the blood debt. Do you have any objections?" "None," came the reply. The cowboy skeleton loaded 7 bullets into the revolver, exuding a casual demeanor despite being merely a skeleton. "Now, who will go first?" "Me," Su Jin declared, extending his pale hand to take the revolver without hesitation, aiming directly at the cowboy skeleton's head and pulling the triggered click that Su Jin's eyes widened in astonishment. Despite being aware of his poor luck, he hadn't anticipated it once again. It was an empty gun. Su Jin smacked her lips and tossed the handgun in her hand before the cowboy skeleton. Before the desolate town, a bizarre scene unfolded. A white-haired, red-eyed zombie girl and a cowboy-clad skeleton exchanged gunfire, both tilting their heads back slightly after each shot, only to take up their weapons once more to fire at each other. Qin Ming adjusted his glasses, observing the spectacle, and could not help but analyze. It seems this cowboy skeleton possesses a modicum of intelligence, though limited. At the very least, it knows not to aim the empty gun at itself after firing the only shot. Thus, Su Jin and the cowboy skeleton engaged in 100 rounds of mutual fire, neither able to vanquish the other. Remarkably, the blood she accrued reached an astonishing 1,050,000 milliliters. This directly granted her the right to reside in the desolate town for 10,500 days. During this time, fearing that the little radish head might collapse, Su Jin had her consume a few bites of food to regain some health using her gluttony skill. Subsequently, Su Jin orchestrated the distribution of the acquired days evenly among everyone. The crowd gazed at Su Jin with admiration, astonished that she had once again led them through without a scratch. Initially, some had doubted her due to her youth, but upon witnessing her summon an indestructible zombie, they relaxed and closed their eyes to rejuvenate. It was no wonder she belonged to the Anomaly Management Bureau. Her unique aura, exuding calmness and confidence, rendered her increasingly enigmatic in the eyes of the crowd. As they looked at Su Jin, who remained unfazed throughout, emotions of respect, admiration, shock, fervor, and a mixture of complex feelings intertwined in each heart. I could see that moment. Su Jin's prestige reached its zenith. Everyone regarded her as their steadfast anchor. No one dared to defy her anymore. Chapter 61. Oh no, having played too much, I can no longer distinguish reality from the game in that instant. Lincia felt that her brother Su Jin was incredibly handsome. He had once again saved everyone. Lincia was on the verge of becoming Su Jin's little fangirl. The people on the train also recognized Su Jin's adeptness in handling the situation. They believed that as long as they followed Su Jin, pointing and shooting wherever he indicated, they would surely survive. The crowd had been stuck in the subway for 2 days, unable to rest properly, many suffering from sore backs and aching limbs. Now, they could finally enter a reasonably decent place to relax for a while, and joy was evident on everyone's faces as they rushed into the town. Some sought out the cowboy bar, others yearned for a soft bed to rest comfortably, and some wished to find a bathhouse to cleanse their somewhat foul bodies. Meanwhile, Su Jin remained seated in the subway. Not yet moving, Su Jin withdrew his consciousness and gazed at the little radish head standing before him. Looking up at him with an incredibly intelligent gaze, he could not help but stroke his chin in contemplation. Oh no, it seemed the little radish head could not return. Did this mean one less laborer to pick cotton for him day and night in the zombie apocalypse? This simply would not do. Su Jin glanced at the little Congyu beside him. Right? Since he could summon the little radish head to reality, why couldn't he summon her again into the game? With this thought, Su Jin grasped Congyu's little hand and logged back into the game. Sure enough, he could sense the little radish head in the real world. With a thought, he successfully summoned her. Su Jin intended for the little radish heads to gather ample wood, planning to construct a massive shelter utilizing buildings 4, 5, and 6. That observing the little radish head continuing to pick cotton, he nodded in satisfaction. He then logged off, opened his eyes, and saw Li Wayman standing beside him. Curiously, Su Jin asked, "Captain Li, why haven't you gone into the town to rest?" "It's nothing. I just feel it's necessary to stay by your side to ensure your safety." Realizing that Li Wayman was concerned for his well-being, Su Jin understood that he had taken on the role of his bodyguard. After all, he was now considered the savior in everyone's eyes. Only by following him could they survive. For some reason, seeing Li Wayman's incredibly serious expression made Su Jin feel an inexplicable weight on his shoulders, causing a slight sense of panic. Nonetheless, he maintained a calm demeanor and replied, "Very well, Captain Li, let us head into the town to rest properly." Li Wayman nodded silently, following closely by his side, assuming the role of a guard. "There's no need to be so formal. Just act as you usually would." Su Jin took little Congyu's hand and entered the town alongside Li Wayman. Lin Xie trailed a bit behind, feeling satisfied just to catch a glimpse of her brother Su Jin. The town's scenery resembled that of a cowboy movie, exciting Su Jin slightly as he pushed open the door of a bar. To his astonishment, the proprietor was a gold-toothed skeleton with an impressively broad frame, mixing drinks behind the bar. Had he possessed flesh, this owner would undoubtedly be a rotund man with a bushy beard and a beer belly. Su Jin feigned the demeanor of a Western cowboy and sat at the bar. "Barkeep, a glass of whiskey, please." The plump skeleton cast a disdainful glance at Su Jin and replied, You little brat with barely any hair. Come back when you've grown up? This bar does not welcome you. Many cowboy-dressed skeletons within the establishment erupted into laughter at this. Hearing their jeers, Su-jin's forehead twitched slightly. Hey, this blasted skeleton certainly has a way with words. Without a moment's hesitation, Su-jin delivered a resounding slap to the skeleton's head. The skeleton flew backward, crashing through a wall in the process. The bar fell into stunned silence as all the skeletons gaped at Su-jin in disbelief. Su-jin was equally astonished. What he had intended as a mere reprimand had resulted in the skeleton being sent flying. The not-so-bright Su-jin finally realized that something was amiss. Was his game a tribute somehow projected into reality? Upon closer inspection, he was taken aback. He could sense the objects within a radius of dozens of meters behind him. Oh no, had he played the game so much that he could no longer distinguish between reality and the game? Meanwhile, Li Weimin and the others seated in the corner of the bar, including Qin Ming, were equally dumbfounded. Hiss, this senior's strength is terrifying. Terrifying? It's downright frightening. I feel like a single slap from him could be fatal. I initially thought he might be a logistics personnel. Now I feel remorse for my thoughtless assumption. Zheng Wenbo voiced his concerns. Do you think the senior's reckless actions in the bar might trigger some taboo? Qin Ming adjusted his glasses and replied knowledgeably. That one tea happened. You think the senior would be so reckless? He dares to act this way because the booklet states that this town provides us with absolute safety against threats other than humans. Unless our residency rights expire, these skeletons are unlikely to attack us. Listening to Qin Ming's analysis, the others nodded in agreement. After a brief moment of shock, although unsure of what was occurring, Su-jin quickly regained his composure. Barkeep, can you serve me that whiskey now? The plump skeleton, having taken a moment to recover, stood up and revealed a sycophantic smile on the face that Su-jin had just slapped. Of course, esteemed guest, I shall prepare a special whiskey for you right away. Well, it seemed this rotund skeleton was indeed one to bully the weak and fear the strong. Shortly, the skeleton mixed a glass of whiskey and slid it in front of Su-jin. This whiskey was even served with ice cubes. Su-jin picked up the whiskey and looked at Li Weimin beside him. Captain Li, shall we share a drink to relax? We'll be staying in this town for quite some time. Li Weimin pondered for a moment and also requested a glass of whiskey from the plump skeleton. Little Congyu, curious about the bubbling whiskey, wished to taste it, but Su-jin dismissed her with the excuse that children couldn't drink alcohol. Su-jin clinked glasses with Li Weimin, shook his whiskey, took a small sip, and then suddenly collapsed onto the floor, sleeping soundly. Qin Ming, watching the senior fall asleep immediately, couldn't help but chuckle. It seems the senior's alcohol tolerance isn't very high. Little Congyu looked at Su-jin with exasperation, contemplating how to drag him back. Before she could act, Li Weimin had already stepped forward to carry Su-jin on his back, leading him toward their lodging. Chapter 62. Mysterious Architecture. Su-jin opened his eyes to find himself staring at an unfamiliar ceiling. Hiss, what on earth happened? Su-jin cradled her head, feeling a slight ache. Shout, Congyu sat on the edge of the bed, gazing at Su-jin with an expression of speechlessness. After a moment of mental stagnation, Su-jin suddenly jolted. That's right, it seems I've arrived in a desolate little town. Then I had a glass of whiskey at the tavern. And everything after that is a blur. Su-jin stretched lazily, glanced out the window at the sun rising gently on the horizon, turned to Shout Congyu, and inquired, How long have I been asleep? 15 hours, Shout Congyu replied, looking at Su-jin with exasperation. It's absurd. Go Xiu-jin, despite his poor tolerance for alcohol, insists on showing off his drinking prowess. What a fool. I slept for that long. Su-jin shot up from the bed, scratching her head in disbelief. I almost forgot. Today I need to build a shelter in the game. Shout Congyu, let us log in together. Shout Congyu nodded, somewhat resigned. Go Xiu-jin truly was something else, even when trapped in an anomalous event. He could not forget about that wretched game. Was the zombie apocalypse really that enjoyable? Shout Congyu extended her small hand and logged in alongside Su-jin. Upon logging in, they found that the psychiatric rehabilitation base was already filled with various materials needed for constructing the shelter. Amassed by the little radishes over the past 2 days, Su-jin opened the panel for Mysterious Architecture and selected the option to build a shelter. Several choice panels materialized before her. The first was illuminated, while the others appeared in gray. Build a small shelter. Mysterious architecture level requirement LV1. Capacity for 10 people. With a protective radius of 100 meters. Players within the shelter's range will dispel the effects of dark fear and gain an inspiring state, resulting in a slight enhancement of comprehensive attributes. Build a medium shelter. Mysterious architecture level requirement LV11. Capacity for 50 people. With a protective radius of 500 meters. Players within the shelter's range will dispel the effects of dark fear and gain an inspiring state, resulting in a small enhancement of comprehensive attributes. Build a large shelter. Mysterious architecture level requirement LV21. Capacity for 500 people. With a protective radius of 2 kilometers. Players within the shelter's range will dispel the effects of dark fear and gain an inspiring state, resulting in a moderate enhancement of comprehensive attributes. Build an extra-large shelter. Mysterious architecture level requirement LV30 with an 80 chance of failure. Failure results in the loss of all materials. Learning basic mysterious architecture can increase the success rate of building an extra-large shelter. Capacity for 5,000 people. With a protective radius of 20 kilometers. Players within the shelter's range will dispel the effects of dark fear and gain an inspiring state, resulting in a significant enhancement of comprehensive attributes. Su-Jin stared at the descriptions of the shelters, utterly dumbfounded. Wow, this mysterious architecture is incredible. If players were to build a shelter directly, they would not gain any attribute enhancement while inside, only by upgrading the shelter to a small fortress and entering it, or being within a 10-meter radius, could they receive the inspiring state and a slight attribute boost. The medium fortress provided a small enhancement, requiring a radius of 50 meters for the inspiring state. The large fortress offered a moderate enhancement, with a radius of 1 kilometer. Only the extra-large fortress granted a significant enhancement, with a radius of 10 kilometers. Su-Jin had not anticipated that this mysterious architecture could provide the effects of a small fortress with just a small shelter. Moreover, the protective radius was significantly larger than that of a small fortress, which was truly terrifying. Additionally, the capacity was 2 more than that of standard small shelter. The medium shelter built through mysterious architecture could accommodate as many people as a large shelter, which seemed excessively exaggerated. Glancing at the materials collected by the little radishes over the past 2 days, Su-Jin also assessed her own supplies. Naturally, she wished to construct the best possible shelter. Confident that with the abundant materials she had gathered, there was no way she couldn't build a modest, extra-large shelter. Su-Jin decided to instruct the little radishes to prepare hearty dishes. It appeared that the mysterious architecture skill did not specify that the skill level could not exceed the current player level. This meant she could attempt to use the carnivore skill to overflow her satiation and maximize her proficiency in mysterious architecture. Su-Jin and Xiao Congyu made their way to the luxurious cafeteria, where she personally toasted a few slices of bread for Xiao Congyu. Then, she sat at the table, waiting for the little radishes to bring out the hearty dishes. The little radishes, each adorned with chef hats, tiptoed around the kitchen, stir-frying meat dishes. Before long, a rich aroma of meat wafted through the air, stirring Su-Jin's appetite. Ever since she acquired the carnivore skill, the meat dishes seemed to smell even more delectable. As she watched the little radishes line up with trays, placing the freshly cooked hearty dishes on the table, it resembled a 5-star national banquet. Su-Jin could hardly contain herself and quickly grabbed chopsticks to sample a piece of braised pork. It was heavenly, absolutely delightful. Having consumed countless takeout meals, Su-Jin had never tasted such exquisite braised pork. It truly lived up to its 5-star status. With that thought, Su-Jin entered a mode of unrestrained indulgence. You have consumed a plate of braised pork. Satiation increased by 100 points. Satiation is now full. You have consumed a plate of stir-fried meat. Satiation increased by 80 points. Overflow converted into 80 experience points for mysterious architecture. You have consumed a plate of sweet and sour pork. Satiation increased by 120 points. Overflow converted into 120 experience points for mysterious architecture. You have consumed a plate of boiled fish. Satiation increased by 70 points. Overflow converted into 70 experience points for mysterious architecture. You have consumed a plate of fish-flavored shredded pork. Satiation increased by 130 points. Overflow converted into 130 experience points for mysterious architecture. You have consumed a plate of braised ribs. Satiation increased by 90 points. Overflow converted into 90 experience points for mysterious architecture. A whole day passed swiftly, and Sonya looked on in disbelief at the towering stacks of plates. How much does Go Xiujin love to eat? Does he not intend to build a shelter at all? Your mysterious architecture level has increased to level 10. Feeling a bit drowsy from overeating, Su Jin finally paused, yawning as she beheld her newly leveled up mysterious architecture. Out of the corner of her eye, she caught a glimpse of green and suddenly felt a jolt of realization. She had left Xiao Songyu waiting there for an entire day. A tea that moment. Xiao Songyu looked at her with a gaze that held a hint of coldness, a touch of helplessness, a dash of sarcasm, and a faint trace of disdain. It was as if her eyes were saying, "How on earth did I end up with such a fool as my master?" Chapter 63. Raising the prestige of the entire Anomaly Management Bureau by one's own efforts. Su Jin wiped her mouth and hands with a napkin, feeling somewhat embarrassed as she scratched her head. Xiao Songyu, let me explain. I have a skill that converts satiation into skill proficiency. Upon hearing this, Xiao Songyu nodded, her gaze no longer as peculiar as before. The little radishes had spent the entire day preparing hearty dishes. Advancing Su Jin's culinary mage skill to level 5, that all 5 attributes have been maxed out, and the permanently enhancing dishes were safely stored in her game backpack. Su Jin promptly pulled out a handful of food and declared, "My culinary mage skill has reached level 5, granting an additional 2 points to all attributes. Xiao Songyu, you should max out your attributes as well. I'm logging off to sleep now. I'm so tired." With that, Su Jin's figure vanished from Xiao Songyu's sight. Xiao Songyu watched as Su Jin produced a heap of food, unable to suppress a chuckle. Sitting in her chair, she began to eat the dishes that permanently increased attributes. Marveling at the orderly little radishes who began to collect the plates Su Jin had finished, they carried the plates to the kitchen to wash them. After washing, the little radishes lined up to change out of their chef hats and robes, donning lumberjack attire and safety helmets, ready to gather wood for constructing the shelter. As Xiao soon munched on her meal, she couldn't help but marvel at the little radish's remarkable organization, though she had long been aware of Go Xiujin's talent for controlling zombies. This scene still astonished her. Did these little zombies seem to possess a hint of intelligence? Could it be that Go Xiujin treated them like beasts, yet they would not rebel? On the other side, after logging off, Su Jin stretched. Although she felt incredibly sleepy, she thought it best to take a shower first. Surveying the wooden cabin, she noticed that Xiao Songyu was nowhere to be found. How strange. Had Xiao Songyu logged in directly into the game? She wondered if she had done the same when she logged in. Lost in thought, Su Jin yawned and stepped outside the cabin. Upon opening the door, she found 2 upright figures standing at the entrance, each like a guardian deity. "Good day, Leader Su." Although he had long sensed the presence of 2 individuals at the doorway, he was still taken aback by their synchronized movements. Upon discerning the figures before him, he realized they were 2 officers clad in uniform. Regaining his composure swiftly, Su Jin regarded their youthful faces and inquired, "What brings you here? Don't you ever take a break?" Reporting to Team Leader Su, "We were assigned here by Captain Li to ensure your safety," they replied. In that moment, Su Jin understood that Li Weiman was concerned about his well-being, hence the deployment of these 2 officers for his protection. After all, he had become the temporary leader of over 1,000 individuals on the subway. That it was imperative that nothing happened to him. Any incident could result in catastrophic consequences in the subsequent stations. However, when he considered that his abilities and attributes in the game mirrored his reality, he mused that with a staggering health pool of 10,000, even a machine gun would take quite a while to bring him down. Although he could not see his health bar in reality, Su Jin could palpably feel his strength and physique had become remarkably formidable. Present, he might even be able to bend steel plates. Why would he fear an accident? With a relaxed smile, Su Jin declared, "It's all right. You may return to rest. With my strength, it's not so easy for anything to happen." The 2 officers exchanged glances and spoke in unison. "Captain Li has issued a strict order. We cannot leave your side, even at the cost of our lives." Observing the resolute demeanor of the 2 officers, Su Jin surmised they must have both served in the military. transitioning directly into the police force after their service. They were indeed commendable soldiers. Recognizing their steadfastness, he decided not to press the matter further. Well then, I suppose I'll have to have two of you accompany me, even for a shower. He chuckled self-deprecatingly before asking, "What are your names?" "Captain Su." "I am Zhang San, and this is Li Si." One of them replied. Eugene rubbed his nose and responded with a congenial tone, "Zhang and Li. Your names are rather casual." Zhang San scratched his head and explained, "We grew up in the countryside, and our families lacked education, which is why we were given such names at IC. Su Jin replied. "By the way, Zhang, do you know where the bathhouse is?" "Of course, Captain Su." "Allow me to lead the way," Zhang San offered, stepping forward to guide Su Jie. In no time, they arrived at the large open-air bathhouse, which was not a mixed-gender facility. As Su Jin removed his clothing, he was astonished to discover that his once flabby abdomen had transformed into a set of 8 well-defined abdominal muscles that he blinked in disbelief. Could this truly be the benefit of enhanced physique? Behind him, Zhang San and Li Si exchanged hushed remarks. "I initially thought Captain Su was so slender that he lacked any muscle. Who would have imagined he possesses 8-pack abs? Truly astonishing," Zhang San, not concealing his admiration, chuckled. "It seems Captain Su looks slim in clothes, but quite robust when undressed. With such a physique, he would undoubtedly captivate many young women back in our village." Listening to their conversation, Su Jin felt a tinge of embarrassment. He rinsed himself off and attempted to maintain his composure while soaking in the bustling bathhouse filled with people. Yet, being the center of attention made him feel somewhat flustered. Consequently, he hastily washed up, lingered for just a few minutes, then dressed and exited the bathhouse. As he departed, the patrons within the bathhouse could not help but commend. "Captain Su is truly impressive. Indeed, such a handsome man can only be described as extraordinary. Look at how calm and composed Captain Su appears. We could never emulate that. Wow. Observe how decisively he washes without a trace of hesitation. No wonder he hails from the Anomaly Management Bureau. Truly professional." Meanwhile, Qin Ming and Zheng Wenbao, also in the bath, felt a wave of embarrassment wash over them as they overheard the public's praises. If others were to discover their cowardly demeanor as members of the Anomaly Management Bureau, it would be a disgrace to their predecessors. Initially hesitant to reveal their identities, they now felt even less inclined to do so. After all, their senior had elevated the status of the entire bureau single-handedly, and they could not risk tarnishing that reputation. Chapter 64. Captain draws cards with guaranteed success. Upon returning to his room, Su Jin collapsed on his bed, sleeping soundly until dawn. The following day, he awoke to find Xiao Congyu sitting at the head of his bed. Lost in thought, "Xiao Congyu, I'm going online to refine my skills," he stated. Xiao Congyu nodded, somewhat speechless, and reached out her small hand to touch Su Jin's body. Once online again, Su Jin instructed the little ones to prepare 4 dishes and a soup for him. In essence, he aimed to flaunt his prowess to the utmost. He intended to level up his mysterious architecture skill to level 30 within these 10 days. Time flew by, and before he knew it, 5 days had passed as Eugene not only maxed out his mysterious architecture skill but also capped his culinary skills. He checked his attribute panel. Player. Su Jin level. 10 health. 115, 421, 1542 stamina. 600 mental strength. 600 energy. 600 strength. 25-6, 31, agility. 38-6, 44, constitution. 25-6, 31. 25-6, 31, perception. 38-6, 44, insight. 38-6, 44, movement speed bonus. 100 zombie damage bonus. 50 undead damage bonus. 19 all attributes bonus. 6 attack ignores defense. 30 talent skill. Zombie proliferation clone titles. Purple title, Wasteland Purifier. 3-star gold title, Wasteland Knight. Gold title, Savior. Common skills. Unyielding, level 2. Techniques for hunting undead, level 9. Culinary arts, level 10. Nostalgia for the good times, max level. Doomsday survival, strength training, level 10. Doomsday survival, physical training, level 10. Doomsday survival, training, level 10. Basic manufacturing, level 10. Basic cooking, level 10. Basic mechanical repair, level 8. Basic forging, Level 1. Mysterious Architecture, Level 30. With his attributes surpassing the 30-point threshold, Su Jin felt confident that he could tackle the Panda City dungeon solo. Even in the grim subway, he believed he could face any combat scenarios with an unstoppable force, reflecting on the materials needed to construct a supersized shelter. He was taken aback. The resources required for the mysterious architecture were several times greater than those for conventional construction. Among them were various metals. Wow, these materials could probably upgrade the supersized shelter to a small war fortress. He mused. Truly, the demands of mysterious architecture were far superior to ordinary construction. Upon reviewing his inventory, he noted that the quantity of various metal materials was sufficient for 30 constructions, but the wooden planks would only allow for a little over 20 supersized shelters. This was largely due to the tireless efforts of the little ones, who tirelessly gathered wood while he was offline. Su Jin made the choice to begin construction. Player chooses to use mysterious architecture to construct a special structure, supersized shelter. Remaining construction time, 24 hours. You may spend 5,000 survival points to expedite. Glancing at his over 400,000 survival points, Su Jin wasted no time in spending 5,000 to accelerate the process. Remaining construction time, 1 hour. What is this? Not instant completion. After pondering for a moment, Su Jin decided that since he had some free time, he might as well work on leveling up his basic forging skill to level 10. One could only imagine the thrill of the little ones wielding wooden spears with base damage exceeding 110-120. Who among the early players could withstand their onslaught? Suddenly, Su Jin concluded that it might be best to allow the little ones to remain in the Stone Age a bit longer. There is absolutely no need to enter any Iron Age. The weapons from the Stone Age are more than sufficient. Thus, Su Jin commanded the little radishes to prepare a meal for him. An hour passed swiftly. The proficiency required for this forging skill was absurdly high. After indulging in a lavish feast for a full hour, Su Jin's experience bar only filled 1/3. However, it is quite normal for more advanced skills to necessitate higher proficiency. Although the forging skill does not display a rank, Su Jin estimated its actual level would not be lower than S-class. The ability to mass-produce weapons that amplify damage is undoubtedly no simple feat. With this thought in mind, Su Jin glanced at the game log that popped up with a notification. Construction of the super-large shelter failed. All building materials were destroyed. Upon seeing this, Su Jin felt no particular surprise. After all, he was not a child of fortune. How could he expect to succeed on the first attempt? It was all about the lack of luck and the need to try multiple times. Soon, an entire day had passed. Su Jin had managed to level his forging skill to level 4. Yet the shelter remained unbuilt. He stared at the string of construction failures in the game log. Feeling somewhat frustrated, Su Jin had attempted to build the super-large shelter 10 times, expending 50,000 survival points, yet had not succeeded. Was this right? Could it be that the 20 success rate was a lie? The wood he had on hand was only sufficient for 5 more attempts at the super-large shelter, and he had enough metal materials left for 15 attempts. Su Jin clicked to construct again, accelerated the process, and then logged off to sleep. The next day, upon logging back in, he was greeted by the same 4 words in the game log. Construction failed. Su Jin felt a surge of exasperation. Could the main god have secretly adjusted his success rate? He was playing the game legitimately, relying on his innate skills, not cheating. Why was he being punished like this? Was it merely because the underworld had slightly aided his aspirations? Was such stinginess truly necessary? Sitting on a small stool, Su Jin pondered life for a moment, ultimately concluding that perhaps it was simply his luck that was lacking. Undeterred, he continued to initiate construction. 5 hours later, Su Jin silently donned his lumberjack outfit and joined the little radishes in gathering wood. Time in the desert town had reached its final day, and just as Su Jin was down to his last 2 metal materials, he finally succeeded in constructing the super-large shelter. With a 20 success rate, it had taken Su Jin a staggering 28 attempts to achieve success, wasting considerable materials in the process. Immediately, he opened his attribute panel to see how much the super-large shelter had enhanced his attributes. To his astonishment, the super-large shelter constructed with the mysterious architecture skill granted him an additional 80 points to his overall attributes. In that moment, Su Jin felt that all his efforts had been worthwhile. Furthermore, the mysterious architecture allowed him to choose whether to activate the encouragement function for the shelter. After some contemplation, he decided it was best to keep it off. He did not wish to draw unnecessary attention from surrounding players, as he wanted to avoid any trouble. The attribute bonuses from the encouragement effect did not extend to his title attributes. Nevertheless, even without it, Su Jin's minimum overall attribute had reached a staggering 51 points. With such an exceptional attribute panel, Su Jin felt confident that he could hold his own against the likes of Mengyuan and that so-called kidney-deficient young Master Allen. Fortunately, the encouragement effect of the shelter did not translate into reality. Otherwise, Su Jin felt he could conquer the depths of the underworld. Chapter 65. By the banks of the River of Forgetfulness, the flowers of the other shore after resting for a full 9 days in the desert town. Everyone there appeared rejuvenated, their faces adorned with smiles, as if they were on a leisurely vacation. Only Su Jin seemed to wear the signs of fatigue, sporting dark circles under his eyes. Upon seeing Su Jin's listless demeanor, Li Weimin felt a pang of concern. Could it be that Team Leader Su had been tirelessly seeking resources to ensure everyone's safe passage through the upcoming stages? Truly, Team Leader Su was a commendable comrade dedicated to the welfare of the people. It seemed my awareness and resolve paled in comparison to Team Leader Su's. Su Jin cast a wise glance at the skeletal cowboy stationed at the town entrance, then summoned a little radish, instructing it to maximize its multiplier and engage in combat with the skeletal cowboy. Su Jin's plan was to have the little radish accumulate several million milliliters of blood for potential future needs. Who knew whether the upcoming stages would require a substantial amount of blood? Thus, Su Jin nestled into bed and fell into a deep slumber for an entire day. When he awoke, he found himself once again seated in the subway. The subway announcement crackled to life. Outside the window, a haunting shade of blue enveloped the view, while nearby flowed a river of blood-yellow water, its banks adorned with otherworldly and vividly colored flowers of the other shore. Eerie howls echoed from the river, as if something were desperately trying to claw its way out, yet was firmly trapped beneath the surface. Passengers on the train gazed curiously at the scenery outside, and with Su Jin as their steadfast anchor, none of them felt panic. Welcome to the 4th station of the Underworld 7 Stations Tour, the River of Forgetfulness. There are currently 1,023 travelers on the subway, and 306,900 milliliters of blood have been automatically deducted as fare. The remaining blood has been securely deposited in the Underworld Bank and can be withdrawn as needed. The rules for this station are simple. To depart, one must collect a number of flowers of the other shore equal to the number of passengers on the train, and only then will the subway leave this station. The Underworld subway is absolutely safe. Please do not stray too far from the train. As the announcement concluded, the subway doors slid open automatically. Outside, the scene appeared deceptively tranquil, devoid of any apparent danger. The passengers were not foolish. They would not hastily disembark, for the announcement had assured them of safety within the subway. Moreover, Team Leader Li had issued a command. Unless Team Leader Su specifically ordered it, no one was to act independently. The passengers on the subway were keen to heed this advice. Naturally, no one with a sound mind would recklessly endanger themselves, for everyone wished to leave this bizarre place alive. Su Jin observed the vibrant, otherworldly flowers of the other shore, which lay a mere 100 meters from the subway, stroking his chin in contemplation. Could it be? Was the rule for this station truly that simple? Simply gather 1,023 flowers of the other shore. Without hesitation, Su Jin summoned a little radish and immersed his consciousness within its form. Directing it toward the riverbank where the flowers blossomed, he wanted to see what the flowers of the other shore and the River of Forgetfulness looked like. Yet fearing unforeseen mishaps, he opted for an immersive experience through the little radish. Qin Ming, observing this scene, adjusted his glasses and remarked softly, as expected of a senior, "You've quickly devised a method to probe the dangers of this station. Without your summoned creature present, we might have had to risk lives to ascertain the hazards here." Su Jin soon arrived at the banks of the River of Forgetfulness, gazing at the surging blood-yellow waters, feeling an unsettling sensation as if he might be drawn in. Pale arms surged from the depths, reaching out towards Su Jin, as if they sought to pull him into the depths. Disappointed, Su Jin regarded the multitude of hands. He had hoped for something more extraordinary. Instead, he was met with this. Among the pale hands, he did spot a few delicate and slender fingers, possessing an undeniable beauty. Clearly, they belonged to a female ghost, as Eugene pondered whimsically what it would feel like to use such hands in crafting glue. He plucked a handful of the flowers of the other shore, preparing to return. Just then, an unexpected turn of events unfolded. The waters of the River of Forgetfulness began to churn violently, and 7 grotesque figures emerged from within. One resembled a gaunt old man, his arms devoid of flesh, revealing only exposed bone. Another took the form of a child, with dark red fingernails and pale purple lips, sporting 2 sharp horns atop its head. Its face grotesquely contorted, with flesh piled around its nostrils. 2 others appeared as armored men, wielding massive battle axes. 1 bore a striking resemblance to a water monkey, cackling in a disconcerting manner. Lastly, 2 female ghosts emerged. One was strikingly beautiful, yet her hands were nothing but white bones. The other had lost half her facial skin, but her arms remained flawless, slender, and exquisitely delicate. The passengers on the train were all taken aback by the sudden emergence of the 7 grotesques from the River of Forgetfulness. The River of Forgetfulness flows a blood-yellow hue. Legend has it that it is filled with souls that cannot reincarnate, Qin Ming remarked, his keen gaze fixed on the flowers of the other shore clutched in the little radish's hands. He adjusted his glasses and continued, "It seems that with each flower plucked, a grotesque emerges from the river. The little zombie has gathered 7 flowers, hence the appearance of these 7 grotesques. The difficulty of this station is indeed high. As more flowers of the other shore are collected, the number of grotesques wandering around the subway will increase, and the chances of returning alive after harvesting the flowers will diminish, when the probability of successfully harvesting the Higanbana is 0. The passengers in the subway will resort to self-inflicted violence in their desperate bid to claim the elusive flower. It is only when the number of harvested Higanbana corresponds to the number of passengers that the subway will depart from the station." Truly, this is a harrowing episode from the Underworld series. Were it not for the presence of our senior, at least 90% of those aboard would likely perish. Qin Ming adjusted his glasses and continued his analysis. In order to ensure everyone's survival, our senior must confront no fewer than 1,023 vengeful spirits. This station indeed poses a formidable challenge. I wonder what strategy our senior will adopt. Zheng Wenba gazed at the 7 grotesque apparitions outside and couldn't help but swallow hard, voicing his concern. With so many spirits, can our senior manage alone? Should we not offer our assistance? Qin Ming cast a bland glance at Zheng Wenba, then replied coolly, "Even if we were to assist, it would merely be a drop in the ocean. You should quietly observe how our senior leads us through this ordeal in this subway. No one possesses more expertise than he." At this, a flicker of fervor sparkled in Qin Ming's eyes. Chapter 66. I am now terrifyingly powerful. Meanwhile, upon hearing the eerie laughter of the vengeful spirits behind him, Su Jin instinctively jolted and, without a moment's hesitation, transformed into a blur, swiftly darting into the subway car. The 7 spirits were momentarily taken aback, astonished that this seemingly similar entity could move with such remarkable speed, leaving them no time to react. The passengers aboard the subway were equally startled by the sudden burst of speed exhibited by the little zombie. Zheng Wenba exclaimed in disbelief, "Wow, this little zombie is faster than Bolt. I barely caught a glimpse before it darted into the train." Qin Ming adjusted his glasses again and remarked, given the little zombie's speed, "Harvesting a few dozen Higanbana should pose no issue. Those spirits are distinctly slower than it. However, if too many spirits congregate and block the subway door, we may find ourselves trapped." As Qin Ming spoke, he cast a glance towards Su Jin, feeling a twinge of astonishment. Could it be that our senior remains unfazed by this seemingly insurmountable situation? He merely summoned a little zombie and now appears to be meditating? Perhaps our senior has a backup plan? He seems utterly unperturbed by this predicament. Having maneuvered the little radish head into the subway, Su Jin felt a twinge of trepidation and patted his chest. Realizing that something felt amiss, his pectoral muscles did not seem as flat as they should have. Suddenly, it dawned on him. Wait a minute, I'm controlling the little radish head, right? Why should I fear anything? After all, it's not my life on the line, but that of the little radish head. What do I have to fear from spirits? I thrive on dealing with spirits. With that thought, Su Jin retrieved a wooden spear adorned with golden inscriptions from the zombie backpack and turned to face the 7 spirits, who had now positioned themselves outside the subway, seemingly attempting to block the entrance to, oh, how dare they take advantage of my solitary plight. With that thought, Su Jin wasted no time and, controlling the little radish head, thrust the spear towards the nearest female spirit. The spirit emitted a blood-curdling scream before dissipating into a wisp of green smoke. Ridiculous. At this point, even my zombie avatar possesses remarkable strength. Why should I fear a mere wraith? The onlookers were left dumbfounded as they witnessed the little zombie, hidden within the carriage, dispatching a female spirit with a single thrust. This little zombie not only appeared resilient, but also possessed considerable offensive prowess. Qin Ming marveled at the scene, exclaiming, "Truly befitting of our senior. Even the summoned zombie is so formidable. It seems we may well navigate this station unscathed," feeling an inexhaustible surge of power. Su Jin wielded the spear and stepped out of the carriage, launching several shots toward the 6 malevolent spirits without uttering a word. With a single maneuver, 3 spirits were obliterated, transforming into screams of anguish that vanished into the air. The remaining 3 spirits, sensing the imminent threat, attempted to retreat back to the River of Forgetfulness, yet their speed could not rival that of the little radish head. Inevitably, the demise of the 7 spirits was as tragic as their earlier arrogance. As the little zombie executed stunning maneuvers with the spear, the passengers aboard the train gaped in astonishment. Even Li Weimin and others slowly lowered their firearms, bewildered by the little zombie's unexpected prowess. Akin to the legendary Zhao Zilong, Qin Ming's mind was awash with tumultuous thoughts. Could this have been anticipated by our senior? Did he know all along that the little zombie could best these vengeful spirits? Truly, this little zombie hails from a higher echelon of the apocalypse. Su Jin tossed 7 Higanbana into the carriage before guiding the little radish head toward the banks of the River of Forgetfulness. He harvested another handful of Higanbana, causing the river's waters to surge once more, and several more vengeful spirits emerged. Oh no! More! Without a second thought, Su Jin thrust his spear and dispatched one of the spirits, inciting fury among the remaining apparitions, who charged at him in a frenzy. As Eugene brandished the spear, its cold glint slicing through the air as he unleashed a flurry of strikes, slaying 2 more spirits in quick succession. One particularly swift spirit, resembling a specter, seized the opportunity during Su Jin's momentary stillness and sunk its sharp fangs into his shoulder. Strangely, the bite was neither painful nor damaging, leaving no mark. The spirit stared in disbelief at its own fangs, sensing that the texture of this zombie was decidedly unusual. Before it could ponder further, Su Jin delivered a crushing blow, obliterating its head. As for why he could annihilate these vengeful spirits so effortlessly, Su Jin felt no surprise. After all, he wielded the noble and true damage from the Wasteland Knight. No matter the nature of the malevolent entity, as long as it was struck, even if it possessed immunity to physical attacks, it could not evade true damage. With insufficient health, even a mere 30 points of damage could lead to instant death, such as the terrifying nature of true damage from the highly esteemed. With a single maneuver, Su Jin eradicated all the emerging spirits, feeling somewhat unfulfilled. Tilting his head in contemplation, he realized that since each time he harvested Higanbana, more spirits emerged from the River of Forgetfulness. It would be prudent to gather even more. Thus, he thrust his iron hand into the ground, swiftly uprooting a large patch of earth, revealing hundreds of Higanbana. The waters of the River of Forgetfulness churned violently, and countless ghostly figures surfaced, wailing and shrieking as they surged towards Su Jin. With a flick of his spear, his silver hair billowed without wind, and a fierce determination ignited in his crimson eyes. Ridiculous! He had no fear of death. Even if overwhelmed by these hundreds of spirits, it would not be his life at stake. Having endured the zombie apocalypse for so long, facing these bizarre apparitions, Su Jin felt no fear whatsoever. In fact, he found them somewhat endearing. They seemed like ordinary zombies standing before him. He intended to use the little radish head to explore his own combat style. As countless vengeful spirits surged toward him, Su Jin's expression remained fearless as he charged forward, wreaking havoc among the spirits. Heads rolled and spirits fell in a chaotic frenzy. Countless spirits rushed bravely to engage him, determined to claim his life. Zheng Wenbo, witnessing the spectacle, couldn't help but recall certain scenes from apocalyptic games, exclaiming, "Why do I feel like the little zombie summoned by our senior resembles a formidable boss? And these spirits are merely a team attempting to defeat it." Qin Ming adjusted his glasses and replied coolly, "Strangely enough, I share that sentiment." Chapter 67. The Malevolent Ghost Marshal Hituki. However, the next station may not be so straightforward. If our senior only has this one little zombie, it might prove insufficient to safeguard us all, considering there are a staggering 16 tiers of carriages. Zheng Wenbo opened his mouth, casting a furtive glance at Su Jin, who remained in deep contemplation and couldn't help but remark, "You call this simple? Even if I had 10 lives, I couldn't possibly ensure everyone's survival here." Qin Ming replied calmly, "That may be your perspective. But for our senior, overcoming this challenge is quite simple." Zheng Wenbo scratched his head, chuckling, "You make a valid point. A mere 5 to 6 minutes." Su Jin, leveraging his exceptional agility and attack speed, had dispatched all of the emerging spirits, rendering the less astute ones too fearful to re-emerge from the river of forgetfulness. Recognizing the little radish head's remarkable vitality, Su Jin chose not to bother with defense. Knowing the spirits' attacks were merely trifling, he gathered all the Higanbana from the ground and proceeded toward the subway, tossing them into the carriage while glancing up at the digital display. Higanbana harvested, 323. Current subway occupancy, 1,023. 700 more to go. Let us continue harvesting. Regardless of the infinite stamina of the little radish head, there was no fear of the bizarre creatures from the River of Oblivion engaging in a relentless battle. With this thought, Su Jin approached the riverbank and plunged his unfeeling iron hand into the ground, ripping up a large expanse of earth with a swift motion. The waters of the River of Oblivion surged violently once more, and numerous strange creatures began to crawl out. However, many hands unexpectedly reached out from behind, grasping these dim-witted creatures tightly, preventing their escape. Su Jin observed this peculiar scene, feeling somewhat perplexed. He had not anticipated that the creatures from the River of Oblivion would assist one another. Could it be that they had realized his invincibility, thus clutching onto the dim-witted ones to prevent them from meeting a pointless demise? How touching. It was surprising to discover that the creatures within the River of Oblivion possessed such a sense of camaraderie. Yet this also left Su Jin feeling a tad disappointed. He had expected an epic battle to ensue. Was this truly all there was to the fourth station? It seemed rather too simple. With these thoughts in mind, Su Jin gathered large handfuls of the other shore flowers and made his way towards the subway station of the underworld. Before long, he had collected a sufficient amount of flowers and maneuvered the little radish head onto the subway. Retracting his consciousness as he opened his eyes once more, the announcement echoed again. What a surprise! I did not expect that at this station, no passengers would be destined to remain here forever. Surely, the subsequent 5th and 6th stations will present no challenges for you. The subway began to accelerate gradually, the scenery outside the window blurring into indistinctness. Then let us proceed directly to the final station. Welcome, esteemed passengers, to the last stop of the Underworld's 7 Stations tour, the Boundless Hell. The theme of this station: safeguard the Underworld city and eliminate all the malevolent spirits invading it. The number of survivors on the subway is 1023, and the difficulty level has been elevated to the maximum. Passengers, brace yourselves for the frontline battle. May you enjoy the thrill of combat. Destination: Boundless Hell, Nihus City. At this station, killing malevolent spirits will grant you merit points, which can be transferred. Merit points and blood can be exchanged for various weapons. When your merit points reach 100, you may choose to conclude this journey. As the subway doors opened slowly, a cacophony of sounds erupted from outside. Hurry, hurry, do not fall behind. The soldiers ahead are still fighting bravely, awaiting our support. Everyone be swift. Combat at the borders of Boundless Hell can easily lead to disorientation, particularly for newcomers who must be especially cautious not to be encircled by malevolent spirits. On the path out of the city, squads of ghostly soldiers continuously surged forth, and the thunderous sounds of battle could be vaguely heard from outside the city. Qin Ming listened to the announcement, his expression shifting slightly. This is bad. The mechanism has misjudged our capabilities. The underworld believes that the passengers on this subway are formidable enough to slay the malevolent spirits. Hence, they have dispatched us all to the front lines. The scent of the living is irresistibly alluring to malevolent spirits, and the underworld will undoubtedly send all of us to the front lines to alleviate the pressure on the battlefront. Su Jin's expression changed slightly upon hearing Qin Ming's analysis. Misjudged mechanism. Does that mean he would have to lead this group of ordinary people in a battle? Just then, a general clad in ancient armor stepped onto the subway, surveying the crowd within. His demeanor was one of pride as he scrutinized the passengers, a frown creasing his brow. Why are all the reinforcements merely living beings? Yet, living beings are useful. They could be sent to the battlefield to draw some of the pressure away. Who among you is the leader of this group? Su Jin felt a knot of anxiety in his throat as he stood up before the ancient general, whose complexion was gray and exuded an overwhelming aura of malice. I am. The ancient general was taken aback at the sight of Su Jin. Goodness, what a powerful aura! This person must have exterminated countless malevolent spirits. His presence is even more terrifying than mine. His strength could rival that of the malevolent spirit marshal, Haddock. This formidable individual is not someone I can provoke. The ancient general, feeling parched under the weight of Su Jin's palpable malice, abruptly shifted from his haughty demeanor to one of utmost courtesy. Esteemed sir, when do you intend to engage in battle? Please, inform me of your desired front line, and I shall make the necessary arrangements for you to— Su Jin was astonished by the general's drastic change in demeanor. Wasn't he just brimming with arrogance? Why was he now so deferential? Does he realize that his obsequiousness, given his overwhelming malice, makes me quite uncomfortable? However, it soon dawned on Su Jin that the general's respect stemmed from his superior strength. Reflecting on his earlier experiment with the little radish head, he realized that ordinary malevolent spirits posed no threat to it. If he possessed double the attributes of the little radish head, would he not, by extension, be able to navigate the battlefield with ease? If the front line allowed for merit points to be exchanged for weapons, might he be able to procure some incredibly powerful weaponry, akin to those found in certain novels? With these thoughts swirling in his mind, Su Jin tentatively inquired, "What is the strongest weapon that can be exchanged for merit points?" The response came, "A sword, requiring 10 million merit points or 10 million milliliters of blood, and the slaying of the invading malevolent spirit marshal, Haddock, to be redeemed." What a surprise! There truly is a strongest weapon. Chapter 68. Welcoming your kindergarten principal. I wonder if this weapon is of the legendary caliber, similar to that of the little Congyu. This ignited Su Jin's fighting spirit. He feigned interest and remarked, "Oh, how intriguing. Where can I find the malevolent spirit marshal?" "Haddock, I shall go slay it at once." "Very well. Sir, I shall lead you there immediately," the general replied, bending over backward in servitude, resembling a sycophant seeking to please a superior. The passengers in the subway were stunned to witness the underworld general's profound respect for Su Jin. Zheng Wenbao, in disbelief, murmured, "Could it be that the elder is acquainted with this general?" Qin Ming adjusted his glasses and stated, "Most likely, they are not acquainted. Did you not hear the announcement? The underworld values strength above all and seeks to win over those who possess it. The elder is likely more powerful than this general, which is why he shows such deference to T that moment." The subway began to gradually fade from existence. The group found themselves within Naya's city. "What are you all standing around for? Hurry and collect your weapons to engage in battle. The soldiers on the front lines are fighting valiantly." Su Jin, observing the general who had emerged from nowhere to urge everyone along, frowned and stepped forward to confront him. "They are all my subordinates. It is not your place to command them." The general, enraged by Su Jin's audacity as a mere living being, was about to retort when he caught sight of the overwhelming malice radiating from Su Jin, causing him to instantly adopt a more submissive expression. "Ah, esteemed sir, you are correct. It seems I have failed to recognize the mountain for the hill." Fearing Su Jin's wrath, the general hastily retreated. Su Jin glanced at the passengers on the subway, realizing that without his presence, they could easily be coerced by other ghostly generals into joining the battlefield. Rather than allow that, he decided it would be best for them to follow him into battle. with an authoritative tone. Su Jin declared, "Everyone, follow me. With my presence, none shall perish." Upon finishing, Su Jin turned to the aforementioned general. "Prepare me a warm jug of fine wine. After I slay Haddock, I shall return to savor it." "Yes, esteemed sir. I shall procure the finest wine in the city for you and await your return with great anticipation." The general immediately summoned a ghostly soldier, instructing him to guide the esteemed sir to the front line to slay the malevolent spirit marshal. Haddock, the ghostly soldier, astonished that a mere living being dared to proclaim such an intention, widened his eyes at the overwhelming malice emanating from Su Jin. "Goodness, this is an unparalleled, fierce individual," the soldier, not daring to delay, respectfully responded. "Esteemed sir, I shall lead you forth immediately." At that moment, the little Congyu glowed with white light, transforming into the Congyu ball and swiftly flying into Su Jin's hand. The passengers on the subway looked on in shock as an ordinary living person morphed into a weapon, landing in Su Jin's palm. All present wore expressions of utter astonishment. Qin Ming, having witnessed this extraordinary spectacle, exclaimed, "Transformation of a divine artifact. This is the transformation of a divine artifact. Could it be that the little girl accompanying the elder is the manifestation of a divine artifact? Is this truly the elder's hidden trump card? How terrifying indeed! How terrifying!" Zheng Wenba, momentarily stunned, posed the question, "Transformation of a divine artifact, is it akin to what is described in those cultivation novels?" Qin Ming quickly regained his composure, adjusting his glasses as he replied, "More or less. The transformation of a divine artifact is something that can only occur in high-tier apocalyptic realms, and players who possess such artifacts are invariably top-tier among humanity, even in high-tier apocalyptic realms. Such players belong to the elite echelon, surpassing even those within the strategy teams. The true prowess of our senior undoubtedly far exceeds our imagination, which explains why he always maintains an air of serene detachment. Indeed, he possesses the capability to safeguard us all." Qin Ming's eyes sparkled with uncontainable excitement, thoroughly captivated by the charismatic presence of a senior. And oh wonder the minuscule undead summoned by him are so formidable. It would be astonishing if creatures summoned by a top-tier player were anything less than exceptional. Qin Ming and his companions followed Su Jin's lead, arriving together at the battlefield of the supernatural. On the battleground, countless grotesque specters and phantoms clashed violently. Amidst billowing smoke and the cacophony of battle cries, the clanging of weapons and the lamentations of spirits filled the entire realm of the dead. Su Jin had already consumed a plethora of temporary attribute-enhancing foods on his journey, now boasting a minimum combined attribute score of an astounding 40 points. Truly a terrifying strength at this moment. Su Jin stood proudly at the rear of the battlefield, wielding his weapon, Cthulhu, gazing ahead with an unmistakable regal demeanor. The imposing figure before him, clad in beast skins and possessing 3 heads and 6 arms, resembled a small mountain. Was this the fearsome ghost general, Haddock? The ghost soldiers felt the oppressive aura emanating from Su Jin, making it somewhat difficult to breathe. "Yes, my lord," at Su Jin, observing the 3-headed, 6-armed general, felt a twinge of unease. The pressure radiating from this creature seemed akin to that of the frail noble, Alan. It was merely the imposing stature that appeared intimidating, having already subdued the frail noble. With his own attributes exceeding 40, how could he fail to overcome a mere ghost general? With this thought in mind, Su Jin transformed into a blur, wielding Congyu, summoning gusts of wind as he moved with the swiftness of light. Striking like a bolt of lightning, wherever he went, specters, ghost soldiers, and ghost generals were sent flying. Could this truly be the authentic strength of a high-tier apocalyptic player? It was terrifying indeed. Zheng Wenba gasped in astonishment. Qin Ming adjusted his glasses, a fervent gleam flashing in his eyes. At this level, our senior has long transcended the realm of ordinary life forms. It is more fitting to refer to him as an extraordinary entity. We are but 3-dimensional beings, while he has entered the domain of 4-dimensional existence, placing him on an entirely different echelon. The Ghost General Haddock was relentlessly pounding 3 Ghost Generals into submission. On the verge of their defeat, he sensed the incredible speed at which Su Jin was approaching and was taken aback. immediately raising 6 arms to wield his weapons in defense against Su Jin's blade. Sparks flew as Congyu clashed with the weapons in Hataka's grasp. Upon closer inspection, Hataka was astonished to discover that the one attacking him was a living human, erupting into laughter. Is the underworld so bereft of ghosts that you send a mere mortal to the battlefield? The 3 ghost generals, on the brink of annihilation, rejoiced at the sight. Their prolonged struggle had not been in vain. As reinforcements had finally arrived, they quickly expressed their gratitude to Su Jin before hastily retreating to restore their essence. Human boy, I see you possess some skill. I did not strike down nameless foes. State your name, my name. You are not worthy to know, as Su Jin shot him a disdainful glance, feeling that Hataka was merely a fraud. Arrogant. Having failed in his surprise attack, Su Jin quickly distanced himself from Hataka. He engaged in several tentative exchanges, realizing that Hataka commanded an overwhelming number of weapons, though he might be a charlatan. Hataka's strength was undeniably formidable. Su Jin found it challenging to gain the upper hand in close combat. It would be too risky, uncertain whether his substantial health pool could withstand Hataka's assault. Su Jin was reluctant to take unnecessary risks. Hataka advanced towards Su Jin with his massive form, each step causing the ground to tremble. Suddenly, Su Jin had an epiphany, raising Congyu high and exclaiming grandly, "Arise! My legion of the undead, welcome your king!" With a flourish, Su Jin lifted his right hand, exclaiming dramatically, and from the earth emerged 55 diminutive undead warriors, each brandishing a wooden spear. They coordinated perfectly as they lunged toward Hataka. Seeking death, Hataka swung his flail, sending 3 or 4 of the small undead flying. Yet more rushed to fill the gaps, brandishing their wooden spears to stab. The airborne undead quickly retrieved skewers from their packs, brandishing them defiantly before charging back at the fearsome General Hataka. Seizing the opportunity while Hataka was occupied with a swarm of undead, Su Jin intended to stack 50 layers of damage with Congyu before confronting Hataka directly. He surveyed the surrounding malevolent spirits and ghost generals. The ghost soldiers of the underworld were easily distinguishable. They radiated no chaotic or violent aura. With his heightened mental acuity and perception, Su Jin could readily identify malevolent spirits. Dragging Congyu, he charged toward a fortunate ghost general. The ghost general, engaged in a lively battle with an underworld soldier, was struck with terror upon seeing a human boy approach him with a weapon. Overcome with fear, he sought to flee. However, with Su Jin's agility, escape was futile. In a swift motion, Su Jin dispatched the ghost general, obliterating him into wisps of blue smoke. Licking the blade of Congyu, he bore a smile more villainous than any antagonist. Addressing the dissipating smoke, "My compatriot, may I borrow your head as a trophy? I trust you won't mind." With that, Su Jin became a blur of light. Where he passed, malevolent spirits screamed as they vanished into smoke. Hataka, ensnared by the diminutive undead, watched in fury as his subordinates were systematically slain. "Cowards! What kind of hero is it to bully my subordinates? Have the courage to face me one-on-one." Su Jin observed that his damage stacking was nearly complete, and with the swiftness of a thunderclap, he lunged at Hataka, delivering a decisive blow. As Hataka's 6 arms were preoccupied with the undead, he had no capacity for defense against Su Jin's sudden strike. With a tremendous damage, Booz the army decisively defeated Hituki, effectively turning the tide of the battle as Su Jin's merit points surged. Reaching an astonishing 20 million, the entire city of Bayan erupted in jubilant celebration. As the shadows of the city lined the streets to welcome the victorious infernal troops back. Observing this scene, Su Jin wore an expression of amusement. The shadows of Bayan appeared no different from the common folk of ancient times, suggesting that the underworld indeed maintained a semblance of order. Yet, why would the underworld orchestrate such events to intimidate ordinary people? Was it to frighten them to death, subsequently transforming them into shadow soldiers to confront the malevolent spirits on the front lines? Becoming mere puppets? Or was there some other enigmatic secret at play? Although some of it eluded his understanding, Su Jin still grasped Congyu and, accompanied by a group of young recruits, sought out the infernal general in Bayan, stating, "I wish to exchange my merit points for the finest weapon you possess." "Very well, my lord. I shall escort you to the merit repository for your weapon exchange," the infernal general replied. bowing and smiling, his joy nearly overwhelming. Who would have thought that this esteemed lord from the underworld was so formidable, having not only slain the malevolent General Hituki, but also repelled the invasion of the evil army? Truly remarkable. Now he need not face death, as Eugene followed the general to the entrance of the merit repository, where a quartermaster, dressed in military garb, halted their progress. Halt! Who are you? This is a fortified armory. Unauthorized personnel are prohibited from entry. How dare you? The general, Gukun, interjected angrily. This esteemed lord has just vanquished the malevolent General Hituki and seeks to exchange his merit points for weapons. Oh, you dare obstruct him. The quartermaster cast a dubious glance at Sujin. Hiss! How can this be a living person? Sujin raised an eyebrow and stepped forward. What of it? Do you look down upon the living? Only then did the quartermaster notice the overwhelming aura emanating from Sujin, causing him to shiver with trepidation. However, he feigned composure. You claim to have slain the malevolent General Hituki. Where is your proof? Proof? Sujin gestured with his chin, and the young recruits promptly presented 3 enormous severed heads. Upon witnessing the heads soaring towards him, the quartermaster collapsed in shock. Humph! Worthless! And you look down upon me as a living person. Are Hituki's 3 heads enough to terrify you into this state? Sujin scoffed at the quartermaster and strode toward the merit repository. Where the finest weapons? Lead me to them. Rows of counters displayed an array of dazzling weapons, each accompanied by a sign indicating the requisite merit points for exchange. Eugene felt somewhat dazzled, sensing that this merit repository possessed a blend of cybernetic and ancient aesthetics. This way, my lord. The best weapons are located at the very back, Gukun said with a grin, eagerly leading the way. Eugene found Gukun's demeanor peculiar, as if he were returning home, navigating the repository with ease. As they walked, Gukun grumbled with irritation that Haokun at the entrance, relying on his position as the quartermaster of Bayan, has been extorting us soldiers who exchange merit for weapons, while we brave the front lines. He sits back and indulges himself. Disgraceful. My lord, here we are. This is the finest weapon in the entire merit repository. As Eugene followed Gukun to the rear of the repository, that a tang knife was displayed on the counter, its hilt dark and the sharp blade glinting with a cold light, measuring approximately 5 feet in length, with a black spine adorned with a subtle golden dragon pattern. Without hesitation, Sujin pressed the exchange button, sensing a fleeting chill as if a gaze passed over him, causing an involuntary shiver to run down his spine. However, the sensation dissipated as quickly as it had come. After a brief delay, Sujin had 1,000,000 merit points deducted, and the glass case opened. He extended his hand, grasping the tang knife, its hilt cool and chilling to the touch. Eugene was quite taken with this tang knife. Congyu, transformed into human form, curiously regarded the weapon in Sujin's hand and playfully remarked, "You have me, yet you seek another blade. Are you a fickle-hearted rogue, believing Congyu to be feeling jealous?" Sujin quickly defended, "You hold an irreplaceable position in my heart. Nothing, not even a mere blade, can compare." "Oh, are you confessing your feelings to me? Am I truly that significant in your heart? More important than a lover?" Congyu teased, leaving Sujin blushing furiously. Nevertheless, considering Congyu was a legendary weapon, he unabashedly declared, "You are undoubtedly far more important than any lover. After all, a weapon is merely a tool, incapable of transforming into a person like you." No sooner had he spoken than an astonishing event transpired. Both Sujin and Congyu widened their eyes in disbelief. The tang knife in Sujin's hand suddenly emitted a puff of smoke and transformed into a girl in ancient attire, with long black hair and red eyes. Her delicate, snowy feet lightly touched Sujin's palm, prompting him to instinctively look up. Immediately, a petite foot pressed against his face, causing his head to tilt back. The ancient girl elegantly flipped and landed lightly on the ground, gazing at Sujin with an impassive expression, before speaking in a monotone, "Are you my chosen master?" In that moment, Sujin felt as if his mind had imploded. Staring incredulously at the ancient girl before him, is it true? Can this tang knife genuinely transform into a person? The girl stepped closer, tiptoeing to scrutinize Sujin's features, then nodded expressionlessly. You are passably acceptable, barely fit to be my master. However, I shall need to observe you for a while longer. You scoundrel, are you truly pursuing a harem plan, accumulating women one by one? Congyu looked at Su Jin with disdain. Having witnessed Lin Xie, then her, and now this unknown black-haired girl, it was reminiscent of a certain character from a school-themed series. Listening to Congyu's jibes, Su Jin felt a wave of exasperation. He turned to the ancient girl, eager to speak. That my name is Mengyuan. The black-haired girl stated coldly, as Su Jin found himself at a loss for words. Ultimately, with a wry smile, he led Congyu and Mengyuan out of the merit repository. Gukuin stood by, his expression one of shock, mouth agape, before exclaiming in disbelief. Mengyuan actually acknowledged a master. Gukuin had anticipated Su Jin would fail and squander 1,000,000 merit points. Considering Mengyuan had likely been exchanged by numerous spirits before. Mengyuan typically dismissed spirits as either unattractive or too weak, often too lazy to take form, merely resting in the cabinet, unable to be wielded. After all, any weapon capable of transformation was undoubtedly a divine artifact, possessing immense allure for spirits. To his astonishment, this lord not only acquired Mengyuan, but also gained her approval. The significance of possessing a transformative divine artifact was simply astounding. As they exited, Haokuin's expression mirrored that of someone encountering a long-lost relative upon seeing Mengyuan beside Su Jin. Stammering, he struggled to articulate his thoughts. Su Jin, accompanied by Congyu and Mengyuan, located Li Weimin and the others in Bian City, distributing 100 merit points to each individual. Qin Ming gazed at the newly appeared ancient girl beside Su Jin, his expression one of bewilderment. Could it be that the senior exchanged for a sentient weapon in the merit repository? Surely not. It must be another transformative weapon. Qin Ming's expression shifted slightly as he recalled that the senior had maintained a calm demeanor throughout, never displaying any sign of panic, always exuding an air of control. Could it be that the senior had anticipated this step all along, or was it possible that the senior's intention in saving them was merely a side endeavor? While acquiring this transformative divine weapon was his true objective, had the senior known all along that a transformative weapon lay within the merit repository? Qin Ming gazed at Su Jin with awe. Invisibly, Su Jin's image grew more enigmatic in Qin Ming's mind. Observing the senior's nonchalant expression, it left Qin Ming feeling a sense of despair. Someone as formidable as the senior, he feared he might never glimpse his back again. Oh, senior, you truly are terrifying. At that moment, the subway finally reappeared before the crowd. As soon as everyone boarded the train, the doors closed behind them. The announcement echoed once more, announcing the conclusion of the journey through the underworld's 7 stations and welcoming passengers aboard the underworld subway, expressing anticipation for their next encounter. Subsequently, Su Jin felt a sudden darkness envelop him, plunging him into unconsciousness. When he opened his eyes again, he discovered that the subway had derailed, leaving those around him in a state of unconsciousness. A glance to his side revealed that both Congyu and Mengyuan were awake, staring at him intently like vigilant guardians. Su Jin climbed to his feet and noticed Lin Xie still lost in slumber. He draped his coat over her and quietly waited for her to awaken. Before long, teams of firefighters arrived at the scene, employing tools to pry open the subway doors. To their astonishment, the firefighters discovered that the passengers of Line 3 had merely fainted, with no serious injuries reported. Qin Ming and others regained consciousness from the darkness, finding themselves on stretchers while firefighters continued to carry people out. Qin Ming pressed his hand to his forehead, feeling a slight haze cloud his mind. Did we all survive? Was it our senior who saved us? Qin Ming surveyed his surroundings, yet he could not catch a glimpse of their senior. It made sense. Someone as powerful as their senior had likely already awakened and departed. Just then, an elderly figure stepped forward and embraced Qin Ming tightly. I knew it. I knew you youngsters would survive. You are all great heroes, the saviors of the entire subway. Luo Wensong's emotions surged as he marveled at the unexpected prowess of the team dispatched from headquarters. Not a single one had perished, and they had saved everyone aboard the subway. It was our senior who saved us. There was no way we could have rescued all the passengers on our own. Director Luo Wensong paused, momentarily taken aback, before turning to the department heads beside him. Is it possible that there are others from the Anomaly Management Bureau on line 3? The department heads shook their heads in confusion. Luo Wunsong pondered, with just this group of inexperienced youngsters. It was indeed unlikely they could survive in the perilous underworld subway, which boasted a staggering 99 mortality rate. Could it be that other high-tier awakened individuals had intervened? Luo Wunsong inquired, "What does this senior you speak of look like?" Qin Ming pressed his hands to his head, attempting to recall the features of his senior, but found their striking visage fading from his memory. I could see that moment. Su Jin began whistling and waving in front of Qin Ming's eyes, realizing that this fellow genuinely seemed unable to recognize him. Feeling relieved, he assisted the just-awakened Lin Xie as they quietly passed by Qin Ming and the others, accompanied by Congyu and Mengyuan. Though unsure why Qin Ming suddenly failed to recognize him, Su Jin deemed it prudent to slip away. Should the ruse of impersonating an Anomaly Management Bureau agent be discovered, he might find himself facing serious repercussions. He had not denied his identity while aboard the subway. Circumstances had compelled him. After all, Qin Ming could only remember that his senior was exceptionally handsome, remarkably so, yet he struggled to recall any specific details about his appearance. After much contemplation, he finally stated, "My senior has an incredibly impressive appearance, but I truly cannot recall any distinctive features." Upon hearing Qin Ming's vague description, the department heads and officers of the Anomaly Management Bureau felt their minds dwindle. What does incredibly impressive even mean? Could it imply that the individual is exceptionally handsome? Luo Wunsong mused, stroking his chin thoughtfully. The fact that Qin Ming could not clearly remember the face of that mysterious figure indicated that the individual preferred to remain low-key, avoiding exposure to the public eye. Only a player from the high-tier apocalypse could possess the capability to ensure the survival of all during the underworld incident, and such players were not ordinary. They had to be part of a strategy group to achieve this. Luo Wunsong continued, "Is the senior you mentioned affiliated with our Anomaly Management Bureau?" Without a moment's hesitation, Qin Ming nodded affirmatively. Luo Wunsong pondered deeply. Could it be that someone from the headquarters intervened to rescue this group of youngsters? As the head of the Jiangchang City Anomaly Management Bureau, Luo Wunsong was aware that above him was a provincial bureau. Beyond that lay the headquarters located in Kyoto. That he knew little about the affairs of the headquarters, but he was certain that even the provincial bureau chief, Su Jianhua, would not have been capable of saving everyone during the underworld incident. Thus, the individual in question must have originated from the headquarters, yet the specific identity remained to be clarified with Qin Ming. Just then, an epiphany struck Qin Ming, and he exclaimed, "Oh, my senior was accompanied by a little girl with green hair. Remarkably adorable. She can transform into a weapon for my senior's use. Beyond that, I have no other impressions of my senior, except that they're terrifyingly powerful." That a collective gasp resonated among the personnel of the Anomaly Management Bureau. Possessing a transforming artifact was a rare privilege, with only a handful of top-tier individuals in the entirety of Huaguan known to wield such power. Thus, it was not surprising that someone could safeguard an entire subway during the underworld incident. Luo Wunsong began to contemplate who among the top-tier players in the headquarters could possess a transforming artifact. There were only 3 known individuals. Point 1 was by Jyoga, who relished being in the limelight, often accompanied by a weapon that took the form of a little girl. However, Luo Wunsong quickly dismissed this thought. It could not have been him. Bai Jyoga would never have remained so discreet after saving so many lives, indicating it was likely one of the other 2 powerful figures from the headquarters. Yet, these 2 figures were known for their extreme discretion. Luo Wunsong was not even privy to their names or genders. As their identities were classified, he, as a mere city-level bureau chief, lacked the authority to access such confidential information. That IT was undoubtedly someone from headquarters, and it was astonishing that they would venture to the remote Jiangcheng City to assist in resolving the underworld incident. Could it be that the headquarters sent someone specifically to protect Qin Ming, this promising talent? After all, Qin Ming's rapid deductions could be likened to a form of precognition that if he were to advance through an SSS-level talent progression scheme, he might well evolve into an SSS-level talent capable of foresight, a strategic asset in any nation. The headquarters would certainly take note of this. Chapter 72. Shocking the nation. With this train of thought, it was no longer surprising that the headquarters would send someone to safeguard Qin Ming. After all, This young man had originally been dispatched from the headquarters to gain experience before eventually returning. The individuals who intervened must have been the other two experts from headquarters. Meanwhile, reporters from Jiangcheng City arrived on the scene, beginning live broadcasts. The Line 3 subway, which had been missing for half an hour, has now been located, and fortunately, it had only experienced a minor derailment. Miraculously, none of the passengers aboard suffered any casualties. The camera then shifted to Line 1. The footage revealed a scene engulfed in flames. The Line 1 subway had experienced a severe derailment, with raging fires consuming the entire train. Firefighters wielded hoses to quell the inferno. Just then, the doors of the subway were pried open from within. A blood-soaked middle-aged police officer emerged with great difficulty, his face etched with despair, tears streaming down his cheeks as he cried out hoarsely, What a joke! Damn it! I could do nothing. I could only watch them perish. One by one, in the end, I saved no one. Why? Why is this happening? As the middle-aged officer wept, he trembled as he drew his service weapon from his waist and pressed the barrel against his mouth. With a deafening bang, his body collapsed onto the ground. The scene unfolded so swiftly that even the firefighters were taken aback. The image of his suicide was broadcast live on television. After a brief silence, the female reporter emitted a piercing scream. The firefighters hurriedly lifted the middle-aged officer's body onto an ambulance, hoping to revive him. Eventually, after extinguishing the flames, they extracted charred remains from within the subway. Aside from the middle-aged officer, who was the sole survivor, over 1,000 souls had perished within the train. The explosive news sent shockwaves throughout the nation. The harrowing footage of the gun's suicide circulated wildly online. Even though the live broadcast was abruptly cut, the videos that were banned from circulation could not contain the frenzy that engulfed the internet. The two subway trains resurfaced after being untraceable for half an hour. On Line 3, apart from one missing individual, all others survived. However, on Line 1, there was only one survivor who, upon emerging, despaired and took their own life with a gun. This inevitably sparked speculation among netizens, and in no time, the news of the 30-minute disappearance of Lines 1 and 3 surged to the top of trending topics, igniting fervent discussions. What could have transpired during that 30-minute interval? Why did all passengers on one train survive while only one did on the other? What horrors did that lone survivor endure? It is truly a matter of curiosity. Could it have been a terrorist attack? Were there robbers who hijacked Lines 1 and 3? Robbers? That seems improbable given the stringent security measures in place for subways. How could they possibly allow a robbery? The words of that middle-aged police officer who took his own life were utterly baffling, as he claimed he could save no one, only watch helplessly as they perished one by one. What exactly transpired on Line 1? It seems far too simple to attribute it to a train overturning and catching fire. There must have been something exceedingly dreadful at play. Indeed, I share your sentiment. That expression of despair certainly does not resemble that of a typical accident. By the way, weren't all the passengers on Line 3 alive? They too were untraceable for half an hour, yet they all survived. Didn't they? Perhaps we can inquire with them. Is there anyone from Line 3 who could shed light on what occurred during that lost half hour? I was on Line 3. Our train suddenly lost speed and overturned. I thought we were done for. It was truly terrifying, and I am grateful for the timely rescue by the firefighters. I feared we would be trapped inside the subway forever. The indifferent response from the Huaxia federal government gradually diminished the incident's fervor. To prevent public panic and social unrest, all individuals on Line 3 signed confidentiality agreements, forbidding them from disclosing the events of that day. With such a significant occurrence, Su Jin had to shelve his plans to purchase property in the city center. At that moment, he was accompanying Congyu and Mengyuan at Lin Xia's hospital room. The young girl appeared somewhat frail. Whether from shock or another reason, she couldn't stand upon disembarking from the subway. Su Jin's newly acquired weapon, Mengyuan, could transform into an ancient-style maiden, but she always seemed disinterested, as though she cared for nothing at all. What astonished Su Jin was that it appeared no one in the hospital could see Mengyuan. She stood there, quiet as air. Not a soul seemed aware of her presence. Though Su Jin and little Tsong, you could see her. Lin Xia's hospitalization due to the accident had deeply distressed her mother, Lin Suhua, who even prepared meals for her. Whether intentionally or inadvertently, Lin Suhua often left Su Jin and Lin Xia alone in the room. although little Congyu was present as a third wheel. Lin Sohua seemed unconcerned that in fact, Lin Xie could have been discharged the day of the accident, but Lin Sohua, fearful of any sudden complications, insisted on a few extra days of observation. After several days in the hospital, they finally processed her discharge. Naturally, during this time, Su Jin kept his little zombies busy, creating a production line. Zombies cooking, zombies eating. Nothing should go to waste. He managed to level up his beloved weapon to its maximum potential. Li Weimin and his fellow officers received commendations from the police headquarters for their full cooperation with the Anomaly Management Bureau. All were awarded first-class merits, and the positions of 16 auxiliary officers were officially confirmed. The events experienced by Li Weimin on the subway were documented by both the police headquarters and the Anomaly Management Bureau. Kyoto convened a large gathering of experts in handling anomalous incidents for an emergency meeting. The agenda focused on how ordinary citizens should respond in situations akin to the subway incident, ensuring minimal casualties while escaping alive. After 3 days and nights of deliberation, they finally reached a relatively prudent response plan, aimed at minimizing casualties, which was immediately disseminated to all relevant agencies. In Huaxia, venues with a significant number of people typically had several professionals from the Huaxia federal government present, including police officers. The government once again urged the public through official media to actively participate in the Divine Endgame announcement. However, the response from ordinary citizens, particularly from the elite class, was dismally sparse. The majority continued to languish in apathy regarding the endgame. Meanwhile, in Kyoto, a young man gazed at a photo frame containing a picture with Qin Ming, clenching his fists. "Brother, I can't believe you're still alive. This truly surprises me. I wonder which old fool is thwarting my plans." One person capable of predicting the future is more than enough for all of Huaxia. At the same time, thousands of miles away in Jiangsheng, Qi Ming adjusted his glasses, seemingly sensing something, muttering to himself, "I wonder what my foolish idiot is up to. I hope that when we next meet, you, as the younger brother, won't bore me too much and show a little progress." Today marks Lin Xie's discharge, and Su Jin assisted her in completing the paperwork. Just after changing out of her hospital gown, she was eager to rush off for a job interview at a company. This girl certainly never rests. To facilitate a connection between Su Jin and Lin Xie, Lin Hua urged Su Jin to accompany Lin Xie for the interview. Su Jin glanced at his flanking companions, Congyu and Mengyuan. Since Mengyuan, the ancient-style maiden, had joined him, she had hardly spoken a word and wore a perpetual expression of indifference, blending into the background. In contrast, little Congyu regarded Su Jin with a playful expression, seemingly intrigued by how their relationship would unfold. Su Jin led Lin Xie into a renowned game company for their interview. The towering tech building, adorned with exquisite company logos on its exterior, exuded an air of sophistication and elegance. The company's logo, a rustic bronze cauldron, affixed to the wall, imparted an oddly cyber-ancient aesthetic. Su Jin mused that the mere logo on the exterior must have cost a fortune. It couldn't possibly be less than several million. He had heard that this company was a leading enterprise in Lingjiang City, wielding considerable resources, yet he was uncertain if they possessed any rare items capable of enhancing growth qualifications. Su Jin felt that his attributes were disproportionately skewed and needed to devise a way to balance them. Currently, he possessed 4 S-level talent advancement plans, but to merge 2 SSS-level plans, he needed to acquire 2 more. Mengyuan could also enter the game alongside him. She mentioned that her talent allowed her to transform into a Tang sword. Thus, if Mengyuan could accompany Congyu into the game and shared a similar talent, he would need to procure 5 additional S-level talent advancement plans. The thought of acquiring so many S-level plans made Su Jin's head ache. He wondered how many S-level advancement plans might be available within this esteemed game company. Of course, he intended to prioritize the first SSS-level advancement plan for little Congyu, given that she was the earliest to accompany him as a legendary weapon. And no matter how impressive Mengyuan was, she would have to wait her turn. Moreover, he had not yet truly become Mengyuan's master. According to her aloof demeanor, he was still in the probationary period. Lost in thought, Su Jin and Lin Xie submitted their electronic resumes at the front desk. The number of interviewees was substantial, exceeding 300. Shortly, a staff member emerged from the elevator on the upper floor, calling out names one by one. Those whose names were mentioned successfully passed the first round of screening. The initial round eliminated 2/3 of the candidates, and Su Jin, having listed an acceleration gathering talent of B level, unsurprisingly did not get cut out of course. There were instances of applicants falsely reporting their talent levels. If one's reported level far exceeded their actual ability, they would face exorbitant penalties after the 3-month probation period. It was uncommon for anyone to be foolish enough to inflate their talent level. Lin Xie also made it through the initial screening. Having been preoccupied with university studies, she had not honed her skills significantly in the divine game. If Su Jin's guess was correct, her level should still be 1. He wondered what her talent might be. Surely, she wouldn't also transform into a weapon like Congyu and Mengyuan. With such thoughts in mind, Su Jin couldn't help but chuckle and shake his head, wondering if things could really be this absurd. Su Jin merely wished to be a terrifying dual-wielding warrior. The thought of wielding 3 blades left him utterly perplexed. Thus, he and his companions followed the receptionist to the interview hall on the 8th floor. Due to the considerable number of candidates, it was decided that 5 individuals would be interviewed simultaneously. Su Jin instructed Xiao Congyu to wait for him outside the hall. As for Mengyuan, she went unnoticed, slipping in without anyone paying her heed. Su Jin was in the same batch of interviews as Lin Xie, and as he settled into his chair, he gazed at the 5 interviewers before him, 3 men and 2 women. When his eyes landed on one of them, he was momentarily taken aback. Was that not the sultry, black-skinned beauty, Kate, from the same shelter? What was she doing as an interviewer for the flourishing Chinchio gaming company? Su Jin had heard whispers about foreign investments in Chinchio gaming, but he never imagined that such a leading enterprise would actually employ foreigners. To his astonishment, this individual had entered the apocalyptic game without even bothering to modify her appearance. Although players would revert to their original looks after a month, most would opt for a cosmetic alteration. He had anticipated a middle-aged foreign uncle, but who could have foreseen that a voluptuous black-skinned beauty truly existed in reality? This revelation was quite the shock for Su Jin. Kate did not recognize Su Jin, as he appeared as a towering figure of 2 meters in the game. It seemed she noticed the clarity tinged with a hint of foolishness in his gaze, and responded with a slightly alluring smile that nearly left Su Jin mesmerized. Yet he forced himself to maintain an air of nonchalance, pretending to be unfazed. Goodness, Kate's smile was genuinely captivating. With her physique and beauty, she could easily clinch the title of a beauty pageant winner on an international stage. Su Jin, being a normal man, naturally enjoyed the sight of beautiful women, if one did not appreciate beauty. Perhaps a visit to a doctor was in order. It is only natural to have an appreciation for aesthetics, and Su Jin, in order to maintain a cheerful disposition, found solace in admiring beauty. There was nothing wrong with that. Chapter 74. The interview Kate was indeed strikingly beautiful, and the gazes of the 5 interviewers were predominantly fixed upon her, including those of the female interviewers. One male interviewer cleared his throat twice and briskly steered the conversation back to the matter at hand. You are all recent university graduates, I presume. Please introduce your talents briefly. There's no need for extensive detail. Just state your rank and type of talent. If it's a combat talent, say combat talent. If it's a logistical talent, say logistical talent. Understood? Everyone's time is precious, and we do not have the luxury to listen to detailed accounts of your abilities. The candidates nodded in agreement. Let's begin with you, the examiner indicated towards Su Jin. Without any hesitation, Su Jin stated, Su Jin, B-grade collection talent, with certain auxiliary combat effects. Su Jin? Upon hearing this name, Kate was momentarily taken aback. It was strikingly similar to the name of the individual from the shelter, albeit with a different talent grade, both being collection talents. The interviewers nodded in satisfaction, acknowledging that a B-grade collection talent with supportive combat capabilities was commendable, particularly beneficial for the initial stages of a new server. They all made a note in Su Jin's electronic file. Young individuals with such outstanding talents were almost guaranteed formal employment, as long as they did not commit any significant blunders. Termination was highly improbable. Next, it was Lin Xie's turn. She appeared somewhat anxious but managed to speak up. Lin Xie, S-grade auxiliary combat talent. The presence of an S-grade talent among the candidates elicited palpable delight among the interviewers. The quality of this batch of candidates was indeed impressive. One of the male interviewers inquired, "Miss Lin, is your auxiliary talent team-oriented or single target?" After a moment's contemplation, Lin Xie replied, "Single target." That a flicker of disappointment crossed the interviewer's face. In the chaotic apocalypse, even the mightiest individual would find their power severely limited. While such talents might be useful for the company's elite, those top-tier individuals had already surrounded themselves with several S-grade single-target support personnel, rendering Lin Xie's S-grade single-target auxiliary talent somewhat superfluous. The probability of an F-grade talent appearing is 5, E-grade 15, D-grade 30, C-grade 30, B-grade 15, A-grade 4.5, S-grade 0.5, SS grade 0.0001, and SSS grade 0.0001, although S-grade talents are rare. They are not entirely uncommon. For a leading gaming company like Congyu, recruiting individuals with S-grade talents is not particularly challenging. The elite players within the company already had their S-grade auxiliary talents fully staffed. Thus, upon learning that Lin Xie possessed a single-target support talent, the interviewer's disappointment was understandable. Possessing an S-grade team-oriented talent would be invaluable for organizing player armies to retaliate against large zombie cities later on. Even talents that are not S-grade but team-oriented provide significantly greater benefits than a single-target S-grade talent. Consequently, while Lin Xie would likely secure employment, the benefits offered to her would be quite limited, given the disparity between S-grade talents. Had she possessed a team-oriented talent, she would have been earmarked for focused training. However, as a single-target talent, her value diminished considerably. Even with an S-grade auxiliary talent, the potential benefits bestowed upon a single individual are limited at best. Next in line was Chu Xiong, stating A-grade combat talent. Good. Next, Chu Mengyuan, B-grade group enhancement auxiliary talent. Excellent, very good. The interviewers displayed expressions of joy. Securing a candidate with group enhancement talent was indeed a fortunate find. Individuals with such talents significantly contribute to player armies' efforts to reclaim zombie-infested cities or other critical facilities. Even if their talent is merely F-grade, Congyu Gaming would eagerly recruit them, as single-target enhancement players are commonplace, whereas group enhancement players are exceedingly rare, almost as rare as pandas. This young woman, upon concluding her interview, would swiftly transition to formal employment, with a salary starting at a minimum of 100,000 per month, vastly superior to the treatment afforded to ordinary players. Players possessing group enhancement talents are highly sought after by various gaming companies, and even at the Huaxia federal government, they could bypass examinations and be directly employed as civil servants under special talent status. The candidates waiting outside the interview room observed Chu Mengyuan with envy. As anticipated, she was about to achieve a significant leap in her career, embarking on a journey towards success. Individuals of such exceptional talent joining Congyu Gaming in the apocalyptic game would likely face little to no danger, as they are prioritized for protection by the company. Soon, it was time for the final candidate. The last individual appeared rather lackadaisical, sporting bleached hair and earrings, exuding a somewhat disreputable demeanor as he boasted, "I possess an S-grade combat talent. You can imagine my caliber." Kate glanced at the file of this brash young man and frowned. In reality, he only had an A-level combat talent. Why was he falsely claiming to have an S-grade talent? Was he attempting to usurp the company's training resources? Dressed in such a disheveled manner, how had he even made it this far? Glancing at the young man who was whistling at her, Kate felt a sense of indescribable disdain at that moment. An interviewer beside her gently nudged Kate's arm and whispered, "This fellow is Manager Huang's nephew. His actual combat talent is only B-grade. Let us turn a blind eye and allow him to join." Well, it seems this individual has connections. However, according to the regulations of the Prosperous Eternity Game Company, during a single round of interviews, assuming there are no S-level talents, a maximum of 2 candidates may be accepted, or none at all. With S-level talent, the maximum is 4 individuals. The priority for special enhancement teams is granted to players who provide assistance, followed by a ranking based on talent level from high to low. Depending on the circumstances, up to 4 candidates may be accepted. That if this selection process is adhered to, a young man named Su Jin would lose his opportunity for employment, which would be exceedingly unfair to him. Catherine is already contemplating whether to exercise her sole privilege as the interviewer to secure his admission. Chapter 75. the 13th District's exploration at that moment. Catherine suddenly recalled that the 13th District of the zombie apocalypse had only recently opened. The reason the prosperous Eternity Game Company had swiftly commenced recruitment for so many new employees was to prepare for the battles in the 13th District. With this in mind, Catherine spoke up. You five. Would you be willing to venture into the 13th District of the zombie apocalypse for exploration? The young man with yellow hair shrugged and replied, I have no objections. My impressive combat talents will shine in any district. His confidence stemmed from having a well-connected uncle who would never allow him to endure the hardships of the 13th District, where the player mortality rate was alarmingly high. The robust young man, named Chu Xiong, displayed visible hesitation on his face, clearly struggling with the idea of exploring a new district given the exceedingly high player mortality rate. Should he perish 3 times, he would have to seek humanitarian asylum from the Huaxia federal government, which had yet to establish any shelters in the newly opened district. It would take months before any such facilities could be set up, leaving him without the possibility of humanitarian aid. Currently, he had only 1 life left in the main god space. If he were to lose all levels and skills and transfer servers, he could very well face life-threatening risks. The number of rebirth for players voluntarily transferring servers does not reset. Only if deemed to be engaged in negative gameplay or deliberately losing will the rebirth count be reset. Chu Xiong clearly did not wish to take that risk, so he said, I cannot accept the prospect of exploring a new server. I only have 2 lives remaining. I hope you understand. Chu Mengyuan, without much thought, promptly declared, I will not accept the challenge of exploring a new server. It was absurd. She was merely relying on her talents to earn a salary. Why should she risk her safety in the perilous 13th District? Of course, Chu Mengyuan was also aware that someone of her caliber would likely not be dispatched to the new server. She would probably be assigned to an older district instead. They would elevate her level to 10 and devise a plan to enhance her talent, providing better benefits to the player team. Her recruitment by a leading enterprise was practically a foregone conclusion, leaving her little to worry about. After all, her intention was not to focus on managing the apocalypse game. Chu Mengyuan merely sought to earn money for her services, contributing enhancements during group battles while enjoying life in her spare time. The 5 interviewers turned their attention to Lin's. A touch of nervousness washed over her as she swallowed, then mustered the courage to say, I accept the challenge of exploring the new server and will comply with all company arrangements. The clarity and naivety reflected in her eyes were unmistakably those of a recent graduate. The 5 interviewers were quite pleased with Lin Xia's response, though they still had yet to find a top-tier combat player to send to the 13th District. However, allowing an S-level support talent to establish a foothold, there was certainly a commendable choice. Ultimately, all 5 interviewers focused their gaze on Su Jin. A subtle smile graced his lips, and a sunny disposition emerged on his somewhat gloomy yet handsome face. Me? I'm already in the 13th District. With my gathering talent, I have nearly collected all the materials required to construct a player shelter. The eyes of several interviewers sparkled with surprise. They had not expected this young man to have gathered the necessary materials for constructing a shelter already. His gathering talent must possess some extraordinary qualities. One interviewer inquired, how much longer will you need to gather materials to build a super-large shelter? The company was preparing to explore the 13th District, which would soon attract an influx of players. As Eugene pondered for a moment and decided it best not to be overly boastful, he replied, perhaps about 10 more days, and I should be able to gather the materials for constructing a super-large shelter. What? The interviewers abruptly rose from their seats, astonished by the young man's revelation. They had initially believed it would take Su Jin a month to gather the materials for a super-large shelter. Shelters below the super-large category cannot be upgraded to war fortresses and can only accommodate up to 500 individuals. This was why the interviewers had asked how long it would take Su Jin to gather the necessary materials for a super-large shelter. Are you underreporting your talent level? Su Jin scratched his head, feigning a bashful demeanor as he said, Yes, indeed, I actually possess an A-level gathering talent. You young man, in this golden age, hiding your talents is unwise. Indeed, whatever abilities you possess should be showcased. This way, the company's resources, including talent advancement plans and rare items, will be prioritized for individuals like you that do not miss out on the company's preferential resources due to modesty. Su Jin quickly smiled and said, You are absolutely right. Thank you for the guidance. Inwardly, Su Jin sighed in relief, realizing he could not hide his talents too effectively, nor could he be overly ostentatious. Otherwise, he would miss out on resource allocation. He had considered boldly showcasing his SSS-level talent upon joining the prosperous Eternity Game Company, but doing so might provoke suspicion and caution from the company. If he were unable to secure what he desired, it would be disastrous. However, from the interviewer's tone, it was evident that the prosperous Eternity Game Company possessed some valuable resources. He was merely curious whether they had any rare items or S-level talent advancement plans that could enhance growth potential. Meanwhile, Lin Xie was unaware of why Su Jin, as a member of the Abnormal Management Bureau, accompanied her to join the prosperous Eternity Game Company. However, she presumed that Su Jin must have his reasons, so she decided not to dwell on it. Lin Xie was not naive enough to think that Su Jin accompanied her solely for her protection. Perhaps he had joined her to investigate some matter. Su Jin's true motivation for joining the prosperous Eternity Game Company was not the modest salary of 1,000 or 2,000 after a month of employment. He had no interest in money. His genuine interest lay in the precious game items, advancement plans, and game intelligence known to large companies. After all, one benefits greatly from being associated with a powerful entity. Following their interview, Su Jin and Lin Xie were summoned by the project manager responsible for the exploration of the 13th district. The project manager, Wang Zhao, found that the personnel for the project team he was leading had yet to materialize. Most of the newly recruited employees were unwilling to venture into the perilous 13th district, and veteran employees were reluctant to lose all the levels and skills they had painstakingly achieved by transferring servers. With only 10 individuals in his 8 project teams, all were timid university students hesitant to transfer servers, insisting they would wait until more people were available to transfer together. Chapter 76. If you can't beat them, join them. As a result, the 13th district had been open for several days. Yet his project had made no progress, leaving the project manager in a state of distress akin to an ant on a hot pan. With so many resources at his disposal, he found himself at a loss for how to utilize them. As the project manager in charge of developing the 13th district, it was absurd that he had not a single player in that district. When he learned that 2 unsuspecting university students were willing to join his team for the exploration of the 13th district, he was overjoyed. Project manager Wang Zhao promptly called Su Jin and Lin Xie over, greeting them with a warm demeanor as he took their hands and said, "Young Su, our project department has just been established. Aside from being short-staffed, the company has allocated ample resources that if you need any resources, feel free to let me know." Upon hearing this, Su Jin was elated. What a delightful surprise. It seemed that due to the lack of personnel in the 13th district project, the resources available were surprisingly abundant. With this in mind, Su Jin inquired, "Does our project team have any S-level talent advancement plans or precious items that enhance growth potential?" Wang Zhao, observing the clarity intertwined with a hint of naivety in Su Jin's gaze, couldn't help but internally scoff. As expected of a university student, unaware of the value of essential resources, asking so candidly, Wang Zhao chuckled and replied, "Indeed, our project team does possess several S-level talent advancement plans, and there are also precious items to enhance growth potential. However, to acquire these valuable items, one must make a significant contribution to the project, which will then require approval from the board of directors before being dispensed." Su Jin, intrigued, asked what would be considered a significant contribution. For instance, establishing a colossal shelter in the 13th district that a month later, the function to transfer servers will be further activated. Players of level 5 and below will be able to transfer directly without resetting their levels or forgetting any skills. However, those who transfer will endure a debilitating penalty lasting 3 days, during which their health and attributes will be significantly diminished, and their susceptibility to the dark fear will drastically increase. With the launch of the new server and the continuous influx of new players, the system shelter will become overcrowded, making it exceedingly difficult to ensure the survival of all, even with shift changes. Your task is to construct a shelter capable of accommodating 500 individuals before the transfer of players from the Company S server. This way, you will have made a notable contribution, and when the time comes to apply to the board for an S-level talent advancement plan, the odds will be heavily in your favor. Thus, Our project team's mission is to expedite the construction of this colossal shelter within a month in preparation for the arrival of players from the company's top 12 project teams. Ready to embark on a grand exploration at this point. Wang Zhao's expression soured, for the 12 project teams ahead had already stabilized their earnings, requiring only a minimal number of personnel to ensure steady project revenue. The project managers of those 12 teams had a multitude of players eagerly awaiting the upcoming exploration in the new server. This meant that he, as the project manager for the 13th district, would have to watch as the achievements from the early development of the district were shared among the preceding 12 project teams for quite some time. There was simply no avoiding it. After all, this was a new server. Even if a player capable of reaching level 3 emerged a month later, having 1 out of 10 would be considered fortunate. After all, once players had gathered sufficient survival resources, they would need to team up in groups of at least 5 or 6 for safety while hunting zombies, leaving the experience points woefully scant. Consequently, the pace of leveling up would naturally be agonizingly slow. Moreover, when the time comes for the massive influx of level 5 players transferring from the company's server, it will be a severe blow to the level 3 novice players in the new server. The newcomers may not even possess a single skill book, while the players from the company's server will be armed with multiple skills. What can they possibly contend with against such formidable opponents? It is akin to the royal players in the new server facing the bronze players from the company's server. Those bronze players would easily dominate the newcomers, akin to a father overpowering his own son. In a month, numerous gaming companies will dispatch large numbers of players from the company's server to seize resources in the new server. Once the easily obtainable resources have been claimed and the profits divided, instability ensues. The players will then decide whether to return to their original server for retirement or continue in the new server to prey on the novices. Alternatively, they might choose to remain in the new server to level up, preparing to claim mid to high difficulty resources that can only be accessed later on. Wang Zhao felt a bitter pang at the thought of the transfer function for players being activated in just over 20 days, as he would have to witness the players from the previous 12 districts dominate the 13th district for an extended period. This sensation left him feeling as if his wife were being taken away before his very eyes, powerless against a horde of brutish foes. The most disheartening aspect was that the performance during the grand exploration period would not count towards his project team's achievements. Watching those inept individuals rake in profits while he suffered losses was far more painful. This situation would persist until the levels of the new server players and the players from the company's server reached a relative balance, after which he would finally have a competent team to work with. Only then would the players from the preceding 12 districts gradually withdraw, leaving behind a scant few to continue their exploits. Reflecting on this, Wang Zhao felt a bitter taste in his mouth. Cursing inwardly as to why he should pave the way for those inept individuals. Upon hearing this, Su Jin thought to himself how trivial the task seemed, merely constructing a colossal shelter. When the time comes, he could easily find a spot to build a standard large shelter, just to fulfill the requirements that he planned to secure the S-level talent advancement plan for himself, then continue to acquire several more S-level advancement plans during the grand exploration period. What a delightful prospect! Su Jin pondered. So in just over 20 days, a large number of level 5 players would transfer over. He wondered how they would compare to himself, a level 10 player on the verge of a talent advancement. He was curious whether their exploration speed would surpass his own, armed with a 100-ton weapon. The thought was indeed exhilarating. As he considered this, Su Jin looked around the vacant 13th District project team and realized that apart from the people he had brought, the only one present was the beleaguered project manager, Wang Zhao. By the way, Manager Wang, where are the other members of our project team? Oh, those others, they would rather forego their salaries and wait until the grand exploration period to come to work. Su Jin felt that this was highly peculiar. Wait, that doesn't seem right. Manager Wang, what about the new recruits we hired? Where have they all gone? Why are there only 2 of us in this project team? Oh, you mean those newcomers. They've all gone to join other project teams as players from the company's server, waiting to come to our 13th district during the grand exploration to prey on the new players. Ah, Chapter 77. Whose child is this? Su Jin exclaimed in disbelief. None of those newcomers want to endure hardship, do they? So, Manager Wang, how many people are currently in our project team? Wang Zhao, with a look of resignation, spread his hands. As of now, it's just the two of you. From here on out, you'll be the lead of the 13th District Project Team, and she'll be the deputy leader. All resources allocated to the 8 smaller teams to be established in the future will be coordinated by you. As Eugene raised an eyebrow, feeling quite pleased. What a wonderful opportunity. He was stepping directly into a leadership role. This project team was practically tailor-made for him. How exhilarating. Wang Zhao stepped forward, patting both Su Jin and Lin Xie on the shoulders, appearing genuinely invested in their future. Work hard, and you two will become the founding members of the 13th District Project Team. As long as I am in the company, no one will be able to trouble you. Although Su Jin suspected Wang Zhao was making grand promises, he still felt elated. Without further ado, little Su, you should proceed with the server transfer now. Su Jin smiled slightly and replied, No need, Manager Wang. I am already in the 13th District. Wang Zhao was momentarily taken aback, his excitement palpable as he grasped Su Jin's shoulders. You're already in the 13th District? How is your progress? Are there any concerns about survival? Su Jin maintained a calm demeanor and replied, What are you saying? How could I possibly have concerns about survival? Manager Wang, do you underestimate my level gathering talent? What? You possess gathering talent? How is the collection of materials for the shelter coming along? How long until the colossal shelter is constructed? Not long, just about 10 days or so, and I should be able to complete the construction of the colossal shelter. Wang Zhao's eyes brightened. He had initially thought Su Jin's talent would merely ensure his survival in the 13th District. He had not anticipated that Su Jin's gathering talent was so formidable. Despite the common belief in the main God game realm that there are disparities even among talents of the same tier, he had never expected Su Jin's gathering talent to be this powerful. Their project team in the 13th District had struck gold. Such an exceptional talent must not be allowed to be poached by other project teams. With this thought, Wang Zhao's demeanor became increasingly warm and welcoming. Little Su, given your abilities, barring any unforeseen circumstances, you should become the backbone of our project team. As long as you can complete the colossal shelter within 20 days, I will even risk my life to secure you an S-level talent advancement plan from the board. If previously Wang Zhao was merely making grand promises, this time he was making a solid guarantee. Seeing Wang Zhao adopt such a stance, Su Jin felt quite pleased. Rest assured, Manager Wang, I will ensure the shelter is built for you. Wang Zhao seemed to remember something and asked, By the way, little Su, what level are you currently at in the 13th District? Level 2. I've exchanged some gathered resources for a few evolution crystal shards. Su Jin decided to keep a low profile. Level 2? Good. That's wonderful. Little Su, during this time before the grand exploration begins, do your utmost to raise your level to 4.by. Then, our project team will not be left without even a sip of soup during the grand exploration. Oh, and little Su, during the grand exploration, aside from the company-designated materials requiring a 70 contribution, anything else acquired during mission execution will belong to the individual. Be clever about it. Take as many resources as you can for yourself, as our project team needs to have at least a taste as well. Do you understand? Upon hearing this, Su Jin felt elated. The higher-ups have spoken, so he would certainly gather as many resources as possible. He wondered if the remaining 12 project teams would manage to get a taste of anything under his watch. In any case, if the sky were to fall, the leadership would bear the brunt. It wouldn't concern him. How apt. Rest assured, Manager, I will do my best to ensure the remaining 12 project teams get a taste as well. Wang Zhao assumed Su Jin was joking, laughing heartily, and did not take it to heart. Little Su, with that assurance, I can rest easy. After receiving this formidable ally, Wang Zhao felt a significant sense of reassurance in his heart, at the very least. The project team he was responsible for was making progress, and the tasks assigned to him by the company were now firmly in place. Wang Zhao had entertained the thought that Su Jin might be boasting. At worst, he could just recruit a few university students to assist him, thereby accelerating the task's progress. It was such a simple affair. In high spirits, Wang Zhao turned to Lin Xie beside him and said, Shaolin, I have heard that you possess an S-class single-target support talent, correct? Lin Xie nodded that is it more combat-oriented enhancement or more protective in nature? After a moment of contemplation regarding her talent, Lin Xie replied, It is more of a protective type. Wang Zhao's face lit up with joy. This was excellent news. An S-Class protective talent ensured the safety of his key personnel, alleviating concerns about being ambushed by zombies or players. Shaolin. In the game, your primary responsibility is to ensure Xiao Su's safety. As for the rest, do not concern yourself. Wang Zhao then shifted his gaze to Congyu, his brow furrowing involuntarily. Whose child is this? Why has she dyed her hair green? Congyu looked at Wang Zhao, exasperated, as her hair was naturally this color. Was it her fault? Su Jin quickly interjected with a smile. This is my cousin. She's going through a rebellious phase and had a falling out with her family. So, I'm responsible for her care. I brought her along because I am uneasy leaving her home alone. He added, by the way, she is also in District 13 and possesses an S-Class support talent, so she should be able to assist me. Upon hearing this, Congyu pinched Su Jin's side in annoyance. Wang Zhao, realizing that this was the cousin of his capable subordinate, immediately adopted a more congenial demeanor. That is splendid. Is your cousin considering joining our company? Being pinched, Su Jin's expression twitched slightly. Not at the moment. Although she's a bit rebellious and has dyed her hair a rather vivid green, she has just turned 18. I believe she should focus on her studies first and consider employment with your esteemed company after graduating from university. Oh, I see. Wang Zhao nodded, somewhat regretfully. A leading enterprise. Dingshang Qinqiu Game Company indeed prefer to recruit spirited young individuals. After all, such individuals typically possessed boldness and a thirst for excitement, making them ideal candidates for hazardous tasks. With 4 lives at their disposal, losing one was hardly a tragedy. A little compensation would yield returns that far exceeded the investment. Once only 1 life remained, they could easily find a pretext to let the spirited youth go. It was simply too comfortable. Wang Zhao suddenly recalled something and inquired, by the way, our company has employee dormitories. Are you planning to stay in the dorms or return home? Su Jin raised an eyebrow in surprise. She had not anticipated that Dingshang Qinqiu Game Company, located in the prime area of Linjiang City, would have employee accommodations. That's wonderful. No need to buy a house. I can simply enjoy free lodging. I will check out the dormitory first. If the environment is satisfactory, I will stay here. Wang Zhao, brimming with pride, responded, as for the accommodation at Dingshang Qinqiu Game Company, I can confidently say it ranks among the best in Linjiang City. He continued, since our project team consists only of the 2 of you, I might as well take you to our project team's standalone villa. The villa has a swimming pool, gym equipment, and dedicated housekeeping staff. You can drink whatever you want from the refrigerator, and our company has a large cafeteria where, as long as you show your employee badge, you can enjoy any meal you desire. Meat, vegetables, fried chicken, hamburgers, you name it. Su Jin's eyes sparkled with excitement. Staying in a villa with all expenses covered was indeed fantastic. Initially seeking merely a job, she had not expected lodging to be arranged, and a luxurious villa at that. It was simply perfect. Wang Zhao quickly led Su Jin and the others to the standalone villa. Although the villa was not as opulent as those seen in movies featuring the wealthy, it was still quite decent. It was a considerable improvement over the shabby rental she had previously occupied. Upon entering, Wang Zhao guided Su Jin and the others to the 2nd floor. Here, Su Jin, this is your key card. You will be staying in this room. My room is adjacent to yours, so if you need anything, just knock. I'm always available. Su Jin nodded, using the key card to unlock the door. The room was far more spacious than she had imagined. Easily more than twice the size of her previous cramped rental, IT featured an en-suite bathroom and a complete set of toiletries. The decor was as comfortable and warm as a home, making Su Jin very pleased. The room included a sofa, a bed, a television, and the latest gaming console. There was even a refrigerator stocked with a variety of beverages and drawers filled with snacks. In the corner beside the gaming pod stood a seemingly high-spec computer. This was truly the luxurious room of a man's dreams. Initially, Su Jin had wondered whether sharing the villa with so many others would mean waiting in line for the bathroom every morning. But as it turned out, there was no need at all. Each personal room was equipped with its own bathroom. This was simply delightful. Ample personal space was provided to IT. Was no wonder it was a leading enterprise. Even employee accommodations were of such high quality. What Su Jin did not know was that this villa was actually reserved for the company's management, and the accommodations for regular employees were far less impressive. However, Su Jin had inadvertently become a prominent leader upon joining. Wang Zhao's earlier attempts to recruit 10 university students had been met with refusal. Not a single one had reported for duty. Unwilling to come in even without a salary, preferring to wait until the project team stabilized. Consequently, the project team in District 13 comprised only Su Jin and Lin Xia. Merely 3 individuals, quite extraordinary. The 10 recent graduates had thoroughly frustrated Wang Zhao, who had originally hoped to cultivate them as key personnel. Now, however, he couldn't even catch a glimpse of them. Wang Zhao had already devised a plan. Once they finally reported for duty, he would assign them to the ordinary employee dormitory, where they would endure the most arduous and least rewarding tasks in District 13. Finally, having secured a reliable and capable aide in Su Jin, Wang Zhao was eager to keep her close, fearing she might leave at the first sign of discontent. After assigning a room to Lin Xia, Wang Zhao turned to Congyu, who was following Su Jin closely, and pondered for a moment. Su Jin, do you think I should help your cousin find a room as well? Su Jin was about to nod in agreement, hoping to suggest that Wang Zhao also arrange a room for Mengyuan, when Congyu unexpectedly hugged Su Jin's arm. I'm fine sharing with my cousin. There's no need for you to worry. Wang Zhao's gaze towards Su Jin shifted, giving him a thumbs up. Su Jin, impressive, truly impressive. He declared, you should rest now. It's getting late, and you can start work tomorrow. All right, Su Jin replied with a nod. The group returned to their respective rooms, closing the doors behind them. As Su Jin looked at his companions who had followed him back to the room, he couldn't help but raise an eyebrow that he wanted to take a shower, but he couldn't very well change clothes in front of Congyu and Mengyuan. Could he? After all, they were both young ladies who had lived for centuries, and Mengyuan might even be older, possibly having existed for thousands of years. Nevertheless, Su Jin felt somewhat awkward. I would like to take a shower. Congyu teased with a laugh. Oh, is it that Dog Xiu Jin wants me to scrub your back? Dog Xiu Jin really is a scoundrel. Clearly, you have Lin Xia, yet you still reach out to me? Is your next target Sister Mengyuan? Mengyuan tilted her head, not understanding what Congyu was saying, maintaining her usual expressionless demeanor. Exasperated, Su Jin lightly tapped Congyu on the head. What are you thinking? I meant to ask if you both could step into that room to avoid me while I change after my shower. Both Mengyuan and Congyu nodded in agreement, seeing their assent. Su Jin retrieved a bathrobe from the closet and tossed it onto the sofa outside the bathroom, then proceeded to wash up. Mengyuan opened the refrigerator, eyeing the assortment of drinks within. She pulled out a bottle and, puzzled, asked, How do you open this? I'll show you. Congyu chuckled, extending her delicate hand to help open the can. Mengyuan took the drink, took a small sip, and her eyes lit up. She began to gulp it down eagerly. 10 minutes later, Su Jin's voice echoed from the bathroom. Congyu, Mengyuan, could you both step into that room? I'm coming out to change. Okay. Shout. Congyu responded with a sound and immediately dashed into the inner room. Surrounding Mengyuan were a multitude of discarded beverage cans, and she intended to continue consuming drinks from the refrigerator. As the bathroom door swung open, Su Jin appeared before Mengyuan, radiating an aura of freshness. Mengyuan gazed at Su Jin's striking figure, her eyes betraying no emotion as she continued sipping her beverage. This sight utterly startled Su Jin, who quickly covered herself and exclaimed, Mengyuan, why don't you step aside? Mengyuan tilted her head slightly, inquiring, Why should I step aside? This question left Su Jin momentarily speechless. Are you not aware of the principle that men and women should maintain a respectful distance? Mengyuan nodded, her expression nonchalant. I am aware. Then why do you not step aside? In response, Mengyuan earnestly replied, Because I am a blade. Chapter 79. Sierra will protect everyone. Su Jin paused, momentarily taken aback. Mengyuan seemed to have a point. No, wait. Su Jin shook her head vigorously, but you currently possess the appearance of a girl. Mengyuan retrieved another drink from the fridge, popped open the can, and began to drink. After elegantly tilting her fair neck and finishing the bottle, she nonchalantly remarked, So what? What do you mean, so what? Mengyuan regarded Su Jin with a serious expression before stating, Though you possess a handsome visage, in a few hundred years, you will merely be a handful of dust, a mere red-powdered skeleton to me, no self, no other, no sentient beings. Stop, just stop. Su Jin felt a bit dazed. Were it not for Mengyuan's youthful appearance, She might have believed the figure before her was the ancient deity Mengyuan. Seeing Mengyuan's steadfast refusal to yield, Su Jin turned her back and donned a bathrobe, finally daring to face Mengyuan's imposing presence. After all, her expressionless demeanor exerted an extraordinary pressure on Su Jin. Although Mengyuan was undeniably adorable and embodied the charm of a beloved traditional maiden, Su Jin was not a pervert. Even knowing that Mengyuan was indifferent to her physical form, she still lacked any peculiar inclinations to take the tea that moment. Congyu emerged from the room and, glancing between Mengyuan and Su Jin, teased, "I thought Dog Cultivator Jean might have some special interaction with Sister Mengyuan. But is this all? Dog Cultivator Jean, that's not how you pursue a girl. Would you like me to teach you?" Upon hearing this, Mengyuan emotionlessly glanced at Su Jin's refined yet brooding face and remarked, "Though you are still in your probationary period, your approach indeed makes it difficult for me to be pursued." Listening to the outrageous exchange between Congyu and Mengyuan, Su Jin felt a bit flustered. While she certainly desired to genuinely win Mengyuan's affection, it was not in the romantic sense. What she truly sought was the legendary weapon that was Mengyuan. Who could have anticipated that such a legendary weapon would manifest as a girl? This was not her fault, even in matters of love. She preferred someone akin to Lin Xie, the neighborly girl next door. As for this 3-0, cute yet icy traditional maiden, she simply had no interest. What am I thinking? I'm tired. I'm going to sleep. Su Jin felt a bit shy from the playful banter of the two and sought refuge in her bedroom. Congyu looked at Su Jin with an expression of boredom. How utterly dull. Dog Cultivator Jean, do you not think your life lacks any meaning? Simply living is meaningful enough. Why complicate matters? Su Jin yawned. It was indeed late. She lay on a luxurious bed and opened the game forum for District 13. Preparing to peruse it before sleeping, as she lay there, the forum displayed a flurry of alarming messages. Major crisis. With the continuous influx of new players, District 13 is now at full capacity. Even with shifts, ensuring everyone's safety throughout the night is becoming increasingly difficult. The Huaxia federal government urges citizens to promptly establish shelters. The Huaxia federal government is mobilizing a large number of personnel to construct shelters, prioritizing high-paying recruitment for those with gathering-type abilities. Those who perform well may be directly appointed within the system. The current situation for the Huaxia federal government is quite challenging. They can only provide limited humanitarian aid. The government urges the citizens of District 13 to strive for self-sufficiency. Upon entering the District 13 game forum, the information from the Huaxia federal government dominated the screen, with player posts appearing only after scrolling down. Is anyone willing to sell food? I'm on the brink of starvation. I'm willing to pay 300,000 soft currencies for a loaf of bread. I'm about to starve to death in the game. You think 300,000 soft currencies is enough for a loaf of bread? Are you dreaming? That was the price from the day before yesterday. The current price is 500,000 soft currencies for a single loaf. What the hell? Has food become this expensive? Who the hell can afford that? Damn. Those greedy profiteers are taking advantage of the launch to rake in money. Damn you all. Damn it. The number of new players in District 13 is increasing. These greedy profiteers, leveraging their gathering abilities to hoard resources, are making a fortune. Exactly. Can the Huaxia federal government do something about these damned profiteers? Every time they get worse. If they don't regulate prices soon, these profiteers will wreak havoc. The game forum was filled with a cacophony of outrage directed at the profiteers. Seeing the term profiteers triggered a flood of memories from the original host. These so-called profiteers referred to players with gathering-type abilities. Such players could typically gather more resources than ordinary players, including essential items like food and water. In the beginning, ordinary players could still scavenge some food to sustain themselves. But as new players flooded in, the competition for scarce resources intensified. Under these circumstances, players with gathering abilities fared significantly better, amassing far more essential supplies than their counterparts. Moreover, most gathering-type players were solely focused on profit. They typically avoided older servers, where production had resumed and food or drinking water was relatively plentiful. In older servers, they struggled to make money, but in newly launched servers with critically scarce survival resources, profits were easily attainable. Such players were indifferent to their game level resets. Their singular aim was to amass wealth. Soon as a new server launched, they would swiftly transfer there. New players in the newly launched servers will be unable to transfer to older servers for refuge for a considerable period. As time passed, with an increasing number of new players, resources became even scarcer. Until the major transfer function was activated, prices in the new server would remain exorbitantly high, providing a lucrative opportunity for players with gathering abilities to profit. Over time, these players became known as profiteers, widely disparaged to ensure their safety. These profiteers would voluntarily form large groups and hire capable combat players as bodyguards to protect their lucrative enterprises, if Su Jin recalled correctly. During the launch of District 12, a loaf of bread had been inflated to 5,000 soft currencies by these profiteers. This led to numerous freshly graduated university students being ruthlessly exploited by these profiteers, resulting in financial ruin for many families. Chapter 80. The Art Student Who Failed. Are you thinking of my demise? At that time, many families of university students were devastated by these vile profiteers, leading to their complete disintegration. The profiteers were indeed infamous. It was unimaginable that in the new server of District 13, the price of bread had skyrocketed to an astonishing 500,000. Compared to District 12, that was a staggering 100-fold increase. Excellent. It seems this zombie apocalypse new server is in dire need of a failed art student. With this thought, Su Jin took out her phone and called Zhong Hao. Hello, Brother Zhong Hao. The voice on the other end was filled with evident joy. Oh. Is that you, Brother Su Jin? Have you hoarded a large stash of evolution crystal fragments again? We'll take as much as you have. Yes, of course that I'm curious. Does the Huaxia federal government currently lack food in District 13? Absolutely. The shortage is immense. Even our own rations are hard to maintain, let alone relief supplies. Right now, we have none at all. Do you happen to have a batch of food, Brother Su Jin? I do indeed have a substantial amount of food I intend to sell to the Huaxia federal government. I just hope you can handle it. The quantity is around 5,000 tons. Really? Brother Su Jin, as long as your food prices aren't outrageous, we will take as much as you have. The excitement in Zhong Hao's voice was palpable. Su Jin smiled slightly, continuing, I plan to sell this batch of food at the same price as in the real world, but I need you to do me a favor. Brother Su Jin. What favor? If it's within my power, I will do my utmost to assist. This burden, I fear, can only be shouldered by you alone. That I wish to inquire whether the Huaxia federal government has established a channel to integrate the 3S level talent advancement schemes into a singular 3S level talent advancement scheme. A profound silence enveloped the other end of the line, for the 3S level talent advancement schemes are regarded as strategic resources within the Huaxia federal government. Such schemes are accessible only to leaders at the provincial ministerial level and above. A privilege far beyond the decision-making capacity of a mere low-ranking civil servant. S. Eugene. This matter is of great significance. I must report it to my superiors. I shall provide you with a satisfactory response by tomorrow noon at the latest. Very well, S. Eugene nodded. Ending the call, he placed his phone on the bedside table and promptly fell into a deep slumber, not awakening until dawn. Upon opening his eyes, Su Jin was astonished to find that Congyu was remarkably absent from her usual perch upon him. Moreover, the bedroom did not bear witness to the presence of either Congyu or Mengyuan. He opened the door to the living room, where he discovered Mengyuan leisurely sipping a drink with one hand while munching on snacks from the drawer with the other. Seated on the sofa and observing Congyu as she immersed herself in a video game, surrounded by a chaotic array of discarded wrappers, Congyu was intently engaged with the latest gaming console. Upon noticing Su Jin's emergence, she promptly set down her controller and, brimming with energy, exclaimed, Good morning, Dog Xiao Jin. Su Jin stretched languidly in response. Good morning, Congyu. Mengyuan. Mengyuan merely nodded in acknowledgement before resuming her snacking. Su Jin surveyed the strewn refuse and felt a slight headache. Yet reassured by the presence of a cleaning lady in the villa, he decided to summon her for assistance shortly, after a brief freshening up in the bathroom. He declared, Let us go. I will take you both to the company cafeteria for a meal. Leading Mengyuan and Congyu out of the room, Su Jin fortuitously encountered Wang Zhao and Lin Xia as they exited. Wang Zhao, sporting dark circles under his eyes, yawned widely, clearly having pulled an all-nighter. Lin Xia, upon catching sight of Su Jin's broodingly handsome visage, blushed slightly and called out, Brother Su Jie, Su Jin nodded in response. Shall we dine together? Certainly. With Wang Zhao, the project manager, guiding them, Su Jin and the others smoothly enter the company cafeteria. Mengyuan's eyes sparkled with delight at the sight of the diverse array of delectable food. She independently retrieved a tray and began to pile it high with various dishes. Wang Zhao and Su Jin collected their meals and sat opposite one another, commencing their feast. Brother Su Jin, did you find the accommodations comfortable last night? Quite satisfactory, Su Jin replied, savoring each bite. Although the cafeteria's offerings paled in comparison to the delightful cuisine prepared by the Little Radish chefs, they were nutritionally balanced. Far superior to the takeout he had grown accustomed to in his rental apartment. This the bliss of having the shade of a grand tree to rest under. It certainly feels rather pleasant. After their meal, Wang Zhao led Su Jin to the project team's workspace. The 13th District project team boasted rows of the most advanced gaming pods, their cushions appearing not only soft, but also designed for cervical spine support. A significant upgrade from the black gaming pod he had previously used. With only Su Jin and Lin Xie as employees in the entire project team, the area felt rather empty, unlike other teams where half the gaming pods were already operational. With employees entrenched in their early morning grind, the project manager, Wang Zhao did not accompany them into the 13th District. His current task was to entice more unsuspecting university students to join his project team. Su Jin reclined in a gaming pod, and with a flash of white light, his form reappeared in the rehabilitation base. The gaming log refreshed accordingly. Unyielding has reached maximum level, granting additional effects, triggering full recovery state for unyielding, and extending the duration of attribute value doubling to 1 hour. Su Jin was taken aback, not anticipating that achieving maximum level in unyielding would yield additional effects, and this particular effect was quite formidable, extending the berserk duration to a full hour. The Little Radish crew had indeed performed admirably, having fully leveled up unyielding through their predator skills. Now, he possessed a guaranteed enhanced version of the berserk blade, which was truly commendable. His trump card had grown significantly stronger at that moment. A friend request notification appeared in his information box, and he promptly accepted it. Brother Su Jin, I've transferred to the Eastern District's Great Forest. Where are you now? Su Jin raised an eyebrow. Eastern District's Great Forest? Excellent. That was quite nearby. Without hesitation, he messaged back. Send me your coordinates. I will come to fetch you now. Alright, Brother Su Jin. In the Eastern District's Great Forest, Lin Xie opted not to alter her appearance, but instead presented her true visage, sending Su Jin her coordinates and patiently awaiting his arrival. Her attractive features immediately attracted the attention of numerous players in the forest. A group of rather unsavory-looking players approached her. Hey, miss, want to team up? We could take you on a ride. We possess considerable combat talent and can ensure your safety to know. Thank you. I already have a team and am waiting for someone. Lin Xie replied with a shy smile, politely declining their offer. Tisish, how dull that we're out. The group of yellow-haired ruffians scoffed, realizing that their ill-level yellow-haired enchantress talent had no effect on Lin Xie, who appeared to be a demure girl. At that moment, another group of players approached, their lewd gazes appraising Lin Xie from head to toe. The leader, draped in gaudy attire and flanked by 2 scantily clad women, boasted, Hey there, little miss, why not join our money-making team? As long as you come with us, you won't need to worry about food or lodging. We'll ensure your safety. Lin Xie felt a wave of discomfort wash over her from their lingering stares. She smiled politely. No, thank you. I already have a team and am waiting for someone. Hey, do you know who I am? Do you have any idea how many combat players are in our money-making team? If you just obediently follow my lead and make me comfortable, I could even level you up by 2 levels. What do you say? Are you tempted? After all, a girl like you will eventually need someone else's protection. Why not seek refuge in my embrace? The tone of Wang Hao shifted, laced with a hint of menace. Upon hearing Wang Hao's lascivious words, Lin Xie's gaze turned to him with a flicker of disgust as she shook her head. No, I am waiting for someone. As Lin Xie attempted to leave, she found her path blocked by Wang Hao and his companions. Where do you think you're going, little miss? You might as well just submit to me. It will save you from some hardship. Lin Xie's complexion paled. It was evident that this group had made up their minds about her. This was no orderly realm like the real world. She regretted her hasty entry into the game. Perhaps she should have created a formidable character before stepping in. Nonetheless, Lin Xie maintained her composure and declared, I am waiting for someone. My friend will arrive shortly. Please show some respect. Wang Hao, enraged by her words, retorted, Who do you expect to be waiting for? Let me tell you, don't push your luck. You just want some extra cash, right? I've seen countless girls like you. The commotion between Lin Xie and the money-making team drew the attention of nearby players that a few brave souls, initially eager to play the hero, quickly retracted upon realizing the nature of the money-making team. With a firm grip on abundant resources and combat players, they were not a group to be trifled with that if they bore a grudge, a mere word from them could incite countless players to hunt down those who crossed them. Such factions were beyond the reach of ordinary players. Moreover, the game's authorities tacitly allowed such predatory behavior as long as players did not kill others outright. The Huaxia federal government had minimal control over the new districts, where illegal player factions ran rampant, with some teams even hunting and robbing players for resources. While these groups operated unlawfully, the government typically refrained from intervention unless a player's last life was taken. After all, order in the new districts was yet to be established, and chaos reigned supreme. Thus, even if the money-making team were to abduct Lin Xie, no one would be able to intervene, just as Lin Xie found herself encircled by the money-making team. A familiar voice, tinged with shyness, rang out. Hey, what are you doing surrounding my girlfriend? Lin Xie's face flushed crimson, her heart fluttering at the unexpected declaration. Wait, did Su Jin just call me his girlfriend? The members of the gold-digging group turned their heads at the sound and beheld a striking young man dressed in lumberjack attire and donning a safety helmet. What caught their attention was the long spear strapped to his back, perhaps a testament to the time he had spent in the underworld. The current Su Jin was no longer the burly figure he once was. He had returned to the guise of a graceful youth. Observing Su Jin's rather shabby appearance, Wang Hao scoffed disdainfully. Where did this impoverished boy come from? We've taken a liking to your girlfriend. If you know what's good for you, you'd better scram. Hey, what audacity! Who do these people think they are? They dare to act so arrogantly in front of the number one player in the entire server. Su Jin had intended to engage with these novice players in a friendly manner, but he was taken aback by their blatant disrespect. It appeared that killing in the game was not deemed illegal. Was it? With that thought, Su Jin's expression darkened. What if I refuse? You little brat. Do you even know who we are? Su Jin felt a twinge of confusion. The confidence exuding from this group made one think they were the offspring of nobility. Embracing a spirit of humility and virtue, Su Jin, still with a grim demeanor, placed his hand on the spear behind him and inquired politely, What you are does not concern me, nor do I wish to know. All I know is that you are attempting to take my girlfriend, and I, as a man, cannot tolerate that. Wang Hao, unfazed by Su Jin's words, knew he had the advantage, being part of a group of dozens, many of whom were combat players. He swaggered over to Su Jin and said, You ignorant fool, I advise you to think carefully before you act. We are members of the gold-digging group, not someone you can afford to offend. Su Jin was momentarily taken aback. He had assumed this fellow was from a noble family, which would have warranted some caution, especially since his SS-level talent advancement plan was still pending to his surprise. It turned out to be that detestable gold-digging group. Well, he hadn't even planned to see trouble with them, and yet they had come knocking at his door. Initially, Su Jin had only intended to eliminate a few players to establish his reputation. But now it seemed he would have to wipe them all out. Listen, I advise you to kneel and bow 3 times, then lick my boots clean, and we can let this matter go. Otherwise, before he could finish his threat, a sharp sound echoed as a spear pierced Wang Hao's throat. Wang Hao's eyes widened in disbelief as he stared at the audacious young man before him. His face a mask of shock. As he fell, the robust figure of Wang Hao slowly collapsed to the ground. The onlookers could hardly believe their eyes. They never expected that after discovering the gold-digging group's identity, Su Jin would still dare to strike back. The surrounding players exchanged glances filled with regret as they looked at this Navi youth, that if things went as expected, it seemed his life would soon be forfeit, and a bounty would be placed on his head by the gold-digging group. Damn it, you little brat dare to kill our boss. You won't be able to show your face in District 13 anymore. One of the gold-digging group players reacted first, seizing a fire axe and charging violently at Su Jin. The player's movements appeared painfully slowed. He deftly flicked his wrist, sending the fire axe flying from the player's grasp. and with a lightning-fast thrust, pierced his throat as well. The player's neck instinctively arched upward, shock written all over his face as he beheld the fire axe spinning away. He could hardly fathom how the axe in his hand had failed to sever a wooden spear. The two bodies crumpled to the ground, disintegrating into fragments in a mere exchange. Su Jin had dispatched 2 members of the gold-digging group. The remaining members erupted in chaos. They could not believe this brash youth had killed their boss, and yet had the audacity to fight back. What a turn of events! Chapter 82. Zhao Yun, are you thinking of my demise? This is outrageous, truly outrageous. Do you not value your life in District 13? How dare you kill our brother in front of us? Brothers, grab your weapons and eliminate this insolent brat. The gold-digging group members armed themselves and advanced towards Su Jin, some even activating various talents to target him as they swung their weapons and unleashed their peculiar abilities. Su Jin found their speed lamentably slow. Upon witnessing Su Jin being besieged, Linze grew anxious and quickly activated her talent, vanishing from sight and appearing as a streak of light, attaching herself to Su Jin. With a mere sidestep, Su Jin evaded the myriad of attacks in an astonishing manner. Even the dullest of the gold-digging group members realized they had encountered a formidable opponent. This young man was a high-level player. My binding talent has no effect on this D.M. Why weakening talent fails, as well. M. Why puppet controlling talent is useless too. M. Why delaying talent has no impact either. What kind of talent does this kid possess? He seems to be immune to all of our talent attacks. And oh wonder this impoverished boy dares to challenge so many of us. He must be relying on an S-level purification talent. Such a talent immunizes him against all negative statuses. Stop using those sneaky talents. Those with offensive talents should unleash them directly. With our numbers, a single strike from each of us can take this brat down. Su Jin chuckled coldly. A mere group of level 1 and 2 players thought they could outwit him with their talent skills. In a main god game, the greater the disparity in levels and attributes, the less effective negative talents became against the target at a level 10 player. He completely overshadowed this group of low-tier players. Their talents would hardly faze him, who had given these novice players the audacity to challenge him. The number 1 player in the server with terrifying attributes, with a flick of his spear, he sent 1 player soaring, their form disintegrating in mid-air. The gold-digging group members quickly recognized Su Jin's terrifying offensive power. His talent type was indeed sinister. Not only was he immune to negative statuses, but his attack power was also extraordinarily high that a wooden spear could not possibly kill a player in a single strike. Could this boy possess the S-level dragon's soul gun talent? Oh no, does this mean we have encountered a tough adversary? Players with such talents are always sought after, even in group raids. The gold-digging group players gazed at Su Jin, who stood defiantly with his spear, and unease began to creep in. Little brother, this is a misunderstanding. We can discuss this amicably. Misunderstanding? I hardly think so. You're all attempting to take my girlfriend, and that certainly cannot be considered a misunderstanding. Whoa, I really have a temper. You little brat, don't you dare provoke me. You think just because you're alone and possess the dragon soul gun talent, you're invincible. If we all charge at you together, you might not fare so well. Then let us see. Su Jin brandished his spear, standing proud and exuding an air of arrogance that momentarily stunned everyone present. It was unclear who reacted first. But one player shouted, "Damn it, this ignorant brat. Let us all go at him and take him down." The members of the gold-digging group surrounded him, wielding wooden spears as most players in the early game did. Su Jin surveyed the advancing players, gripping his spear and sweeping it across, effortlessly sending a large group of them flying. Their health bars plummeted to 0, and their bodies disintegrated into nothingness. The arena fell silent. The onlookers were left parched, astonished by the sheer power of this brash youth. Had his level already risen to 4? To boldly venture forth alone in pursuit of experience is indeed a display of remarkable audacity. Even among players who form teams to maximize efficiency in monster hunting, the utmost they can achieve is a mere level 3. However, for a solitary adventurer endowed with commendable combat prowess, the rate of advancement can far surpass that of a collective. Despite the substantial rewards, the solitary path is fraught with peril, rendering one vulnerable without the support of comrades. Thus, a consensus among the players emerges, speculating that this individual is a lone wolf. The highest level among the members of the profit-seeking team barely reaches 3. With most players languishing at levels 1 or 2, their strength overwhelming in its dominance. Coupled with the power enhancement from the Dragon's Lance, it is no wonder this audacious contender dares to confront them directly. Although Su Jin has dispatched a considerable number of players before him, he remains unable to guard his rear, thus affording the profit-seeking players an opportunity to strike that a dozen players, grinning menacingly, thrust their wooden spears towards Su Jin's vulnerable back. Envisioning the scene of this arrogant youth's health bar depleting to 0 yet, to their astonishment, a semi-transparent golden shield manifested around Su Jin, absorbing the impact of the numerous wooden spears to the players' disbelief. Numbers indicating a reduction of 1 appeared above their heads, alongside the astonishing sight of a shield value exceeding 5,000 points. This shield value is several times that of my health bar. How can we possibly contend with this? This realization left the profit-seeking players swallowing hard, a sense of hopelessness washing over them. Has this individual truly activated some form of cheat? In all my years playing the Master God game, I have never encountered a player capable of cheating in an apocalyptic scenario. This cannot be right. How is it that we cannot even breach his defenses? Panic ensued among the gathered players, all contemplating retreat. This insufferable youth could withstand the entirety of our profit-seeking team. Some contemplated using Lin Xie as leverage, yet upon scanning their surroundings, they found no trace of her. Where has that girl gone? It seemed as though she had transformed into a streak of light and melded with this young man. Goodness, this girl possesses a single target support talent. We must flee, with a single target support player like her to side. We stand no chance of victory. Su Jin stepped forward, his spear weaving through the air, claiming the lives of several players. Now you wish to escape? It is too late. Youth, you should leave a modicum of mercy in your dealings, for it facilitates future encounters that you truly believe you can engage in a vendetta against our profit-seeking team. Su Jin responded with a cold chuckle. You inflated the price of a loaf of bread to 500,000. Yet you speak of leaving a line for future encounters? What a farce. You are all engaging in a scheme of utter ruin. How dare you utter such words? Today, I, Zhong Hao, shall act as the hand of justice and eradicate you wretched beasts. Chapter 83. Psionic Shield. The crowd listened in astonishment as Su Jin revealed his name. So, this young man is called Zhong Hao. Yet how have they never heard of such a formidable figure who could take on an entire team? There is no record of such a person among the pioneering players or strategy groups. The profit-seeking members exchange glances, scatter, and flee. Immediately, dozens of individuals dispersed in all directions, but with Su Jin's extraordinary agility. Their attempts to escape were as futile as dreams. They were swiftly pursued and dispatched by Su Jin, who sent them back to the resurrection point. After dealing with these players, Lin Xie reappeared before Su Jin. Her cheeks tinged with a faint blush as she said, "Thank you, Brother Su Jin, for rescuing me." "Are you all right, Si?" Su Jin inquired. Lin Xie nodded in affirmation. "I am fine." "Very well. Let us return to the sanctuary and discuss matters further." Su Jin felt an inkling that he had forgotten someone, yet he could not quite recall who at that moment. After a brief interval, Su Jin escorted Lin Xie back to the psychiatric rehabilitation base. As Lin Xie gazed upon the grand scale of the facility, her mouth fell agape in disbelief. She hadn't expected Brother Su Jin to possess such an expansive sanctuary. After pondering briefly, she realized that, as a member of the Anomaly Management Bureau, it was plausible that this place served as a stronghold established by the Bureau in the 13th District. As Su Jin led Lin Xie through 3 massive iron gates and into the sanctuary. Observing Lin Xie, he recalled the golden shield that had inexplicably appeared around him, but if he were not mistaken, this must be her talent. With this thought in mind, Su Jin asked, "Xie, what is your talent?" "Psionic Shield," Lin Xie replied, sharing the details of her S-rank talent with Su Jin. Psionic Shield, LV. 1. Tier. S skill description. The player can transform into a psionic shield and attach themselves to a designated player, absorbing damage on their behalf. The shield value granted to the player is equal to 50 of their current health, providing an additional 50 points of defense, where each point of defense equates to 1 point of damage reduction. As levels increase, So too will the shield value and defense provided to the player. Note, the physical attributes of the assisting player will also contribute to the defense panel of the psionic shield. My goodness, this girl's psionic shield is extraordinary. No wonder I received over 5,000 shield points upon her attachment. It took me by surprise. Furthermore, the defense provided, combined with my lumberjack gear, totals an impressive 70 points. Moreover, each point of the player's constitution equates to 3 points of defense. Considering Lin Xia's initial 5 points of constitution, that translates to an additional 15 points of defense, when factoring in my own constitution. My total defensive capability reaches an astounding 196 points. It is no wonder those players could not breach my defenses. The psionic shield is the most sought-after single-target support talent among players. Just imagine starting off with a psionic shield player attached to you. Your combined defensive capabilities would render you nearly invincible against other players. Wait a moment. Why has my defense increased? Su Jin glanced at his defense value, calculating it after deducting a few points. When did my constitution soar to 37 points? He quickly accessed his status panel to verify. Player, Su Jin level, 10 health, 1174 stamina, 600 mental, 600 energy, 600 strength, 25-12-37 agility, 38-12-50 constitution, 25-12-37 will, 25-12-37 perception, 38-12-50 insight, 38-12-50 movement speed bonus, 100 zombie damage bonus, 50 undead damage bonus, 20 overall attribute bonus, 12 attacks deal a minimum of 30 total damage as true damage. Talent skill, Zombie Replication, LV10, Titles, Purple Title, Wasteland Purifier, 3, Star Gold Title, Wasteland Knight, 2, Star Gold Title, Savior, Gold Title, Underworld Warrior. The Su Jin's eyes widened in disbelief. Wait a moment, how did my Savior title become 2-star? Could it be that the Master God game and the real world are interconnected? By saving people in the subway, have I earned an upgraded Savior title? But what is this gold title, Underworld Warrior? Su Jin clicked on the description for the Underworld Warrior title. Underworld Warrior. You have achieved remarkable feats for the Underworld, and in recognition, they bestow this title upon the worthy. Those who bear this title gain a bonus of 3 points to all attributes. And when teaming with players, allies receive an encouragement effect, gaining an additional 1 point to all attributes. Goodness, this gold title is incredible. I never anticipated that merely riding the Underworld subway would yield not only a war fortress, 2 skills and 4 advanced S-rank talent plans, but also a legendary weapon and 2 gold titles. What a bountiful harvest! The Underworld truly is benevolent. Should I encounter another Underworld incident, I intend to extract every benefit possible. During my first encounter with an Underworld event, I held back somewhat, hesitant to seize too aggressively. Having gained experience, I shall be bolder next time that Su Jin turned to Lin Xia, producing a large handful of evolution crystal fragments and evolution crystals. Xia, use these evolution crystal fragments to level up to 10. I wish to see how your talent grows. Lin Xia gasped at the sight of so many evolution crystal fragments. The new server has only just opened, and Brother Su Jin already possesses such wealth in evolution crystal fragments. It is evident that he is indeed a member of the Anomaly Management Bureau. His means truly remarkable. The pile before her is worth millions. She felt unworthy to accept such precious items and quickly waved her hands, saying, I cannot accept such valuable things. Xia, please listen. Your psionic shield is of great use to me and will be invaluable in the future. Consider it a favor I request from you. Upon hearing this, Lin Xia realized that her innate abilities could greatly assist Brother Su Jin. Without further hesitation, she decisively utilized all the evolution crystal cores. Swiftly elevating her level to 10. Blushing, the young girl eagerly shared her innate skill once more with Su Jin, then softly remarked, Brother Su Jin, I have just acquired an A-grade talent advancement plan. As she spoke, she handed the advancement plan to Su Jin. Upon inspecting the rather unimpressive A-grade talent advancement plan, Su Jin contemplated briefly before stating, CC, you might as well sell it yourself. This advancement plan is far too subpar. I'll provide you with an SSS-grade advancement plan later. Lin Xia's eyes widened in disbelief as she gazed at Su Jin, feeling an even greater sense of mystery surrounding him. is worth noting that this A-grade advancement plan was valued at 5 million soft sister coins. The S-grade advancement plan was even more exorbitant, reaching a staggering 30 million, not to mention the SSS grade advancement plan, which he had heard went for around 1 billion, with prices even higher on the black market. Classified as a strategic resource under state control, how could Su Jin speak of the SSS grade advancement plan as if it were as cheap as cabbage? Yet, considering Su Jin's position as an official government member from the most enigmatic Anomaly Management Bureau, it seemed plausible that obtaining state-controlled strategic resources would not pose a significant challenge for him, given his backing from the nation that Su Jin calculated mentally, noting that there were currently 3 individuals following him, meaning he would need to acquire 12 S-grade talent advancement plans. With 8 more to go, he pondered where he might procure them, causing him a slight headache. Chapter 84. If it were you, would you dare to gamble? Su Jin resolved that those who accompanied him should have the best advancement plans available. Xiao Tsungyu also possessed an A-grade advancement plan awarded by the system upon reaching level 10. And Mengyuan had one as well. Su Jin speculated that across the server, any player who reached level 10 first would be rewarded with a talent advancement plan. However, the A-grade advancement plans were indeed lackluster, and he genuinely looked down upon them. With that thought, Su Jin opened the talent panel shared by Lin Xie to inspect it. Psycho Shield, LV, 10, rank, S skill description. The player can transform into a Psycho Shield and attach themselves to a designated player, absorbing damage on their behalf. The shield value provided is equivalent to 500 points of the player's current health and grants 500 points of defense. Each point of defense offers 1 point of damage reduction. As the level increases, both the shield value and defense provided to the player will also rise. Staring at the exaggerated stats, Su Jin was momentarily dumbfounded, although he was already aware that the most potent single-target support talent was the Psycho Shield. Lin Xie's growth potential for this ability was astonishing. He had expected an increase of merely 10 health points and 10 defense per level. Who could have anticipated that her talent would possess such extraordinary potential? Truly deserving of its S ranking, Su Jin contemplated the idea of bringing this girl home just to ensure he could have her cast shields for a 500 health boost and a 500 defense shield value. Was that not utterly terrifying? If Lin Xie were to be viewed as an item of equipment, she would undoubtedly start at the legendary tier, with his own health supplemented by her shield. His vitality would surpass that of even a boss. Most crucially, in a zombie apocalypse, possessing the shield would render him impervious to high-level zombies' attacks, which was simply exhilarating as Eugene had heard of players with the Psycho Shield talent, most of whom only added fixed shield values. Among 10 players with the talent, only one could enhance defense. The Psycho Shield was universally recognized within the Master God game as the most formidable single-target support talent. Incomparable, as its shield value could mitigate some toxic damage. Even reduction-type auxiliary talents could not rival it. After a moment of contemplation, Su Jin spoke up, CC, let us head to the cafeteria and accumulate 10 attribute points first. All right, brother Su Jin. Despite her lingering confusion, Lin Xie followed closely beside Su Jin, her cheeks flushed and her demeanor obedient. With such a divine life-saving piece of equipment by his side, Su Jin felt an uplift in his spirits, unconsciously humming a tune as they made their way to the grand cafeteria. Upon entering the cafeteria, they noticed Mengyuan leisurely consuming food that enhanced attributes. Xiao Tsungyu seemed to have wandered off to play. Su Jin closed his eyes to sense her presence, discovering that Xiao Tsungyu was intently observing his little radish heads at work. Opening his eyes, Su Jin turned to Mengyuan and inquired, Mengyuan, could you transform into a blade for me to see? Mengyuan nodded and promptly morphed into a knife as Eugene cradled Mengyuan in his hands for examination. Mengyuan, LV10 status, sealed quality, mythical damage, 1,000 to 1,500 Dream of the Void, can obscure others' impressions of a knife's wielder, significantly reducing the wielder's presence. Attention will only be drawn during forced intervention in specific matters. Basic usage requirement, strength, 30 proficient usage requirement, strength, 60 perfect usage requirement, strength, 90 skill 1, illusion and reality. Using this knife makes it difficult for surrounding units to perceive its existence. Only upon being struck by it will they realize its presence. Note, the wielder's perception attribute serves as the baseline, adding 100 to the perception attribute. Those with a perception attribute lower than this cannot detect the knife's existence. If the target's perception attribute exceeds the wielder's by over 100 points, the higher the target's perception, the greater the likelihood of detection. Skill 2, Sealed, Skill 3, Sealed, Skill 4, Sealed Description. This is a sealed tang knife. Each layer of the seal released enhances the knife's power. Note, this tang knife possesses a soul. Please treat it well. Wow. A tool for stealthy attacks. No wonder others cannot see Mengyuan. Su Jin realized that it was indeed her inherent skill causing this effect. Should Su Jin take this knife into battle, the opponent would likely remain oblivious to its presence until struck, making it an exceptional weapon for subterfuge. He could easily transform into a terrifying dual-wielding figure, wielding Mengyuan in his left hand and Xiao Congyu in his right, wreaking havoc among the crowd. This was simply exhilarating. Wait a moment. What grade was this knife? Su Jin glanced back to confirm. Wow, mythical grade. ISNT, the highest weapon grade announced by the Huaxia federal government, only legendary. What was this mythical grade? Could it be a tier above legendary? Su Jin stroked his chin, realizing he had stumbled upon treasure. He pondered whether to join the Huaxia federal government. Yet he feared that the identities of Xiao Congyu and Mengyuan as legendary and mythical weapons would be discovered, leading to their reassignment. After all, entering government agencies implied obedience to constraints and adherence to all higher-ups arrangements. Everyone had their own interests. Disobeying orders could result in dangerous missions leading to death, whereupon all their belongings would become state property. Su Jin's most valuable possessions were indeed Xiao Congyu and Mengyuan, that he dared not gamble, nor take the risk of being discovered by the government or whether they might reassign his weapons to higher-ranking official personnel in the apocalypse. Even if the Huaxia federal government were just and fair, it was still controlled by people, and no one could guarantee that there weren't those with ulterior motives within. As Eugene genuinely felt, he could not afford to gamble. Even if he lost the rehabilitation base, he did not want to lose Xiao Congyu and Mengyuan. After all, these were legendary and mythical weapons. Was it wrong for Su Jin to have a penchant for exclusive weapons? At a random respawn point, Wang Hao glowered at the gathering group of gold-seeking players, a bunch of useless fools, unable to defeat even a poor kid. What use is it to hire you? Boss, that kid is exceptionally tricky. We only inflict minimal damage on him. I suspect it's due to his equipment and that girl's shield providing substantial defense. The shield is so thick, it's practically impenetrable. We genuinely can't deal with that kid. Indeed, boss, we can't possibly take on that person. Why not just let it go? Exactly. That person possesses an S-grade talent, Dragon Soul Gun, immune to all negative effects, and is likely an old player from the strategy group who has migrated servers. Before firearms come into play, we stand no chance against him. Listening to the words of those he had hired, which inflated others' confidence while deflating his own, Wang Hao could not help but scold. That brat is just one person. Why are you all so terrified of him? It's truly pathetic. That kid merely got lucky at the start and acquired a piece of decent defensive equipment. And look at how frightened you all are. I've dominated in this new server for so many years. I've taken down countless hotheads. Am I truly afraid of him? But boss, that girl shield is over 5,000 points. I doubt even a machine gun could penetrate it. Wang Hao's rage flared upon hearing this. Just a measly 500 shield points has you all in such a tizzy. You truly disappoint me. Boss, it's not 500. It's 5,000 shield points. How much? Say that again. 5,000 shield points. Wang Hao was momentarily taken aback, initially thinking that his subordinate had misspoken, that he surveyed the faces of his hired help, descending into a profound silence. After a considerable pause, Wang Hao finally broke the silence, inquiring, "Do you think that woman might possess an SSS-level talent for psychic shields?" "Boss, I believe there's a possibility." One of his subordinates replied. Damn, that shield is truly terrifying. After a moment of contemplation, Wang Hao concluded that this matter could not simply be brushed aside. He opened his friend communication panel, intending to reach out to a few members of his money-making team to devise a plan against this impoverished young man. Chapter 85, Enlightenment Among Mortals, District 13, a temporary stronghold of the Huaxia federal government. Zhong Hao stared in bewilderment at the multitude of friend requests and private messages flooding in. Brother, why not join our Fire Cloud Guild? The starting salary is at least 10 million Longwa coins. "Brother, how about joining our morning love family? You'll be appointed as vice captain upon entry, dancing at the village entrance and commanding respect. Join our yellow-haired brothers alliance. Brother, you can flirt with any beautiful girl you fancy. Brother, will you come to our Yushi society? We are backed by a leading enterprise in Yushi City, offering generous benefits. If you join us, your starting salary will be at least 2,000 coins." As he observed the barrage of nonsensical friend requests from various factions eager to recruit him, Zheng Hao found himself utterly perplexed. Wait, I possess merely an F-grade mediocre talent. Why are so many people suddenly trying to poach me? However, as a loyal grassroots civil servant committed to serving his country and its citizens, Zheng Hao remained unmoved by even the most enticing offers. For his dedication to the party and the people remained steadfast. Indeed, while these offers were undeniably tempting, Zheng Hao was not naive enough to believe in windfall gains. There must be some significant misunderstanding at play. He was acutely aware of his lack of exceptional capabilities and intrinsic value to warrant such attention. He would not easily relinquish the hard-earned stability of his job. With the political achievements provided by Su Jin, Zheng Hao initially anticipated that he would need to toil diligently for another decade at the grassroots level before ascending to the position of section chief. Now he felt he could attain that rank in just 2 years. Finally liberated from the arduous struggle of accumulating qualifications that moment, a message chimed at his notifications. "Xiao Zhong, we can agree to the conditions you mentioned, but we need to confirm whether that fellow truly possesses 5,000 tons of grain." This situation in District 13 had garnered significant attention from the higher-ups, who even sent an experienced elder to oversee the overall strategy in the district. Zheng Hao, not daring to delay, promptly replied and immediately sent a message to Su Jin. Su Jin had been idly waiting for Zheng Hao's response, as he did not intend to explore Panda City until he secured the SS-level talent advancement plan. He wondered if there were entities in Panda City more dangerous than the lustful young man. Alan, perhaps a nest of vengeful goddesses awaited him. Thus, Su Jin resolved to proceed cautiously, prioritizing the advancement of his talent to break through the level cap. He had dispatched his little helpers to independently hunt zombies, leaving only one little helper in the cafeteria to handle cooking. Just then, a new message lit up his friend communication panel that it was a message from Zheng Hao. Jin. The old leader has agreed to your request. But we must first verify the existence of that 5,000 tons of grain. Jin pondered for a moment before nodding in agreement. He then sent Zheng Hao a coordinate, specifically the location of the Blue Sea Psychiatric Rehabilitation Center. Upon seeing the coordinates, Zheng Hao was taken aback. They were aware of that location, notorious for being a heavily contaminated area that current players could not possibly conquer. Even the federal government lacked the capability to take control of it at this stage. When the server transition function was activated, the Huaxia federal government intended to seize that stronghold as their main base, but a significant amount of manpower and resources had already been mobilized, awaiting the opportunity to capture that fortress-like location in a month. Could it be that Su Jin had already taken control of the Blue Sea Psychiatric Rehabilitation Center? As this thought crossed his mind, Zheng Hao immediately shook his head, deeming such a possibility highly improbable. Despite his inner skepticism, his trust in Su Jin compelled him to relay the coordinates to his superiors. Accompanied by his superiors, he boarded a military truck exchanged for divine points in the main god space by the Huaxia federal government. After approximately half an hour, the military truck arrived at the entrance of the Blue Sea Psychiatric Rehabilitation Center, where numerous soldiers clad in camouflage and armed with handguns disembarked. At the center of the soldiers stood a slender, sharp-eyed elder impeccably dressed in a Zhongshan suit, exuding an air of vitality. The elder gazed up at the imposing characters spelling out Blue Sea Psychiatric Rehabilitation Center, then at the already open massive iron gates and towering walls, exclaiming, "This is no psychiatric hospital. It is clearly a fortress of war. To assault such a stronghold during wartime without several divisions of troops is akin to dreaming." Beside him, Zheng Hao, observing the empty grounds of the Blue Sea Psychiatric Rehabilitation Center, was astonished to find it devoid of zombies. He rubbed his eyes in disbelief. He recalled that during his last visit, the place had been teeming with various high-tier zombies, grotesque in appearance and densely packed to the point of inducing panic. How could it be that in just a few days they had all vanished? Could it be that Su Jin had eliminated all those zombies? With this thought, Zhong Hao swiftly leaned in and whispered a few words into the elder's ear. Chun Shi's expression shifted immediately. What did you say? This was previously a heavily contaminated area. How could anyone possibly clear such a zone so soon after the server launch? Chen Lao, the rewards for clearing contaminated areas are substantial. Perhaps Comrade Su Jin truly has 5,000 tons of grain, Zhong Hao quietly suggested. Chun Shi nodded in appreciation. This young Comrade Su Jin, willing to extend a helping hand to the Huaxia federal government in its time of crisis and sell us grain at a fair price, demonstrates a commendable level of awareness, far superior to those who profit from the people's misfortune. Let us meet this young Comrade Su Jin. The stern expression that had been etched on Chun Shi's face finally softened. He had been under immense pressure lately, with daily reports of citizens perishing from hunger and being unable to find shelter reaching his ears. Within just a few days since the server launch, several thousand players in his district had already died due to a lack of food and shelter. Additionally, 87 players had permanently vanished, leaving the real world behind to prevent the death toll from escalating further. Chen Shi had been in a state of constant anxiety. Upon learning that someone was willing to sell them 5,000 tons of grain at a fair price, he hardly considered the validity of the information. He had spent the entire morning quarreling with the military old-timers to finalize the deal. Exchanging the fusion channel for the SSS-level talent advancement plan for the fair purchase of the 5,000 tons of grain was a matter of utmost importance to him. In Chun Shi's view, even 10 fusion channels for the SSS-level advancement plan paled in comparison to the lives of the common people. Chapter 86. I am Su Jin, and I am about to start pimping. As soon as Chun Shi and the others entered, Su Jin approached them, his darkly handsome face breaking into a sunny, cheerful smile. Esteemed elder, you are here to discuss the grain, I presume. Indeed, you must be young Comrade Su Jin. I am Chen Shi. We are indeed here to discuss the grain. As long as you possess 5,000 tons of grain, we shall provide you with the fusion channel for the SSS level talent advancement plan. Su Jin nodded and replied, Chen Lao, please follow me. Su Jin led Chen Shui and the others to the basement of Building 1, using a key card to unlock the cold storage door. The sight of a cold storage unit brimming with grain nearly blinded Chen Shui and the others. This cold storage must contain several tens of thousands of tons of grain. Chen Shui, having served as a supply officer in his youth, could gauge the quantity with just a glance. Su Jin nodded affirmatively. Chen Shui observed the food in the cold storage. It could not be moved outside, as it would spoil quickly. This meant that the cold storage and the entire rehabilitation center were urgently needed. However, considering this facility belonged to young Comrade Su Jin, requisitioning it without due process seemed somewhat inappropriate. Thus, pondering this, Chen Shui inquired, Young Comrade Su Jin, how do you intend to sell this grain? I plan to sell it at a fair price. But you must provide me with a channel for the fusion of the SSS level advancement plan. Very well. The market price for this grain is approximately 3,000 Longwu coins per ton. We shall initially purchase 30,000 tons, amounting to around 90 million coins. Are you satisfied with this, young brother? Su Jin nodded, agreed. Let us proceed with the transaction now. Chun Shui readily instructed his subordinates to transfer 90 million yuan to Su Jin's bank account. With this substantial sum deposited, Su Jin instantly elevated his status to that of a billionaire, nearing a valuation of 100 million. He handed the access card for the underground cold storage to the nearby security guard. Not hurrying to inquire about the merging and evolution plan channel from Old Master Chen. Instead, he suggested, Old Leader Chen, since our transaction is complete, shall we ascend for a meal? This one is on me. How does that sound? With such a bounty at hand, Chen Shui nodded, stating, Comrade Su Jin is indeed sincere. I, Chen Shui, do not wish to owe anyone a favor. After saying this, Chen Shui promptly sent a message to Su Jin. Upon opening the message, Su Jin was taken aback to discover that the method for merging the S-Class Talent Advancement Plan was held by an NPC located in Panda City. What a coincidence. He had a task requiring him to procure the T-Virus serum from Panda City. That IT was no wonder the Huaxia federal government had generously granted him access to the information channel. To breach the city, there were only two options. Either wait to assemble a player army for a counteroffensive or reach level 20 before attempting a direct incursion. uncertain of the infection levels in Panda City. Su Jin pondered whether it was too perilous to venture there. However, with his attributes nearing 40 points, a temporary boost to his culinary skills could elevate them to nearly 50. Thus, he was not overly concerned about this relatively minor city. As long as the goddess of revenge was not congregating within, he had little to fear. Su Jin led Chen Shui and the others to the cafeteria, instructing Xiao Luobutu to prepare a lavish feast. All the dishes crafted by Xiao Luobutu were permanent attribute-enhancing meals. Those that did not possess such qualities were stored in the zombie's backpack. Chen Shui gazed at the banquet before him, incredulous as he rubbed his eyes, momentarily believing himself to still be in the real world. Observing the spread, he amiably remarked, "What are you all standing there for? Come, sit down and enjoy the meal." Hearing their old leader's invitation, the dozen or so security personnel he brought with him promptly took their seats. Chen Shui took a bite of the greens and was instantly captivated. The dish was exceptionally well prepared, rivaling the stir-fried greens he had eaten during his military days. At that moment, a notification from his game log chimed in. "You have consumed the special dish of stir-fried greens. Your strength attribute has permanently increased by 0. 1. Chen Shui blinked in astonishment at the mention of a special dish. His accompanying security personnel were equally wide-eyed, staring at the food with expressions of disbelief. The notion that consuming food could enhance attributes was entirely foreign to them. "Comrade Su Jin, what is the secret behind this cuisine? How does it grant attribute boosts?" Chen Shui inquired. Beside him, Zhong Hao, looking as though he had never encountered such wonders, hurriedly sampled each dish. That Su Jin scratched his head, adopting a somewhat bashful demeanor as he explained, "I happened upon a little zombie who can only cook. The dishes she prepares have a certain probability of enhancing attributes, entirely dependent on luck. Perhaps it is your fortunate day, old leader Chun, as the dishes she made just happen to be the ones that grant enhancements to a little zombie." Chen Shui mused, glancing towards the kitchen where he spotted a small white head busily working. "Is that little girl a zombie?" Su Jin nodded. "An exceptionally unique zombie. She does not attack people, only cooks. The dishes she prepares can provide temporary or permanent attribute boosts." Chen Shui observed the little white head in the kitchen. Lost in thought, after a moment of contemplation, he proposed, "Comrade Su Jin, are you willing to sell this little zombie?" Upon hearing this, Su Jin appeared earnest as he nodded. "If old leader Chen desires her, I am willing to sell, as it is a contribution to the party and the nation, and there is nothing inappropriate about that." Chen Shui felt a twinge of embarrassment. The value of a little zombie capable of permanently enhancing attributes was incalculable. Purchasing her outright felt somewhat unjust to Comrade Su Jin. While he was unsure of the exact attribute points this little zombie could bestow, even a single point was of immense worth. After observing Su Jin's sincere demeanor for a moment, Chen Shui spoke, "Comrade Su Jin, the price of this little zombie is hard to quantify. How about this? You seek the S-Class Talent Advancement Plan. Do you not? Surely you do not possess any S-Class plans at the moment? In exchange for your little zombie, I could provide you with 3 S-Class Talent Advancement Plans." Su Jin's eyes brightened at this suggestion. He had been contemplating how to negotiate with the Huaxia federal government to acquire a few S-Class Talent Advancement Plans. After all, gathering 12 such plans was exceedingly difficult. He never expected that old leader Chan would be so generous, offering him 3 S-Class plans without hesitation. Truly a testament to the military's magnanimity. Chapter 87. The title of the Anomaly Management Bureau is exceptionally useful. What to do if it becomes slightly addictive? In a corner of the cafeteria, Lin Xie, engrossed in boosting her attributes, was taken aback by the sight of the competent elder surrounded by admirers. She recognized the camouflage insignia, a mark exclusive to the military of the Huaxia federal government. Watching her brother Su Jin engage in light-hearted conversation with the elder left her in a state of shock. Her brother truly exemplified the capabilities of the Anomaly Management Bureau, managing to forge connections with the military. Lin Xie refrained from approaching to overhear their conversation, fearing that she might accidentally stumble upon classified military secrets and face dire consequences.